Chapter 111. Yi Qiuqian took shelter outside for a few days. When he returned to the yard, the house was empty, and no one was there. The secluded courtyard was pitch black, as if no one had ever lived there. Even the orchid in the yard looked a little wilted, because no one had watered it for a long time. Obviously, a few days ago, this was where they lived together. He thought they would continue to live like this. He thought she had some feelings for him. The funny thing was that she never came to see him once. He was just daydreaming. But what could he do? Even so, he couldn't help but worry about her. Yi Qiuqian sat on the stone bench in the yard, looking towards the door again and again. At this moment, his mood was as anxious and depressed as the air around him. It was dark outside at some point. The dark sky was very low, and it looked like it was going to rain. Yi Qiuqian waited for a while, and when the wind blew across his cheeks, he could not sit still any longer. No matter whether she went to the Ping'an Palace or not, and no matter what happened between her and Ing Shiqi, it was impossible for her not to come back so late. Yi Qiuqian did not think about it, and went straight to the direction of the Ping'an Palace. He walked for a long time. The winding path at night was not easy to walk, not to mention that they lived near the suburbs. But Yi Qiuqian was not concerned about these. He was concerned about whether there were women with similar figures along the way. Suddenly, he focused his eyes, and saw a woman sitting under a tree not far away. She was in a very embarrassed state, with messy hair covering her pale face. She seemed to be abandoned by everyone. Helpless, sad and desperate, with no light in her eyes. Yen? Yen? Yi Qiuqian called out tentatively. Because of the dim light, Yi Qiuqian couldn't see her face clearly for a while. But when he got closer, he was really mad at her. He was anxious and distressed. He really didn't understand why she could make herself look like this after he had been away for only a day or two. Yi Nanin? Are you stupid? What are you doing now? Don't you know it's getting late, and it's going to rain soon? Even if you don't want to see me, you wouldn't even find a place to shelter from the rain. What are you doing now? Who are you torturing yourself for? Who else would care about you except me? Yi Qiuqian was really angry this time. Angry that she didn't care about her body at all. He said ruthless words, but his hands didn't stop at all. He almost subconsciously took off his outer clothes and wrapped them around her. Then he hugged her in his arms. And it was at this moment that he touched her wrists, and found that she was cold all over, and her cuffs were still wet. Yi Qiuqian thought she had accidentally fallen into the river, and subconsciously looked down. But he saw that her palms were full of bloodstains, some of which were even dried and scabbed. Yi Qiuqian's face changed instantly, and his eyes were gloomy, especially when he saw the wound on her palms. He immediately pulled her hands up and checked them repeatedly. What's wrong with your hands? Why are you bleeding for no reason? Who hurt you? After saying this, he realized that his tone was too stiff, so his movements became more careful and gentle, for fear that he would hurt her with too much force. When Nan Yen heard his voice, it seemed that she had just come back to her senses. She slowly raised her head. Her vision was a little blurred, and she looked at the anxious face of the person in front of her in a trance. But her eyes drifted away. You are right. Except for you, no one will really care about me. But why is it you? This also made Yi Qiuqian's body stiffen. Yi Qiuqian's face turned pale. He knew what she meant. Nan Yan's voice was light, hoarse, and gentle. How good it would be if it was him. But what can I do? He doesn't remember me. He has forgotten everything between us. And he also said, I am a liar. As she said this, tears slid down silently again, and the hot tears dripped onto the back of his hand, as if burning into his heart. Obviously he is the liar. He promised to take care of me for the rest of my life, never bully me, and make me sad. But he forgot me so easily. She pulled an expression at the corner of her mouth that was uglier than crying. Yi Qiuqian's eyes paused slightly. He probably guessed that the ending after her meeting with Ing Shiqi was not very good. Yi Qiuqian couldn't tell what his mood was at the moment. After all, he was just an ordinary person, and he was somewhat relieved in his heart. He was relieved that Ing Shiqi had completely forgotten her. In the past 2 days, he had someone check the identity of the Prince of Ping'an, and it matched the disappearance of 17 a year ago. The Prince of Ping'an, Xiao Shiqi, was the former Shadow Guard 17. But he had forgotten it now. Completely forgotten it. He even had a new identity and a new fiancée. But seeing Nan Yan's painful and sad look, he felt endless sadness and heartache in his heart. He hoped that she could forget him too. Wouldn't it be better to give up on him? Why make yourself so sad? Yi Qiuchen held her hand carefully, looked at her steadily, and repeated again seriously, "Is it not possible for me? Can't I take care of you? He deserves to die if he forgets you. If you are unhappy, I can teach him a lesson for you right away. But why do you have to be with him? I have always been with you. Why don't you ever look at me?" Yi Qiuchen said, holding her hands, as if he could hold her tightly, as if she could see that there was someone who was always with her. Yan Yan, noticing her body stiffening, Yi Qiuchen's voice gradually slowed down. He tried to comfort her emotions, his eyes full of nostalgia and tenderness. "Can't you be with me? I will treat you better than he does. Yan Yan, come with me. I will take you away from here, and live the life we want. Okay?" Yi Qiuchen was even a little nervous. He had been rejected once, when Shichi appeared. But now, it should be impossible for her to be with Shichi. Now is the time when she is most vulnerable, and needs someone to accompany her the most. He knows that it is despicable to take advantage of the situation, but he really doesn't want to miss this last chance again. As long as she wanted, he could take her away immediately, and live the life they wanted. Nan Yan's eyes were filled with mist. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she met the pair of eyes full of expectation and pleading. And then under the other's eyes full of expectation, like a death row prisoner waiting for his final verdict, she mercilessly gave him another fatal blow. "I'm sorry." Nan Yan still felt that it was not enough, and continued to add, "I have never liked you." Yi Qiuchen's fingers were stiff. His expression was distorted for a moment, and an indescribable coldness continued to spread around his body. Nan Yan's eyes gradually turned red. She turned her face away, and slowly moved her eyes away to avoid looking at him. Finally, she lowered her head, and slowly pulled her hand out of his arms. "I know you are very good to me. Since the destruction of Qixia Villa, you have always been by my side, caring for me, and taking care of me. I am very grateful for everything you have done for me. But that is just gratitude, not love. I already have someone I like in my heart, and there is no room for another person. I'm sorry. I was too selfish in the past. I thought I could forget. But until he reappeared, I realized that I could never forget him. Some people are irreplaceable after all." Really cruel. It was this apology that completely destroyed all the luck and possibilities in his heart. Yi Qiuchen's eyes were fogged up, and he could hardly hold back the pain in his nose. Only at this moment did he realize that her heart was really cruel. Harder than stone. But she was only cruel to him. She even refused to tell him a nice lie. Why couldn't she give him a little bit of her love for Shichi? He didn't ask for much. Just a little bit would be enough. Just this little bit would be enough for him to love and protect her with all his strength. But why was she so stingy that she refused to give him even this little bit of love? At this moment, Yi Qiuchen really felt a little desperate. He had worked so hard for so long, and when he thought he could finally impress her, she said lightly, "I've never liked you before." It completely pushed him into the abyss. Did he owe her in his last life? So he had to repay her in this life? Yi Qiuchen raised his hand to cover his eyes. His face was a little pale, and suddenly he couldn't help laughing softly. He laughed at himself at this moment. He was really pathetic. He tried every means, and did all kinds of bad things to get a girl's love. But he did so much. And in the end, he was still not as good as a man who had forgotten her. After saying that, Nan Yan seemed to want to leave here. After all, she had just rejected a guy who was not very emotional. Who knew if he would do something excessive to her in the next moment? At the critical moment, she had to stabilize her personality. Nan Yan stood up shakily and walked forward a few steps. The whole person seemed to be completely unable to support herself. Her knees softened, and her body suddenly fell forward uncontrollably and fell straight to the ground. Yi Qiuchen just watched helplessly. He had originally decided not to care about her life or death. He wanted to let her suffer a little, and let her feel what she would become without his care. However, before his brain could figure out the follow-up, his body had already reacted subconsciously. His hands subconsciously reached out and hugged her into his arms. Especially when he saw her pale face. Yi Qiuchen's despair and sadness instantly dissipated, and only tension and concern remained in his eyes. Some people are like this. She doesn't have to do anything. Even if she only needs to show a fragile and pitiful expression, it is enough for him to ignore everything. Yi Qiuchen directly picked her up and carried her back to the courtyard, feeling her temperature on the way. Yi Qiuchun suddenly realized that she might have a fever. She was cold before, but now she started to have a fever again. Yi Qiuchun was really worried now. How could he not be worried? With her ghostly appearance, without his care, it would not be long before the grass on her grave would grow, and she would bully an honest man like him. Yi Qiuchun hugged her and rushed home quickly. He even had a layer of sweat on his forehead. He finally got home before the rain fell and put her on the bed. After doing all this, he hurried to get hot water to clean her wound. She was so sick, but she still refused to let go of the broken jade pendant in her hand. Yi Qiuchun coaxed her for a long time before taking the jade pendant away and bandaged her wound. Watching her face turn from pale to red, her breathing became weaker and weaker, and finally she was somewhat unconscious, holding his neck tightly with both hands, and still mumbling Ing Shichi's name. Shichi, don't go. This time she cried very sadly, silently, and her tears slid into his neck drop by drop. And Yi Qiuchun could even feel the scorching temperature. Hold me. Hold me. Okay? Shichi. I'm so cold. Hearing that the other party was calling Ing Shichi's name even in a coma, Yi Qiuchun gradually felt a kind of despair in his heart. And this despair was like a thorn in his flesh, entwining his chest, so tight that he almost couldn't breathe. He really had no other choice. After taking a deep breath, he showed a self-deprecating look in his eyes. Then he held the person in his arms with both hands and coaxed her in a low voice. Well, I'll hold you. Don't be afraid. Nan Yan's eyes were tightly closed. Her cheeks were red. Only tears were still flowing, and her voice was intermittent. How could you forget me? You said you would protect me for the rest of my life. How could you hurt me? Yi Qiuchun looked at her weak and pitiful appearance, and he really had no way to deal with her. Perhaps he was here to pay off his debts in this life, so he could never get her favor. He reached out to brush away the hair stuck to her lips, and then comforted her in a hoarse voice. I will teach him a lesson for you. Okay? Get well soon. I will take you to see him. I will help you get justice. This time, I will really help you. Okay? He was born with a cheap life. His parents are unknown, and the only memory before entering the Shadow Guard building was fighting with beggars for food. Later, his head was smashed, and he was thrown into a mass grave. Fortunately, he did not die, but he entered another dire place. However, there was one good thing there. After entering the Shadow Guard building, he could finally eat enough. As long as he robbed enough, he could survive. He used to live just to live, to fight for power, to kill people to get to the top, to live a life of superiority. As long as he could survive, he would do anything. There was no warmth in his more than 20 years of Shadow Guard career. Every day, he was worried about whether he could survive. No one cared about him, let alone his life or death. He was covered with scars and in the mud. He thought that this was his life. Like all the predecessors in the Shadow Guard building, he either died under the swords and shadows of the enemy, or died in the dark room of the Shadow building where no one cared. But he met her. People have feelings. And he also has feelings. He, a dark and despicable Shadow Guard, also longed for someone to love him and to be cherished. From the moment she tried her best to save him, he was destined to haunt her for life. He will never forget the scene when she came back to save him with red eyes crying. She was so scared that her face turned pale, and she couldn't hold the weapon steadily. But she never let go of his hand. It was so touching and warm and dazzling like the sun. How could he not covet her? But what's the use of coveting her? He can never replace Ing Shichi. In her mind, there will always be only one Ing Shichi. His actions made her as miserable as he was. He was like a rat in a gutter, abandoned by everyone, secretly coveting the bright moon hanging in the night sky, longing to be saved. But in the end, he was still hiding in a dark corner to fend for himself. If it weren't for him, things wouldn't be so bad. At least she and Ing Shichi would be very happy. But if he could do it again, he might still do so. Because no one taught him. No one taught him not to love like this. The most profound lesson he had learned in his life was to fight and rob. If he didn't, he would have nothing. So he robbed without hesitation. However, feelings were not something he could get by robbing. He had tried for so long, but it still didn't work. If he had become her Shadow Guard, then would she have loved him? Yi Qiuchun pressed her face against the most painful part of his chest. He wanted to let go, but his heart seemed to be torn by something, making him struggle hard. Finally, he exhaled heavily, Yi Qiuqian looked at the sleeping person in his arms, hugged him tighter and tighter, and tears fell directly on her face. I still can't bear to let go. But if I see you in so much pain, I find that I will be more sad than you. What should I do? What do you think I should do? Ing Shiqi only met you a few days earlier than me. Why can't I make up for it in a few years? He has everything now. Why does he want to snatch you from me? Nan Yen was unconscious for a whole day and night, and didn't wake up until the next day. When she woke up, her face was still pale, and she looked more haggard than before. Yi Qiuqian opened the curtain and came in from outside. He saw her lifeless appearance. Although he didn't know what happened between her and Ing Shiqi that day, he knew that she must have been bullied. Yi Qiuqian deliberately restrained all his previous emotions. He handed the white porridge to her mouth, but Nan Yen just turned her face away, said nothing, and refused to eat a bite. Yi Qiuqian was a little helpless for a while, and sighed softly. Why? Are you going to die like this after being bullied and crying? If you don't get well, how can I accompany you to seek justice? Nan Yan's eyelashes trembled, but she still didn't say a word. Yi Qiuqian reached out and touched her hair, and continued in a low voice. You didn't even come back to me after being bullied by an amnesiac. You are such a loser. Do you have no other skills besides bullying me? Have you forgotten what I taught you? I am here. What are you afraid of? If you like 17, I will bring him back to you, no matter what his identity is. As long as you are willing to recover from your illness, I promise to bring him to see you. Are you satisfied? At the end, his voice slowed down, containing endless tenderness. Chapter 112 Shadow Guard, ending. Nan Yen finally took the medicine obediently, but she still didn't wait until she recovered to seek justice, because Zhao Shiqi came to her first. That afternoon, Yi Qiuqian was not at home and went out to buy medicine. Nan Yen felt that the house was too stuffy, so she sat on the stone bench in the yard to get some fresh air, and wondered how the world would end. It was at this time that she heard a knock on the door outside. At first, she thought it was Yi Qiuqian who came back. She walked over and opened the door, only to find that it was the person she had been thinking about before. Zhao Shiqi was standing at the door looking at her. Nan Yan's expression was stunned. She didn't seem to expect to see the other person at her door. Since the last time the two had not met again, she suddenly saw him at this moment, and she was a little surprised for a while. But she reacted quickly, pursed her lips, and showed a faint smile to the person opposite, with deliberate alienation. Prince, what's the matter with you here? She called him. Prince? Zhao Shiqi's eyelashes trembled slightly. He didn't know why, but when he saw her distant and indifferent attitude, he felt a little stuffy in his chest for a while, as if there was an unspeakable bitterness and pain that kept spreading and brewing in his chest. In fact, after accidentally hurting her that day, he had always regretted it in his heart. That regret seemed to slowly take root in his heart, making him feel a faint pain in his heart whenever he thought of her. And he couldn't get interested in doing anything. He wanted to come to her, but he was worried that she would show him such a cold and distant attitude, just like the look she gave him that day, which made Zhao Shiqi suddenly feel endless panic and uneasiness in his heart. He pursed his lips and looked at the face of the person opposite him. After not seeing her for a few days, she seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Her chin became sharper. Her face was very pale, and her lips were pale, without a trace of blood. Is the wound on your hand better? Zhao Shiqi asked almost subconsciously. His eyes fell on her fingertips again, and he felt a little regretful after saying that, because the wound was caused by him accidentally. Nan Yen seemed a little surprised. She didn't expect him to care about her injury. Her fingertips curled up, and a very calm expression appeared on her face. It's just a minor injury. It's no big deal. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head again. Her black hair hung in front of her chest. Occasionally, it was messed up by the wind and stuck to her cheeks, making her face look even paler. She showed a relieved smile on her face. If you are here to apologize, then there is no need, because this is originally my own problem and has nothing to do with you. No, I'm not just here to apologize. Zhao Shiqi said it without thinking, but in fact, he didn't know what was wrong with him. Some hidden thoughts in his heart drove him to come to her, especially after hearing what she said. He unconsciously remembered what Dr. Zhang said that day, and subconsciously asked, I heard that you have a kind of life-extending goo in Qixia Villa that can be used as medicine. Yin Yin is sick, And the doctor said that only the goo can save her life. I want to ask if you have it. After saying this, he immediately regretted it. He felt that he didn't know what was going on. Why did he become so stupid when he faced her? Obviously, he didn't think so in his heart. He actually just wanted to come to see her, and then apologize to her, and make up for the wrong he did that day. He really didn't mean to hurt her. Nan Yin was slightly startled after hearing this. She raised her head. Her eyes, like the crescent moon, were clear and bright, and there was some disbelief in them. She just stared at him blankly. After a long while, she looked away, and then Zhao Shiqi heard her hoarse voice and asked softly, "So, you came to me just to ask for medicine?" Her tone seemed a little depressed. Zhao Shiqi's breathing stagnated for a moment. He didn't know that she would react so much when she heard about this. He actually just made up an excuse. He didn't think about getting anything from her, let alone making her sad again. He just wanted to have enough reasons to compensate her. Zhao Shiqi's lips moved, and there was a little apology in his eyes. He was about to explain something, but was interrupted by the other party's voice. "Do you know that it is difficult to cultivate that goo?" She smiled at him, and there seemed to be no warmth in her eyes. Zhao Shiqi looked at her in a daze. He didn't know what to say. He seemed to have done something to upset her again. Nan Yin pursed her lips and sighed softly. Her eyes fell on the other's stunned expression. Her voice suddenly became a little melancholy, as if she was distressed. "It's not impossible to give it to you. But what do you want to exchange it for?" She tilted her head slightly, then pursed her lips and smiled softly, staring at the other half seriously and half jokingly, and asked, "Otherwise, can you marry me?" Zhao Shiqi felt his heart tremble slightly in an instant. He didn't know why his heart beat a little faster at this moment, as if his whole body became nervous. He looked at her without blinking, and suddenly became a little timid in his heart. He didn't know whether what she said was true or false. She seemed to be just saying it casually, but there was an indescribable serious look in her eyes. Zhao Shiqi unconsciously clenched his fingers, looked at the calm eyes of the man in front of him, and finally suppressed the inexplicable emotions in his chest. He turned his face away uncomfortably, lowered his eyes, and said in a muffled voice, I'm already engaged to someone." I remembered that this man was indeed very principled. Nan Yin glanced at him, and felt that the situation in front of her seemed to have returned to the time when they first met. This man has a very bad habit. That is, he never directly refuses to his uncertain thoughts. This actually just shows that he is very hesitant at the moment, and even a little confused about his emotions. Just like he was reluctant to be with her at the beginning. Nan Yin remained calm, pursed her lips and chuckled, and added, "It doesn't matter if you don't want to marry me. Then can you accompany me for one night?" Zhao Shiqi looked at her in a daze. There was a trace of surprise in those black and white eyes. He pursed his lips. At this moment, he really didn't understand what she meant. She wanted to. Just when he was hesitating whether to agree, she suddenly laughed. Her eyebrows curved, like a pear blossom. Even the pale face was more lively in an instant, and there was a trace of freshness on her face. She said gently, "Sir, you are not thinking wrongly. Thinking that I want to do something bad to you?" Zhao Shiqi's breathing paused for a moment, and his ears felt slightly hot. He looked at the smiling face and felt inexplicably familiar. He subconsciously moved his fingers, but did not touch her. Nan Yin seemed not to notice his action and continued, "Actually, I don't have any other intentions. I just want you to pretend to be my fiancé and accompany me for one night." She sighed again as she said this. She was a little depressed, and the smile on her face gradually faded. The time I spent with him was too short. It was so short that on the day he left, I didn't even have time to tell him that I liked him and only liked him in this life. After she finished speaking, her eyes slowly fell on the familiar face in front of her, carefully examining his eyebrows and eyes inch by inch. But her eyes were distant, as if she was looking at someone through him. His face seemed to be covered by a layer of fog, which made people feel powerless and unable to grasp it anymore. There was also a bit of regret and nostalgia on her face. Because you and he really look so much like her. So much so that every time I see you, I will mistake you for him. I wonder if you are willing to agree to my request. Just treat it as fulfilling my last wish. I won't do anything else to you, let alone make you do something difficult. Okay?" The other party's serious look suddenly showed a hint of expectation. Zhao Shiqi felt depressed, especially when he was stared at by such a gaze. He found that he didn't seem to have even a hint of resistance, and agreed almost without hesitation. Okay. I promise you. He said he agreed. But for some reason, he felt a strange emotion in his heart. Pretending to be the man she liked, and spending a night with her made him feel a little sour in his chest. And there was even an unspeakable rejection in his heart. Nan Yin didn't seem to expect that he would really agree. When she heard his voice, she looked up at him, and saw that he was just looking at her intently. She showed a relieved and gentle smile on her face again. This is actually my own selfishness. I have never said sorry to you all this time. She lowered her eyes again, with a little apology in her voice. In fact, what happened that day was also because I was too impulsive. It has nothing to do with you. I have always recognized the wrong person. It is normal for you to be annoyed by the repeated entanglement. And because of this incident, your fiancé is bedridden. I am really sorry. In fact, whether you are willing to agree to my request or not, I will. Before she finished speaking, Zhao Shiqi subconsciously took a step forward and blurted out, I am not reluctant. I agreed. His anxious attitude seemed to be afraid that Nan Yin would regret and refuse to agree. After he finished speaking, he paused for a breath. And Zhao Shiqi himself felt puzzled. He felt as if something was out of control. Something was about to burst out. But he couldn't remember anything. Many times, facing the person in front of him, many things were completely instinctive. And he didn't even know what was going on. Nan Yin was stunned for a moment, then raised her eyes and looked at him. Perhaps the other person's tone was too firm, which made the smile on Nan Yan's face more real. Then she tilted her head and said to him, Then I'll go back to the room to change clothes. And then you accompany me to the temple fair to pray for peace and blessings. Okay? Zhao Shiqi glanced at her still pale face, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded in response. The city god temple fair on the 7th day of the 8th lunar month is also very lively. There are all kinds of small stalls on the nearby streets from morning to night, selling rouge, powder, talisman paper, sandalwood, and various painted sugar dolls. The small business is in full swing. Zhao Shiqi has never been used to such crowded places. The last time he accompanied Du Yan out, he was like this. He lost her when he turned around. Later, he searched for her on the street for a long time before finding her. But now, he seems to have not realized his abnormality. All his attention is on the woman in front of him, who keeps squeezing into the crowd. He follows her almost step by step, for fear that she will be squeezed by others. Even those women who accidentally approached were blocked by him one by one. The two walked along the street. She seemed to be particularly happy tonight. She walked briskly. One hand pulled his sleeve and urged him to walk faster from time to time. Hurry up. Hurry up. There are still many fun things ahead. Zhao Shiqi pursed his lips, trying to remind her to walk slower, so as not to fall accidentally. But she obviously didn't listen at this moment, so he could only pay more careful attention. Then the two walked to a jewelry stall. She suddenly turned her head and stared at him, with a happy look in her beautiful eyes. 17. Won't you compensate me with a pearl hairpin? She called him 17 in a special way. 17 and Shiqi were obviously the same name. But when she called 17, it was like the whispers of lovers. And her voice contained endless emotions, which made his ears feel a little hot. Compensate? He looked at her in confusion. Her watery and clear eyes looked at him expectantly. Zhao Shiqi felt uncomfortable being stared at by her, and looked away with slow breathing. Nan Yin smiled and patted his arm. Of course you have to compensate. You accidentally broke one of my pearl hairpins last time. Hurry up and choose the most beautiful one to return to me. Otherwise I will be angry. Don't forget. You are my Ing Shiqi now. How can you not listen to the master? Master. Ing Shiqi. Zhao Shiqi's eyes fell on the stall in front of him. There were all kinds of exquisite pearl hairpins. He felt that the scene in front of him seemed familiar, and there was an inexplicable emotion rolling in his heart. But before he could think clearly, the person opposite him reached out and picked up a pearl hairpin and handed it to him. Then smiled at him coquettishly and said, This is it. I like this one. Can you put it on me? Zhao Shiqi's fingers trembled slightly as he picked up the pearl hairpin handed over, and then under the other person's smiling eyes, he pinned the hairpin diagonally into her thick black hair. They followed the flow of people all the way down, and there were fewer and fewer people as they went back. They watched the river lanterns together and ate very sweet cakes. In the end, she secretly stuffed the remaining half of the cake into his mouth when he was not paying attention. and then smiled at the way his ear tip was hot. Finally, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, 17. When your ears are hot, does the little mole on your earlobe also turn red? Zhao Shiqi's footsteps paused, and then his whole body froze, and then he slowly looked at her. He felt like he had heard this sentence somewhere. At this moment, Zhao Shiqi really felt that something was wrong with him. It was not that he had not checked her identity. He had investigated her since he returned that night. At first, he thought that she was approaching him deliberately to seek revenge for Qixia Villa. But it seemed that it was not the case. She had no ill will towards him. He really did not understand why he felt a kind of suppressed and uncontrollable emotion in his chest the moment he saw her that night. He originally thought that this emotion was caused by Du Yuyan, because he saw Du Yuyan crying. So he felt distressed. But he seemed to be wrong. He obviously cared more about the person in front of him. And even her eyes would make him feel sour in his chest. In fact, he had investigated the things before he lost his memory. But it was not detailed enough. Perhaps because he was not of high status in the past. There were few traces left. In addition, he had the mark of the slave on his arm. So he subconsciously rejected the things in the past. But now, looking at the person in front of him smiling at him, Zhao Shiqi felt that the passion in his heart was always trapped by a layer of fog, which made him tear and struggle. He subconsciously grabbed her palm. His lips trembled, and a trace of panic surged in his eyes. Yen. He didn't know why he suddenly called out this name. His mind was blank, and he had no impression of it. The girl in the red skirt, who was about to leave, turned her head, and her face became clearer under the light. Her clear and distinct eyes looked at him, then slowly leaned over, pressed his arms with both hands, and gently kissed his lips, lingering and nostalgic, gentle and serious. And almost at the moment when the two touched each other, Zhao Shiqi felt that the string in his head suddenly broke. He didn't know what happened to him. But then some fragments rushed out of his mind frantically. Those chaotic pictures made him almost unstable. The blood vessels in his head were clamoring, almost bursting, crazy and confused, completely distorting his originally calm face. He seemed to remember something. Those familiar pictures. 17. You actually kissed me secretly? From the initial encounter to the heartbeat later. You can't bully me in the future. You must stay by my side for the rest of your life. Accompany me and protect me forever. And you can't lie to me. She happily agreed to him. They ran away from marriage and eloped together, and lived in seclusion in a beautiful village. It's not impossible to have a little 17. But we haven't even gotten married yet. And you didn't even give me a betrothal gift. But you want to coax me into marrying you. How can such a good thing happen in the world? Everything in the past was vivid in his mind. And all the memories of his past with Nan Yin rushed out one after another. The way she teased him with joy. Her face when she cried and worried. And her posture of running towards him regardless of everything. This made him almost unable to control the pain and scream out. The picture became clearer and clearer. So many memories. Each one was related to her. From the beginning to the end. It was all her face. And in the end it was her helpless crying sound, which made Zhao Shiqi become more and more painful and desperate. How could he forget such an important thing? She was his Yan, his master who couldn't bear to say a harsh word to her when he was angry. He loved her so much that he would be with her even if he had to abandon everything. Loved her so much that it didn't matter if he gave up everything. But what did he do after losing his memory? Zhao Shiqi was in so much pain that his breathing almost stopped. His fingertips pinched into his palm, and his whole body was almost trembling. He would rather die than hurt her in the slightest. How could he make her so painful? How could he make her so desperate? The moment his memory was restored, it seemed as if all the blood in his body rushed to his head at that moment. And an extreme pain instantly spread from his chest to his limbs. And he could almost feel a fishy sweetness in his throat. The whole person was about to collapse. Nan Yin, who was beside him, stepped back after a gentle kiss. Her face became paler. She took out a small box from her bosom and handed it to him. 17. Do you still remember that I asked you to take me to escape marriage? She smiled at him, but her eyes were a little wet. The only son of the general who guarded the city wanted to marry me as a concubine. Not because he liked me so much, but because the Gu in Qixia Villa was raised by people. Now, you understand why the life-extending Gu in Qixia Villa can extend the life of others. She stuffed the box into his palm. Zhao Shiqi's tears fell without knowing when. He remembered everything. At that time, there was a slave branded on his arm. She found it strange. So she showed him her arm. There was also a mark on the inside of her arm, in the shape of a plum blossom. It was the mark of a gu. This was the truth about the Chixia Villa raising gu. The children of Chixia Villa were all planted with this gu since childhood. But very few could make it. This method was to exchange life for life. How could he? Zhao Shiqi saw the bandage marks on her wrist, and the blood oozing out. At this moment, he felt that he was about to lose control. His throat felt sweet, and blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth as soon as he opened his mouth. His lips and teeth were full of blood. Yen Yen. He wanted to get closer to her, wanted to reach out and hug her, wanted to say sorry to her. But he had no strength in his body, and he couldn't even stand steadily. He accidentally fell beside the willow tree by the lake, and only one hand was left holding Nan Yan's wrist tightly, with a tight force that made people feel painful. What did you give me to eat? His voice was intermittent, with a hint of sobs, and he almost used up all his strength to grab her wrist, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. Nan Yan's body swayed. Her face was a little pale, but she still showed him a very faint smile. It's the cake I fed you just now. There are some drugs in it that will make people weak. I just don't want you to see me ugly after death. Don't go. Zhao Shiqi shook his head. Tears seemed to be broken. His chest was heaving violently, and the remaining strength was tightly holding her sleeve. Nan Yan took out the broken jade pendant from her arms again, and put it in his arms. 17. I will return the jade pendant to you. From now on, you don't have to keep that promise. You can start over with the person you like. Her tears dripped onto his eyelashes, and after speaking, she bent down and gently kissed his forehead, as if she was relieved and no longer cared about it. Then, under the pleading and desperate eyes, she unhesitatingly pried open his fingers, turned around and left without looking back. Don't go! He was so anxious that his throat was cramped, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person fell directly from the root of the tree. Hearing the sound, Nan Yan's footsteps seemed to pause for a moment, and the wounds on her body made her whole body unstable. And Zhao Shiqi behind him was still struggling frantically. He tried to stand up, but it was impossible. He had no strength in his body. He pinched his fingers into the ground, and there was mud and blood between his fingers. Yen. I know I was wrong. I was wrong. His chest hurt so much. His eyes were red, and his eyes stared at the back of the departing figure desperately, repeating over and over again. His voice became more and more hoarse. Don't leave me. I remember everything. Don't leave me. Please, don't leave. Chapter 113 Shadow Guard, Extra. Yi Qiuchun was in a good mood today. He held a bag of medicine in his right hand, and a live fish he had just bought from the market in his other hand. This time, it was really a coincidence. When the fish seller saw him, he smiled very enthusiastically. He greeted him as he walked on the street, and asked him why he hadn't come to the market recently. He said that he was not used to hearing him quarreling with others on this street. Those women were too arrogant, and only this boy could cure them. Yi Qiuchun smiled and told Li that someone in his family was sick, and he couldn't leave recently. Uncle Li was very righteous when he heard it. He picked the biggest and fattest live fish for him, and then smiled and said that it was not good for Madame Yi to be sick. He might as well sell this fish at a low price, and take it back to nourish Madame Yi. Yi Qiuchun couldn't help but smile a little when he heard what old Li said. He also thought that her appetite was not very good during the past few days when she was sick, so he had to make her some delicious food to nourish her body. Seeing that her chin was thin, he didn't hesitate and immediately took out a handful of copper coins from his arms and handed them over. Before leaving, he said hello to the man and said that he would come again tomorrow. Remember to leave him another fresh fish. Uncle Li raised his head, counted the copper coins in his hand, and agreed happily. Yi Qiuchun also carried the fish home with great interest. He was thinking happily all the way that this fish could be made into fish soup to nourish her body. He also thought that she was about to vomit from drinking medicine recently. Every time she saw the bowl of brown medicine juice, she would frown and glare at him. She wanted to refuse but couldn't. In the end, she could only close her eyes and look like she was ready to die, and drank the medicine honestly. Every time Yi Qiuchun saw her drinking medicine, he felt very obedient. The more he looked at her, the softer he felt, and he couldn't help but want to feed her something. He thought to himself, and couldn't help showing a soft smile on his face. Really? How could there be such a rare master? I can't get enough of her. Ichiyochin's pace quickened a lot. The live fish on the straw rope was still jumping to escape. Before he reached the door, he couldn't help shouting inside, "Yen Yen, I bought fish today. I can make you fish soup to change the taste in the evening." Ichiyochin pushed open the courtyard door and didn't hear anyone respond in the house. He was a little surprised and thought she was resting in the room. But when he pushed open the door and looked, he found that the room was empty. There was no one. The bedding was neatly folded and placed there. It was still the same as when he left in the morning. Nothing around had been moved, but the people in the room were gone. Ichiyochin was a little anxious for a while, thinking that she had gone out of her mind and was doing something. He almost subconsciously stepped out of the door and wanted to look for her. But when he rushed into the yard, he saw a plain white note on the stone table, which said that she and 17 were going to visit the city god temple fair tonight, and asked him not to worry. After Ichiyochin saw it clearly, he was a little stunned for a while. His eyes fell quietly on the note. He was silent for a long time before sitting on the stool in a daze. Ichiyochin felt empty in his chest for a while, and even his breath was cold. Chilly. And chilly. Is she really going to leave this time? It was clearly agreed to let go. But for some reason, seeing her really following 17 away without hesitation, he still felt a sense of depression and discomfort that he couldn't suppress. His heart felt like it was pierced by a needle. From the slight sting at the beginning to the end, the dense pain gradually spread and became more and more dense. He didn't know if she would come back. A few days ago, this courtyard seemed warm and touching because of her presence. But now, he was the only one left in the empty courtyard, and everything seemed so lonely. He even wondered, why did he leave so quickly? He hadn't finished taking the medicine yet? He wouldn't pester her and not let go. Besides, there was the fish, which he had just bought home and spent more than 10 copper coins. He had originally thought of nourishing her body. Now, wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't eat it? Can't he drink the fish soup before leaving? It was a pity for his good cooking skills. She was still thinking about it 2 days ago. Ichiyochin suddenly felt so sad. His eyes were a little sour, as if something was about to overflow. Ichiyochin was immersed in his own thoughts, and for a moment, he did not hear the sound of the door being pushed open. When he heard the sound and turned around, he thought he was hallucinating. Otherwise, how could he see her standing at the door looking at him? She even smiled at him. Liar. Fake. He was hallucinating again. Ichiyochin's eyes were misty, and he looked over with a mocking look. His eyes suddenly became resentful, and he didn't know whether he was blaming her or mocking himself. What are you doing back again? Didn't you leave with Shichi? He stared at the figure without blinking, and suddenly he had the urge to cry, especially seeing her pale face, saying such cruel words, but couldn't help showing expectation in her eyes. I'm telling you, I just bought a particularly plump fish today. I won't give you a single sip of the fish soup I'll make later. I'm going to make you so greedy. Nan Yen couldn't help but curl her lips and smiled slightly when she heard this. Her face turned pale, her brows slightly frowned, and she took a few steps forward. This time, she really couldn't hold on. She stumbled and fell straight to the ground. Ichiyochin was stunned by this sudden change. He thought he was too sad and had hallucinations. But until he saw her walking towards him, he realized that the person in front of him was not fake. She was real, and she appeared in front of him. She didn't leave. Ichiyochin couldn't tell what his mood was for a while. He was nervous and excited in his heart, especially when he saw her fall. His body almost reacted subconsciously. He rushed up to cushion her and then hugged her in his arms. Then, her back suddenly hit the gravel on the ground, causing Ichio to groan in pain. With a distorted expression, he held her tightly in his arms, like a drowning man grabbing his last straw. But he was still unwilling to give up, deliberately keeping a stern face, muttering, "Why are you running around when your body is not fully recovered? Don't you know if anyone will worry? You can't even walk steadily. What will you do if I'm not around to watch you in the future?" As soon as Ichiyochin finished speaking, he looked down and saw the bright red blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, and his face changed instantly. Yen, what's wrong with you? Where are you injured? He hurriedly grabbed her wrist hanging by her side, his hands trembling with nervousness. He originally wanted to feel her pulse, but he saw the gauze bandaged on her wrist and the blood on her clothes, which made him panic. What's wrong with your hand? Why did you make yourself like this again? Did you do it on purpose? Did you deliberately make me feel heartbroken? He staggered and tried to stand up. But he didn't stand firmly, and fell to the ground again. Fortunately, the person in his arms was protected by him. Nanyan reached out and touched his face. Yi Qiuchun only saw the blood stains between her fingers at this moment. It was warm and sticky on his face. And then he heard her hoarse voice say, I gave him the life-extending goo. So I accidentally became like this. Yi Qiuchun's expression paused after hearing this. His brain was confused for a moment, and he didn't react to what she said. But when he remembered what she said about the life-extending goo, the whole person was completely stagnant. Impossible. Impossible. How could she give someone something that could kill him? Yi Qiuchun held her hand tightly. At this moment, he was so worried that his heart almost stopped. You lied to me. You lied to me. Yi Qiuchun looked at her wound with trembling hands and feet. When he saw that the plum blossom mark of the goo had completely disappeared, his expression became distorted due to excessive tension. Then he lost control of himself. Tears fell one by one like money. Are you crazy? How can you give him anything? Don't you know that it will cost you your life? How can you? Nanyan raised her hand weakly, curled her fingers slightly, and then gently wiped the tears from his cheek. Because his sweetheart is sick. I owe him anyway. Her voice was intermittent and getting weaker and weaker. If I wasn't so selfish at the beginning and let him elope with me, he wouldn't have encountered so many things. Now, he has someone he likes. This is good? As she spoke, a trace of blood flowed out of her mouth again. Her head gently rested on his chest. Tears slid down her nose. And her weak voice was a little hoarse and apologetic. It's just, the only person I feel sorry for is you. In fact, I really want to live this ordinary life with you. She looked at him, and a hint of hope appeared in her eyes soaked with tears. Do you blame me? Blame me for breaking my promises again and again. And later. No, I don't blame you. Yi Qiuchun trembled, almost subconsciously grasped her palm, and then pressed it tightly against his face. I have never blamed you. Never. You never need to apologize to me. Everything is my own will. His tears seemed to break, and he hugged her tighter. It's me. I'm sorry for you. From the beginning to the end, I was the one who got in the way. It's me who hurt you. Yi Qiuchun looked at the blood flowing out of her mouth, and his heart seemed to have a big hole, and he was afraid and scared. You won't die. I'll find someone to save you. I'll find someone to save you now. Don't say anything. Okay? Save your strength. I'll take you to see a doctor now. I'll take you to see Ing Shichi. I'll help you teach him a lesson. I'll let him marry you. From now on I'll never force you again. You can do whatever you want. Please, don't die. Okay? Nanyan buried her head in his chest and coughed a few times. She couldn't hear what Yi Qiuchun said later, because this body had been at its limit since the moment the medicine was taken out. Nanyan felt the hot tear on her face, slowly raised her hand, gently touched his eyebrows. Her eyes were hazy, drifting farther and farther. I'm sorry, Yi Qiuchun. She slowly closed her eyes and murmured, wait for the next life. I will compensate you again. Okay? In the next life. You find me earlier. And then? I will fall in love first. She didn't even finish the last word you. The palm that was originally touching his cheek suddenly seemed to lose its strength and slid softly from the air. At this moment, Yi Qiuchun seemed to collapse. He hurriedly grabbed her pale fingertips and pressed them against his cheek, tears pouring out like a spring. No! I don't want the next life. I don't want the next life. Who can say what will happen in the next life? Is this life okay? I want you to compensate me in this life. Please get up. Yan. I beg you, please get up. Please get up and listen to my apology. I haven't said sorry to you yet. Everything is because of me. I'm too selfish. I made you unable to be together. It's my fault. Please get up and scold me. Please get up. Yan. Yi Qiuchun's tears flowed like a spring. His heart ached so much that he was about to suffocate. But no matter how he shouted, the person in his arms still didn't move at all, as quiet as if she was asleep. At this moment, he seemed to hear the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth splitting. He didn't understand. Really didn't understand. Why? Why was he still fine when he left in the morning? But he became like this in a blink of an eye. She must have lied to him. It was obviously him who should die. It was all his fault. He was too selfish. He selfishly thought that as long as he broke them up, he could get her love. Obviously, they could live happily for a lifetime. But it was because of him that they became like this. Yi Qiuchun sat on the ground in a daze. He didn't know how long he sat there. Until the next morning. Until his tears dried up. Until the person in his arms completely lost his temperature. And then, he heard heavy footsteps coming from the door. Someone pushed the door open with difficulty. He looked up and saw the disheveled Ing Shiqi. His face was covered with blood and dirt. Tears mixed with mud. And he stumbled through the door. Yan Yan. I'm here to find you. I remember everything. He staggered and knelt on the ground. Then struggled to crawl to her side. Carefully holding the pair of fingers that had already been cold and stiff. Yi Qiuchun didn't know what he had been through. But at this moment, the emotions accumulated in his heart seemed to have finally reached their peak. A strong killing intent burst out in his eyes. As if he couldn't hold it back anymore. He turned around and pulled out the long sword under the stone table. And stabbed the other's shoulder with force. Why didn't you die? Why did you come back alive? He shouted loudly. His eyes red. Do you know that we are about to start over? She has already promised to give me a chance. Why do you want to come back alive? You can live if you are alive. Why do you want to hurt her? The long sword stabbed 17's shoulder with force. But the man opposite didn't care at all. As if he didn't feel the pain. His body only paused for a moment. His hand still tightly holding the person in his arms. His chin rubbing her forehead intimately. And muttering, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He touched her face carefully. Tears kept flowing. It's my fault. I'm too stupid. I made you suffer so much injustice. Yan Yan. Can you get up and punish me? How could I be so stupid? How could I not think of you at the first time? Yan Yan. Get up and hit me. You can punish me in any way. I know I was wrong. I remember everything. I am your 17. Not Shiqi. Not the prince. I am your shadow guard. He repeated it over and over again. Like a madman. But the person in his arms had long been unconscious. Yi Qiuchun's fingers trembled slightly. And the sword seemed to be unable to stab any further. In fact, he was the one who deserved to die the most. He pulled hard. And the long sword was pulled out. With a trace of blood splashing out. At this moment, Yi Qiuchun felt as if all his strength had been drained. Obviously, he was the one who caused all this. He was the one who deserved to die the most. 17. Who was kneeling on the ground. Shook his body. He hugged the sleeping person in his arms tightly. Supported his weak legs to stand up. Then pursed his lips and coaxed in a low voice. Yan Yan. I will take you home. Okay? Back to our own home. He coaxed as if no one was around. Completely immersed in his own thoughts. Didn't you say that we can get married after buying candles and red silk? I actually bought them that day. I also bought a very beautiful hairpin. The stall owner told me that these are given to coaxing wives. Can I put it on you later? I want to eat the locust flower cake you made. When we get home, can you make it for me? If you find it troublesome, I can make it for you. I have learned a lot of things in the Shadow Guard building. I can make a lot of delicious food for you. If you are tired, take a nap first. I will wake you up when we get home. As he spoke, his voice became softer and softer, and his movements became more and more gentle, as if he was afraid of waking up the sleeping person in his arms. Then he carefully picked her up and walked towards the door. Zhao Shiqi disappeared. The day before he disappeared, he returned to the Pingnan Palace and calmly handed the medicine to the servants of the palace. Then he told the princess that he had completely recovered his memory. He was not Zhao Shiqi, the prince of Pingnan Palace. He was a shadow guard in the shadow guard building of Qixia Villa. The most important thing was that he told the princess that he had actually married a long time ago and would not stay in the palace anymore. He would leave here with his wife and live the life he wanted. The princess and her husband were surprised. They didn't expect that the first thing the child would do after recovering his memory was to leave the palace. Although they were extremely reluctant, seeing the child's unprecedented firm and resolute attitude. The prince and his wife had no choice but to let go. They owed the child too much. They couldn't disregard his wishes and oppose anything he wanted to do. They once wanted to pair the child with Yuyin, but now they had to give up. They just didn't know which girl the child would marry and what kind of person she was. 17 didn't reveal too much about this. When talking about marriage, he curved his lips and said that he married the best girl in the world. From then on, Ing Shiqi completely lost contact. as if there had never been a person named Shichi in this world. In the following years, no one knew where he went, and even the palace could not find any trace of him. Yi Qiuchun had been to the small village where the two of them had lived in seclusion before, and he stayed outside the yard for a long time. Later, I heard the nearby villagers talking after dinner that this small yard had been uninhabited for a long time. 3 years ago, a young man came here with his wife to live in seclusion, but the wife was in poor health and had not been seen for many years. It was not until later that the villagers realized that the poor health and inability to see people were all fake. The wife had actually died a long time ago, and it seemed that she died of illness. The man was too sad, so he buried his wife's grave in the yard. Then he talked to himself all day long, thinking that his wife was still alive. In fact, he was accompanied by this withered grave every day, which scared the children nearby. They usually walked around this yard, but the man was also very pitiful. On the day he died, he was still leaning against the tombstone, holding a jade pendant that was broken into 2 pieces in his hand. Later, the villagers buried him with his wife. Today, the weeds in the yard have grown taller than people, and in the weeds, there is still a lonely withered grave. Yi Qiuchun walked forward a few steps, and a few children beside him accidentally bumped into him while laughing and playing. The child was quite well-mannered. After saying sorry, he turned around and saw the house with a hint of fear in his eyes. He quickly called his friend and said to him, "Old man, you are an outsider and don't know that this house is a famous haunted house in the village. You can't go in. Otherwise you will be haunted by a female ghost." In just 3 years, Yi Qiuchun's hair had already turned gray. He turned around and smiled at the child, then said in a hoarse voice, "Really? Is there really a female ghost in there?" The child raised his head and said with certainty, "Of course. I used to secretly look through the crack of the door." The wind was howling inside. There were crows and snakes. Very scary. The little kids next to him echoed, "Yes. Yes. There are foxes in there. Those are raised by female ghosts. You must not go in. You will be eaten if you go in." Yi Qiuchun couldn't help laughing again. He reached out and touched the child's head, but his tone was relaxed. "Really? That's great. It would be great if she was entangled. I, old man, have been waiting for her for a long time. Look, my hair has turned white. If she really entangles me, let her take me away with her. Anyway, I have already made an agreement with her in the next life." Chapter 114 Lifesaver. Accompanied by a burst of system sound in her mind, Nan Yin opened her eyes again and returned to the familiar system space. This time the mission time was really long. Nan Yin rubbed her numb arms and walked down from the mission cabin. Her focus was obvious. How many points are there this time? When can the next world start? The system was obviously surprised. When did the lazy host become so diligent? You know, when opening the next world, the host would delay as much as possible and resolutely wait until the last moment. Now that the mission of this world has just ended, the host actually took the initiative to mention the next world. It seems that it has taught well, and there is still room for improvement. The points have not been settled yet. There is still time. Do you want to check the results of the last mission world? Nan Yin thought about it and nodded. Okay, let me take a look. The system responded, and the display screen in front immediately showed the general scene of the last world. The heroine Du Yuyan did not marry Zhao Shiqi in the end. She was lucky enough to save her life after getting the drug poison. But because Zhao Shiqi's memory was restored, the two never met again. After Du Yuyan was heartbroken, she finally obeyed the arrangement of the princess and married a gentle and loyal husband. Although the two did not love each other, they lived a life of respect. Zhao Shiqi took the body of Nan Yin back to the hut where they once lived together, and accompanied a dry grave day and night. Occasionally, he would tell her about their initial love in front of her grave. 3 years passed like this, until the last moment of his life. He still held the jade pendant tightly in his hand, and died with hatred. As for Yi Qiuchun, he would never forget the feeling of his beloved dying in his arms. Before he disappeared, he went to see their tombstones. He sat in front of the grave for a long time, muttering to himself, and no one knew what he was saying. At the moment before leaving, he deliberately buried half of the red rope on the left side of the tombstone, and the remaining half was circled around his wrist. After that, Yi Qiuchun disappeared. No one knew where he went, and the former Shadow Guard building also disappeared completely. After watching everything that happened on the display screen, Nan Yin blinked. indicating that there was no fluctuation in her heart. After resting for 3 days, she adjusted her mood and continued to open the next world. Sure enough, in this plot, the ending of the female supporting role was still as miserable as always. But think about it. If the female supporting role was not miserable, she would probably not appear. And this time it is also an ancient world, with the old routine of bloody ancient Chinese literature with a slight crematorium. To sum it up, there is only one sentence. That is, the male protagonist recognized the wrong savior. He mistakenly regarded the female supporting role Li Nanyan as his real savior, and ignored the female protagonist who was his real savior. So, when the truth was revealed later, the male protagonist regretted it and immediately started his long journey to pursue his wife. In the end, the two successfully resolved the misunderstanding and became a loving couple made in heaven with sweet love and no abuse. In this process, the abandoned original owner Li Nanyan unexpectedly entered a very embarrassing situation. The original owner Li Nanyan was the eldest daughter of the Li family. She was a famous beauty in the whole Yanyan city. She was more beautiful than others, and as beautiful as Shanhua. Although she was said to be gentle and virtuous, she was both talented and beautiful. But in fact, everyone who knows her knows that she is a fool lady with beautiful appearance but no brains. And her temperament is not pleasant. She is spoiled too much by her parents. So she is inevitably a little arrogant. Although she doesn't look very smart, she is not vicious. She can only be said to be a simple character in name only. In the original plot, the male protagonist Jin Yanli is a new noble of the dynasty, a close minister of the emperor, a truly calm and ruthless character, and also the sharpest knife in the hands of the emperor. He is directly under the current emperor. No one knows how he came out, but it is such a little person who has climbed step by step from an unknown person to a position above the court, becoming a favorite of the new emperor and quite trusted by the emperor. At that time, Jin Yanli was only in his early 20s. Men of the same age as him were still busy with the spring and autumn examinations, but he had already become an examiner and started working for the court. God is particularly kind to some people. Jin Yanli has outstanding abilities and appearance. Just based on that face, he has attracted many noble ladies in Beijing. Moreover, he has achieved so much at a young age. His career will definitely be even higher in the future. Such a new nobleman naturally became a hot figure in the whole Yanyan city for a while, and was the ideal husband in the minds of many unmarried women. And it was such a person, when matchmakers were knocking on the door of his house for noble ladies in Beijing. Jin Yanli sincerely invited Mrs. Zhou from the Duke's mansion to go to the Li family to propose marriage. Giving enough face to the Li family, and making his intentions clear, he came to propose marriage sincerely. And the one he was seeking was the eldest daughter of the Li family. That is the original owner, Li Nanyan. After hearing the news, the noble ladies in the whole Yanyan city burst into tears, and were so angry that their handkerchiefs were about to be torn into pieces. Everyone knew that the new noble Jin Yanli was in a high position at a young age. And the most important thing was that he was still clean and self-disciplined. And there was not even a maid to serve him. How could such a high-spirited and glorious Lord Jin not make them excited? But, who would have thought? Jin Yanli rejected all the matchmakers who came to propose marriage, and even went to the Duke's mansion in person to ask the Duke's wife to help him go to the Li mansion to propose marriage. What virtue and ability did Li Nanyan have? And what kind of vision did Lord Jin have? He actually fell in love with that stupid lady who only had beauty but no brains? Could it be that all men in this world are lustful people who are greedy for beauty? Even Lord Jin is no exception? But in fact, Jin Yanli really didn't fall in love with the peerless appearance of the eldest lady of the Li family. He went in and out of the court, and traveled all over the country to inspect various official affairs for the emperor. What kind of beauties had he not seen? He had seen many women who were more beautiful and gentle than Li Nanyan, and many local officials tried to please him and sent people to his house privately. But all of them were rejected by Jin Yanli. Jin Yanli wanted to marry Li Nanyan because this woman had saved his life in his most desperate and darkest moments. She was the woman who accompanied him and gave him warmth and salvation. Such a unique woman in his life. He naturally cherished her 100 times more. Unfortunately, at that time, Jin Yanli had no idea that his lifesaver was not Li Nanyan at all. It was the second daughter of the Li family, the real heroine Li Qingru. 2 years ago, Jin Yanli was ordered to go out to handle official business. The process was tortuous and difficult. Although he was careful, He was still careless and accidentally fell into the hands of the enemy on the way back and forth. Jean Yanli was injured. He was shot in the chest with an arrow, and the arrow was coated with poison. At that moment, he really thought he was going to die. But fortunately, there is always a way out. At the critical moment, Jean Yanli accidentally broke into a farm and hid in a haystack in a woodshed. He escaped the pursuit of the assassins by chance, but he fell into a coma because of his serious injuries. When Jean Yanli woke up, he found that he seemed to be rescued by someone. At the same time, there was a bad news. That is, he was blind. The arrow that was shot before was coated with poison. Although the wound was treated and bandaged, the poison gradually spread, causing him to lose sight of everything. That was Jean Yanli's darkest and most desperate moment. His blindness made him alert, suspicious and uneasy. Even the most decisive person could not calm down at this moment. He resisted anyone approaching him, worried that everyone who approached him had ulterior motives or wanted to kill him. It happened that at this time, the girl in the manor was always by his side. She took care of him carefully, brought him some food every day, and cleaned his wounds and the dirt on his face. Perhaps out of consideration for the reputation and safety of her daughter, the girl rarely talked to him, never asked his name, and never told him her own name. Jean Yanli only heard the voice of the little maid outside when she left one time, muttering in fear and trembling, "Miss, is this man a bad guy? He bled a lot. I heard from Lida, the coachman in the outer courtyard, that many strangers have come to the manor recently, saying they are looking for a bandit leader who has committed some heinous crime. Miss, do you think this man could be?" The woman didn't say anything, but just lowered her voice and gently scolded. "Okay, don't talk nonsense. If you are really scared, just don't come here in the future. But you must remember one thing. Don't tell anyone about this. Understand?" The little maid nodded in response. Jean Yanli vaguely guessed that she might be a lady from a wealthy family. She came out to play in the manor, but accidentally saved his life. The two didn't spend much time together, but in just a few days, Jean Yanli felt unprecedented warmth and redemption. He will never forget the soft touch of the woman's hand gently caressing his face, the light fragrance on her body, and the nervous palpitations when she approached. Although he didn't know the girl's appearance and name, Jean Yanli was still moved. He fell in love with the woman who saved him. Later, the shadow guard came to rescue him. For safety reasons, Jean Yanli could only leave with the shadow guard temporarily. However, before leaving, he left a jade pendant engraved with the word Jean in the haystack, hoping to find the other party with this jade pendant in the future. It was also a coincidence that on the day Jean Yanli left, Li Nanyan's personal maid came back to report that Chue, the maid beside the second young lady, had been behaving inappropriately recently and always went to the kitchen to steal food. Another maid also saw the second young lady staying up late at night, wearing a cloak and sneaking to the woodshed in the backyard. No one knew what she was doing. Some maids gossiped that the second young lady might have had a secret meeting with some man. Several people made the story sound very detailed. Li Nanyan was naturally furious when she heard the news. Although she and Li Qingru didn't get along, she also knew that if the news of meeting a man in the manor spread, the reputation of the Li family's children would be ruined. She immediately rushed to the firewood room with two little girls to see if Li Qingru had hidden a man in it. However, after going there, she found that there was no one in it at all. The bloodstains and bandages left behind had been cleaned up by the people brought by Jean Yanli. Just as Li Nanyan scolded the little maid and turned around to leave, she accidentally stepped on a jade pendant of high quality, which was obviously not from the servants in the manor. In this way, Li Nanyan picked up the jade pendant. When Li Qingru came to see it again, the seriously injured man had left. She didn't dare to make this matter public, so she pretended that nothing had happened and didn't dare to mention it again. But in fact, Li Qingru felt a little regretful. Although she didn't know the man's name, she was indeed moved by the man with outstanding appearance and outstanding temperament, especially when the two were together. Even if they didn't say anything, there seemed to be a kind of unspoken tacit understanding. In the next 6 months, Jean Yanli didn't appear again because of his wounds and detoxification. After he recovered from his wounds, the first thing he did was to find the girl who saved him in the farm. He soon found out that he had accidentally broken into the villa of Mr. Li, the editor of the Hanlin Academy. When he was injured, Miss Li was in the villa for summer vacation. After that, Jean Yanli met and tried several times, But Miss Li did not respond. Until the last time, Miss Li's carriage encountered an accident. When Jean Yanli stepped forward without hesitation to rescue her, a purse fell from Miss Li's waist. And the purse contained the jade pendant he had left in the woodshed. Now Jean Yanli was finally sure. He was surprised and excited. Li Nanyan was the one who saved him. She was the girl who had been with him in the darkness and never left him. She was almost the same as he imagined. Bright, beautiful and lively. As for why she had no reaction to his temptation, Jean Yanli quickly found a suitable reason for Li Nanyan. After all, she was a lady from a noble family, and she saved him under such circumstances. For the sake of her reputation, she would not show any emotion even if they met again in the future. But in fact, Li Nanyan really didn't know him. However, judging from the repeated encounters between Jean Yanli and her, the repeated life-saving grace, and the various things that helped her out at the banquet, even if she, Li Nanyan, was a wooden man, she was moved without hesitation. No one would refuse such a heartwarming man. Jean Yanli was actually a man with a sense of distance. Especially when it came to the noble ladies in Yinyan City. He was always unfaithful, and even too lazy to maintain the surface. His self-discipline was not for show. He really didn't like to get involved with women. But such a high-ranking and unfeminine Lord Jean was especially gentle when facing Li Nanyan. This man gave almost all his favor to her alone. Lord Jean, who was decisive and ruthless in the court the moment before, was like ice and snow melting when he saw Li Nanyan in the market the next second. His eyebrows and eyes were as gentle as the snow melting on the mountain top. Even the servants who served him sighed that their lord was too moody. It is really hard not to be moved by such a man who is so high and mighty and only loves you. Li Nanyan naturally fell in love with Jean Yanli. Later, Jean Yanli asked someone to come to the door to ask for marriage, and the Li family readily agreed. It was at this time that the heroine Li Qingru discovered that the man she had saved was a new nobleman of the dynasty, and the ideal husband that all the noble ladies in Beijing wanted to marry. Now there is one more of them, but the other party has become her brother-in-law. This made Li Qingru very sad, but she had no choice. She had no evidence to prove that she was the one who saved him. What's more, seeing him and Li Nanyan getting along with each other every day, he was so good to her, to a certain extent of indulgence. Even if Li Nanyan made a mistake, he could protect her without making a sound. With such love, how could she not be moved at all? It was just a life-saving favor. Could the other party really remember it for a lifetime? But in fact, Jean Yanli treated Li Nanyan well because he regarded her as his lifesaver, and married her for this reason. It was only after the engagement that he found that Li Nanyan seemed to be really unclear about the fact that she saved him. Every time he mentioned it, she was always vague. How could such a shrewd man who had been in the officialdom for many years not find something wrong? After several attempts, he found that Li Nanyan was really not the girl who saved him. But every time he mentioned this, Li Nanyan never denied it. And even every time she looked like it was true, and directly acknowledged this favor. This made Jean Yanli lose all his good impression of her instantly. Especially after she pretended to be his lifesaver. He felt even more disgusted. Later, during an autumn hunt with the emperor, Jean Yanli was attacked. It was at this time that Li Qingru rushed up to save him. Jean Yanli was surprised and shocked. But he didn't have a deep impression of Li Qingru. Moreover, he always heard this name from Li Nanyan, saying how she had bad intentions and was hypocritical, and told him not to pay attention to her. But now, looking at Li Qingru's beautiful eyebrows, Jean Yanli seemed to realize something. He vaguely felt that the woman in front of him was familiar. Later, during the escape, she even talked about what happened at the farm. It was at this time that Jean Yanli finally recognized that the woman in front of him was his real savior. She was not the hypocritical and annoying woman that Li Nanyan said. Everything was just Li Nanyan's jealousy and deliberate discrediting of his concubine sister. Now Jean Yanli finally found the girl who saved him. She was also a lady of the Li family, but a concubine's daughter. She followed Li Nanyan to escape the summer heat at the farm and accidentally saved him. However, the jade pendant was somehow picked up by Li Nanyan, who even took advantage of the mistake to claim it as hers. After understanding the cause and effect of the incident, Jean Yanli went to the Li family's eldest daughter's marriage after the autumn hunt and turned to marry the second daughter of the Li family. Li Nanyan also became the laughing stock of the entire Yinyan city. Outsiders did not know the inside story, but only knew that Li Nanyan's fiancée was snatched away by her concubine sister. In order to protect Li Qingrou's reputation, Jin Yanli did not talk about anything else, but only said that the Li family was deceiving, and the person he wanted to marry was Li Qingrou from beginning to end. A higher rank can crush a person. Jin Yanli is a close minister of the emperor, while Li's father is just an editor of the Imperial Academy. They can only bear such a loss in the court and outside the court. Then, Li Nanyan's marriage was changed to Li Qingrou. After all, she is still the daughter of the old Li family. Right? They can only wrong this eldest daughter for the time being. However, Li Nanyan naturally refused to accept this wrong. She really liked Jin Yanli. She also admitted that she had some crooked thoughts and pretended to be his savior. But is it possible that there is no feeling between the two of them after being together for so long? Even if she is not his savior, they have been together for so long? Is it possible that such a long time is not as good as that one favor? But it is obvious that Jin Yanli's love for her is entirely because of that favor. After learning that she is not the one he has in mind, Jin Yanli found that he felt disgusted no matter how he looked at her, and was extremely annoyed by her entanglement. But no matter how he expressed his attitude, Li Nanyan just refused to let go and kept pestering her. Li Qingrou misunderstood because of the tug-of-war between the two. She thought that the two were still in contact. After all, she had seen them getting close, and that scene was really unforgettable for her. Under the continuous blows, Li Qingrou could only secretly confide this matter to a confidant she had saved before, who was the second male Xiao Feihe in the plot. Xiao Feihe was originally the posthumous son of the eldest princess. The eldest princess and the new emperor were born of the same mother. She died to protect this emperor's younger brother in the fight for the throne. Her only request before her death was that the emperor take more care of her only child. The emperor naturally agreed, and doted on the child left by his own sister. He spoiled him lawless and became a famous dandy in Yanyan City. But that was only an appearance. The fate between Xiao Feihe and Li Qingrou was also due to an unintentional life-saving grace. It can only be said that the two were destined to be together. Xiao Feihe went out hunting and accidentally fell into a deep pit after being startled by his horse. There was a trap set by the hunter in the pit. Xiao Feihe was seriously injured and was about to die of blood loss. It was at this time that Li Qingrou appeared in time to find him and found a servant to save him. The two met and became attached to each other. In the subsequent interactions, Xiao Feihe fell in love with this gentle and kind woman silently. But he knew that he had a bad reputation, so he never dared to ask for marriage casually. And now, the sweetheart has someone he likes. Xiao Feihe felt bitter in his heart, but he could only let go silently. He knew that Li Qingrou liked Jin Yanli, so he had been secretly by her side and never crossed the line. What he didn't know was that she liked him so painfully. In order to let his sweetheart be with the one she liked, and to make her less painful, Xiao Feihe made a very despicable decision. He deliberately approached Li Nanyan. He constantly comforted and protected the other party when she was most helpless and embarrassed, and induced the other party to fall in love with him little by little, just to make Li Nanyan stop pestering Jin Yanli. He did succeed. Li Nanyan was heartbroken under the repeated blows of Jin Yanli, and Xiao Feihe took advantage of this opportunity. He was really good to her. So good to her without any bottom line. He made her happy, took her to fly kites, bought her delicious food, took her to all kinds of interesting places, and told jokes when she cried. Li Nanyan had never met such a humorous and good man to her in her life. Even when she was with Jin Yanli, she had never been so moved. So Li Nanyan naturally fell in love with someone else. She fell in love with Xiao Feihe, even more deeply than she loved Jin Yanli. When Li Nanyan asked the other party to come to propose marriage, Xiao Feihe suddenly pulled away and told her the truth mercilessly. He didn't like her. The person he liked was Li Qingrou. He was with her from beginning to end just to stop entangled with Jin Yanli. Li Nanyan became a joke again. She was betrayed and abandoned again and again. Her reputation was ruined, and she became the laughing stock of the whole Yanyan city. She couldn't accept it for a while. After crying and making a fuss, she almost collapsed. In the end, she went to the temple alone. She wanted to live a life of seclusion, but she never thought that she met human traffickers in the temple and was abducted. Originally, she had a chance to be rescued. Li Nanyan finally escaped from the temple. When she saw Xiao Feihe's carriage and servant on the roadside, she frantically asked him for help. But he mistakenly thought that she was stubborn and entangled. Especially when Xiao Feihe heard Li Nanyan's voice. He just said coldly, "Don't worry about her." Then he drove the carriage away directly. This action also completely stunned Li Nanyan. She didn't even have time to say anything, and the other party left without hesitation. In the end, she was recaptured by those people. Finally, on the way to Yangzhou, Li Nanyan committed suicide by jumping into the river. Chapter 115. When Nanyan roughly sorted out all the plots in her mind, there was only one absurd thing left in her mind. The fact that the male protagonist loved only the savior was simply absurd. It was true that the male protagonist was moved by the female protagonist's life-saving grace, but he was blind and seriously injured when hiding in the woodshed. In addition, the female protagonist deliberately concealed their identities as a couple, and the two of them didn't even talk much. The only trace of his heart was the female protagonist's gentleness and care for him. He was moved by that dreamlike figure. But later, when the male protagonist Jin Yanli found Li Nanyan, he knew what kind of person Li Nanyan was during their time together. He knew that she was not smart enough and had a big heart. She was often bullied and couldn't react, so he would take care of her more in secret. He also knew that although she was a little spoiled, she was actually very kind and never held grudges. Wasn't it because Li Nanyan's personality suited his heart that he was attracted to her and decided to marry her? Why did all his original love and affection disappear completely after he knew she was not his lifesaver? It's simply inexplicable. How can it be so? Can feelings be taken back so easily? The male protagonist was moved by a lifesaver. Although he recognized the wrong person, if he really liked another person, could he admit his love? It was obvious that his daily life with Li Nanyan was real. Moreover, when they were praying in the temple, they loved each other. In the lush peach forest at the foot of the mountain, was it also false that Jin Yanli took the initiative to kiss her because of his love? He had clearly hugged, kissed, and even touched her accidentally. And he had completely flirted with the innocent girl. Can he just turn around and say that he had recognized the wrong person to cancel everything? It's really ridiculous. Just because Li Nanyan is not the heroine. Even if Jin Yanli was really moved by her, it was just that he had recognized the wrong person, and that move was not for her. Nanyan thought, maybe the only thing he really fell in love with was the life-saving grace? That's why he could withdraw his emotions without hesitation and turn around to marry another person. At this moment, the time point when Nanyan entered this world happened to be that the two had reached the stage of discussing marriage. Half a month ago, Jin Yanli directly invited the Duke's wife to propose marriage. The two had officially engaged 3 days ago, and they could be married in another 3 months. Just on the third day after the two had just been engaged, Jin Yanli vaguely sensed something wrong. Originally, he thought that since the two of them had already been engaged, it would not be abrupt or offensive for him to mention the past, and Nanyan would not have to deliberately hide it. But when he mentioned the life-saving incident in the farm's woodshed, his fiancée was vague for a long time and could not explain it clearly. In the end, she had no choice but to pull his sleeve and say coquettishly, "Oh, the past is the past, and the future life is the most important. Aren't you with me because you like me?" Jin Yanli's face changed slightly, but he did not show it at all. He concealed it very well. He had been in the officialdom for many years, so he would not be so ignorant of this. So he tried again calmly. "Well, you are right. The past is indeed the past. But if you hadn't secretly saved my life in the woodshed, I might not have survived. I will never forget this kindness." As he spoke, he couldn't help but raise his hand and touch Li Nanyan's hair. Although he was smiling, the look in his eyes seemed a little faint. "And do you still remember the wound on my left chest at that time? If you hadn't treated it in time, there might not be a person like Jin Yanli in this life." Li Nanyan smiled and said she remembered. But her expression was obviously a little unnatural when she said this. And she might really not be good at lying. After talking for a long time, she didn't realize that she had been completely exposed. Jin Yanli's heart suddenly became colder. In fact, the arrow wound was not on the left chest at all, but clearly between the waist and abdomen. The position was so different. If it was dark at the time, and she was too nervous to remember the position clearly, it would be understandable. But she would secretly go over to change the dressing for him every day afterwards. How could she remember such an obvious thing wrong? Jin Yanli was finally sure now. Li Nanyan had clearly lied to him. She didn't know what happened in the firewood room at the beginning, and this matter was completely confirmed in his test this time. Li Nanyan didn't even know where his wound was. How could she be the girl who took care of him at the beginning? So, from beginning to end, she was not the lifesaver he had been thinking about. If it was his own problem to recognize the wrong person because of the jade pendant at the beginning, why did she never deny it every time he mentioned it afterwards? Even making a mistake and misleading him into thinking that the person was her? This liar. Jean Yanli couldn't hide his irritation for a while. And he was even more disgusted with this woman who pretended to be his savior. The reason why Li Nanyan made the best of it was naturally because she really liked the person who protected and cared for her. At first, she didn't understand why the rumored unkind, cold and decisive Lord Jean always showed her kindness, helped her out, smiled at her, helped her teach the dandies who blocked her way, and appeared at the first time when her carriage had an accident, and then saved her in a critical moment. Such a high-ranking man who was indifferent and disdainful to all women, but only soft and partial to her. It would be difficult for her not to be moved. Right? Besides, she was just a lady from a noble family who had never seen much of the world, although the word lady was also flattering her. After all, Li Nanyan was still very clear about her own weight. She was not good at playing chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. She was not gentle or virtuous. She liked to take a group of maids for a stroll when she had nothing to do. She listened to a group of noble ladies talking about romance and gossip together, buying all kinds of rouge and powder and beautiful jewelry. She loved to read the new short stories published by Zhang's bookstore. She had read too many stories, so she was particularly looking forward to the drama of talented men and beautiful women falling in love at first sight. She felt that she was a beautiful woman, and the beautiful and brainless Miss Li had a kind of mysterious confidence. She felt that she and the handsome Lord Jean were a perfect match made in heaven. However, in the subsequent approach and getting along, Li Nanyan gradually realized that something was wrong. Although she was not smart enough, she was not really stupid. When Jean Yanli vaguely told her that he had deliberately left the jade pendant in the woodshed, and thought about the maid's noisy complaints at that time, she began to understand that the person who saved him should be her half-sister Li Qingru, and she just picked up the jade pendant by accident. So he mistakenly thought she was his savior. Li Nanyan was more angry than jealous. Li Qingru actually secretly kept a wild man in the farm behind her back, and this wild man later became her fiancé. As expected, Li Nanyan secretly concealed this matter. In her opinion, it was just a life-saving favor, which was not considered true love. Isn't she still the one who is really with him now? And isn't she also the one he said he likes? After all, life-saving favor and admiration are completely different things. Perhaps after you really like someone, you will be a little worried about gains and losses. Li Nanyan was originally delicate and petty, but after falling in love with Jean Yanli, she slowly began to restrain her temper and began to try to change herself for him. In front of him, she tried hard to be a gentle and virtuous woman, and gradually tried to change herself in the direction he liked in his mind, always hoping to show her best side to her lover. The more she liked Jean Yanli, the more sensitive she became, especially when Li Qingru appeared in front of them. Li Nanyan was like a kitten protecting its food, and her hair stood on end. After all, she had suffered a lot from this concubine sister. She was ridiculed by her several times, and she couldn't react for a long time. Otherwise, some gossip about the eldest daughter of the Li family being beautiful but brainless would not have spread. Now she finally had a chance to avenge her previous shame. Li Nanyan was of course very proud, and she was particularly careful to show their intimacy in front of the other party, giving her a purse, holding her hand, and whispering in his ear with a red face. Sometimes she would bully others without any bottom line. She was a little vain, and she naturally relied on the power of this powerful Lord Jean. After all, he was her fiancé. She would also speak ill of her concubine sister in front of Jean Yanli, openly expressing her dislike for this concubine sister, and then asking her lover not to like her, let alone have any contact with her. She was so spoiled and willful that people could not resist. Jean Yanli did not understand where she came from at first, but he naturally saw through her little thoughts. Not only did he not feel angry, but he felt that Li Nanyan, who was jealous and angry, was also particularly lively and interesting. Everyone said that she was empty-headed, but he only thought that she was simple and kind, and even the glaring eyes were just right, as if he saw into his heart, making people feel soft. And all this joy and love suddenly disappeared after learning that she was not his savior. Really? Well, it's unreasonable. However, there are many unreasonable places. What surprised Nanyan was that Jean Yanli did not expose her lies immediately after learning that her savior was a real fake. It should be said that he has not completely torn his face with her, but in fact his attitude has changed a little, becoming a little cold. And Nan Yen can understand his behavior. After all, the two have just been engaged. And now all the prominent people in Yin City know about their relationship. Suddenly canceling the engagement will inevitably lead to gossip. And it will not be helpful even in the court. Another thing is that Jean Yanli still doesn't know who the girl who really saved him was. However, since the jade pendant is in her hand, it means that Li Nan Yen also knows that woman. So he still needs to get the real identity of the woman from her. And now, Nan Yen was forced into a small corner of the study by the man in front of her, and had to look up at the man in front of her. This was in Jean Yanli's study. And the reason why Nan Yen came here was because she felt that her fiancé seemed a little cold to her. She also heard the maids, who went out to buy things in the mansion, say that Master Jean was resting at home because of a cold. Li Nan Yen, who was originally looking forward to meeting her fiancé, couldn't sit still anymore. She brought 2 little maids and rushed to Jin's mansion eagerly. Just like before. It stands to reason that the two had just been engaged and should not meet before getting married. But the customs of the Dali dynasty were open, and the barriers between men and women were not strict, as long as both parties were self-disciplined and polite. Some things didn't need to be too obvious. However, no matter how I looked at this person in front of me, I felt that something was wrong. Nan Yen raised her eyes and looked at the man in front of her. Master Jean was born with a pair of cold, roving eyes, long eyebrows slightly retracted, lips pale, and only a faint blood line between the lips. Perhaps because he had been in the court for too long. He looked at people with a casual killing feeling. His eyes were like a calm and peaceful deep pool. Deep and quiet, without any ripples. Especially when he looked at people with an expressionless face. The invisible sense of oppression was really hard to resist, especially under such a gaze. Nan Yen was really embarrassed to turn her face away. Her face was slightly red, thinking of their current relationship and the increasingly cold attitude of this person recently. She suddenly felt a lot more resentful. What's wrong with you recently? Either you ignore me, but you keep staring at me when I come. Didn't you say you were sick? Why don't you take a good rest? Nan Yen snorted lightly, and acted like a spoiled child with some complaints. Jean Yanli thought of the truth he had just learned not long ago, and thought of the other party's 3-party deception twice, and his heart became colder. He looked at the woman in front of him carefully, from head to toe without leaving any trace. The more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. He should have noticed it long ago. Although he couldn't see with his eyes at that time, his feelings would not be wrong. The girl who saved him was very gentle and introverted. She was careful and meticulous in everything she did. Although she didn't talk to him much, her every move revealed the gentleness and beauty of a lady from a noble family, which was completely different from the spoiled, willful, and empty-headed woman in front of him. It's ridiculous. How could he have thought that she was the woman who saved him? There was obviously no similarity from head to toe. And now, she is still deceiving him. Jean Yanli kept staring at Nan Yan's face. She thought she might feel guilty, but he might have really overestimated her brain. Who could have expected that when he looked at her like this, the woman's face would slowly turn red. Her fair face was surging with rosy clouds, as if stained with a thin layer of blush. And she looked back at him with watery eyes. What happened to you today? Why are you looking at me like this? Who made you angry again? Hearing what she said, Jean Yanli on the opposite side didn't seem to react. Instead, he asked meaningfully, "You're right. If someone cheated me, what do you think I should do?" Nan Yen blinked and answered without thinking. "Of course I would punish him." After saying that, she reacted a little bit belatedly, and asked hesitantly, "What's wrong? Did someone cheat you? Who was it?" Jean Yanli glanced down at her, but didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked calmly, "How do you want me to punish her?" Nan Yen felt tired of talking like this. He was too tall, and so close to her. She felt uncomfortable raising her head. So she turned her head uncomfortably and looked at his cuffs. Her little finger couldn't control itself and finally got entangled with it. Then she smiled and said, "Anyway, to punish someone, you have to punish him with the most important thing. Just like my father usually punishes me with my monthly silver. It's not enough to begin with. And if he punishes me again, I won't even have enough money to buy snacks." As soon as she finished speaking, her sleeve was pulled out. Jean Yanli sneered, and then asked her, "Has Yan Yan ever hidden anything from me?" When Nan Yen heard what he said, her face turned pale. But she soon returned to normal. She bit her lip and her eyes wandered. And her voice was hesitant. No. Hearing this, Jean Yanli's expression became more indifferent. Have you really never hidden anything? Nan Yan snorted twice, twisting her handkerchief with her fingers, twisting it tighter and tighter. She would occasionally glance at him. And when the other party looked over, she immediately moved away uncomfortably. And finally her voice floated. Actually, when you first approached me, I felt that you looked like a woman, without any manliness. Jean Yanli. There was silence in the room for a moment. Mr. Jean, who has always been mean and ungrateful, didn't know what to say for a while. Then I heard the person opposite shrinking his head and continue to say, I read in the storybook that most men like this are a little abnormal. Later, I heard a lot of gossip about you from some good friends. They said that Lord Jean is not close to women because he has some unknown habits. So they spread a lot of gossip about you to many noble ladies, saying that you are inhumane, and you have a quirk of long. And, seeing that this person's words are getting more and more excessive, Jean Yanli can't help it. He took a deep breath and directly reached out to push the woman in front of him against the window frame behind him. Okay. Can I be humane? Didn't you feel it very clearly that day? What long quirks? What messy storybooks have you read recently? Can this kind of gossip be spread randomly? He was talking about the previous time in the peach blossom forest, when the two of them were in love. They couldn't help but feel a little bit uncontrollable. And when they kissed, the man naturally had some unknown reactions. Lord Jean, who was always calm and steady, was also very angry at this moment. He didn't even remember what he had said before. Now, he just wanted to pry open her head to see what was inside. Spreading such messy gossips to others. Are these noble ladies just bored and have nothing to do? But the woman in front of him still had a pair of watery eyes and looked at him with a slightly red cheek. Did someone spread gossip to you? I'm sorry. I didn't know before. Otherwise, can I go and explain to them? She was about to get up and wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. But the person in front of her pulled her hard and pulled her into his arms. Jean Yanli's forehead twitched twice, and he felt a little tired for some reason. He looked down at the people. How are you going to explain this kind of thing? What's more, what's the point of explaining it to them? Li Nanyan, do you still want your reputation? Nanyan seemed to have just reacted, blushing and lying on his chest, blinking twice, and then showing an innocent look. Then I won't say anything. Okay? Jean Yanli breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, and I don't know if it's because they are engaged, this person is not as restrained as before in front of him, but more and more revealing his true nature. Looking at the bright and moving face in front of his chest, Nanyan lay at his arms honestly, her black hair scattered on her shoulders, her skin still glowing with a faint blush, like a crabapple that has just bloomed on the branch. Fresh and beautiful, Jean Yanli is a normal man, and he will look at the woman in front of him with the eyes of a normal man. He didn't like women before because he had never met one that made his heart beat. Later, he finally met one, but it turned out to be a fake. But at this moment, Jean Yanli's mood was also a bit complicated. He didn't know what his feelings were for the person in front of him. Reason told him that he should hate it, but there was a trace of inexplicable desire in his heart. Jean Yanli. Nan Yan's voice was soft and a little nervous. She blushed and looked at him. Seeing his complicated eyes, she moved her eyes away uncomfortably, then poked two fingers together. Why are you staring at me like this? Could it be? Are you thinking about it again? Hearing this, Jean Yanli was really confused for a while. What are you thinking about again? What else could she be thinking about? Nan Yan pursed her lips. Her expression seemed a little tangled and hesitant, but she looked at the man in front of her. And then, as if she had made a decision, she turned over and withdrew from his arms, then pressed him against the window frame, pouted her lips, and kissed him without caring about anything. This move made Jean Yanli a little confused, and he didn't react for a while, so he forgot to struggle, and was directly pressed against the windowsill. The kiss made his lips hurt a little, and all the anger in his heart disappeared instantly. When the servant outside heard the noise, he looked up and saw the scene where the eldest lady of the Li family pressed his master against the window and kissed him unconsciously. He was shocked for a moment. So, his master was actually the one below? Is the eldest lady of the Li family so tough? After kissing the man, Nanyan blushed a little. Her lips were rosy and her eyes were moist, especially when she saw Jean Yanli across from her still staring at her. She immediately showed a mysterious expression on her face. We have already kissed. Why are you still not satisfied? Why are you still staring at me? Hearing the question, Jean Yanli quickly suppressed his emotions and said directly, Why? You are now my fiancé. Can't I even look at you twice? Ha. Hypocritical. The words sound nice. But I don't know what he thinks in his heart. Chapter 116. Nan Yin pursed her lips, as if she didn't notice the coldness in his tone. She felt a little pain on her lips, and her expression changed a little accusingly. Finally, she couldn't help but glared at the man with resentment. It's not that I can't do it, but, Jean Yanli, your relative's skills are too poor. And you broke their lips. Jean Yanli's eyes fell on the beautiful lips, and then moved away without a trace. Can you blame me? If you hadn't rushed over, would you have accidentally bumped into it? Nan Yin snorted twice, and looked up at him again. She thought to herself, this man is quite restrained. In such a short time, all his previous emotions have stabilized, and his face is calm as if nothing has happened. No wonder he is a close minister of the emperor who is mixed in the court. This skill of keeping calm is not something that ordinary people can match. And Nan Yin immediately became a little emotional after hearing this, and a slightly accusing expression immediately appeared on her face. Perhaps it was because Jean Yanli used to comfort and give in to her, instead of being so cold now. That made her feel uncomfortable for a while. But when you kissed me at the foot of the mountain before, didn't you suddenly lean over? What's wrong with me kissing you? Besides, we can do this with our current relationship. At the end of her words, her voice became lower and lower. Although she spoke in a righteous tone, her face was a little shy and uncomfortable, and her cheeks seemed to be slightly red, as if stained with clouds. Jean Yanli's desire gradually cooled down at this time. Hearing what she said, thinking of the scene of praying in the temple before, it was originally a very beautiful memory. But as long as he thought of the person in front of him pretending to be someone else and deceiving him, he couldn't help but feel a little ironic, with a sneer on his face. Really? What Yin Yin meant by saying this? Could it be that you are eager to get married, and want me to marry you back home earlier? He originally meant to ridicule Miss Li in front of him, for not being reserved and implicit, and not having the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. Normal people should be ashamed and embarrassed. But the person in front of her obviously has a different mind from normal people, and she can't hear the sarcasm in his words at all. The pair of black sandalwood eyes blinked twice, and then nodded very honestly, like a chicken pecking rice. Her hands climbed up his arm at some point, her eyes sparkling. How did you know? I just want to marry you earlier. The tone was quite impatient. Jean Yanli was speechless for a moment. What else can I say? Her mind can't keep up with the rhythm of the official, and she can't even hear the sarcasm. Perhaps because Jean Yanli's expression was too obvious. Nan Yin finally realized that she was shy. She blushed unconsciously, then turned her head uncomfortably and stared at her shoes, poking her fingers together. I read in the storybook that after getting married, you can be husband and wife. And you can do many things that only husband and wife can do. The book says that the feeling is lingering and soul-stirring. The more she talked, the redder her face became. Her little face was flushed, and she looked expectant. She really didn't have the reserved and subtle girlish look at all. She was getting more and more excessive. Jean Yanli couldn't stand it anymore. So he raised his hand and knocked her head. What kind of messy storybook have you read recently? Can you talk about such things casually? Nan Yin immediately cried out ouch and touched her head that was hit. She showed an aggrieved expression on her face again, and then she calmly began to play the pig and eat the tiger. I didn't read anything. Just a few books, she said and looked up at him again. Her eyes were watery, and her eyes were cautious, as if she was sharing with him the treasure she had collected for many years. It's the latest sequel of Yulo Chunin published by Zhang's book house. Xiao Tao fought for it for a long time. If you want to read it, I can lend it to you. Jean Yanli's face suddenly turned black. He was really impressed by her. He found that when he was with her, his thoughts were easily led astray. So he stretched out his hand and pushed the man away. Enough? What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I am like you? Ignorant and unlearned. Just reading these messy things all day long? This man's expressionless face is quite oppressive, especially when his quiet and deep eyes stare at people without blinking. It is hard not to be afraid. Maybe he wants to use his eyes to shut the man in front of him. If it were in the past, this trick should be quite useful. After all, the original owner Li Nan Yin was a little afraid of this fiancé. But now? Nan Yin was scolded but not angry. She even wanted to laugh in her heart. It's better to be angry. Being angry means that he still cares about her in his heart. It's better to draw out the emotions hidden in his heart. As she spoke, she seemed to think of something again. She tilted her head and asked him with some doubts. But I don't understand some places. The book said something about stripping her clothes, playing with her tongue, and then you and I are affectionate, and finally gently twisting. Shut up. Before she finished her words, the other party covered her mouth tightly, afraid that she would say another word. It was really unbearable to hear. Jean Yanli couldn't help it this time. Sir Jean, who always called the wind and rain in the court and made his colleagues in the censorate blush and speechless, tasted the taste of suffocation on a little girl for the first time today. This kind of person couldn't hit her, scolded her, but she couldn't understand. And being angry with her was completely irritating himself. It was really uncomfortable. Jean Yanli even had difficulty breathing for a while. Li Nanyan, you are very bold now. What kind of things are you reading that are immoral? Can you say such obscene words to men casually? All the books are confiscated. All confiscated? Jean Yanli was really angry this time. And his jade-like face was slightly red. He was really impressed by the person in front of him. He has been in a high position for many years, and he hasn't felt so frustrated and irritable for a long time. And he found that he didn't know why. As if as long as he faced this brainless young lady in front of him, all his original calmness and rationality were broken. And it was broken very thoroughly. Really want to knock open this young lady's brain to see what kind of mess is filled in it. Is he afraid that he doesn't know that she has no brain? When Nan Yin saw that Jean Yanli was really angry, she immediately went forward with a soft voice to coax him. This coaxing skill didn't know where she learned it from. She pulled his arm and shook it back and forth in his arms. Okay. Okay. I won't say it anymore. Okay? The pair of watery eyes looked at people eagerly, full of pleading. I bought those rare books with great difficulty, and spent 2 months' monthly silver. Don't confiscate them. Okay? Lord Jean, you are magnanimous. Don't bother with me. A little girl. Okay? Seeing that he was unwilling to give in and his face was as angry as ever, she changed the subject very simply. Besides, I came to see you today on purpose. I heard from the maid in the mansion 2 days ago that September 12th is your birthday. I wanted to make you a dinner myself. Jean Yanli, please don't be angry. Okay? Hearing this, Jean Yanli, who had been stern, finally softened his expression. Perhaps Li Nanyan's words accidentally touched a soft spot in his heart. In the early years, when he had not yet entered the court as an official, he had only a wet nurse to accompany him on his birthday. The wet nurse was old, and would always make him a bowl of longevity noodles on his birthday. Later, the wet nurse died of illness. He had almost no relatives in this world. No one had accompanied him on his birthday for so many years. Li Nanyan suddenly mentioned this, causing Jean Yanli to pause for a moment, then looked down at her with some surprise in his eyes. Why? You? A young lady. Can you cook for me? Nan Yin immediately smiled at him. Her chest puffed up. Her eyes were looking at him sincerely, with a mysterious and confident expression on her face. Of course. Of course. I'm here to spend your birthday with you. And I've learned a few tricks from the maids in the mansion. Wait for me to cook for you. Okay? Jean Yanli didn't have any expectations at first. But after hearing her say this, he was a little curious. So he said lightly, and then said lightly, then you try it. Haha. It's a beautiful thought. And you'll die if you try it. Cooking is impossible. The important thing is to cultivate feelings. And this kind of daily interaction is rare. Nan Yin blinked, and immediately pulled his sleeve and began to beg. Then can you accompany me? Anyway, you have finished your official duties today. So accompany me. Just sit there and watch. I won't hinder you. I promise not to delay your rest. This endless entanglement is really unbearable, especially looking at Nan Yan's expectant eyes and expression. Jean Yanli didn't know if he was dizzy or what. The rejection that was already on his lips suddenly turned into an agreement. And then he looked at Nan Yin in front of him and smiled brightly at him without hesitation. His fiancée, who usually restrained herself in front of him, now completely let herself go, directly took his finger and went to the kitchen. That expression was even happier than picking up silver. She was muttering while leading him. And Jean Yanli didn't hear what she said. He only felt that the other party's soft palm was tightly pressed against his palm. Her little hands were really soft. as if they had no bones, completely different from his palms covered with calluses. But she was still not obedient, poking and tugging at his palms with her little fingers from time to time, rubbing and rubbing. Not at all content. Jean Yanli didn't know why, but he suddenly became a little upset. He found that things seemed to be out of his control, as if he had been led by the nose by the woman in front of him from beginning to end. Obviously from the beginning. He was very angry that she pretended to be his savior and deceived him. He didn't know when his disgust and dislike for her turned into irritation, and finally became like this. Jean Yanli frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly thought of something, and the confusion in his heart gradually calmed down. After all, he still had to find his real savior through her, so it would be okay to indulge her a little now, just as compensation. After all, this engagement would be cancelled sooner or later. He has always liked the girl who saved him in the darkness, not the fake one in front of him. Jean Yanli was really led into the kitchen by Nan Yin. As soon as he entered the door, the two maids who were sitting and lazy immediately stood up and saluted, and shouted stiffly, "My lord, why are you here in person? Just let the housekeeper tell you what you want to eat." Jean Yanli immediately waved at the two of them, too lazy to listen to their insincere nonsense. As a close minister of the emperor, he had been used to a hard life since childhood. Although he was in a high position and had great power, he still did not have the Confucian thought that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. However, Jean Yanli had been in a high position for a long time and had always been serious, so the servants in the mansion were very afraid of him. When they saw him coming, they were naturally trembling with fear and did not dare to slack off. The two maids retreated after being called by Nan Yin, and then pulled Jean Yanli to sit down at the side. Jean Yanli frowned slightly, but he didn't dislike her. He saw that she had been tidying up from the beginning, and had the temperament of a lady from a noble family. But after a while, Jean Yanli almost had the urge to slap himself to death. He felt that he really believed her lies, not to mention that she made the kitchen smoky and humid. She almost chopped off her hand when killing a fish, and she didn't even scrape the scales off. After finally cleaning up halfway, she was unwilling to be outdone and provoked the big white goose that had just been bought back home. Was she someone she could provoke? As a result, she was pecked by the goose and fled everywhere, in a miserable state. Even her hair was loose. Finally, with tears in her eyes, she cried and threw herself into his arms and let him decide. Jean Yanli had never had such a headache in his life. He was about to explode. He was still in charge? What charge? To help her in a goose? Should he help her get promoted to a court, and then give the goose 30 strokes of the cane? And what on earth was she doing here? Didn't she say she would cook for him and spend his birthday with him? Did she come here to harm him on purpose? Or did she come to the Jean mansion to destroy the house? What Jean Yanli couldn't stand the most was that she actually fought with the cat he raised. The white cat was also a fierce creature. Its name was Snow Lion, which sounded very majestic. Of course, it had a bad temper. It usually liked to squat in the kitchen to eat some fresh fish. Today, when it saw the half-dead fish in Nan Yan's hand, Snow Lion saw it accurately and rushed up to grab the fish head and ran away. What a joke. Can Nan Yan tolerate this? She still remembers clearly that in the original plot, this cat was also a snobby cat. The original owner treated it with good food and drink, but it just ignored it. It usually refused to let anyone touch it except the male protagonist. Its arrogant look was exactly like the male protagonist. But when the real female protagonist appeared in the later period, it was completely different. She didn't give food but still rub against others. She had no bottom line than a dog and didn't have the momentum of a cat owner at all. Nan Yin really felt that this was outrageous. Maybe this was the unique trait of the real female protagonist, so powerful that even these cats and dogs could not resist it. Then a man and a cat started fighting, one running in front and the other chasing behind. This scene became a great spectacle in the mansion, especially the energetic old housekeeper who was pruning branches in the yard. Hearing the movement from the mansion, he shook his head and smiled and sighed to the servant beside Jean Yanli that young people nowadays are really energetic. This Miss Li is really the nemesis of our master, Jean Wu. Look, our house used to be gloomy, without even a friend to visit. The master was cold and taciturn, and was busy with official business on weekdays. There was no fireworks in the house. Sure enough, it was different when Miss Li came. Look at how lively our house is. In the end, the fish was snatched back, but it had been eaten half. The most important thing was that Miss Li lost the fight and was scratched by the cat. A bright blood mark appeared on the back of her hand. In the end, she cried and threw herself into Jean Yanli's arms, asking for a hug and comfort. Jean Yanli. He felt that he really deepened his understanding of this young lady. He had never discovered that she had such an outrageous side before. He had only heard from his friends that Miss Lee was spoiled and not gentle enough. But he really didn't expect that she could fight with a cat. And she lost. Losing was fine. What was the point of asking him to be the judge? Is he free? Such trivial matters also require him to take care of. No. It should be why such an outrageous thing happened in his house? Nan Yin still refused to give up, sobbing and hugging Jean Yanli's arm. This man had rejected her at the beginning. But now he was powerless. Nan Yin raised her little hand and handed it to him while crying. I'm bleeding. Don't you feel sorry for me? Don't you deserve it? Jean Yanli really couldn't help but scold him, and looked down at the person in his arms. Her hair was messy. Her eyes were slightly red from crying, and the end of her eyes were stained with tears, as if she had applied a layer of rouge. She didn't even know where her cuffs were scratched. How could she have the temperament of a lady from a noble family? He felt angry at first, but then he realized that he was always the one who was angry. And then he stopped being angry. However, the aggrieved look of the person in front of him made him feel a little pitiful. He probably felt that Li Nanyan was quite real and cute when he was confused. Maybe he had been in the court for a long time, and all the court officials, and young men, and women from noble families he saw were wearing a hypocritical mask to suppress each other, and wanted to kill each other. Now he suddenly met such a real iron fool. And Jean Yanli found it quite interesting. He just felt a little sympathetic that it must have been difficult for Lord Li to raise Miss Lee for so many years. Jean Yanli took a deep breath, and finally calmed down all the messy emotions in his heart. His eyes fell on the wound on the back of her hand again, and he raised his hand and knocked Nan Yan's head twice. Okay. Stop crying. You should be thankful that the snow lion's claws are trimmed and cleaned regularly. Otherwise your wound would definitely be more serious than it is now. Come here. I'll stop the bleeding for you first. Jean Yanli frowned again, and took people directly to the inner room. Nan Yin didn't make trouble this time. The usual noise would also make people annoyed. Nan Yin naturally understood this truth, so she honestly found a place to sit down, and then waited for this person to clean her wound. Jean Yanli asked the servant beside him to get a basin of clean water, and brought a bottle of wound medicine from the room, and then gently cleaned Nan Yan's wound. Seeing Jean Yanli's cautious actions, Nan Yan's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that this man is not without affection for her. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Nan Yin thought in her heart that if nothing happened it would be a shame to create a space for two people that she had worked so hard to create. Then her eyes fell on the man opposite. As the male protagonist, Jean Yanli's appearance was naturally not bad. With long eyebrows, eyes like black jade, and a calm and resolute temperament, he looked like a decisive and stubborn person. Nan Yin looked at him, and found that there was a small mole next to his Adam's apple. She was worried that there was nothing to talk about. Seeing the small mole, Nan Yin couldn't help it immediately. She paused for a moment, and then stretched out her hand carefully. Paw. With a sound, Jean Yanli did not hesitate to knock away the little hand that stretched towards the lapel, raised his head and glanced at her, and said in a light tone, Be honest. I'm applying medicine to you. Nan Yin looked at him with grievance. It would be strange if she could be honest. Her hand stopped moving, but her body slowly moved over. Jean Yanli frowned and wanted to push him away directly. As a result, the powder was accidentally spilled. Nan Yan's hand shrank in pain, and the whole person fell directly into his arms. And she could not get up. It would be a shame not to seize such a good opportunity. So she raised her head and kissed his Adam's apple. Jean Yanli's heart seemed to miss a beat. His body was slightly stiff, and his Adam's apple moved up and down unconsciously. His heart beat a little faster for no reason. Nan Yin kissed very lightly, and bit it gently with her teeth as if curious. For a moment, Jean Yanli held his breath completely, and only felt an indescribable numbness and itch in his neck, spreading from his Adam's apple, as if it was going to itch into his heart. This feeling was too strange. His emotions, no matter how well he could control them, were a little bit off at this moment, as if something was about to suddenly burst out from the bottom of his heart. Enough. Jean Yanli pushed the person away. As soon as he said this, he realized how hoarse his voice was. The woman in front of him still had an extremely innocent face. When she raised her head, the two were very close to each other, so close that Jean Yanli could almost feel her breath spraying on his face, with her unique fragrance. At this moment, Jean Yanli obviously felt a little strange in his heart. He couldn't even explain what it was. It made him a little moved. Jean Yanli's breathing slowed down subconsciously, and his hand unconsciously raised up. He inexplicably wanted to touch Nan Yan's face, but when he was about to touch her, he suddenly thought of something, which also made Jean Yanli come back to his senses instantly, and his face calmed down slightly. The hand was put down again without a sound. Nan Yan in his arms seemed to have noticed nothing. She blinked her watery eyes twice. It was unknown whether she did it on purpose or really didn't understand. Her eyes lit up, and then she shouted in a low voice as if she had discovered something new. Jean Yanli, your face seems to be a little red? Hey, wait, don't move. Your ears seem to be red too. Nan Yan did it on purpose. Of course. Jean Yanli's face turned even redder, and he pinched her chin and said sinisterly, Shut up. That's all because of you. Chapter 117. Nan Yan naturally saw that this man was angry, and said one thing and meant another. But it didn't stop her from seizing the opportunity. She slowly leaned over, blinked twice, and then gently pressed her cheek against his chest. Hearing his obviously accelerated heartbeat, she suddenly pursed her lips and smiled softly. Jean Yanli, I like you so much. I like you very much. I like you very much. Can you marry me and bring me home as soon as possible? I want to see you the first thing I see when I wake up every day. She climbed her fingers on his shoulders and leaned against his arms. When she said this, her voice was soft and she looked at him sincerely. Her eyes seemed to contain endless emotions, which was very different from when she was playing around. Nan Yan's eyelashes drooped slightly. Of course, she did it on purpose. Anyway, she had already affected his mind. If she revealed her feelings a little more and completely disturbed this pool of spring water, she would not care about the rest. When Jean Yanli heard this, his body paused slightly. He tried hard to calm down his inner fluctuations, but the sudden words from the person in front of him made him silent. Jean Yanli took a deep breath, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. His expression slowly calmed down. He didn't reach out to hug her as usual, nor did he push her away. Instead, he casually picked up the gauze on the table and wrapped her wound for her, and then asked in a low voice, What do you like about me? Speaking of this, the person in his arms was obviously more energetic. She also got up from Jean Yanli's arms, and then looked at him with her fingers, eyebrows and eyes curved. A lot. A lot. You're very kind to me. You help me out. You smile at me. Do you remember the first time we met? I was bullied at the banquet, and I had no chance to fight back. You helped me out. And later you chased me, and gave me delicious cakes to cheer me up. Nan Yan was still talking tirelessly, with a gleam in her eyes, as if she could talk about this for 3 days and 3 nights without getting bored. But Jean Yanli frowned subconsciously, but realized something and quickly restrained himself, then pretended to be indifferent and asked casually, Yan Yan, you said something wrong? Our first meeting was not at the banquet, but at the farm where you summered. Hearing this, Nan Yan's face turned pale for a moment, but soon returned to normal. She raised her head and glanced at Jean Yanli with a faint smile on her face, as if she had just reacted. She smiled dryly at him and said, Well, you are right. It was dark at that time. It was in that farm. It was the first time we met. But it was a bit too long. I almost forgot it. Her voice suddenly became much lighter, and her fingers twisted her collar. This was a subconscious action she would make when she was nervous, probably because she was afraid that he would notice something. Jean Yanli looked down at her and did not directly expose her, but his heart gradually calmed down, and those strange and weird emotions just now disappeared completely. Nan Yan hesitated for a while, and no one knew what she was thinking of. Her eyes fell on his face again. She pursed her lips, and then asked unwillingly. She said, Jean Yanli, if I hadn't saved you that night at the farm, or if it wasn't me who saved you, I'm just saying if, would you still be so nice to me? Would you still like me? After saying that, she looked at his face seriously, not wanting to miss any expression on his face, and looking forward to the answer he would say. After hearing this question, Jean Yanli frowned slightly, lowered his head, and his eyes fell on Nan Yan's face in front of him. She looked a little nervous, her lips slightly pursed, and there were still some wet marks on her lips, which were left when she kissed him just now. Jean Yanli didn't answer her directly, but asked her this question. Then if I hadn't helped you out at the banquet, hadn't made you happy, and hadn't appeared in time to save you when the horse was startled, would you still like me? Hearing this, Nan Yin was obviously stunned. Then, a confused and dazed look appeared on her face, as if she was stumped by this question and didn't know how to answer it for a while. Then, she heard the person next to her say to her very calmly, "If you hadn't saved me that night, there would be no Jean Yanli in this world. It was because you saved me that I helped you with all those things later. If it wasn't you from the beginning, I wouldn't have thought of approaching you from the beginning to the end. Do you understand?" After saying this, Jean Yanli's emotions completely calmed down, and he became the silent master Jean in the past. The meaning of his words was already very clear. If it wasn't her, Li Nanyan, who saved him at the beginning, then he wouldn't have liked her at the beginning. This realization made Nan Yin unconsciously clench her fingers. She pursed her lips, lowered her head at some point. Her eyes flickered slightly, and her face seemed a little ugly at this time. But she soon recovered and pretended to be indifferent to explain. Her voice muffled. "I already said it was if. Why are you talking so seriously? Have you forgotten? I always carry that jade pendant with me. Who else could have saved you if not me?" Hearing this, Jean Yanli paused slightly. He lowered his head, and his pair of dark eyes just met hers, looking at the other person's eyes without a trace of guilt. He felt a little mocking in his heart. Did she not feel guilty at all after lying to him? Or was she sure that she would not find out the truth? He looked at her inconspicuously, calmed down his emotions, and then said lightly, "Well, you are right. Who else could it be besides you?" After that, Jean Yanli's smile slowly withdrew, lowered his head to treat all the wounds on her hands, and then let go. And Nan Yin smiled lightly as if nothing had happened, and then thought of something, and changed the subject very stiffly. "By the way, I suddenly remembered that the fish in the kitchen should have been cooked. I will go and bring it over now. Wait for me," she said without waiting for him to refute, turned around and walked quickly towards the small kitchen, as if she was not used to the strange atmosphere in the house. Her steps seemed a little hurried. When the person behind her could no longer see her back, her steps slowed down. Nan Yan's lips curved. She had seen many people who were hard-mouthed but soft-hearted. This person's words were quite ruthless, but she didn't know if he really thought so in his heart. Anyway, after some contact, she obviously found that the powerful Lord Jean did not have any feelings for her, which was very interesting. Thinking so, Nan Yin just walked into the kitchen and poured the fish soup that was still cooking in the pot directly into the pot, then adjusted her expression, and then carried the food box back in the direction she came from. As soon as she entered the door, she immediately called Jean Yanli, who was sitting on a chair, over happily, then took out a porcelain bowl and carefully poured him a bowl. The fish soup was still steaming, and Nan Yin looked at him expectantly. "Do you want to try it? It's been cooked for a long time, and the taste should be okay." Nan Yin looked expectant on the surface, stretched her head to look at the fish soup in the bowl, and sighed in her heart. After drinking this mess of fish scale soup, she would have to go to the clinic. Right? Although the style looks a bit bad, it should taste good. "Jean Yanli, you try it first. I heard that fish soup is good for the brain. Lord Jean must have a headache dealing with official duties every day. Can I pour you a bowl?" Nan Yin said, and immediately served him a small bowl attentively. Jean Yanli looked at the bowl of what could be called fish soup, and his expression changed slightly. He didn't know if the person in front of him was teasing him, or was really doing it. As for Nan Yin, she was definitely teasing him sincerely. Jean Yanli had a headache for a while, and finally couldn't help but knocked her on the forehead and scolded her softly. "Stop it. If I really drink this bowl of soup, I will be too weak to take it. I will probably kick my legs when I go to sleep tonight and go to heaven to see God. Forget it. Go change your clothes quickly. I will take you out for dinner." Finally, Jean Yanli couldn't help but push the bowl of fish soup back. What a mess. Why should he ruin his stomach like this? Nan Yin was quite disappointed to see that he refused to speak. But when she heard what he said later, her eyes lit up, and she nodded immediately. Then she changed her clothes with the help of the maid. Before the two got engaged, Jean Yanli asked the servants in the mansion to buy some clothes for Miss Li, which happened to be used today. At this time, the Yu hour had just passed, and the sky gradually darkened, and Yin City at night had a different kind of gorgeous scene. The Li dynasty had long abolished the curfew system, And Yin City was the imperial city, under the feet of the emperor, which made the city even more bustling and prosperous at night. Sometimes even the princesses and princes in the court could not help but dress up and come out to enjoy the fun. There were still many vendors on the street who had not yet closed their stalls. Some of them set up their shops and started to sell. At night, they sold food and snacks, lanterns and decorations. There were also painted boats in the moat that lit up the lights in the dark. And the bustle was far more than during the day. At night, countless people were bustling through the streets, accompanied by the sound of talking and laughing from the attic. The scene of prosperity was no better than this. Suddenly, a crisp and pleasant voice came from the crowd. "Jean Yanli, hurry up. Come here quickly. Look at this kid. It looks like you when you are not talking." The voice sounded lively and playful, different from the usual noble ladies. People couldn't help but turn their heads to see what this girl looked like. "Okay. Walk slower. Have you forgotten your identity as a lady from a noble family? You are squeezing around in the crowd with a group of men. Aren't you afraid of being bullied?" Jean Yanli frowned. If she had known, she shouldn't have brought her out. Every time she went out on the street, she was so happy that she couldn't be stopped. She should have tied a rope around her wrist. "Oh, you can be a lady from a noble family anytime. If you miss that fire-breathing acrobatics, you won't be able to watch it." "Jean Yanli, when did you become so pedantic?" Nan Yin seemed to be fully aware of the boredom and discomfort in this person's eyes. She turned around and went to a stall selling candy men, then smiled at Jean Yanli behind her. This smile was really cute, which caused several rich young men passing by to accidentally bump into the stone pier in front of them because they looked at her, which made a lot of jokes. Li Nanyan's appearance is naturally not bad. She is bright and charming in a red pomegranate skirt. She is light and graceful, and her eyes are like spring water, especially when she tilts her head and smiles at people. It seems that even the air around her is sweeter. Jean Yanli calmly dismissed all the men who tried to get close to her. When he looked up and heard this, he almost had the urge to catch the man and teach him a lesson. "Pedant, I protect you with good intentions, but in your eyes, I become a pedantic person? Okay, it's up to you. Next time you fall, I won't help you again." "Oh, I was wrong. You know that I didn't mean that. Don't bother with me. Okay, we finally came out to play. Can't you be a little happier?" She winked at the man behind her and handed him a candy man. "Does this look good?" Jean Yanli frowned and looked at it twice. "Not interested. Isn't it just a candy man? There's nothing good about it. Typical straight male aesthetics." Nan Yin pouted when she heard this, snorted twice, and turned her head away from him. "You are so unromantic. This doll is so beautiful. Look at this boy doll. Does he look like you with his hands behind his back? And this girl doll. These two are a perfect match. Just like us." The chubby stall owner was very discerning. He kept saying nice words, praising the two of them to the heavens. Nan Yin was so happy that she picked the two most beautiful candy dolls from them. One man and one woman. Just a perfect match. Jean Yanli followed behind to pay the silver, and then watched her run through the crowd like a butterfly, from one stall to the next, enjoying it, not knowing where she got so much energy from. Jean Yanli lowered his head and chuckled. In just a blink of an eye, he didn't pay attention, and when he looked up again, the figure that was still wandering around in front of him suddenly disappeared. When Jean Yanli noticed it, he was stunned at first, followed by inexplicable tension and anger. He told her to be honest, but she didn't listen, and she disappeared in just a moment. How could he not worry? "Jean Wu. Where is she? Didn't I ask you to keep a close eye on her? What are your eyes for?" Jean Yanli subconsciously took a few steps forward. He also knew that he was venting his anger, but he couldn't hold back the anger and irritability in his heart. This Li Nanyan really made people unable to relax for a quarter of an hour, and he really had to find a rope to tie her up. As soon as Jean Wu saw his master's face, he knew that something was wrong. He broke out in cold sweat. His master was angry, so he didn't dare to refute and quickly bowed his head to admit his mistake. "Master, calm down. I was blinded for a moment and didn't pay much attention to Miss Li's movements. I will send someone to find her." Jean Yanli frowned. While he was talking, he had squeezed into the crowd. Maybe he didn't even notice it. At this moment, he was clearly nervous and concerned about Nan Yin. On the other side, Nan Yin didn't hide from people on purpose. She just suddenly saw the heroine and Xiao Fei not far away. This was really a coincidence. It was not easy to meet. Wouldn't it be a pity not to go up and show her face? According to the current plot, Xiao Feihe has also fallen in love with the heroine. But because of his bad reputation, this feeling has been hidden in his heart, and he dared not speak out. He was even worried that it would be discovered and tarnish her reputation. But it's ridiculous that he used this method to ruin another woman's reputation. Since Li Qingru saw Jean Yanli getting engaged to her elder sister, she became a little depressed. She didn't understand. They had a tacit understanding during their time at the farm. She always thought he treated her the same way. But she never thought that the person he liked was her elder sister. This sense of disparity really made Li Qingru very disappointed. In fact, she had a good impression of him from the beginning. And this good impression gradually turned into a kind of heartbeat after learning about his identity. She didn't want to ask him to do anything for the favor, because that would make her look like a person who was asking for a favor. But the moment she learned that he came to propose marriage, she was really sad in her heart. It turned out that all this was her own self-indulgence. And he never cared about her from beginning to end. He didn't even say thank you to her. Just because Li Nanyan didn't like him to get close to her. Li Qingru was in a bad mood when she thought of these things. Xiao Feihe accompanied her out for a walk. The two walked forward all the way. Xiao Feihe was indeed a very considerate friend. He knew that she was unhappy, and would find ways to make her happy. But for Li Qingru, he could only be a friend. Li Qingru entered a shop selling rouge and powder. Xiao Feihe stood outside waiting for her. After waiting for a long time, his eyes fell on the vendors around him. He looked at some delicate and small jewelry sold on the stall. The pair of earrings made of jasper were really beautiful. If he gave them to Qingru, she would definitely like them very much. Xiao Feihe was thinking and walking forward. He didn't notice the crowd pushing him from the side. He turned sideways and accidentally bumped into a girl behind him. Seeing that she was about to fall, Xiao Feihe almost subconsciously reached out and hugged her. The touch made him dare not use force. There was only one thought in his mind. How could this girl's waist be so soft? Then he moved more carefully, fearing that he would break it accidentally. When Nan Yin was bumped by someone, the candy man in her hand was not held firmly in an instant. She was accidentally knocked out and fell to the ground and broke into two pieces. When she stood firm, she didn't notice that the man was hugging her waist, but grabbed his collar, staring at him angrily and aggrievedly. How do you walk? Don't you have eyes? Don't you see that I'm standing here? What should I do? You broke my candy man. Compensate me. The girl in his arms turned her head. Her fair face flushed with anger. Her eyes were like autumn water. And the shock of this gorgeous color made people unable to recover for a while. Xiao Feihe was stunned for a moment, and then realized who the person in front of him was. He recognized the woman in front of him, Qingru's elder sister Li Nanyan. But he didn't expect to meet her here. And he didn't expect that the person he bumped into was her. Because of Qingru, Xiao Feihe didn't have much good feelings for her. But it was his fault to bump into her. Xiao Feihe frowned slightly and let go of the person. I'm really sorry, but I didn't mean to do it. It was an unintentional mistake. I hope you can forgive me. Nan Yin grabbed his collar and refused to let go. She dragged him to the candy man that had been trampled to pieces. Her eyes became more and more aggrieved. I don't care if you did it on purpose or not. Just accompany me to make candy. Xiao Feihe frowned. Maybe after having a prejudice against a person, he would be biased in everything he saw her do. For example, at this moment, Xiao Feihe felt that this young lady was really difficult to deal with. It was just a candy man. Was there any need to be so petty? Is this a big deal? He took out a piece of silver from his pocket and handed it over directly, saying in a light tone, This piece of silver is enough for you to buy hundreds of things. Is it enough to accompany you with these? Nan Yan's eyes fell on his piece of silver, and her eyes rolled. She wondered in her heart whether she should pick up the silver and smash it directly on his head. And then curse go to your stinky money. Who cares about your stinky silver? And finally turn around and leave without hesitation to highlight her unique noble temperament. Nan Yan pursed her lips and glanced at the man. She felt that this development was too routine. She simply reached out to take the silver, and then said in a low voice, This is not impossible. But you should be more careful when walking next time. My sugar man is very expensive. After she finished speaking, she did not hesitate. She bit her lip and looked at him again. She took the silver from his hand and turned around and left. She was afraid that he would regret it if she delayed for a second. She walked very fast. Xiao Feihe, I always feel that I gave too much and lost money. Before he could react, the man had already run away. Although the matter was resolved, I always felt something was strange. As if something was not right. This Miss Lee is really the same as the rumors. She is particularly different from ordinary people. As soon as Nanyan walked out of Chongqing Street, the surroundings suddenly became much quieter. At the end of the street is a Yulao temple. In front of the Yulao temple, there is a monoecious Bodhi tree. Most of the people who come here are young men and women seeking marriage. Nanyan had just walked to the temple gate, and before she could even sigh, she was grabbed by the wrist by Jean Yanli, who appeared out of nowhere. And then she started to scold him. Where have you been? Didn't I tell you to wait for me to find you if you can't find me? Did you listen to me? Don't you know there are many kidnappers at night? If you don't pay attention, you will be knocked unconscious and kidnapped. If you dare to run around again, don't even think about me taking you out. Jean Yanli flicked his sleeves. And this time he was really angry. Angry that she ran around everywhere. And even more angry that she didn't even bring a maid. He had been looking for her all night. And the more he looked, the more anxious he became. As a result, this person was quite leisurely. And he didn't know when he strolled to the Yulao temple. She still had a smile on her face, holding a candied haws in her left hand and a piece of pastry in her right hand, eating it comfortably, without any anxious or worried expression. And she had no idea that he was almost angry to death. Nanyan blinked twice, probably because she didn't expect him to be so angry, and immediately pulled her sleeves to coax him skillfully. I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I don't know why I couldn't see you when I turned around. But then I thought there were so many fun things on this street. I could eat and play while looking for you. Sorry. I will definitely follow you well next time. Don't be angry. Okay? She snorted twice and poked his chest with her fingers, her expression a little aggrieved and resentful. You still blame me. I was so anxious when I couldn't find you. This candied haws doesn't taste good. Do you want to try it? Jean Yanli was really going to be angry to death by her. And it didn't taste good. Did she think he was blind? He saw that she was clearly eating very well. And she was so happy that she didn't want to leave. Chapter 118. Jean Yanli suppressed his anger and felt his blood boiling. The indescribable feeling of frustration came up again, and he had nowhere to vent. Li Nanyan, do you think I don't have eyes? I've been looking for you all night. And now you tell me that this candied haws doesn't taste good anymore. I see that you are very free and easy. And you wish I could stay away from you and not be controlled. In fact, what he said was not wrong. Nanyan did think so. But she couldn't express it. Otherwise she would probably be even angrier. And Jean Yanli was really angry this time. And he raised his hand to knock her on the forehead twice to teach her a lesson. But when he lowered his head, he saw that pair of watery and defenseless eyes looking at him so sincerely. And blinked twice. And the raised hands couldn't knock anymore. Later, she thought about it and decided to forget it. She was not smart enough to begin with. If she knocked her head dumber, no one would want her in this life. So she raised her hand and turned it in front of her body, then reluctantly put it down. Then she took out a green cloth handkerchief from her sleeve and threw it directly at the person's forehead, saying with a very disgusted tone, Wipe it. There are sugar crumbs on the corners of your mouth. Li Nanyan, you don't have the demeanor of a noble lady now. I feel ashamed to stand with you. After saying that, she could only take a deep breath and try to calm down. Forget it. There is no point in being angry with her. Anyway, she will always be the one who gets angry. Nanyan took the handkerchief and smiled at him, sniffing it happily, not realizing her mistake at all. Seeing this, Jean Yanli sneered, through his sleeves, and simply turned his face away and ignored her again, not even bothering to look at her again. This time, Nanyan blinked her eyes, and her face remained calm. But she sighed in her heart, thinking that he is worthy of being the male protagonist. His ability to control emotions is really great. He was so angry with her, but he could still maintain this state of not changing his face when the mountain collapsed in front of him. She now understood that this still had to be smoothed over. So she immediately stepped forward and pulled the person's sleeve to coax. I know I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again in the future. Can you forgive me this time? Jean Yanli turned around and ignored her. So she turned around too, like a dogskin plaster. Extremely difficult to deal with. But she didn't feel any trouble at all. And she said nice words one by one. And she also had a set of coaxing methods. Pinching arms and pounding shoulders. I don't know where she learned these messy methods. At first, she was quite well behaved. But later she couldn't help it. She started to do whatever she wanted on him whenever she got the chance. Without any shame. Jean Yanli was so angry that she grabbed the claw that was secretly reaching into the lapel and slapped the back of her hand hard. Okay. Have you touched enough? She really didn't want any girl's modesty at all. Nanyan pursed her lips and hummed twice. Her voice was muffled. Is it not okay to touch it once? Finally, Jean Yanli was really worn out and lost his temper. And his arrogance in his heart also subsided a lot. So he looked down at this person and was about to say never again, when the person in front of him suddenly got excited again, dragged him to the monoecious Bodhi tree, then turned his head and gently shook his arm, saying softly, Do you think we are destined to be together? This is Yu Lao Temple. You can find me in front of Yu Lao Temple. Does it mean that we are a natural couple? When she said this, her eyes were particularly bright and clear. She smiled, and her eyebrows were curved like a painting. Then she dragged him to the stall selling peachwood cards, which were full of some marriage-related signs, red ropes and marriage charms. She carefully picked them in her hands. The peachwood cards here are also very famous. Young men and women who like each other will write their names on the peachwood cards and throw them on the Bodhi tree in front of Yu Lao Temple to hang them up. The higher they throw, and the more stable they hang, the more destined they are. It has become a custom now. Nanyan naturally wanted to try this interesting thing. She raised her head and looked at the old tree full of peachwood cards. When the wind blew, the branches and leaves on the tree fluttered, and the red robe swayed back and forth, jingling, with an ancient and long-lasting sense of heaviness. So he immediately turned around and said to the person behind him with great interest, Jean Yanli, look at the beautiful peachwood plaques hanging on this tree, with many people's names written on them. Would you like to try it with me? The stall owner was an old lady with a very kind face. Upon hearing this, she immediately handed over 2 blank peachwood plaques and joked happily. It is fate that you two can meet in this Yu Lao Temple. Why don't you give it a try? This marriage tree is hundreds of years old and very effective. Since the girl is interested, go ahead. The higher you throw, the deeper the fate. Things worth a few cents are not valuable. Just have fun. Nanyan turned her head and looked at Jean Yanli. Her black sandalwood eyes were clean and bright, like spring water, and like a finely woven silk net, which captured people firmly and made it difficult for them to escape. There was also a trace of expectation in her eyes. Jean Yanli was stared at by such eyes, and was a little absent-minded for a while. He found that he had no ability to refuse at all, and he didn't even have a thought. His hand was still tightly holding her little hand, soft and limp, until she put the peachwood card into his palm, and the cold and hard touch came, and Jean Yanli came back to his senses instantly. Seeing the peachwood card and bamboo cone pen in his hand, Jean Yanli frowned unconsciously, and seemed to be lost in thought for a while. He didn't understand why he had to accompany her to do these meaningless things. He already knew that she was a fake and not his savior. So why did he have to accompany her to pray for blessings and worship Buddha here? Isn't this a waste of time? What's more, isn't he going to break off the engagement sooner or later? The more he indulged in delaying now, the more difficult it would be when the truth was revealed. Why should he do these useless things? And the person he liked was not her. Not the fake who deceived him, but the one who really saved him in the darkness. That gentle and pure girl was the one he really loved. Jean Yanli frowned tightly. But when he turned around, he saw her squatting in front of a stone pier busy and seriously, holding a peachwood plaque, happily engraving her name, blowing it after engraving, nodding with satisfaction, and then stretching her head to lean against his shoulder and rubbing it intimately. Inexplicably, his heart softened. Even he himself didn't know why. Subconsciously he reached out and touched her cheek, until the soft and delicate touch came from his fingertips. Jean Yanli came to his senses. His eyes fell on the other person's face that knew nothing. Jean Yanli's eyes paused slightly. Until this moment, he suddenly realized something. His actions were obviously too close. Then he seemed to wake up suddenly, subconsciously withdrew his hand, and then confusedly carved his name on the wooden sign, stood up, and the action of pushing her away was even a little awkward, and he didn't dare to look up at her at all. Nanyan's eyebrows moved slightly, and her lips formed a slight arc. She guessed in her heart that the man in front of her might be moved without knowing it, but she didn't know how long he could endure it. She pretended not to notice anything, and still pulled his hand with high interest. The two walked to the thick and ancient Bodhi tree. Nan Yin kept muttering as she walked, urging the people around her to pray more sincerely, and then throw higher, so that it would mean that the two of them were most destined. She was particularly happy when she laughed, but Jean Yanli was a little upset at the moment, and didn't want to pay attention to her at all. At this time, many men and women gathered under the tree. The Yu Lao Temple has always been a place favored by young men and women. Some were writing peachwood cards like them, and some were interpreting the divination around the stalls. In short, there were many people joining in the fun. On the other side, Xiao Feihe and Li Qingru also slowly walked over here. In fact, Li Qingru was a little annoyed when she saw these couples seeking marriage. It was Xiao Feihe who forced her to come here to relax. The two of them walked around the Yu Lao Temple and finally walked under the Bodhi tree, just opposite the two people. Now, Li Qingru also saw clearly what Jean Yanli and Li Nanyan were doing. Her eyes fell on the man's face. For a moment, she felt an unspeakable sourness in her chest, which was bitter and stuffy. She even wanted to rush up and question Jean Yanli. Did he really not care about her at all? Did he really not remember her at all? But in the end, she still held back. She couldn't let herself become the kind of person who asked for a favor in return. She saved him because she felt sorry for him and never expected to get anything from him. Thinking of this, Li Qingru turned around and left. She really didn't want to be in the same space with these two people. Seeing her leave, Xiao Feihe followed her, and Nan Yin on the other side happened to see the two of them. This was really a coincidence. Nan Yin closed his eyes, put his hands together, and prayed in a fake pious manner. Then he opened his eyes, aimed at the target, and threw the wooden sign towards the Bodhi tree. This time, his aim was really good. Just when Xiao Feihe turned around and prepared to leave, a small square wooden sign fell from the sky and hit him on the forehead with a bang. Nan Yin thought, I didn't want to use the silver to hit people just now, so it's quite appropriate to use the wooden sign to hit them now. Xiao Feihe on the opposite side was also stunned by the hit on his head. For a moment, he forgot to follow up. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time, and then touched his forehead and looked around. In fact, this time it didn't hurt much, but he was a little puzzled in his heart. Who has such bad eyesight that a wooden sign can hit people? He subconsciously picked up the wooden sign on the ground. It was really a coincidence. The name written on the wooden sign was the Miss Li he had just bumped into. Li Nanyan. The three characters were carved crookedly. He really didn't expect that he and Miss Li had a good fate. Even a wooden sign thrown by her could hit his head. What is this? Is it a lucky coincidence? Xiao Feihe looked up and couldn't help but glance at the opposite side. Miss Li was looking up at the sign on the treetop. After searching for a long time, she couldn't find it. She started looking around again. She probably knew that her wooden sign was not hung up. There was a depressed and puzzled expression on her face, which was quite interesting. Seeing this, Xiao Feihe's eyebrows moved slightly, and he directly pinched the wooden sign into his palm. He didn't like her at first, so he was happy to make things difficult for her, especially after he learned that the person Li Qingru liked was Jean Yanli. Xiao Feihe, who never believed in gods and Buddhas, secretly prayed in his heart that the Yu Lao fairy in charge of marriage would open his eyes and never tie the red rope between the two together. Didn't she want to pray and make a wish with her lover? He just wouldn't let her make it. Jean Yanli on the other side was quite accurate. The peachwood plaque hung on the tree moved with the wind, and from time to time there was a crisp sound, which made people feel much better. But when he turned around, he saw Nan Yin staring at the ground and searching for something, and he felt helpless for some reason. What's wrong with you? Nan Yin raised her head and bit her lip and looked at Jean Yanli with a depressed expression. I don't think I threw it up. I don't know where I threw it. What should I do? Will it be ineffective? Otherwise, can we throw it again? Hearing this, Jean Yanli had a subtle feeling in his heart, but he didn't think much about it. Instead, he chuckled and subconsciously raised his hand to press on her head. Okay, stop it. If you are sincere, your wish will come true. Even if you hang 100 of them, it won't make much difference if you hang one. Besides, this kind of thing about gods and Buddhas is always nonsense. It's better to pray to yourself than to pray to gods and Buddhas. Well, it's getting late now, and we've been delayed long enough tonight. I'll take you back first, he said naturally, and took her hand. Nan Yin stared at the ground with some regret, but she didn't force it. After all, She used the wooden sign to hit someone's head. Then the two followed the flow of people back and forth. It was past midnight, and the sky was getting darker and darker. The candles in the lanterns were about to burn out, and many street vendors had already started to close their stalls. The crowd gradually dwindled, and even the familiar wonton shops on the roadside began to pack up their stalls, waiting for the customers to finish the last few bites before going back. Jean Yanli sent people to the door of Li's house. But Nan Yin was still hesitant and refused to go in. Her little expression was hesitant, and her fingers were lightly hooked. He looked at the person in front of him with his sleeves as if he wanted to say something but stopped, and finally asked with some reluctance, "Can I come to see you tomorrow?" Nan Yin tried to create a shy posture. As soon as she finished speaking, a wild cat suddenly jumped out from the side of the road. Jean Yanli didn't see what it was at first, but only saw the black shadow suddenly pounce behind the person in front of him. At that moment, he didn't think about it, and almost subconsciously hugged Nan Yin into his arms. And then he heard a meow. And then he saw that the black shadow was actually a wild cat. Jean Yanli frowned. There are indeed many wild cats in the alleys nearby that often pounce on people for food. This person must have hidden a lot of delicious snacks in his pocket. It is estimated that the smell was smelled by the wild cat. If he hadn't acted quickly just now, Nan Yin would definitely be pounced on by the wild cat. Just as he was about to push the person away, he suddenly felt his waist tighten, and the person in his arms suddenly reached out and hugged his waist. Jean Yanli's expression paused, and his body was obviously a little stiff. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little strange in his heart, and his heartbeat seemed to become a little uncontrollable, and his mind was a little confused. Just when he didn't know how to react, the person in his arms suddenly raised his head, and those watery eyes looked at him. Jean Yanli. She called his name softly. At this moment, it seemed that the air around him solidified. Jean Yanli could even feel her breath sweeping across his chin at this moment. Warm, soft, and a little lingering. He felt that strange emotion in his heart again, and his breathing was even a little suffocated. Jean Yanli looked at her, and saw his figure reflected in those eyes, and his eyes were a little absent-minded for a while. At that moment, he didn't know what happened to him. For some reason, he suddenly lowered his head. Then he gently kissed Nan Yan's lips. At the moment when the two touched, Jean Yanli seemed to feel his chest trembling slightly, as if something was taking root and growing vigorously inside, as if it was instantly filled up, which made him feel an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. Her lips were very soft, with a bright and moist luster. When he kissed her, she blinked twice. Her eyes were so clean and pure, full of trust and admiration for him, which made Jean Yanli feel guilty for some reason, and subconsciously reached out to cover her eyes. And Nan Yin leaned on his chest very docilely, with an unchanged expression on her face. But there was no emotional fluctuation in her heart. She thought that this time it wasn't her who took the initiative. But since this man was already moved, would he be able to do it to her after he found his real savior? On the way back, Jean Yanli felt a little strange. He was even a little dazed, wondering what was wrong with him. He was sure that the object of his affection had always been the gentle girl who saved him at the farm. Why did he take the initiative to kiss Li Nanyan tonight? Is it because of guilt? Or because he had already decided long ago that he would go to the door to cancel the engagement when he found the girl he really liked? So he subconsciously felt guilty? He should have restrained himself. But why didn't he restrain himself at the last moment? Jean Yanli really couldn't figure it out, and even got stuck in a dead end because of this question. Thinking about it, he became a little upset. He even wondered if he was so confused because he was used to her existence. He didn't know she was an imposter before, so he didn't pursue it. But now he clearly knew it. If he was so close to her and indulged her, wouldn't it be irresponsible? When Jean Yanli returned to the mansion, he was still a little shocked. Just because of that kiss tonight, it seemed that many things had changed. In the end, Jean Yanli thought about it angrily, but he couldn't figure it out. He could only suppress all his complicated emotions in his heart and stop thinking about her. In order to avoid such a chaotic situation, Jean Yanli avoided Nan Yin for several days. During this period when his emotions were complicated, Nan Yin would come to the mansion to find him every day, and would hang around in front of him from time to time. Jean Yanli evaded the question by saying that he had to deal with official business and had no time to deal with her. But she was not angry. She sat on the table beside him with her cheek in her hand and stared at him in a trance. Sometimes when she was too bored, She would wander around the mansion, acting like a complete hostess. She seemed to have forgotten what happened that day. In her eyes, it seemed normal for the two of them to be close. She never realized her complicated thoughts. She chatted with the housekeeper every day, gambled with the servants and maids, and bullied the cat every day. Sometimes when she was in the mood, she thought there were no flowers and plants in his mansion, which looked too monotonous and boring. So she asked the servants in the mansion to dig up the grass in his backyard, and then replanted a row of crabapples, peonies and orchids. She almost regarded Jin's mansion as her own home. But the servants and maids of the Jin mansion were all familiar with her. They felt that the eldest lady of the Li mansion was really humble and kind, although she was a bit troublesome. She never beat or scolded the servants. She also generously distributed the food and snacks she bought from the street to the maids in the courtyard. How could such a master not be liked? And Jin Yanli felt upset when he saw her from the beginning. And later he became annoyed when he couldn't see her. Sometimes he even couldn't read the documents on the desk when he didn't see anyone messing around in the courtyard. He didn't know what was going on with him. Obviously, from the beginning, what he hated most was anyone disturbing him when he was handling official business. No one was an exception. But after this person appeared in front of him, all exceptions were broken. Is it just because of that kiss? But didn't she kiss him many times? She didn't care. Why should he be the only one who was upset? Jin Yanli finally buried all these emotions in his heart. He was a person who could suppress himself very well. As long as he didn't touch it or think about it, he wouldn't be so irritable. It's just that the longer you suppress feelings, the stronger the rebound will be. I don't know when it will completely explode. But soon, Nan Yan's leisurely and comfortable days will finally come to an end. The Double Ninth Festival in September has just passed, and the autumn hunting trip has officially begun. The current emperor is in his prime, likes excitement and fun, and this autumn hunting trip has summoned all the ministers and their relatives to Shanglingyuan for a banquet. After hearing this news, Nan Yan understood that the turning point in the original plot had come. That is, during this autumn hunting, the male protagonist finally knew who his savior was. So as soon as the autumn hunting was over, he came directly to Li's house to cancel the engagement, and the original owner became a laughingstock because of this. According to Li Nanyan's status, she is naturally qualified to go to the autumn hunt, whether as Jin Yanli's fiancée or the legitimate daughter of Li Daren, the editor of the Hanlin Academy. She is qualified to experience the Royal Shangling Garden. However, Shangling Garden is a royal hunting ground. The ministers and guards, who are slightly agile, will want to show off in front of the emperor. The relatives and children of ordinary ministers will only hunt in a small, safe area. The customs of the Dali dynasty are open, and there are women who compete in hunting by riding horses, archery and throwing pots. In the original plot, the original owner was also urged to compete with others, but she couldn't even hold a bow and arrow steadily, let alone archery. In the end, she naturally lost miserably and made a fool of herself. Nanyan also doesn't know how to shoot arrows, but Jin Yanli's archery skills are very outstanding. Even the current emperor praised her for her ability to shoot through the willows from 100 steps away. So before the autumn hunt, shouldn't she take this opportunity to cultivate her feelings? Chapter 119. Sitting in the study to handle official business, Jin Yanli looked up and saw the empty yard. He frowned slightly. Where did Li Nanyan, who always liked to hang around him, go now? Usually, she would either stay in his study or in his yard, and he couldn't drive her away. But in the past 1 or 2 days, she disappeared without a trace, which annoyed him for no reason. Jin Wu, come here. I have something to ask you. Jin Yanli subconsciously called out to the door, and a servant came over respectfully, but it was not Jin Wu, which made Jin Yanli a little dissatisfied. Why is it you? Where is Jin Wu? He dared to leave his post without permission during his duty. Isn't he afraid that I will punish him? The servant shook his head and said he dared not, and then explained anxiously, My lord, have you forgotten? Miss Li came to you earlier and asked Jin Wu, who is beside you, to help her with something, and you agreed with a wave of your hand. Jin Wu is still practicing archery with Mississippi. It's not because he is afraid that you will be inconvenient without anyone to serve you. So he asked his subordinates to take over temporarily. Not because Jin Wu left his post without permission. Hearing what the servant said, Jin Yanli suddenly remembered that there seemed to be such a thing. This morning, Nan Yan came to him and made such a request. But at that time he thought it was just a trivial matter. But he didn't expect that he would ask Jin Woo to teach her archery. Why would a lady from a wealthy family learn archery? Jin Yanli frowned unconsciously. Besides, isn't he the best archer? If she wants someone to teach her archery, why doesn't she come to him? Thinking of this, Jin Yanli became a little impatient. She realized that her mind was being drawn to the other person again. So she subconsciously waved her hand to send him away. Okay, I get it. It's none of your business. Go make me a cup of tea. Yes, I'll go right away. When the servant left respectfully, the room became quiet again. Jin Yanli looked at the words on the memorial and felt that he couldn't calm down at all. He couldn't read a single word of the official document on the letter paper. So he shouted outside the room again. Wait, you don't have to go make tea yet. Come with me to the martial arts training ground to see what that woman is doing. It was normal for him to be unable to calm down and read the official document after sending his usual servant away. Jin Yanli took the servant to the martial arts training ground in the backyard. As soon as he entered the gate, he heard a conversation not far away. Master, archery is not like this. You have to raise the bow and arrow higher. Level with your shoulders. Oh, that's right. Just keep this posture. Oh, Master, you are wrong again. Your waist is not straight again. I forgot. I don't know why. It seems easy for you to do this posture, but it becomes very strange when you do it yourself. Otherwise, you can support me from behind? Then I will watch from behind. You have to straighten your waist and use the strength of your waist. That's right. That's it. Don't bend your back. Jin Yanli listened to the two people practicing back and forth, and his eyebrows raised slightly. He thought to himself that Miss Lee really changed her personality and was willing to be patient to practice archery. He saw that the movements were quite realistic. Seeing that the young lady's waist had relaxed unconsciously again, Jin Woo beside him subconsciously reached out his hand and was about to straighten her waist when he suddenly heard a light cough from behind him. He turned around and saw his master's dark eyes, and he was almost scared to death. It's over. He almost forgot his identity just now. How dare he, a servant, reach out to offend Miss Lee? It's over. Did the master see this action? Will he be silenced by the master? Jin Woo was so scared that his face turned pale. When he looked up, he saw his master glanced at him carelessly, and his knees were immediately weak. His master was famous for being stingy and vengeful. He would calmly fight back against the slightest sarcasm in the court. He almost offended the master's sweetheart just now. How could this be? Jin Woo really wished he could disappear on the spot. He shrank his head and hands, and never dared to touch the master's sweetheart again. Nan Yin also heard the noise behind her. She turned around and saw that the person behind her was Jin Yanli. She immediately smiled happily at him. Jin Yanli, why are you here? Jin Yanli's expression did not change much. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that their master was unhappy, especially when he saw the bow and arrow in her hand. He couldn't help but ask lightly, Can I come? Why? You want to learn archery. Why don't you come to me? Of course. It's because I want to retreat in order to advance, and I want you to come to me on your own initiative. Nan Yin blinked, then turned her face away in displeasure, her voice muffled and complaining. Didn't you say that you were busy with official duties and didn't have time to accompany me? That's why I asked Jin Woo to accompany me. What's wrong? Is this not okay? When did I say? Before Jin Yanli finished speaking, she suddenly remembered that she had been feeling complicated during this period of time. Every time she saw her, she would feel upset. So she simply found an excuse that she was too busy to see her. I didn't expect that she would always remember this. Really, she didn't listen to what she should listen to, but she remembered what she shouldn't listen to. Jin Yanli coughed. His eyes flickered slightly, and then took 2 steps forward. Nan Yin didn't know what he was going to do and was about to step back, but he grabbed her arm and aimed at the bull's eye on the martial arts training ground. Okay, why are you hiding? I was busy with official duties before and didn't have much time to accompany you. But now I've dealt with it. If you want to learn archery, you can naturally ask me to teach you. Why are you so aggrieved? I didn't bully you. Nan Yin thought that he really didn't bully her, but he was always hiding from her. If she didn't do something naughty and make some noise, I'm afraid this man will continue to hide like an ostrich. That won't do. Sure enough, after hearing what he said, Nan Yin was about to say no. She was fine with Jin Woo's guidance. But before she could say anything, Jin Yanli behind her reached out without saying anything, and directly grasped her wrist from behind, with his chest pressed tightly against her back. Then he raised his hand and pulled the bow. And with a whoosh, the feather arrow shot quickly to the center of the target, right in the middle, without a single error. "Are you sure you don't want me to teach you?" Jean Yanli looked down at Nan Yen in his arms, and a hint of "don't be so short-sighted" flashed in his eyes. This man looked like a peacock with a screen, eager to show off his strength. Nan Yen was stunned when she saw this. Staring at the feather arrow, she subconsciously wanted to turn her head to look at him. But unexpectedly, the action was too sudden, and her lips accidentally rubbed his chin. The moist and soft touch reminded Jean Yanli of the feeling when he took the initiative to kiss her that night. His heart skipped a beat. When he reacted, he subconsciously patted her waist with his palm and said angrily, "Be honest. Why are you moving back and forth? Aren't I teaching you?" Nan Yen was also stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect such a thing to happen. Hearing this, she quickly turned her head away, but her cheeks were a little uncomfortably red, and Jean Yanli's face behind her was also unintentionally stained with a hint of red. "Well, I know." Nan Yen nodded. "Okay. You listen to my instructions." Jean Yanli pressed against her back from behind. He was tall and slender. When he came from behind, he almost held her whole body in his arms. From this angle, he could see her red earlobe that looked like it was stained with rouge. He thought, so this person is also shy? For some reason, the numb feeling emerged in his heart again, spreading from his throat to his heart, unconsciously making him want to lower his head and kiss him gently. Nan Yan's mouth curved. This person pretended to be serious, and it was obvious that he came over on purpose. Don't think she didn't see the slightly red ear. It was not easy to finish learning archery in the martial arts training ground. Nan Yan's palms were rubbed with several small blisters. At first, she didn't feel anything. She didn't feel much pain when she was practicing. Now she stopped and felt different immediately. She suddenly picked up the teacup on the stone table. As soon as she got it in her hand, she felt a sharp pain. The cup in her hand slipped out uncontrollably, and the tea spilled all over the floor. "Be careful. Don't get burned." Jean Yanli beside her almost subconsciously warned her. He quickly pulled her back, so that she was not splashed with tea. "I'm fine." Nan Yan's fingers also retracted subconsciously. The tea was obviously freshly brewed, and the teacup was still hot. If it was normal to touch it, there would be no problem. However, her palms were worn out when she was practicing archery, and she was suddenly burned by the heat. So naturally she couldn't bear it. Jean Yanli frowned. He knew what happened when he saw her eyes full of tears. He felt strange. She would complain to him about a small injury the size of a pinhole on weekdays. But now she didn't say a word even though her palm was rubbed. When did she change her nature? He led her back to the house, then grabbed her wrist and refused to let go. "Okay. Don't hide it. I saw it. Is your palm blistering?" Nan Yen choked when she heard it. She seemed not to want to answer and glanced at him secretly. After hesitating for a while, she saw that Jean Yanli was still staring at her with a leisurely attitude. So she honestly stretched out her hand. "Well, it's just a little bit rubbed. It doesn't hurt much." After she finished speaking, she immediately added, "You can't think I'm troublesome and stop teaching me in the future." Jean Yanli paused, and now he instantly understood why she didn't say it directly. It turned out that she was afraid that he would think she was troublesome and refused to continue teaching her. "Do you care so much about his opinion?" Jean Yanli turned away, and suddenly a very strange emotion was rolling in her heart. He quickly brought the powder and silver needles. First cleaned her wound, then carefully punctured the blisters, and then sprinkled the powder. Nan Yen, who was gentle, hardly felt any stinging, and then heard the voice of the person opposite her gently asking her, "Why do you want to learn archery?" Nan Yen smiled, supported her chin with her other hand, tilted her head and looked at him happily. "Of course. It's to catch 2 foxes during the autumn hunt and make a sleeve for you. It's autumn now, and your fingers are cold after handling official business every day. Although my needlework is average, I can still make 2 sleeves. In this way, if your hands are too cold when handling official business in the future, you don't have to worry about putting them in the sleeves directly, and your fingers should not get frostbite." Nan Yen said seriously, and saw that Jean Yanli opposite her stopped his movements at some point, blinked slightly, and there was a happy smile on her face. Nan Yen sighed in her heart. In fact, whether it can be done or not is just a verbal talk. Telling the truth is easy to hurt people, and no one likes to hear it. But everyone likes to hear nice lies. The important thing is to make him soft-hearted towards her. Jean Yanli's eyes fell on his palms again. The frostbite on his fingers was caused by helping people wash clothes to earn money when he was young. After a year of frostbite, he would get frostbite every year in the future. But for him, these were minor injuries that were not worth mentioning. He didn't expect that such a heartless young lady would actually find out and even think about making a pair of sleeves for him. Jean Yanli let out a breath. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at the moment. He just felt an indescribable softness in his heart, especially when he saw the wound on her palm. He suddenly felt a dull pain in his chest, which made him feel uncomfortable. Don't do this to me. Your hands are too thin and soft. Not to mention that archery cannot be practiced in a day or two. If you want to catch a fox, you can ask me for help. Nan Yen looked at him frowning, and the corners of her mouth suddenly curved. And then she couldn't help but stretched out her hand to poke his frowning brows. Jean Yanli looked at her, but didn't scold her. Just when he was about to reach out and catch the troublesome finger, he heard the man opposite him smiling and asked, "Jean Yanli, are you feeling sorry for me?" She looked at this man with a smile. And the ability to climb up the pole was really innate. Jean Yanli paused, raised his eyes slightly, and glanced at the man, his expression gentle and calm. "I'm annoyed that you always bother me to help you clean your wounds. I'm busy with things, so I don't have so much time to play these tricks with you." Nan Yen snorted twice, and her expression was obviously unhappy. "Then I'll ask Jean Wu to guide me. So there's no need to waste your time." Jean Yanli raised his eyebrows slightly, and a smile seemed to flash in his eyes. And then he snorted lightly. "Jean Wu is my servant, and he has to serve me every day, so he doesn't have time to accompany you." He was still playing tricks on her here. Nan Yen felt funny in her heart. Don't think she didn't know. It was obviously that this man was too possessive. Didn't he see that Jean Wu was so scared that he trembled and wished he could disappear on the spot? Nan Yen immediately pursed her lips and was unhappy, knowing that he was unwilling to let Jean Wu guide her. Jean Yanli also noticed her unhappiness and felt a little amused. This Miss Li has always been quick-tempered and forgetful. She was angry with him one moment and calmed down the next. Jean Yanli shook his head, seeing her pouting and angry. He couldn't help but chuckle. He tapped her head with his fingers, very gently. "Okay. Come to me if you have any problems in the future. Don't bother others casually. I can help you with whatever you want. I won't blame you." Hearing this, Nan Yen seemed a little surprised. She hesitated for a moment, then suddenly turned her head and looked at him seriously. "Really? No matter what I do, you won't blame me?" Looking at Nan Yan's slightly evasive eyes, Jean Yanli seemed to think of something, and his eyes flickered slightly. Then he frowned and turned his face away, put her finger down, and said lightly, "It depends on what the matter is. As long as it's not a very important matter. No matter what you do, I can forgive you and won't blame you." Nan Yen on the opposite side seemed relieved when she heard this. This time, she finally showed a smile sincerely in her eyes. But she didn't notice the complexity that flashed in the other's eyes. In the next few days, Nan Yen practiced archery alone in the martial arts training ground. After all, she had to maintain her image and couldn't give up just because the other party stopped her. Otherwise, it would seem too insincere. She practiced alone in the martial arts training ground. Her accuracy was indeed poor at the beginning, but after 2 or 3 days, she was getting better. As for Jean Yanli, he said that he didn't want to take care of her, but in fact, he would come to guide her after finishing his official duties every day. As time went on, the tacit understanding between the two of them became deeper, and even Jean Yanli's attitude towards her became more gentle and considerate, especially when he looked at her. The doting and indulgence in his eyes almost overflowed. Obviously, everyone in the mansion could see that his master was very fond of Miss Li. But Jean Yanli himself could not see it. He always regarded his indulgence and pampering of her as a way to make up for his guilt. And he still did not give up the idea of finding his real savior. If this person gets stuck in a dead end, 10 cows can't bring him back. But there is no way. Some people are born so stubborn. He will not give up unless he tries it himself and truly feels the heart-wrenching feeling. It just so happens that Jean Yanli is such a stubborn person who will not turn back until he hits the wall. It was under such circumstances that the royal autumn hunt finally began. The current emperor and his civil and military officials went to Shangling Garden to hunt, and the ministers and their families followed. And such an important occasion. The heroine was naturally among them. Rather than saying it was a hunt, it was better to say it was a competition to select talents. On the first day, they would definitely compete to see who had the most prey. Especially since the current emperor was in his prime and loved excitement. When he was in the mood, he would naturally drag his ministers to compete. The remaining noble ladies from aristocratic families also had their own areas, and they only moved around in a small, safe area. The noble ladies were not only good at playing the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, but there were also many women who learned archery and horse riding. The Dali dynasty also had female generals. The most famous one was the deceased princess of the dynasty. It was said that she died to protect the current emperor. After her death, she was posthumously named the only female general of the Dali dynasty, and enjoyed unparalleled glory. It was precisely because of this precedent that the restrictions on women in this dynasty were not as strict as those in the previous dynasty. Nan Yin was also among a group of noble ladies. Watching a group of beautifully dressed and pretty noble ladies bend down to mount their horses, then draw their bows and put their arrows on. Their movements were heroic, yet they were still as soft and beautiful as girls, which was quite pleasing to the eye. Her goal this time was also very clear. She originally wanted to test the results of the past few days to see if she could catch 2 foxes for fun. But she didn't see any prey she wanted after patrolling around. Seeing that it was getting late, just as she was about to rush back with her head down, she heard a fox cry in the bushes not far away. This was really a coincidence. Nan Yin immediately drew her bow and put her arrow on. She originally wanted to show off her good archery skills, but she vaguely saw that the little fox in the bushes seemed to be a cub. So she immediately softened her heart and threw the bow and arrow, and the whole person rushed directly into the bushes. As soon as he pounced, he found something wrong. It was obviously a human touch. Jean Yanli, who was behind the bush, was pounced on by someone. He smiled and hugged the person into his arms, saying in a hoarse voice, "Why? You threw yourself into my arms after just a while? Do you miss me? This man is so shameless. He is really self-indulgent." Nan Yin smiled and tried to pick his chest, and then took out a little fox cub that was probably not weaned yet. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she didn't care that this person took advantage of her. She directly hugged the little fox and held it in her chest lovingly. "Is this for me, Jean Yanli?" Her eyes were sparkling, and for a moment, the movement of raising her head was synchronized with the little fox in her arms. Jean Yanli couldn't help but bend the corners of his mouth when he looked at the person in front of him. He felt that Nan Yin was particularly bright and beautiful in this outfit. She was wearing a bright red riding suit and a belt around her waist, which made her waist look even slimmer and so thin that she couldn't be grasped. He let her go, his heart throbbing slightly, and he tried for a long time to calm down the emotions in his chest. Then smiled. "Didn't you say you wanted to catch a fox? General Zhou shot a female fox, and I picked up this little fox that hasn't been weaned yet nearby. It looks pitiful, so why not give it to you?" Nan Yin smiled at him happily, and then realized it belatedly, with a sullen expression. "But I wanted to catch a male fox to make sleeves for you. This cub is not even as big as your palm. How can I make sleeves?" Jean Yanli couldn't help but reach out and touch her head. "What are you thinking about? This fox cub is for you to raise for fun, and we can talk about the sleeves later. Okay, don't dawdle. It's getting late. I'll take you back to the camp to get some food. You should be hungry after walking around all day, and I have to report to the emperor later," he said, and subconsciously held her hand, which was also the result of Nan Yin's training. In the past, whenever he went out, if he walked too fast or didn't hold her hand, Nan Yin would basically run around. After a long time, Jean Yanli was afraid that she would get lost, so he would hold her hand tightly every time he went out. Thinking of this, the two of them slowly hurried back to the direction of the camp. At this moment, fires had been lit all around, and the air was filled with the aroma of barbecue. Naturally, a hunting trip would not be complete without wine and food. Nan Yin was led back to his tent, and a servant immediately came forward to help wash her hands. Nan Yin then reluctantly handed the little fox to the servant. When she tidied her clothes and came out, she saw that Jean Yanli was already roasting a rabbit over there, with a fragrant aroma. There were also different bowls and plates of dipping sauces next to them, all given by the emperor. The taste was also more fragrant than that of ordinary people. It seems that officials of higher ranks do enjoy more than officials of lower ranks. Seeing Nan coming out, Jean Yanli asked her to sit down, and then handed her the cut rabbit meat. Come and eat some rabbit meat to fill your stomach. You've been playing all day, and you should be hungry. Nan Yen happily rushed towards him. Although Jean Yanli was helpless, he still caught her. Maybe he didn't even realize how gentle his eyes were at the moment. Okay. Stop making trouble. I have something to go out later. If you miss this, no one will roast rabbit for you. After hearing this, Nan Yen sat down beside him obediently, and then ate the roasted rabbit meat served by a special person while drinking the imperial chrysanthemum wine in small sips. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart that such a day is a fairy day. And the male protagonist's cooking skills are really good. She was in a good mood and stuffed a bite into the mouth of the man next to her from time to time. He didn't resist, but ate it honestly. Nan Yen didn't eat much, but she drank up the pot of chrysanthemum wine with a sweet aroma next to her. When Jean Yanli noticed something was wrong, the person next to him was obviously drunk. His cheeks seemed to be stained with clouds. His skin was faintly flushed, and his eyes were blurred. Even though he was like this, he still held the wine pot and refused to let go. His voice was soft. Jean Yanli, how come you have two heads? Which one is the real one? Jean Yanli was a little helpless for a while. If he had known, he would have asked someone to take the pot of chrysanthemum wine away. You are drunk. I don't have two heads. Come here. I will carry you back to rest. Nan Yen opened her eyes hazily. When she saw that the man was coming to carry her, she immediately leaned back with her head tilted back. With a stubborn tone. I'm not drunk. I can walk by myself. I have feet. You come and help me hold the road. Don't let it move. I can walk by myself. I will walk back by myself. Jean Yanli, you're not drunk yet? You're blurry-eyed, and you can still walk by yourself? Jean Yanli wanted to laugh, because he knew it was impossible to reason with a drunkard. Nan Yen supported herself and stood up shakily, almost falling down halfway. Fortunately, Jean Yanli beside her supported her in time and hugged her into his arms. Okay. You're not drunk. It's your legs that are drunk. I'll carry you back first. Okay. I'll help you hold the road when we get back. Is that okay? Nan Yen looked at the person in front of her in a daze, and it was obvious that she hadn't recovered yet. No. I can't go with you. I have to wait for my fiancé. I can't leave until he comes. Jean Yanli shook his head. What a joke. She had no choice. You want to find your fiancé? Then come closer and see who I am. Nan Yen bit her lip and stared at the man carefully. She blinked twice in a daze, and suddenly felt that he looked familiar. Then she went over to him, held his face with both hands, and rubbed her cheeks happily. Ah, I recognized you. Jean Yanli, you are my fiancé. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you come just now? I am very obedient. I will not leave even if others come to see me. I will go home with you alone. Okay? Hearing these words, his heart seemed to soften into a pool of warm water. Jean Yanli smiled and hugged the person tighter in his arms. Okay. Go home with me alone. I will hold you. Okay? The person in his arms finally stopped making a fuss. Her watery eyes just looked at him like this. And then she said honestly, okay. Jean Yanli carried the person into the tent, and then carefully put her on the bed, and finally covered her with a quilt. When everything was done, he turned around to get some warm water to wash her, and heard the person behind him calling his name softly. Jean Yanli. He turned his head and looked over, whispering, What's wrong? The voice from behind was intermittent. I like you the most. You marry me as soon as possible. From now on, we will be together forever. Okay? You can't bully me, and I will treat you very well. Hearing what she said in her sleep, Jean Yanli's movements paused slightly, but soon returned to normal. His eyes fell on the sleeping Nan Yen. He was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses. He shook his head and chuckled. After settling the person down, he turned and left. Chapter 120. Jean Yanli turned and left the tent. He originally just wanted to go out for some fresh air, but he didn't expect to walk further and further away. It was so far away that he couldn't even hear the movement near the tent. There was only endless darkness and silence around him. He could only occasionally hear the sounds of crickets and grasshoppers in the grass. I don't know if it was because of what Nan Yen said in her dream. Jean Yanli felt a little confused and complicated for a while. He even thought that maybe it would be nice to let go of his obsession and just live with Nan Yin. Maybe the girl who saved him had already married, and she didn't come to see him just because she was afraid that he would disturb her. Or maybe she didn't care about him at all. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be unwilling to see him for so long. Although he thought so in his mind, he felt a little unwilling in his heart. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Just as Jean Yanli was hesitating and struggling, a cool breeze suddenly blew around him, and someone's footsteps came from the bushes. It was very light, but he still heard it. Jean Yanli frowned and was about to ask who that person was, and what he was doing following him secretly. But before he could say anything, in the darkness, with a whoosh sound, a sharp arrow suddenly flew towards the direction where he was standing. It broke through the air with a fierce killing intent. Jean Yanli reacted quickly and turned around to dodge. Seeing that the attack missed, the 4 or 5 assassins lurking in the dark instantly revealed their weapons and surrounded him, full of murderous aura. Jean Yanli narrowed his eyes. His eyes were slightly cold, but his expression did not change. He stared coldly at the group of people around him. Who are you? The Emperor is out hunting, and you dare to come and assassinate him. Are you planning a rebellion? Several assassins paused after hearing this. Obviously, they did not expect to be accused of treason in such a short time. They still understood the difference between assassinating court ministers and assassinating the current emperor. And they just killed the dog official in front of them at the request of their master. The leading assassin saw everyone pause, immediately swung his long sword, and shouted coldly, "Dog official, stop talking nonsense. We are here to eliminate harm for the people, and we are here to take your life." Without saying much, he started to attack Jean Yanli again. Several people around him rushed forward at the same time. Jean Yanli frowned slightly and subconsciously took out a soft sword from his waist. The autumn hunting trip was full of dangers. How could he not be prepared at all? After all, there were too many people who wanted his life. But he did not expect that someone would dare to assassinate him even near this tent. I don't know if this group of people went to the tent first, or followed him here directly. If they went to the tent first, then Yin. Jean Yanli's eyes were instantly dark, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, no matter how good his martial arts were, he could not defeat the simultaneous attack of these 4 or 5 carefully trained assassins. His arm was cut by a knife, and the blood instantly stained his clothes red. Jean Yanli rolled on the ground to avoid the attack on his chest. Just when he was concentrating on dealing with the assassin in front of him, a hidden weapon was ejected from behind him. Jean Yanli was not aware of it for a while. He thought he would be seriously injured today. Even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. But he didn't expect that at this moment. A woman suddenly rushed out from behind and blocked it for him without hesitation. "Be careful." Jean Yanli was thrown to the ground unexpectedly. He subconsciously hugged the woman into his arms. His eyes fell on a familiar face. He suddenly recognized that the woman was Li Qingru, Li Nanyan's half-sister. But he couldn't figure out why she was so desperate to save him. The assassin who was still chasing saw that someone had already rushed over, and the dog official could not be killed for the time being. In order to avoid revealing his identity, he had to leave quickly. Jean Yanli, who was standing aside, was still a little dazed. The sticky wetness in his palm made him realize that the woman in his arms was seriously injured. He almost subconsciously called her a few times. "Wake up!" Li Qingru's face was pale with pain. She wanted to lose consciousness, but the pain in her back made it difficult for her to faint for a while. She looked at the embarrassed man in front of her, and suddenly a bleak smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Why do you look so embarrassed every time I see you?" This sentence shocked Jean Yanli all over. He didn't understand why she said such a thing for a while. They had never met before. He was sure that there was nothing wrong with his memory. When he went to Li's house, he was also rude to her concubine's sister because of Li Nanyan. But now she was. Why would someone say such a thing? Jean Yanli's fingers trembled slightly, and he suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart, as if something was struggling to break out of the fog, making him subconsciously hold Li Qingru's shoulders tightly. "What did you say? What do you mean by every time you see me? When have we met? Why do you say such a thing? What do you know?" When Li Qingru heard his words, she felt that the mist in her eyes was getting heavier. She looked up at him, and tears slid down her cheeks without knowing when. She couldn't stop the disappointment in her heart. "So you have forgotten me a long time ago?" She shook her head, and her voice became weak. "Forget it. It's good to forget. So I don't have any extravagant hopes. After all, saving your life at the farm was a piece of cake. And it was not a big deal at all. When Jean Yanli heard her words and looked at the pale face in his arms, he seemed to understand something completely. His chest trembled slightly, and his heart beat like a drum. He didn't know whether he was nervous or excited. He just felt that his emotions were confused and mixed at the moment. He didn't know what to say. The only thing he could do was to hold the man in his arms tightly, as if he had finally found his most important treasure. It was her. It was her. But why? Why didn't she keep the jade pendant? Jean Yanli held her hand tightly. He was excited and happy at the moment. Almost subconsciously asked, "It's you? It's you, right? The girl who saved me in the woodshed that night. Took care of me, bandaged my wounds, and finally secretly brought me food has always been you, right? But why? Why didn't you keep the jade pendant I left for you? I have been looking for you, and I have always hoped to find you through the jade pendant." Li Qingru suddenly stared at him in a daze, with obvious confusion in her wet eyes. "What jade pendant? I have never received the jade pendant you left behind." Jean Yanli paused. He looked down at the person in his arms, saw the confused expression on her face, and suddenly asked, "Don't you know that I left you a jade pendant?" Li Qingru shook her head with certainty. Her eyes were dazed. Jean Yanli looked at her like this, and for some reason, his chest suddenly felt very tight and blocked. At that time, the arrow wound on my body was too serious, and the wound was too poisonous, which caused temporary blindness in my eyes. Later, the guards came in advance, and for safety reasons, I had to go back to detoxify and heal my wounds. Before I left, I was worried that you would be anxious and sad if you didn't see me when you came back. So I left a jade pendant in the haystack. I will come back to find you after I recover from my injury." Jean Yanli squeezed her palm and looked at her with burning eyes. "Do you really have no impression at all?" Later, I saw the jade pendant on Li Nanyan. At first, I thought she was my savior, so I always took good care of her. But after the engagement, I found out that the savior was not her. I always thought that the jade pendant was given to her by you. Why didn't you know about this?" He described what happened afterwards in great detail from beginning to end, hoping to see a hint of understanding in her eyes. But unfortunately, she was kept in the dark from beginning to end. Li Qingru tried to recall what happened that day. The more she thought about it, the more she felt wronged. Tears flashed in her eyes. She finally shook her head helplessly. "I didn't receive any jade pendant. On the day you left, the maid next to my elder sister secretly told me that I was meeting a man in the firewood room. I really had no choice but to ask the maid next to me to inform you to leave early. But I didn't expect that the maid was also intercepted on the way." Later, Li Nanyan heard the maid's complaint and rushed into the firewood room with a group of servants in anger. She searched around in it, but didn't find any man. And I don't know what happened after that. Speaking of this, she was a little depressed, and seemed to feel sad that neither of them said goodbye. At the same time, a sense of disappointment surged uncontrollably in her heart. "When the storm was over, I went to the woodshed to visit you secretly. It was already empty. Nothing was left. That's when I realized that you must have left early." Li Qingru looked up at him and said slowly, "If you really left a token jade pendant, it was probably taken away by Li Nanyan during the search." She said this, and her tone could not hide her resentment towards this legitimate sister. Since ancient times, the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate has been clear, whether it is status or anything else. As long as she is in the Li mansion, Li Nanyan will always suppress her. No matter what she does, she can't compare to Li Nanyan, the stupid eldest lady with only looks but no brains. She teased her and made her make a lot of fools in front of everyone. But that was because she was not smart enough. When provoked by others, she would be closer to others than to her own sisters. It was reasonable for her to teach her a lesson. Besides, what she did was just a small fight, which was just a little bad for her reputation. She had never really hurt her. But what about her? She really didn't understand. Why? Why did they even take away the jade pendant from her? She obviously had everything. Why did they quietly take away the only thing that originally belonged to her? Jean Yanli finally understood now. All the things were connected. And the Li Qingru in front of him was the girl who saved him at the beginning. And she was the only one from beginning to end. But why? He just felt like something was blocking his chest at the moment. And he felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't help asking, "Why? Why didn't you come to me? Since you knew that I was the one you saved, Why didn't you tell me when I went to the Li mansion later? Li Qingru raised her eyes and looked at the man in front of her. There was a trace of tenderness in her eyes, but it did not penetrate deep into her eyes. She asked softly, I tell you, what happened next? I was willing to save you at that time, but I just didn't want to see a person who was trying to survive die like this. I saved your life and never thought about getting anything from you. As long as you can survive, I have done a good thing. What's more, it was just a piece of cake at the beginning. She gently leaned her cheek against Jin Yanli's chest and listened to the dull sound of his heart. I am not a person who repays favors. Besides, you and Li Nanyan were already together at that time. How could I disturb you again? Jin Yanli's chest trembled slightly. For a moment, her face seemed to overlap with the appearance he had always imagined in his heart. The woman who saved himself in the darkness should be as gentle and quiet as her. But when she mentioned Nanyan later, Jin Yanli's breathing suddenly stopped for a moment, and Nanyan's face immediately appeared in his mind. The way she was playful. The way she came to him to make a decision after being pecked by a goose. The way she fought with a snow lion in the Jin mansion. And the way she slapped at his arms docilely when she was drunk. So many. There were so many memories that he could not count them. Whenever he thought of her, he felt an indescribable tenderness in his heart, and his mouth curled up subconsciously. It was this moment that made Li Qingru in his arms see the tenderness that flashed across his face. And she was more certain that the man in front of her was not without affection for her elder sister Li Nanyan. Her eyes were instantly filled with tears, and she struggled to get up from his arms. Master Jin, please let me go. This is the best ending for us now. You and Li Nanyan are already engaged. And the person you like now is also her. There is no need to hold on to the life-saving grace in the past. I came to you just to make things clear. From now on, we will pretend that we don't know each other. Otherwise, Master Jin, your fiancé will be unhappy again. Jin Yanli, who was still struggling and hesitating, suddenly woke up after hearing this. He looked at Li Qingru in front of him, and his memories kept turning over in his mind, and his thoughts became more and more confused, especially when he saw the tear in her eyes. Jin Yanli felt his heart throb suddenly, and his palm subconsciously grasped her wrist. How can he pretend he doesn't know her? How can he? He has been looking for her for so long. She is the woman he has been attracted to since the beginning. He has always liked the woman who silently took care of him in the dark. If it weren't for that misunderstanding, they would have been together a long time ago. How can he pretend nothing happened? It would be fine if he hadn't looked for her before. But now he has found her, and this is the second time she has saved him. How can he let her go willingly? He is unwilling to accept this. The only person he has been attracted to from beginning to end is her, the woman in front of him. He still remembers the feeling when he was helpless and panicked in the dark. The feeling of despair, and the scene where she stayed by his side, treated his wounds, and accompanied him through loneliness. It was not Li Nanyan. Not that fake. Not the woman who deceived him from the beginning. The one he liked should be the woman in front of him. From the beginning it was her. Jin Yanli repeated it several times in his heart, not knowing whether it was the most real thought in his heart, or he was trying to convince himself. He grabbed Li Qingru's wrist tightly and said anxiously, "The person I like from beginning to end is only you. I always thought that Li Nanyan was my lifesaver, so I took extra care of her, and that's why I came to propose marriage later. But from beginning to end, the only person I have ever been moved by is the girl in the woodshed who took care of me silently." Jin Yanli stared at the person in front of him with burning eyes, holding her hands tightly. "Shoulder, I won't give up on you. I've made up my mind. I'll go to Li's house to break off the engagement after the autumn hunt is over. The person I want to marry has always been you. Are you willing to give me this chance?" After Jin Yanli finished speaking, the struggling of the person in his arms finally stopped. For a moment, she thought there was something wrong with her hearing and looked at him in disbelief. "Are you telling the truth?" There were tears in her eyes, and her eyes were dazed. Suddenly, tears slid down her face silently. "Have you really always liked me?" Jin Yanli's chest choked for a moment, and his eyes fell on the expectant face of the person in front of him. In just a moment, Jin Yanli felt as if his heart was stung by something, fine and dense, but before he could completely distinguish what it was, Li Qingru in front of him fell into a coma because she couldn't bear the pain of the wound. "Li Qingru." Jin Yanli called her name subconsciously. "Wake up!" He reached out and pinched her philtrum again, but the person in his arms still had no reaction. Jin Yanli was really anxious now. and hurriedly picked up the unconscious Li Qingru. His mood at the moment was really a bit confused and complicated, and he had no way to think deeply about the suffocating and uncomfortable emotion that suddenly appeared in his heart. He directly carried this person to his tent. Jin Yanli carried Li Qingru all the way back to the camp. Fortunately, it was dark and no one saw them. However, the servants in the camp saw Jin Yanli covered in blood, and their faces suddenly changed. "Sir, you are injured." Jin Yanli carried the person directly into the inner tent next to him. He said anxiously as he walked, "I am fine, Jin Wu. There was no accident in the tent, right?" In fact, when Jin Yanli came in, he found that the tent was heavily guarded. Nothing should have happened. Otherwise it would not be so calm. But he was still a little nervous and asked one more question. Jin Wu knew that his master was probably asking about the safety of Miss Li. So he quickly replied, "Miss Li's tent has always been guarded by a maid, and other places are also watched by guards. There is no abnormality for the time being." Jin Yanli then relaxed, and then remembered something, and quickly instructed the people beside him. "Okay, don't make public the assassination of this official for the time being, and immediately have the guards send more people around the palace to take precautions, and make sure the emperor is safe. In addition, the emperor is stubborn, and hunting is in full swing at this time. Don't let this matter disturb the emperor's interest. Otherwise the emperor will be angry, and everyone in the palace will be held accountable. Remember?" The guards around all responded in unison. "Yes." After Jin Yanli gave these instructions, he quickly shouted to Jin Wu beside him, "Go and invite the imperial physician. Quickly take my official seal and invite the imperial physician, and say that I accidentally fell off my horse and injured my arm. It hurts a lot now. So hurry up and invite the doctor." Jin Wu immediately withdrew after receiving the order. But when he left, he saw the woman in his master's arms. Isn't that Miss Li's concubine's sister? How could the master be with this woman? And they were also assassinated and injured together. After Jin Yanli gave all the instructions, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and asked the maid in the room to clean Li Qingru's wound first. After a while, the imperial physician came with a medicine box. After a diagnosis and treatment, he found out that Li Qingru suffered flesh wounds. Fortunately, there was no poison on the hidden weapon, so there was no danger of life. However, the wound was a bit deep, so it was still necessary to take care of it carefully. Otherwise the wound would easily split and become infected. Jin Yanli gave a death order to ensure that Miss Li was safe and sound, and the imperial physician could only obey the order honestly. But he was still puzzled. Didn't they say that Lord Jin fell off his horse and broke his arm? How could a woman be injured? And this woman was sleeping in Lord Jin's tent openly, which was a bit too impolite. But it was obvious that these things were not for him, an imperial physician, to comment on. The old imperial physician shook his head and prescribed some painkillers for Miss Li. Finally, after confirming that there was nothing serious, he turned around and left with the medicine box. On the other side, Jin Yanli asked the maid to boil the medicine. After feeding Li Qingru, the frowning and sleepy woman on the couch finally calmed down a lot, and even her brows gradually relaxed. Seeing Li Qingru like this, Jin Yanli finally felt relieved. He had been busy all night, and only now did he finally have some time to sort out his emotions. The stuffy air and the smell of medicine in the room suddenly made Jin Yanli feel a little tired. His brain was in a mess, and he was upset. His chest seemed to be blocked by a huge rock, and he didn't know what to do. He subconsciously walked out of the tent. He originally just wanted to come out for a breath of fresh air, but he walked to the tent where Nan Yin was sleeping peacefully. The maids on both sides were about to greet and salute, but were directly driven out by Jin Yanli. He opened the curtain and saw a figure sleeping soundly on the bed at a glance. His eyes unconsciously focused on her. He saw that she kicked off the quilt restlessly, and both hands were exposed. He took a few steps closer and looked at her deeply. Perhaps because she was still drunk, there was a faint red on both sides of her cheeks. Her black hair covered her face, as if she had dyed it with rouge. I don't know what she dreamed about, but she murmured slightly. Jin Yanli didn't really understand until this moment why she always strictly forbade him to contact her concubine's sister. Why she always said bad things about her concubine's sister in front of him. And why every time she mentioned her concubine's sister, she always looked disgusted. And every time he accidentally met her concubine's sister in Li's house before, she always looked nervous and guilty. All of this has a traceable trace. Everything is clear. It turns out that she knew everything from beginning to end. Knowing that the person who saved him was her concubine's sister, she shamelessly took the jade pendant for herself. This was not the end. She was also afraid that her concubine's sister would contact him and expose the truth. So she never let him meet Li Qingru. This is her true face. Jean Yanli suddenly felt a sense of depression and a trace of obvious anger in his chest. She had concealed it from him for so long, and did so many things in private that disgusted him. He used to think she was innocent and harmless. Although she was a little arrogant and willful, she was not bad by nature. But now, which of the things she did not make him feel mocking and disgusted? It was really disgusting. The funny thing was that for a moment, he was entangled and hesitant, and even had the idea of living with her for the rest of his life. But he knew everything she did. Jean Yanli stared at the woman in front of him intently. His hand suddenly stretched out slowly, and pinched the other's chin directly. His strength was a bit heavy, which made Nan Yin hum uncomfortably in her sleep. She opened her eyes hazily, and saw that it was him in a daze. She fell asleep again with peace of mind. But in her sleep, her hands were still entangled with his palms. And then she rubbed them gently on her cheeks. Jean Yanli, please be gentle. Her voice was not awake yet. With a strong nasal tone. Seeing her defenseless look, Jean Yanli's cold and deep eyes suddenly paused. And then he directly pulled back the hand that she was holding in her arms. No matter what, he had already made up his mind. After the autumn hunt, he will come to cancel the engagement. Li Nanyin is Li Nanyin. No matter how much she pretends, she is not the girl he was attracted to at the beginning. He will not give up just like that, let alone compromise. Thinking of this, Jean Yanli covered her with a quilt, then turned around and left the tent, not wanting to look at her again, while Nanyin, who was lying on the bed in the room, rubbed her chin that was pinched and hurt, and couldn't help but cursed inwardly. Asshole. Bullying her while she was asleep. And not at all severe. She vaguely smelled the bloody smell in the air. Sure enough, when she woke up from a sleep, the original plot had already happened. It seems that Jean Yanli has completely known the truth and found her real savior. So can she change her partner to toss next? Chapter 121. When Nanyin woke up the next day, the sky had gradually brightened. Nanyin put on her clothes and walked out of the tent. She saw a faint glow in the eastern sky, with a breath of vitality and vigor. However, there seemed to be something wrong with the tent today. It was too quiet. She looked around and saw that the number of guards near the tent had obviously increased. It seemed that the assassination last night still had some impact. Nanyin pretended to know nothing. She looked around but didn't see Jean Yanli. She turned around and asked a maid who served her, "Where is Jean Yanli? Why hasn't he gotten up yet?" The maid hesitated for a moment, thought about it, and then lowered her head and answered respectfully. "Master Jean accidentally fell and injured himself last night. He is now resting in the tent." As soon as the maid finished speaking, Nanyin's face changed a little. She grabbed the maid's shoulder anxiously and asked subconsciously, "Did you say Jean Yanli was injured?" The maid nodded again. "Yes. Master accidentally fell and suffered some minor injuries last night. He has been ordered not to enter the house to disturb him. Miss Li, please be patient for a while. I will get you breakfast first." Before the maid finished speaking, Nanyin could no longer sit still, and turned around and trotted towards his tent. The guards outside saw her, but did not stop her. So Nanyin directly opened the curtain and rushed in. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Jean Yanli, who was wearing a white middle coat, leaning on the couch, looking at something. He held a few pieces of letter paper in his hand, and the more he read, the tighter his brows frowned, and his face looked a little gloomy. And it was obvious that he was in a bad mood at the moment. The maid beside him was carefully treating the wound on his arm. Nanyin's attention was immediately focused on the injured part of his arm. As the gauze was untied layer by layer, the blood line on his arm became clearer and clearer. The wound was a little red and swollen, and there was some residual blood around it that had not been cleaned up. The maid in front of him was obviously a novice, and she was not thoughtful when serving people, especially when she saw that the skin and gauze of the wound were stuck together. The maid's action when she pulled it apart was a little heavy. Jean Yanli frowned subconsciously. The big maid who served him was sent to Li Qingru. The little maid in front of him was so clumsy that it was better to let him handle it himself. When Jean Yanli was about to ask her to leave, he looked up and saw Nanyin standing at the door. His eyes paused, and then he asked in a low voice, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to rest and not allow anyone to come in and disturb you?" Nan Yin didn't get angry and leave after hearing this. She immediately walked forward with red eyes, and then took the gauze and medicine powder from the trembling little maid, and asked the maid to leave directly. She pursed her lips, looking at the bloodstain with distress and anxiety. "How did you get hurt?" Jean Yanli looked at her natural movements, and his eyes couldn't help but deepen. His eyes fell on her slightly red eyes, watching her movements carefully and seriously, feeling the slight itch from the wound, and seeing her lower her head and blow gently twice. His heart suddenly softened again, and then he explained, "It was too dark last night, and I didn't pay much attention to my feet when I walked, and I accidentally fell. It happened that the gravel on the ground was sharp, so I accidentally scratched it." After saying that, she felt that her tone was too stiff, and added, "It's actually not a big deal. It doesn't hurt much. You don't have to worry so much." Nan Yan's eyes were a little moist. She raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes, with some obvious apology and suspicion in her eyes. "Don't hide it from me. How could the wound be so neat after a fall? It's clearly a dagger cut." After saying this, her voice was a little choked. Nan Yin thought about it, and suddenly another idea popped up in her mind. She hesitated and looked at the wound, bit her lip, and finally couldn't help asking him, "Tell me honestly, was I drunk last night and accidentally stabbed you? You were afraid that I would be sad, so you didn't want to tell me the truth?" Hearing this, Jean Yanli was also convinced by her crazy thoughts, but she was quite self-aware and still remembered that she was drunk. Jean Yanli couldn't help but chuckle, and subconsciously reached out and pressed his hand on her hair. "What are you thinking about? It's true that I'm afraid you'll be sad, but this wound is definitely not caused by you. To be exact, it has nothing to do with you. I didn't say it because this matter has something to do with the court, so I can't tell you for the time being." Hearing this, Nan Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before she could completely relax, she suddenly thought of something, and her expression became a little uncomfortable. And then she asked hesitantly, "I was drunk last night. Was I not very well behaved?" She bit her lip, obviously a little worried about herself after getting drunk, and even more worried that she had done something messy and restless. Seeing her face slightly red, lowering her head to treat his wound carefully, but never daring to look up at him, Jean Yanli suddenly wanted to laugh. His mind suddenly recalled her drunken appearance last night, her flushed cheeks, blurred eyes, and obedient appearance of only clinging to him, only willing to let him hug her. And finally, when she was bullied, she would only cry out his name with tears in her eyes. Thinking of Nan Yin like this, Jean Yanli couldn't help but feel soft in his heart. He lowered his head and smiled, and suddenly asked back, "What do you think is an uneasy thing?" Perhaps she didn't expect him to ask such a question, which made Nan Yin a little stunned for a while. When she reacted, she immediately turned her face away uncomfortably. She clenched her fingers slightly. Her knuckles turned white, and after a long while, she hesitated and said in a muffled voice, Did I say some nonsense? Some things that sounded inexplicable. In fact, she was not drunk at all last night, and she was naturally clear about her situation after being drunk. But asking this question was to help him recall the truth he just learned yesterday. After all, pretending to be drunk is not an easy thing. Sure enough, Jean Yanli on the opposite side was slightly stunned after hearing what she said. He seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes fell on her obviously nervous expression. His face instantly became cold, but he concealed it well and soon returned to normal. Then he raised his eyes and looked at her lightly, and his eyes gradually became calm. "What's wrong? Is there something in your heart that you can't say? Or are you secretly hiding some secrets to tell me? So you say such strange things?" When he said this, there seemed to be a hint of hidden mockery in his eyes. Nan Yin almost subconsciously blurted out, "Of course not." After she finished speaking, she realized that her tone might be too eager, and it was inevitable that she felt a little uncomfortable. She subconsciously pulled the corner of her mouth towards him, revealing a dry smile, and said, "How is it possible? What secrets can I have in my heart? I'm just worried that I will say something unreasonable when I'm drunk, and make you unhappy. So I'm so nervous. Don't think about it. Okay?" As she spoke, she lowered her head and carefully sprinkled the powder on the wound. After wrapping the last layer of gauze, she gently tied a slipknot. She frowned slightly during the whole process, staring at the position of the wound without blinking, as if she was afraid that she would hurt him if she was too strong. Jean Yanli's eyes fell on her gentle and delicate face. He should have been angry and distant with her, but for some reason, he suddenly felt an unspeakable depression in his heart, and his eyes became a little dazed. She rarely looked so serious and focused, but the few times she was serious and focused were all when she was with him, such as when she was learning archery, when she said she would make sleeves for him, and when she was bandaging his wounds at this moment. Jean Yanli thought absent-mindedly. He was completely immersed in his own thoughts at this moment. In fact, she was not so willful and spoiled, and life with her was not so unbearable. In fact, it can be said that she was quite happy, at least very relaxed, without going around in circles. She would say it when she was unhappy, and would shamelessly pester him to act like a spoiled child. When she was angry, she would take the initiative to let him coax her. Moreover, she didn't hold grudges. She would quickly forget about being bullied and go to find the other person the next day. She was a typical person who only remembered food but not beatings. She looked heartless all day long. But occasionally, she was very sensitive when it came to people and things that she really cared about, especially during the time she was with him. She also restrained a lot of her willful temper in private and matured a lot. If they stayed together like this, they might become a loving couple in the future. But he had found his real savior, who was the only salvation in his darkest and most desperate moments. She was the girl he had been attracted to from the beginning. How could he give up? Moreover, he already knew everything she had done. If she hadn't deliberately deceived and concealed it, and if she hadn't taken the jade pendant for herself, how could he have missed the woman he really liked for so long? And it led to the current situation. It was obvious that he liked a gentle and introverted woman like Li Qingru at the beginning. He had been looking for her for so long, and it was impossible for him to let her go. Moreover, if she hadn't been interfering, he and Li Qingru would have been engaged long ago. So it was natural to cancel the engagement. He would not give up the person he liked at the beginning because of guilt. He would definitely cancel this marriage, although it would have some impact on her reputation. As long as he was secretly protecting her in the future, he would naturally choose another suitable marriage for her and compensate her with a good husband, so that she would not be bullied by others. This could be regarded as compensation for her. If Nan Yan knew what he was thinking at the moment, she would definitely clap her hands and laugh out loud. After all, from the beginning, he took the initiative to approach the girl, said some ambiguous words, and then repeatedly saved the beauty, which made the girl completely moved. Then he wanted to clap his hands and leave after saying that he recognized the wrong person. How could such a good thing happen in the world? After bandaging his wound, Nan Yan's brows seemed to relax. She pursed her lips and smiled at him. She could vaguely smell the herbal scent in the tent. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and looked at him and said, "You haven't taken the medicine yet. Can I get it for you?" Without waiting for his answer, she turned around and lifted the curtain to go out. She moved quickly. In just a moment, she brought a bowl of steaming medicine to Jean Yanli. Seeing that her fingertips were burned red, Jean Yanli almost subconsciously reached out to take it, put it aside, and then pulled her fingers over and over to check. "Are you stupid? Have you forgotten that your hand is not healed yet? You dare to take the freshly boiled medicine with your hands? Come here and let me see if you are burned." Jean Yanli carefully looked at her palm and saw that the scars on her palm from practicing archery had not completely disappeared, and now it was a little red again. Jean Yanli suddenly felt a little irritated for no reason. He grabbed her hand and dipped it into the cold water on the shelf beside him. While washing it, he scolded her in a low voice. "How many times have I told you not to rush when doing things? You dared to take the freshly boiled medicine with your hand. Do you still want this hand?" He started to talk again, and he didn't even realize how tightly his brows were knitted at the moment. "Usually, you are so delicate that you would pull me to cry and coax you for a long time after being bitten by insects. Why are you like a piece of wood now? Without any movement? Is it painful? Do you want to ask the imperial doctor to come and see?" Nan Yan finally couldn't help laughing. She tilted her head and looked at people with curved eyebrows. Her eyes seemed to be bright and clear as if they were filled with stars. "I'm not as delicate as you say. It really doesn't hurt this time. Why do I need to call the imperial physician? If the imperial physician really came, he would probably scold you for making a fuss and report you to the imperial hospital." Jean Yanli was still a little worried. He frowned and touched her palm carefully. "Is it really not painful?" after confirming that there was really nothing wrong with her expression. Then he let go. It's okay. It doesn't hurt. Don't be so impulsive in the future. After hearing her joke again, he couldn't help but knock her head. I am an official appointed by the court after all. What's wrong with asking an imperial physician to come and see the disease? Besides, it's not like I don't give him money. How could such a small matter be reported to the imperial hospital? Nonsense. Nan Yin touched her head, which didn't hurt at all, and wondered in her heart. I don't know if this person has become accustomed to knocking, and the force of knocking people's heads is getting more and more appropriate. She smiled at him again, then remembered the bowl of medicine on the table. After a while, it was only a little bit warm, so she quickly handed it to him. Oh, you haven't taken the medicine yet. The doctor said that the medicine should be taken while it's hot. If it gets cold, it will not be effective. Okay, I'll drink it. Jean Yanli looked at the man's fussing and shook his head helplessly. He directly picked up the bowl of medicine on the table and drank it all. The bitter medicine spread in his mouth, but he still frowned uncomfortably. He was about to ask the maid to make a cup of strong tea when he heard Nan Yin beside him gently calling him. Jean Yanli, open your mouth. Jean Yanli didn't react for a moment, and subconsciously looked in her direction. And then he felt something soft being stuffed into his mouth. The sweet and sour taste melted in his mouth, instantly covering up the previous taste of medicine. He looked down and saw the small purse in her palm, which was stuffed with some candied snacks that girls love to eat. She took out another sour plum and handed it to his lips, looking at him happily and proudly. It won't be bitter after eating this. I took medicine like this when I was a child. Fortunately, I would stuff some delicious food in my small purse every day. Now, shouldn't you thank me? Jean Yanli shook his head and was a little amused for a while. He lowered his head and bit the plum, thinking while biting. No wonder she always had a sweet and greasy fragrance on her body. It turned out that there was a purse of snacks hidden in her waist. How could ordinary ladies be as greedy as her, and not afraid of sweetness damaging their teeth? Jean Yanli chuckled and couldn't help but remind her. Eat less sweet things at night in the future. Otherwise no one can help you when you have a toothache. Nan Yin snorted twice and turned away to ignore him. I was kind enough to help you suppress the smell of the medicine. Why did you curse me for a toothache? I felt sorry for you in vain. Jean Yanli looked at her charming appearance and suddenly felt a little soft-hearted. He pinched his palm and couldn't help pinching her cheek after all. Okay, what curse are you talking about? I kindly reminded you, but you are still angry with me. Don't pester me and say I didn't tell you in advance when you have a toothache in the future. Hearing him imitate her tone, Nan Yin couldn't help laughing and turned to look at him. When Jean Yanli saw her smile, the corner of his mouth raised a slight arc uncontrollably. After that, the forest garden was always peaceful, and the assassins never appeared again. During the time when Jean Yanli was recovering from his injuries, he basically did not leave the tent. As time passed, the autumn hunt that lasted for more than 20 days was almost over. Although Jean Yanli kept the news very tight, rumors around the tent gradually spread. After all, there is no wall that is impenetrable. At first, Nan Yin was kept in the dark. She had no idea that her fiancé and her concubine sister seemed to be very close. When someone reminded her, Nan Yin scolded her back, saying that she was talking nonsense. How could Jean Yanli get involved with that Li Qingru? He didn't even leave the camp these days, and was recovering in the tent. How could he do such a mess? But although she thought so in her heart, after a long time, Nan Yin obviously noticed something wrong. Recently, Jean Yanli seemed to become a little strange, often thinking about something in a trance. Sometimes he could not hear me even if I called him several times. And he was always busy recently. But I didn't know what he was busy with. And I never saw him leave the tent. He didn't leave the tent because he was taking care of the injured Li Qingru. Li Qingru had woken up a long time ago. From the moment she was injured, she had been kept in the tent by Jean Yanli to rest. Because the location of the tent was relatively remote, and there were special maids and guards guarding it. Not many people knew about it. However, after a long time, there would always be people who accidentally bumped into him. And there were also maids who let the cat out of the bag. So the rumor spread in this way. Nan Yin knew all about this, but she still looked ignorant. It was not until the last day of the autumn hunt that the palace held a grand celebration and farewell banquet. The emperor finally set off for the palace in a grand manner. The accompanying civil and military officials naturally followed closely. But some left a little later, including Jean Yanli and his group. In fact, Jean Yanli's injury was no longer serious. But Li Qingrou's wound on her back was quite deep. If she left rashly, it would probably aggravate the injury. So Jean Yanli postponed his departure for a day or two. Nan Yan naturally stayed with him. But she didn't know about this. She just thought that Jean Yanli's wound had not healed yet. So she had to check on the wound on his arm every day to feel relieved. Just like now. Jean Yanli looked at Nan Yan, who knew nothing in front of him, with his eyes slightly drooped. He didn't know why. But the closer he got to the time of leaving, the more complicated and hesitant he felt in his heart. His heart was blocked, and he felt a little uncomfortable, just as he was immersed in his own thoughts, and didn't know how to start. The maid outside the tent suddenly came in. Seeing Jean Yanli, she hesitated for a moment and said, "My lord." Miss Li insisted that her wound had healed and insisted on leaving with the maid. She said she didn't want to delay your return to the court. As a result, as soon as she stood up, the wound on her back split open and a lot of blood flowed. "My lord, please go and have a look." At the end, the maid also glanced at Nan Yan beside her cautiously. When Jean Yanli heard that Li Qingrou's wound was bleeding, he subconsciously frowned and scolded while walking out. "How did you take care of her? Didn't you tell her not to get up? Why didn't you keep an eye on her? Did you go and ask for a doctor?" The maid quickly responded, Yes. But Miss Li refused to listen and insisted on getting up. "We couldn't stop her." "Okay. There's no need to say these useless words. Let's go see how she is doing first." Jean Yanli paused as he said this. He turned his head and looked at Nan Yan, who looked confused and a little nervous. He looked at her deeply, but in the end, he said nothing. "Forget it. She will know sooner or later." Jean Yanli thought so. But it seemed as if something stung his heart. The fine and dense pain made him choke for a moment. But he soon ignored it because Li Qingrou's tent had arrived. Seeing the little bit of color on the other person's face that had been restored with great difficulty, now completely faded, Jean Yanli felt angry for a moment. He went forward and picked up Li Qingru, who was sitting on the chair, and put her on the bed. "Didn't I tell you to take care of your body? When will your wound heal completely if you move around like this? Have you forgotten what the doctor said? It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. The wound on your back is very deep. If you don't take good care of it, it will easily cause a root of disease." Li Qingru was still struggling. But she didn't expect this man to pick her up directly, especially when he lowered his head to speak. The strange breath of a man instantly hit her face, and her face blushed all of a sudden. "Jean, Lord Jean, why are you here?" Li Qingru bit her lip, looking a little uncomfortable. "I clearly told them not to disturb you." Jean Yanli frowned slightly when she heard that, especially when she saw some bloodstains on her back. A hint of helplessness appeared in her eyes. "If I don't come, am I just going to watch you leave?" "Li Qingru, did you know that the wound on your back has split again? Have you not been taking medicine properly recently?" Speaking of this, Li Qingrou's expression was obviously a little unnatural, and a little aggrieved. "The medicine is too bitter. It's really hard to swallow." Perhaps it was because Jean Yanli's attitude towards her was too gentle recently, so she would subconsciously indulge in it, especially after knowing that the person he liked had always been her. Li Qingru really felt that she was very lucky. Hearing this, Jean Yanli had no choice but to directly order the maid to bring the medicine. "Come here. I will feed you. Don't miss a mouthful. Otherwise, I really don't know when your injury will heal." Just as Jean Yanli was feeding her medicine mouthful by mouthful, a figure appeared at the door of the tent at some point, and it was unknown how long she had been standing there, and what she saw. In short, when Jean Yanli turned his head, he happened to meet those confused and helpless eyes, just staring at him blankly. The moment Jean Yanli looked at her, he felt that his heart seemed to be clenched tightly by a palm, and it trembled uncontrollably, making him even breathe a little unsmoothly, especially under Nan Yan's eyes. He suddenly felt an indescribable bitterness and guilt in his heart, and he almost lost his grip on the spoon. Li Qingru obviously saw her, but she didn't like Li Nan Yan, who showed up suddenly. She even complained in her heart. If she hadn't interfered, she would be Jean Yanli's legitimate fiancée. Jean Yanli took a deep breath, put the medicine bowl on the table, signaled the maid to come forward to serve, and turned to look at Li Qingru, then whispered to comfort her. "There are some things I haven't explained to her clearly, but now that she has seen it, I'll just go and explain it to her. You can rest here and go to the doctor if you have any problems. As for going back, don't worry. I will take care of it. Under the other parties such a proper arrangement. Li Qingru could only nod and agree even though she was a little reluctant to let him leave. When Jean Yanli turned around to look again, the figure at the door had already left. Jean Yanli pinched her fingers, turned around and chased after him, and finally found the person in the tent where she had been living. She curled up on the couch, hugged her knees with her hands, and curled herself up. Jean Yanli's heart ached slightly. He lowered his head and looked at her with a complicated look. After hesitating for a moment, he finally turned his head away and said in a low voice, I will cancel the engagement after I go back. When she heard this, Nan Yen seemed to be stunned, and tears fell involuntarily. And then she looked up at him suddenly. You lied to me. Jean Yanli lowered his head and met her gaze. His eyes were obscure, and his tone suddenly became a little sarcastic. You are the one who lied to me all along. Do you want me to explain it to you word by word? Who saved me at the farm? Who took the jade pendant for himself? And who was the one who made a mistake and kept deceiving and concealing the truth? Hearing this series of rhetorical questions, Nan Yan's face turned pale almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. She squeezed her fingers hard, and her knuckles turned white and tight because of excessive force. In fact, from the moment she saw Li Qingru, she had already had some vague guesses in her heart. Otherwise, with her temperament, she would not have turned around and ran away without saying a word. Jean Yanli seemed to want to make everything clear at once. If you hadn't interfered, I wouldn't have missed her for so long. I never understood why you felt so guilty and nervous every time I came to the Li mansion and saw Li Qingru. It turns out that you knew from the beginning that I was a liar from the beginning to the end. And you were even more afraid that she would reveal the truth. So you were so afraid of her. I didn't. Nan Yen cried and retorted subconsciously. She looked up at him with grievance. Yes, I did hide it from you. But you clearly recognized the wrong person at the beginning. She jumped off the bed and rushed to him, crying and questioning. Are all the things you said before? That you like me? That you will take care of me and love me forever? All fake? She grabbed his sleeve tightly, tears flowing out of her eyes uncontrollably, anxious and aggrieved. It's obviously me who has been with you all the time. She only saved you once. Just because I'm not your savior, can all the past and love be erased? She cried so pitifully that her nose turned red. And Jean Yanli had never seen her so sad. Jean Yanli frowned instantly, and he subconsciously brushed her fingers away, ignoring the suffocation in his chest. I said that from the beginning. I liked the person who saved me at the farm, not you. Even if you concealed the truth and replaced it, the person I liked was not you. As soon as he finished speaking, the person in front of him cried even more sadly. She still reached out to grab his sleeve. You lied to me. You clearly said that no matter what I did wrong, you would forgive me. How could you not like me at all? You lied to me. Unfortunately, before he could touch the other person this time, Jean Yanli grabbed his wrist and squeezed it tightly. He said in a cold tone, I said that the person I liked from the beginning was Li Qingru. All my tolerance and love for you are based on the mistaken belief that you are my savior. You think I like you, but you are just her substitute. Now that the real owner has been found, how can I still like you? As soon as she finished speaking, Nan Yan's tear accidentally fell on the back of his hand. The scorching temperature almost made him subconsciously withdraw his hand, and Nan Yan's tearful eyes looked at him sadly, with unprecedented sadness and grievance. Jean Yanli was looked at with such eyes, and he could hardly raise his eyes to look at her directly. He turned his face away subconsciously, and then pretended to be calm and said, I will come to cancel the engagement as soon as possible. After saying this, he turned around and walked out. His steps were even a little hurried, and he didn't look at Nan Yen in the room again, until the other person's back completely disappeared. Nan Yen wiped her tears, quickly stopped crying, adjusted her mood, and drank a cup of new tea to replenish some water. After all, there was no one around, and no one would watch her crying like this. And it would not look good if her eyes were swollen from crying. Besides, she was tired after crying for so long. It would be better to let her sleep a little longer to recuperate. Chapter 122. The cancellation of the engagement is inevitable. Since that day, Jean Yanli has never seen Li Nanyan again. On October 7th, the day after the autumn hunt in Shengling Garden was completely over, Jean Yanli really came to cancel the engagement. In addition, Jean Yanli re-engaged with the second young lady Li despite everyone's opposition. As soon as this news came out, it really caused an uproar in Yin City. How could this be possible? Isn't it the eldest young lady of the Li family that Lord Jean likes? In the past, he even invited the wife of the Duke of Guo to come out to ask for marriage. How could he change the marriage at this critical moment? And it's October now. It is said that the two will be married in less than a month. As a result, this happened suddenly. What a joke. Isn't this a complete disgrace to someone? And what did Miss Li do to anger Lord Jean? And was she rejected at this critical moment? And the second young lady of the Li family is really a master. She stepped on the reputation of the legitimate daughter to get to the top. And she was able to snatch the fiancé from the engaged eldest young lady. This is not something that can be explained by a simple scheming. After this day, the eldest young lady of the Li family instantly became the laughing stock of the entire Yin City. Almost everyone was discussing the deeds of the two sisters in private. There were sympathy and ridicule. Some scolded the second young lady for being shameless and snatching her sister's fiancé. And naturally there were also people who praised her for fighting for the dignity of the illegitimate children. But without exception, everyone hated Miss Li for not fighting for her. After sympathy, most people laughed at her. After all, she couldn't even keep her fiancé. Even if such a woman really married into an official family in the future, she would not be able to manage the household. What's the point of marrying such a woman? This caused many wives of officials and princes to tighten their control over their illegitimate children. Moreover, I don't know what happened to Miss Li. She looked strong on weekdays, but she turned out to be a paper tiger. After suffering such a big loss this time, she didn't go to the Jean mansion to make trouble again, but just endured it silently. After that, she was alone in the mansion like a turtle. Never went out again. Didn't attend banquets. Didn't go shopping. Didn't buy rouge and jewelry. And didn't want to see those little sisters in the past. I don't know if they will be upset. On the other side, the servants of the Jean mansion have not had a good life recently. I don't know what happened these days. The temper of their master is getting worse and worse. And his face is getting colder and colder. Sometimes he locks himself in the study and doesn't come out all day and all night. I don't know if it's because of the broken engagement. The whole person exudes a gloomy aura. But isn't that the master's own choice? The servants in the mansion sometimes can't help but discuss in private. Ah, did you see it? The master's temper has been getting weirder and weirder recently. Sometimes the eyes he looks at people are as cold as knives. And when he sweeps over, it's almost suffocating. Obviously, when the young lady was in the mansion before, she was never like this. Someone immediately followed up and echoed, with a low voice, "Who said it wasn't? I don't know what the master is thinking. Miss Li is such a lively and generous girl. Why did she break off the engagement? And if you want to break off, you can turn around and ask to marry someone else's sister. What the master did is too unkind." As the few people were talking, a round-faced maid in a green skirt suddenly squeezed in and interrupted. "You don't know this, but there is actually something behind this." Hearing this, everyone who gathered together looked up at her at the same time. The round-faced maid looked around and made sure there was no risk around. Then whispered, "Do you still remember the incident when the master was seriously injured and blinded? Didn't the master disappear for a while? During the time when the master was injured, it was not the eldest lady of the Li mansion who saved the master, but the second lady of the Li mansion." At this point, the round-faced maid's voice. The voice instantly lowered. It's just that the eldest lady of the Li family relied on her status as a legitimate daughter and stole the token that the master left for the second lady, and then deceived the master. Otherwise, how could you think that the arrogant and willful eldest lady of the Li family suffered such a big loss? How could she not dare to ask for justice? That's because she was guilty. The one who said this was also the maid who served Li Qingru in the tent at the beginning. She knew more about the inside story than ordinary people. In addition, Li Qingru had a gentle personality and gave her many rewards. So the maid was loyal to her and treated her as her master. After all, judging from the attitude of their master, the second lady of Li was a promising one. So she naturally had to protect her a little bit so that she could get a position as a close servant in the future. Hearing this, the maids and servants gathered in the mansion nodded and shook their heads, as if they knew the inside story. But some people still couldn't help but retort, "But, even if that's the case, it's the eldest lady of the Li family who has been with our master for so long. Feelings can't be faked. And the eldest lady really likes our master. Haven't you noticed that the master's temper has become much milder since the young lady came to the mansion? He scolds people less often. Especially last time I accidentally broke a teacup. The master was going to punish me. But the young lady said a few words, and the master spared me. You all know the master's temper and personality. How can ordinary people persuade him? That's right. Although the young lady of the Lee family deceived the master, it was wrong. But it would be better to make the best of it. It can also become a good thing. Besides, our master doesn't dislike the eldest lady at all. If the two of them really become a couple, who knows how much they will love each other. Besides, the life-saving grace is not something that can only be repaid by marrying her. The master can obviously repay the favor in other ways. Why does he have to cancel the eldest lady's engagement? Your master is really too impulsive. How can Miss Lee go out and meet people in the future? Moreover, the reputation of a girl who has been cancelled will be ruined. How can she find a good marriage in the future? Before he finished speaking, a sudden chill came from behind him. The old butler with gray hair stared at them expressionlessly with a pair of large scissors in his hand, frightening the maids and servants to kneel down and beg for mercy. This butler has a high status in the entire Jean mansion. Except for the master, the butler has the highest status. He is in charge of all the big and small things in the mansion. The old man, who looks quite kind on weekdays, now has a stern face and looks like a hanged ghost. Especially when he hears them talking about the master behind his back. He can't help but scold them. What are you talking about? Are you tired of living? You dare to talk about your master behind his back. You are the slaves who can talk about the officials of the court? You are ignorant and fearless. And you don't know how to live or die. Do you still want to do it? If you really don't want to do it, I will find a human trafficker to sell you all out tomorrow. You are all troublesome. Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and leave, so that the master won't be an eyesore. The maids and servants were severely scolded, and they were all trembling with fear for being sold. Now that they heard this, they hurriedly left as if they had been pardoned, until the figures of this group of people disappeared. The old housekeeper turned his back, shook his head, and sighed softly. In fact, he also felt that his master did something wrong. Alas, the master of their family has always been very stubborn, and his heart is cold and hard. The eldest lady of the Lee family has been with him for so long, and it took a lot of effort to soften his heart. The two of them clearly have feelings for each other. But in the end, they still broke off the engagement. This matter was really too impulsive. The person in front of him didn't know how to cherish her. I'm afraid that the master will regret it in the future. Maybe in the end, he will be the only one hurt. Alas, why bother? Is the second lady of the Lee family really that good? It's just a life-saving favor. She is so good that the two have never been together. Will the master marry her? As for the Lee mansion on the other side, the atmosphere in the mansion has been obviously a little anxious and depressed recently, since the day when Master Jean came to break off the engagement and change the marriage. The eldest lady of their family has not left the yard for 3 or 4 days, and has been locking herself in the room. Although food is still delivered, she refuses to see anyone. Everyone knew that the eldest lady was really sad this time. She had never been so wronged. In the past, the second lady had used means to harm her reputation. Now, she even snatched her fiancé away. Look at how the eldest lady has been bullied. What has become of her? The little maid was guarding the door, and from time to time, she could hear some tiny sobbing sounds coming from the boudoir. It sounded so pitiful and really distressing. But the truth was that Nan Yen had been hiding in the quilt for half a night reading strange stories. She didn't dare to laugh, and in the end, she could only bite the quilt and make a slight laugh. From time to time, the maids outside heard it, and the rumor spread. In fact, she had eaten well these days, and had eaten all kinds of fruits and snacks. In addition, she had been hiding in the house and didn't go out. Her little face was rosy. There was no sign of heartbreak. Even her mother, Madame Lee, didn't see it this time. She thought her precious daughter had suffered a lot and was in great pain. She wanted to seek justice, but she knew she was in the wrong. After all, she knew what her daughter had done. Besides, a higher official can crush a person. The man surnamed Jean is more than one level higher than her master. She wanted to go into the house to comfort him, but was stopped outside. Finally, she wanted to vent all her anger on the concubine in the backyard. She asked herself that she had never treated her badly, since she was the head of the family. She never thought that she was still ambitious. But now, The concubine has been engaged to the powerful Lord Jean. Although she has verbally agreed, she can no longer bully him openly. Otherwise there will be another dispute in the future. In the end, she had no other choice but to vent her anger on her incompetent husband. It was all his fault. His daughter, who had grown up pampered, had been insulted and her reputation ruined. What else could this old man do except shake his head and sigh? He agreed on the spot when the man surnamed Jean proposed to exchange marriages. Wasn't it because he was attracted by the man's power? Bah! This old thing used her daughter as a stepping stone. She couldn't deal with outsiders. So she couldn't deal with this old man to vent her anger. So the Lee mansion was in a mess for a while. The couple quarreled every few days. The master was scolded by the lady and didn't dare to say a word. In the end, he moved directly from the main courtyard to the study. This is really a fight between gods and mortals. Even the maids and servants were trembling with fear, fearing that the lady would be in a bad mood and take action against them one day. It was at this time that Xiao Fei came to the Lee mansion. At first, he came to the Lee mansion under the pretext of drinking tea and appreciating paintings with Lord Lee. Unfortunately, Lord Lee had to go out for a while because of something. When he came back, the Xiao Shitzi was nowhere to be seen. Lord Lee did not think much about it. He guessed that the Xiao Shitzi could not wait any longer. So he left early. However, he had not had time to appreciate the newly collected high-quality calligraphy and paintings. Lord Lee could not help but feel a little regretful. He really didn't have the good fortune. He had heard that the Xiao Shitzi was also a vulgar person who loved wine and women and was fond of flowers, snow and moon. Xiao Fei came to the Lee mansion mainly to visit Li Qingru. He also heard that the Lee mansion had been in a mess recently. He knew that Li Qingru was not doing well. So he couldn't help but worry about her and came to see how she was doing. Of course, he came secretly, just like before, and went directly to the courtyard where Qingru lived along the path. The location was a bit secluded, and there were few maids and servants passing by, so it was not easy to be discovered. In addition, her personal maid also recognized him, so she usually didn't stop him. However, the closer he got to her yard, the more complicated and bitter Xiao Fei felt in his heart. In fact, when he was in Shanglingyuan some time ago, he had looked for her many times, but was turned away every time. At first, he really thought she didn't want to see him. Until later he found out that she had been with Jean Yanli all this time. And even the misunderstanding between the two had been completely resolved. When he learned the news, Xiao Fei couldn't tell what he felt in his heart for a while. He just felt stuffy in his chest and a little uncomfortable. In fact, he always knew that Qingrou's real favorite was Jean Yanli. From the moment he was attracted to her, he would often pay attention to her every move unconsciously. Later, after a long time, he knew about it. He also knew that he had a bad reputation and was not worthy of a good woman like her. So he was willing to silently guard her behind her. Originally, he thought that as long as he silently guarded her, maybe one day he could wait for her. Unfortunately, when he heard that Jean Yanli came to cancel the engagement the next day and asked to marry the second lady of the Li family again, he knew that it was impossible for him to do so. He knew that he was a playboy who used to spend his days drinking and having sex and had a bad reputation. He didn't know that after he really liked a woman, he would worry that the other party would look down on him. And he didn't know that after he liked a woman, he would become inferior and worry that he was not worthy of the other party. After all, now he has nothing to do except the identity of a prince. Which good family's parents are willing to marry their daughter to a playboy like him? Xiao Fei has always been very conflicted. He misses her in his heart, but he is afraid of disturbing her and causing gossip if he visits her too many times. She may never know that he has always loved her, to the extent that he dared not even say it out loud, fearing that his bad reputation would affect her reputation. Only one person kept this feeling in his heart. Thinking of this, Xiao Fei had already arrived at Li Qingrou's yard. He thought that she had got what she wanted now, and should be happy in her heart. But he never thought that Li Qingru was still in a depressed mood at this moment. She was sitting in the yard. I don't know what happened. She looked a little listless. Her face looked a little pale, and even her chin was much sharper than before. Xiao Fei's chest stagnated slightly, and for a moment he didn't care about the difference between men and women. And he went forward and held her shoulders. What's wrong with you? Who bullied you again? Didn't you make an engagement with Jean Yanli? Why are you still so depressed? Don't you like him? Tell me, if you really don't have any interest in him. I will definitely help you solve this. Before he finished speaking, the tears of the person in front of him came out. Crying silently, Xiao Feihe felt that all the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat for a while. And the whole person suddenly became a little weak. Okay. Okay. I won't say such things. Okay? Don't cry. Don't cry first. He wanted to reach out and wipe her tears. But because of the difference between men and women, it was not easy to do it. So he could only stand there a little at a loss. And finally sighed helplessly. You have to tell me. Who bullied you? Is it the servants of your Li mansion? Or your arrogant elder sister? You have to tell me the reason, so that I can help you solve the problem. Qing Ru, stop crying. Okay? When he said this, his voice suddenly became much gentler, and his cynical look was restrained, and his expression became very serious. I said, you can tell me everything that is not going well for you. Although I don't have much ability, it is still easy to help a little girl like you get justice. Okay. Qing Ru, can you tell me now? What happened? Li Qingru looked up at him, and a layer of mist quickly filled her eyes. Maybe someone comforted her. So the grievances and sorrows in her heart instantly found an outlet, making her want to confide in him. Have you heard the rumors outside recently? The whole Yinyun city is blaming me and scolding me for stealing my elder sister's fiancé. But they don't know that from the beginning. The person he was looking for was me. Xiao Feihe looked at his sweetheart and unconsciously clenched his fingers. He moved his lips, but didn't know how to comfort her. It is indeed difficult to tell who is right and who is wrong in this matter. If you really want to count, all three of them are responsible. One of them did not speak. Another mistook her for someone else. And the other one was the most excessive. But now, the marriage of the one who was the most excessive has been cancelled. No matter what, she is a victim in the eyes of outsiders. So naturally there is more sympathy than abuse. He didn't know what Jin Yanli was thinking? Perhaps because of guilt, he was quite lenient with Li Nanyan, and even did not make public what she did in private, which led to everyone shifting the blame to Qing Ru. Nanyan naturally knew about this. After all, this was not the original plot, where Jin Yanli blamed all the faults on her. Now Jin Yanli even felt guilty about her. So he would not do these things again. He even ignored Li Qingru during this period. That was why Li Qingru felt disappointed. She shook her head lightly. Her voice gradually lowered. Actually, I don't care about those rumors. As long as he knows the truth and what kind of person I am, I don't care about those things. Her voice was light and a little hoarse and choked. But, since he came to cancel the engagement and change the engagement last time, he hasn't come to see me once. Obviously, when he was with Li Nanyan before, he was not like this. He would often come to the Li mansion to accompany her. What should I do? The tears on Li Qingru's face kept rolling down, like beads that had broken off the string. Feihe, I'm really worried now. What if he finds out that the person he likes is Li Nanyan, and wants to cancel the engagement with me and ask for Li Nanyan instead? Xiao Feihe's heart stagnated slightly when he saw her misty eyes. He could vaguely understand her worries. After all, Li Nanyan had been with him for so long. Even if he had liked Qing Ru before, it didn't mean that he didn't have a good impression of Li Nanyan. Listening to her helpless cry, he also felt a little uncomfortable in his chest. He subconsciously reached out and rubbed his chest. But he touched a square mahogany plaque. He took it out and saw the name carved on the plaque. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Qing Ru, I can help you. After saying this, Xiao Feihe left. Li Qingru looked at his receding back, feeling a little complicated for a moment. She subconsciously clenched her fingers, bit her lips, and finally said nothing. On the other side, Nanyan heard the maids gossiping in private and accidentally mentioned that the Xiao Shitzi often came to the mansion to enjoy flowers and paintings with the master recently. I heard that the Xiao Shitzi was the nephew of the emperor. If it weren't for his slightly worse character, he would be a good match for her daughter just by looking at his appearance. But this can't be said casually. Everyone knows that the Xiao Shitzi is a romantic beauty. He looks good. But how can such an unreliable man marry? Hearing the group of little maids talking about it, Nanyan rubbed her arms and pounded her legs. She almost understood that it was time for her to get up and work. After lying at home for so many days, if she doesn't go out, people in Yanyan City will probably forget about her. She should at least give the second male lead a chance to take over. Right? So, she adjusted her mood at the moment and made her face a little paler. Just like that, Nan Yin, who had been stuck in the house for nearly 7 or 8 days, finally left the yard. For a while, the servants in the mansion became a little cautious, fearing that they would make the young lady unhappy if they said something wrong. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the young lady still hadn't let go of the matter of breaking off the engagement, and her face looked a lot paler. Nan Yin ignored them and went to the back garden of the Li mansion to relax alone, without even taking a little maid with her. The weather today is really good, especially the morning sun is not so strong. The morning glow greets the white dew, and many begonias in the garden have bloomed. The petals are covered with morning dew and curled up timidly, which is quite touching. Nan Yin found a stone bench to sit down, looking at the petals not far away calmly, but her eyes seemed to be covered with something, making it difficult to see the emotions in her eyes. This is the Li Nan Yin that Xiao Fei saw when he came. To be honest, he had never thought that he could see the word gentle and beautiful on this young lady. At this moment, Li Nan Yin sat under the begonia tree. Her face was beautiful and delicate in the dim morning light. She lowered her face, but her eyes were round like almonds, and a little bit of tenderness, as if filled with a pool of clear and soft spring water. Xiao Fei hesitated for a moment, but as long as he thought of Qin Gru crying helplessly, the slight hesitation and guilt in his heart disappeared instantly. Xiao Fei took a deep breath and suppressed all those complicated thoughts deep in his heart. After adjusting his mood, his face changed to his usual lazy and unfocused look. And then he took out the long-prepared sugar man from his sleeve and handed it over directly. Hey, the eldest lady of the Li family whose engagement was rejected. I wonder if you still remember me. He smiled casually at her, his two beautiful and slender eyebrows slightly raised, the tail of his eyes narrow and long, with a sense of elegance and nobility between his eyebrows, and sat down directly opposite her. Nan Yan's eyes paused slightly, fell on his face, and she felt that this person looked familiar, and then fell on the sugar man he handed over. Her eyes paused for a moment, as if she just remembered who he was, but she just didn't want to pay attention to him. Nan Yan pursed her lips, then turned her face away, not listening to what the bastard said. Who would hit on someone sore at the beginning? Don't you think she's not sad enough? Xiao Fei saw that she still had a reaction, and he was happy in his heart, and continued to ask, Are you very unhappy? Do you know that people outside are saying that you are not motivated? They attribute the reason for the breakup to you, mocking you, belittling you, and some people say that you will never get married in this life. What can I do? Nan Yan's reaction was even stronger at this time. She turned her head and glared at him, and finally couldn't help but curse. You will never get married in this life. A dog can't spit out ivory. Xiao Fei couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He supported his head with one hand, looking nonchalant. Miss is really capable. A dog can spit out ivory, but I don't know how to spit it out. Can Miss teach me? Nan Yin was even more angry. Her face was red, and she slapped him directly. But unfortunately, she didn't hit him, but was grabbed by the wrist by the other party. He didn't hold it very tightly, but he couldn't get away. Xiao Fei raised his eyebrows slightly, then slowly restrained his smile, and then came over to ask her, Miss, are you angry? Do you want to vent? Do you want to go out for a walk with me? What should I say? Nan Yin thought to herself. This guy is indeed an old fox in the love field. No wonder even the original owner, who was heartbroken, could be coaxed by him, and finally successfully transferred his feelings to someone else. It seems that this person is really good at making people happy. Chapter 123. So Xiao Fei meant to vent by taking her to the suburbs to race horses. He was indeed a very knowledgeable and interesting person. He could touch people's hearts with just a few words. He knew how to make people happy, and how to comfort people who were heartbroken. Nan Yin was still angry at first and turned away from him. However, under his endless persuasion, her heart was slightly moved. But she was too angry and couldn't lose face for a while. She could only look at him impatiently and hesitantly. Finally, under the other party's very considerate request, I couldn't help but follow him out. Neither of them brought maids or servants. They directly hired a carriage and went to the suburbs. There was a horse farm near the city. It was estimated that Xiao Fei was also a familiar customer here and knew the servants of the horse farm. He smiled and walked over to say something to the young man. And then the servants of the horse farm led out two shiny red-maned horses. Nan Yin looked at the docile mare and subconsciously reached out to touch its head. The mare was not afraid of people and rubbed her palm with its head. Nan Yin blinked and naturally showed a long-lost smile on her face. Xiao Feihe beside her had been secretly paying attention to her. Seeing that this difficult person finally smiled, his eyebrows moved slightly, and the corners of his mouth also showed a smile involuntarily. How about it? What I said is not bad. Isn't it a relaxing and fun thing to ride a horse in the suburbs? Hearing this, the smile on Nan Yan's face disappeared again. She turned her head and snorted, obviously still caring about what he said before. Seeing this, Xiao Feihe was not angry, but smiled very gently. It was better to be angry. If someone didn't react to you at all, that would be the most troublesome. Her anger just showed that she cared. After that, the two of them rode horses together and started to run farther to the suburbs. Nan Yan naturally knew how to ride a horse. The noble ladies of the noble families and the children of officials would have some knowledge of riding skills. After all, the children of the aristocratic class were all about comprehensive development. They knew a little bit about music, chess, calligraphy, painting, singing, dancing and riding. This was also the case with Li Nan Yin. But she knew more than the fur. Only this riding skill was slightly better. The two rode for more than half an hour, running fast all the way, and they didn't know where they ran to. They only knew that there was a crescent-shaped lake nearby. The grass by the lake was still green, and the water was sparkling. The water was so clear that even the fish swimming at the bottom of the lake could be seen clearly, especially when a breeze blew. The lake's surface was even more rippled. Such scenery makes people feel much better. Finally, even the horse was tired of running. It raised its head and exhaled a breath of white air, neighed for a long time, then stopped by the lake with its legs kicked up and ate grass, refusing to run anymore. Nan Yin also jumped off the horse and trotted to the lake. She was in a much better mood at the moment, and her face was obviously smiling more, especially after riding for such a long time. A thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead, which just happened to smudge the powder she had applied before. She walked directly to the lake, stretched out her hand, and scooped up a handful of lake water to wash her face. Now it was good, and even her skin color became rosy. Xiao Feihe behind him also followed. He seemed to be quite steady. His face was not red, and he was not out of breath. This man sat on a tall horse, with a pair of peach blossom eyes, a bright red riding suit, and a red dress and black hair that made his skin look as white as jade. His lips were very red and thin, and when he smiled, his eyebrows were naturally elegant and noble. He really has a face that is born to play. Xiao Feihe curved his lips, jumped off the horse neatly, and then walked to Nan Yan, took out a cotton handkerchief from his sleeve and handed it to her. How is it? Do you feel much better after running a lap? I'm right. Right? People like you who are in a bad mood should not stay in the mansion. If you go out more often to relax, you will find that being rejected is not a big deal. The man doesn't like you because he has no taste. You are so beautiful. Are you still worried that you can't get married? Nan Yin glanced at him with a strange look. This guy seems to be a chatterbox. Once he starts talking, he can't stop talking. He keeps nagging, which doesn't match his elegant and delicate appearance at all. Seeing that Nan Yin still refused to pay attention to him, Xiao Feihe chuckled and leaned over to continue. Besides, what's the point of reputation? Those are the shackles that the world puts on you to restrain you. It's okay to have a bad reputation. It won't kill you. Not to mention, doesn't this just help you filter out those useless crooked melons and cracked dates? He patted his chest, showing a rather smug look on his face. Look at this prince. My reputation is also terrible. But this prince is still sought after when he goes out. Why do you have to hang yourself on that crooked tree? Nan Yin finally couldn't help but speak. She pretended to be angry and glared at the man. You are the crooked tree. Isn't this man asking for trouble? He slandered her former nominal lover in front of her. If she didn't react, would she still be worthy of her character in a broken heart? Xiao Feihe was not annoyed by being scolded. He snorted twice, raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked romantic and affectionate. So what? Even if this prince is a crooked tree, there are still many people rushing to be hanged ghosts. You are not convinced again, right? This remark was indeed exchanged for a pair of beautiful white eyes. Xiao Feihe found that this young lady looked pretty when she glared at people. Her eyes were round and bright like almonds. Especially the tail of her eyes was a little red. When she glared at him, she also had a hint of cuteness, which was quite interesting. Thinking of this, Xiao Feihe couldn't help laughing again. His smile attracted the young lady's suspicious gaze. Her eyes were a little subtle. She looked him up and down, and her eyes suddenly became a little strange and erratic. Xiao Feihe felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by her. He looked at himself and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his body. What did she mean by this look? He automatically restrained his laughter and asked, "What are you looking at? Why are your eyes so strange? Is there anything dirty on my face?" Nan Yan's expression was a little subtle. She suddenly reached out and grabbed his collar, narrowing her eyes. "Did you deliberately approach me?" Xiao Feihe's expression paused slightly, and he felt a little guilty for a while. He didn't expect that he would be discovered by others just when he approached the other party. It seems that this young lady is not as stupid as the rumors say. Who said that she is beautiful but stupid? Just when Xiao Feihe was calming down and preparing to find a suitable excuse to fool him, the man in front of him suddenly let go of her hand. She glared at him with an expression that said, "I've seen through you a long time ago. It was the same thing on the street before. You bumped into me on purpose and gave me silver. And today at Li's house, you gave me a candy man. Mr. Xiao, what are your intentions? Tell me the truth. Have you been in love with me for a long time?" Miss Li was born with self-confidence. Although her reputation was ruined by the broken engagement, it did not prevent her from being extremely confident. She looked around the man and did not forget to blame him. Xiao Feihe. Xiao Feihe was speechless for a while. Was that what she was thinking? Well, it seemed reasonable to think so. But he could guarantee that he really didn't bump into her on purpose on the street. Who knew that this man suddenly appeared from nowhere and cheated him out of a silver ingot? Xiao Feihe looked at the strange expression of the man opposite him, considered his words, and was about to speak. Before he could finish his words, he was decisively interrupted by the man opposite him. Nan Yan glanced at him seriously, then turned her head and said with a very disgusted tone, "No, don't say it. I already know what you are going to say. Although I was rejected by someone, my requirements are also very high. I will not fall in love with a guy like you who looks like a sly eye." Xiao Feihe. What a joke. Sly eye? Xiao Feihe's expression was immediately indescribable, and his eyebrows were almost knotted. He was really mad at this person. Where did she get the confidence to say such a thing? It was simply shameless. In the whole Yanyan city, who knows him? Just for his appearance. Who wouldn't praise him as a handsome young man? Not to mention that he is as handsome as Panin. But his appearance is definitely ranked first in the whole Yanyan city, and it is second to none. If it weren't for his slightly worse reputation, there would be many more girls who admire him than those who admire Jean Yanli's dead face. For such a handsome young man with a jade-like appearance, she dared to say that he has shifty eyes. Is this young lady blind? And does she really know what he is going to say? Xiao Feihe took a deep breath and suppressed some of the anger in his heart. In the end, he couldn't help but reply, "I have shifty eyes? When did you go blind? For a handsome young man like me, you actually say that I have shifty eyes?" It seems that this person is really angry. He repeated it several times in a row, staring at people with a dim gaze. Nan Yan wanted to laugh in her heart, but fortunately she held it back. But after hearing what he said, the expression on his face couldn't help but become more disgusted. "Why do you, a man, care so much about appearance? I'm not that kind of superficial woman. I like those who are both beautiful inside and outside. Unlike you, Xiao Feihe. So, he is a superficial person. Right? I'm really sorry. He is not a good man who is both beautiful inside and outside." Xiao Feihe was speechless. He thought, when you say this, "Miss, can you look at yourself first? Let alone saying that he is not beautiful inside and outside. It is obvious that this young lady is not much better than him. And I don't know where she got the confidence from. Is she so blindly sure that he likes her?" Xiao Feihe took a deep breath. He found that it was easy to get angry when he was with this young lady. I don't know how Jean Yanli endured it at the beginning. No, I can't be angry. Xiao Feihe, he doesn't believe it anymore. He can't take down this empty-headed young lady with his means. Seeing the other party holding back his expression, and finally having to endure the choking in his heart, Nan Yan felt relieved. It was typical that as long as you are not doing well, I will be happy. After riding the horse, I felt much more relaxed, and I was not so depressed after venting. Xiao Feihe adjusted his mood and decided not to bother with her when he saw the young lady's angry look. The two walked around the lake again. Xiao Feihe had been to this suburb many times and was familiar with the route. I don't know where he rode his horse to stroll around. When he came back, He had 2 paper bamboo kites in his hands. When she saw the kite, Nan Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Xiao Fei naturally saw the man's happy look and smiled, and handed the kite over. After that, the 2 flew kites by the lake for another afternoon. But the kite was not so easy to fly, especially since the young lady's skills were not good enough. The kite could not be flown, and it was easy to get stuck in some strange places, either on the treetops or on the roof. And the position was always just right, neither up nor down. As a result, this young master shall climbed trees for an afternoon, climbed over walls for an afternoon, and went all over the mountains and fields to pick up kites for her. He ran back and forth more than 10 times. And finally, he was so tired that he didn't want to move at all. Too much. Who said that the best time to go out with a girl to relax is to race horses, appreciate flowers and fly kites? What the young lady was flying was not a kite. She was clearly flying him. The 2 stayed in the suburbs for an afternoon. Xiao Fei was exhausted that day. He wanted to send her back to the mansion as soon as possible. But the young lady was in a good mood. She would go shopping as soon as she went out. When she was in a good mood, she would go to the market to join in the fun. Xiao Fei suddenly felt a little sore in his knees. But when he turned around and saw the excited look on her face, he swallowed the refusal on his lips, and thought about it, and decided to go with her. After all, he had other purposes. And her willingness to go out to play meant that her mood was slowly recovering. Didn't it? If he tried hard, he might succeed, which was a good thing. Seeing that it was getting dark, the 2 drove the carriage back to the city. In autumn, the sky got dark early. The days were short, and the nights were long. And the lights in the market were lit earlier. The market was still as lively as ever, with vendors shouting and customers bargaining. The air was filled with the aroma of food, mixed with the smell of rouge and powder. The driver pulled the reins, and the carriage gradually stopped. Xiao Fei stepped on the stool, and got off the carriage neatly. He turned around and lifted the curtain again, preparing to help the young lady get off the horse. But someone slapped his fingers away. Xiao Fei raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked up at her. The young lady snorted at him, and jumped off the carriage very proudly. Now it was Xiao Fei's turn to be stunned. And then, he couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. I don't know what this young lady was proud of. The 2 had been playing outside for a day, and they were a little hungry at this time. But there were more people eating in the inn at this moment. And seeing that the wonton biscuits sold by the roadside vendors seemed to be more fragrant than the food in the inn, the 2 didn't care. And after looking at each other, they sat down directly in the empty seat in front of the wonton shop. After eating the wonton, both of them felt much more satisfied instantly. It must be said that after spending the day together, Xiao Fei saw that the eldest daughter of the Li family was indeed not as spoiled and willful as the rumor said. Not to mention just the posture of eating wontons on the roadside. The noble ladies of aristocratic families, with a little status, would not do this. They would rather starve than do such a thing that would damage their status and face. Even Li Qingru was no exception. She was always cautious every time she went out. She would rather not eat than damage her image. Sometimes he felt tired just by looking at her. Only this eldest daughter didn't mind at all. After filling their stomachs, the 2 began to walk forward. When they saw anything fun and delicious, they stopped to enjoy it. There was also the acrobatics and fire breathing not far away, which looked quite interesting. They were not visiting the market to buy things, but for the excitement. It just so happened that the 2 of them were both people who loved to join in the fun. After going back and forth, they felt that they had similar interests. Xiao Fei was exhausted after running around in the suburbs all day, so he was not so arrogant now. His usual casual and unruly appearance was completely restrained, and he looked a bit more stable and mature, like a young master from an aristocratic family. There were people looking at him from time to time, but Xiao Fei didn't care. His eyes were basically on the young lady beside him. The 2 of them walked together, and their looks were both outstanding, which made them look particularly well matched. Seeing Nan Yin stop in front of a stall to pick and choose, nodding and shaking her head, she was obviously in a dilemma, not knowing which one to choose. Xiao Fei looked at the lively little expression on her face, and couldn't help laughing. He thought, how can this person have so many interesting expressions on a small face the size of a palm? I couldn't help but feel a little interested. Xiao Fei blinked his eyes. He thought he had a good eye. So he walked forward quickly, stopped in front of the stall to admire it, and then picked up a very small wooden sculpture of a boy holding a carp and handed it over. He looked very satisfied. This one. You have been choosing for so long and haven't picked any. Why not buy this one? This one is beautiful. Look. The eyes of this little carp can still move. Isn't it very delicate? Nan Yin looked over subconsciously and saw his two slender fingers gently move twice. Sure enough, she saw that the big carp in the boy's arms turned around with the movement. And the eyes moved. The carving was vivid and lifelike. Nan Yin found it really interesting. So she subconsciously reached out to take it. As a result, the man started to play tricks again. Subconsciously raised his finger high, then raised his eyebrows and deliberately teased her. Well, I won't give it to you. When he said this, his peripheral vision inadvertently glanced at the jewelry store opposite. And at this moment, the two familiar figures opposite suddenly appeared in his sight. Xiao Fei paused and forgot to avoid it for a moment. On the other side, Li Qingru was standing in front of Jin Yanli, holding a green peach blossom hairpin in her hand, with a slightly gentle and shy expression on her face. And then she slightly raised her chin, looking at him with some expectation but very uncomfortable eyes, obviously hoping that he could put it on for her. The admiration in those eyes was something Xiao Fei had never seen before, and it also made his chest a little sore for a while. Jin Yanli, who was standing opposite him, had a rather indifferent expression. His eyes fell on the peach blossom hairpin, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. He was slightly stunned for a moment until the woman next to him reached out and tugged at his sleeve. Only then did Jin Yanli come back to his senses. And then he reached out and picked up the hairpin, just as he was about to insert it into her bun. At this moment, the sound of two people playing on the other side suddenly came over. The voice sounded familiar. So familiar that he had heard her noisy in his ears in his dream a few days ago. But when he opened his eyes, he found it was just a dream. I don't know what happened in those days. I kept having nightmares every night. When I woke up, I felt that the empty feeling in my chest made him a little palpitating. And I couldn't fall asleep since then. He didn't understand. Wasn't the person he liked Li Qingru? Didn't he swear that the only woman he had a crush on was Li Qingru? Why did he always dream about her and miss her? He didn't even dare to go to her house, afraid to see her crying. Jin Yanli sometimes even asked himself in his heart, is everything he wants now? He just felt that he seemed to be in a dilemma now. A dead end created by himself, which made him unable to break free. So when he heard the familiar voice, Jin Yanli almost subconsciously looked up. And this time, he happened to see Nan Yin smiling and throwing herself into the arms of another man. Jin Yanli's expression froze instantly. At that moment, an inexplicable sense of panic suddenly spread from his chest, making him almost unable to control his emotions. Jin Yanli almost subconsciously clenched the hairpin in his hand, and the sharp hairpin pierced his palm instantly. But at this moment Jin Yanli seemed to feel no pain, staring at the two people not far away. How could she? Is she with someone else? Or has she fallen in love with someone else? Jin Yanli really didn't know what kind of emotion she was feeling at the moment. But as long as she thought of this result, as long as she thought that from now on, she would act like a spoiled child to another man, would laugh and throw herself into his arms, and would cry and make a scene when she was bullied and let another man help her make decisions. All her emotions were caused by others, and her crying and laughing also belonged to others completely. The two of them were clearly separated from each other from then on, and had no relationship anymore. As long as he thought of these, he felt as if his chest was stung by something. At first, it was a slight stinging pain, followed by dense and piercing pain, until later it almost covered the entire chest cavity, making it difficult for him to breathe. Nan Yin, who was over there, didn't know that this scene had been seen by others. She grabbed Xiao Fei's wrist, pulled it down, and snatched the wooden sculpture of a boy holding a carp in her palm into her arms. Then she smiled with satisfaction and said, "Ha! How about it? I got it after all." As she said that, she also imitated him and reached out to pick the carp in the boy's arms. But the carp didn't move. Nan Yin blinked and asked in confusion, "What's going on? Xiao Fei, why doesn't it move when I pick it?" After she finished speaking, she didn't hear any answer. She subconsciously looked up at his face, and found that he had been distracted. So she looked forward along his line of sight. At this moment, she happened to meet the slightly changed eyes of Jin Yanli on the opposite side. At that moment, Jin Yanli almost subconsciously took a step forward. But Li Qingru beside him reached out and grabbed his sleeve, which also made Jin Yanli's steps stop immediately. He looked down at her face unconsciously, and saw a slightly nervous look in Li Qingruo's eyes. The whole person was like a basin of cold water poured over his head, and he instantly sobered up a lot. When Nan Yin saw him, her eyes instantly turned red, and she kept looking at him without blinking. Originally, when she saw him coming over, she was still expecting, but when she saw him finally stop and look at Li Qingru beside him, the mist in her eyes became thicker and thicker, and finally, she couldn't help but cry. This worried Xiao Feihe beside him. It was only at this time that he noticed her movements, and then he suppressed his previous emotions. If he had known earlier, he would have taken this person away. It would be better to walk in any street. But he bumped into these two people, especially when Xiao Feihe turned his head and saw her red eyes. He suddenly felt a headache. The thing he feared most in his life was women crying. The most important thing is that he finally coaxed the young lady to a better mood after a whole day of running errands and acting as a servant. Now, that bastard showed up, and all his efforts were wasted. However, seeing Nan Yin crying with a slightly red nose, he couldn't ignore her and could only roll up his sleeves and go forward, and then start to coax her in a hurry. Don't cry. Okay? My ancestor, little aunt, Miss Li, I will buy you whatever you want. Okay? Don't you want to know how this fish turns? I'll turn it for you. Hey, look, there is a small wooden bead in the fish's mouth. When I pinched the fish's tail, its mouth opened. Don't you think it's interesting? Xiao Feihe patted her back and coaxed her, making a grimace from time to time. After a long time of coaxing, she was so tired that her saliva dried up. Miss Li finally stopped crying, turned her head to look at the two people not far away, and then turned to look at him, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you really going to buy everything for me?" Xiao Feihe immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, "Of course. Buy whatever you want. We are not short of money. Let's go. This place is unlucky. How about I take you to eat delicious food?" But he paused slightly when he caught a glimpse of Li Qingruo's figure. Nan Yin pursed her lips. Didn't say she agreed, but didn't say she disagreed. But her eyes still lingered in the direction behind the two people, as if expecting that person to do something. But now she was disappointed. The person opposite didn't move at all, and there was not even a trace of expression on his face. His eyes were like an ancient well and deep pool without any emotional fluctuations. He just stood there, staring at the two of them coldly, as if he didn't care about what happened between them. But only Jean Yanli knew that for a moment. He even felt that his chest was stuffy, and he was about to suffocate. The palm of his sleeve was full of mud, and even blood beads fell to the ground through his fingers. Jean Yanli thought in his heart that he might just be unaccustomed to it for a while. After all, they had been engaged and had been together for so long. It was normal for him to have a little possessiveness towards her. But this is not love. It's just possessiveness. The person he is attracted to is Li Qingru. As long as he is given a little more time, he will definitely be able to adjust himself. Yes, that's right. He just couldn't react for a while. After a long time, he will calm down. The person he likes is Li Qingru, not Li Nanyan. From beginning to end, it's only Li Qingru. Chapter 124. In the end, Nan Yin turned around hesitantly, not knowing whether she wanted to anger him on purpose or really wanted to leave with Xiao Feihe beside her. Unfortunately, the man behind her never said anything and never stepped forward to stop them, until the two of them gradually walked away, so far away that they could no longer be seen. Jean Yanli then heard Li Qingru beside him calling him softly, "Yanli, let's go back too. Okay?" Jean Yanli seemed to have come back to his senses, looked down at her, and then said calmly. The two of them left together in opposite directions. After that, he sent Li Qingru to the carriage and ordered the servants to send her back to the Li mansion. Before leaving, Li Qingru bit her lip and looked at him as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, she only said softly, "When you go back, remember to bandage your palm, and don't touch water, so as not to accidentally infect the wound." Jean Yanli's body paused slightly when he heard this. His eyelashes drooped slightly, and he put his palm hanging on the sleeve behind his back, and looked up at her again. His eyes seemed to be much more relaxed than before. And then he said lightly, "Well, thank you. I will pay attention." The carriage then drove steadily towards the direction of Li's mansion, and Jean Yanli, who was left in the place, slowly loosened his palm. Jean Yanli stared at the green peach blossom hairpin in his palm in a daze. which had been dyed crimson. As soon as he let go of his hand, the straight jade seemed to be unable to withstand the previous pressure, and it broke into 2 pieces with a snap, and fell to the ground from between his fingers along with the bright red blood beads. Jean Yanli couldn't help asking himself in his heart, what happened to him? Isn't this the result he has always wanted? Why does his chest feel so uncomfortable? Even breathing hurts. On the other side, Nan Yin also returned home safely under the escort of Xiao Feihe. Since then, Xiao Feihe has come to the Li mansion from time to time, and approached Li Nan Yin by drinking and appreciating paintings with Lord Li, pretending to be elegant. At the beginning, Nan Yin refused many times, but there were always 1 or 2 times that she agreed. After all, she had to give him some space. Over time, the relationship between the two became more and more familiar and close. Perhaps it was because the reputation of the two in Union City was not good, so they got along more smoothly. They were both people who didn't care about their face. So wouldn't it be lively when they got together? In particular, although Xiao Feihe didn't have a good reputation, he was really good at having fun. He was the first in the whole Union City. He took Li Nanyan to see and catch all the flying, running, and swimming creatures that could move and run. This kind of life was indeed something Nanyan had never experienced before. Sometimes, when they were tired and hungry from horse racing in the suburbs, they would catch 2 fish in the nearby small lake. After eating, they felt unsatisfied. After thinking for a while, they went to steal sweet potatoes from other people's fields and roasted them together. As a result, they were discovered by the owner before they finished eating. The energetic old man chased them from the head of the field to the end of the field with a hoe, and ran for several miles without breathing. It was not until the 2 of them could no longer run that Xiao Feihe grabbed a silver ingot from his arms and threw it over, and then shouted loudly that they knew they were wrong. The old man snorted and then gave up. Finally, he went back happily with the silver in his pocket. The other 2 were so tired that they lay down on the ground. After looking at each other, they couldn't help laughing. There are many more such interesting things. In this way, the relationship between the 2 became closer. But after they spent some time together, rumors began to spread again. It was said that Miss Li was hit hard after her engagement was broken off, and she actually fell into depravity and got together with the nephew of the emperor. Although the appearance of the Xiao Shitzi is very outstanding and his status is indeed noble, how can the emperor's relatives not be noble? But that can't stop him from being a useless dandy. He has been living a life of debauchery and drinking all year round, hanging out with women in those places of fireworks. There were even some scandals in the early years that he secretly married a beautiful prostitute, and the prostitute was pregnant with his child. But the most terrible thing is that the prostitute is not an honest official who sells art but not her body. But all the romantic and lustful customers in the whole Union City are the guests of the woman. She can even tell clearly where the birthmark on the woman's body is. This Xiao Shitzi is really too romantic and can't even remember his own identity. At the beginning, even the emperor was furious about this matter, and sent the bastard directly to the imperial mausoleum to guard the tomb of the deceased princess. And the brothel woman disappeared. Afterwards, the emperor issued another order to prohibit the city from discussing the private affairs of the royal family. But rumors could not be stopped, especially such secrets. Even if no one mentioned it openly, they would still discuss it privately, and the reputation of Prince Xiao was completely ruined. It was not until 3 years later, when the turmoil in the city gradually subsided, that the emperor ordered people to bring the useless nephew back, intending to marry him a stronger woman to control this useless thing. Unfortunately, many people in the city knew about this matter, so no girl was willing to marry him. After all, the reputation of the Xiao family has been ruined. Which girl from a good family is willing to jump into the fire pit? After returning, the Xiao family is no different from before. Still eating, drinking, playing, walking the dog and riding the horse everywhere. And still the most famous playboy in Yanyan City. In short, if a girl from a decent family is really involved with such a person, it will ruin her reputation and suffer sooner or later. So, not long ago, when several noble ladies from aristocratic families were buying rouge and powder in the shop, they accidentally saw the scene of Miss Li and the Xiao family standing together, talking and laughing, and immediately spread the news. Now it's good. Even the original owner's mother felt unlucky after hearing the news. She was so angry that she didn't know what to say. She cursed those gossipers in the mansion who spread rumors and gossiped that they would have their tongues rotten sooner or later. How could her daughter be willing to degenerate? What about being with Xiao Shitzi? The person who said this is really a murderous person. But thinking about it makes her headache. Since the marriage was broken off, her daughter's reputation and status have indeed deteriorated a lot. During this period of time, there has not even been a matchmaker who came to inquire about the news. If it continues like this, she is really afraid that her daughter will not be able to marry a good family in the future. When Mrs. Li thought of this, she was so anxious that she was furious. Especially when she looked at her daughter. She was both distressed and helpless. In the end, she really had no choice. She could only go to the recently rumored Jiao temple to worship, donate some incense money, and ask the Buddha to bless her daughter to get rid of the bad luck of the whole year as soon as possible. But who could have expected it? According to rumors, this very effective Jiao temple is actually a temple of prostitution. A temple that specializes in abducting and selling women. It is not only not blissful, but extremely evil. The monks in the temple burn sandalwood, twist Buddhist beads, wear clean and neat robes, and look like a kind-hearted bodhisattva. But they are secretly engaged in those activities of abducting single women. There are even secret passages in the temple that lead directly to the wing rooms of pilgrims. This group of evil monks are also very discerning. If they meet a wealthy family or an official family, these monks will honestly recite scriptures and preach Buddhism for them, and interpret words and fortunes to earn some incense money. However, if they meet an ordinary single woman, they will directly kidnap her and abduct her to all parts of the country. It's not that no one has doubted it, but the monks in the temple either say that the woman eloped with someone else, or that the other party had already left the mountain. Anyway, in the end, it has nothing to do with the temple. You can go to the government to report it. Of course, the government can at most send people to the temple to inquire. But how can they convict the temple if they have never seen anyone alive or dead? Besides, this Buddhist temple is not without support from the government. And how can the poor people argue with the respected abbot of this Buddhist temple? In the original plot, Li Nanyan came to this temple alone because she was extremely sad and angry. She wanted to live a life of seclusion and worship Buddha for the rest of her life. But she never thought that she would be abducted and sold by the people of the Buddhist temple as a powerless and weak woman. It is for this reason that Lord Li, whose legitimate daughter was missing, brought the Jiao temple to court. Although the Jiao temple in the original book was also destroyed in the end. Li Nanyan had already committed suicide by jumping into the river, and even her body was missing. So when she heard the news, Nanyan did not say she would not go. Anyway, no one would believe her if she said there was something wrong with Jiao temple. It would be better to take this opportunity to expose the crimes of this temple as soon as possible, so as to destroy this evil place that harms people. However, Nanyan thought that it was highly unlikely that she could do it alone. After all, what could a powerless little noble lady do? Of course, she had to drag the Prince Xiao and the powerful Lord Jin into the water to get things done. Moreover, she had been with Xiao Feihe for so many days, and found that he was a warm-hearted person. He was smiling all day long and seemed easy to approach. But in fact, he had a deep defense in his heart. After so many days, she still hadn't really entered his heart. It seemed that he was serious about his love for Li Qingru. However, Nanyan was not in a hurry. Love was so mysterious. Sometimes, no matter how long two people spent together, they could not be moved. But sometimes, just a glance was enough to make the other person fall in love with you. Anyway, it was just a competition of who had deeper means. Nanyan said she had no pressure. Hee. It wasn't her who racked her brains to think of ways to make her happy every day. And since this man came, she didn't even need to bring maids and servants with her when she went out. It was enough to have him to do her bidding. After that, Nanyan told Xiao Feihe that she was going to the Jiao temple to worship Buddha. Then, with a gleam in her eyes, she lowered her head and leaned over to remind him to bring enough silver. Then they could go to the temple fair at the foot of the mountain. I heard that there were a lot of people at the temple fair there, which was very interesting. Then they could sneak down the mountain together to join in the fun. Xiao Feihe naturally smiled and agreed. He turned around and rubbed his itchy ears again. He was inexplicably uncomfortable with the sudden warm breath. He lowered his head and looked at the jade-like face under the light. For a moment, he felt a little strange. But it was only for a moment, and was soon ignored by him. In recent times, the relationship between the two has been advancing by leaps and bounds. Xiao Feihe looked at the eldest lady of the Li family, who was walking in front, and eating and drinking all the way. and his mouth unconsciously revealed a helpless smile. This person is really heartless. On the 15th day, the carriage was swaying on the bluestone road to Gile Temple. The weather outside was just right, with clear autumn air and light clouds. As the carriage went farther and farther, the noisy hawking in the city gradually faded away. There were many people going to the Li mansion this time. There were a total of 5 carriages, and they also brought a lot of guards and servants. Except for Madame Li and Nan Yin. The rest were the unmarried children of the mansion. This naturally includes Li Qingru. Li Qingru hasn't been to the temple to burn incense and worship Buddha for a while. The storm has not settled down for a while. Unless it is necessary, she rarely goes out. Now that the storm has passed, she naturally wants to go out for a breath of fresh air. Besides, she hasn't seen Jean Yanli for a long time. I don't know if she can meet this time? Thinking of her future husband, Li Qingru couldn't help showing a gentle and affectionate expression on her face. She embroidered a small purse for him in the mansion during this period. After asking someone to bring it to him, Jean Yanli also asked the servants to send her a hairpin exactly the same as last time as a return gift, which made Li Qingru a little happy. He really still cares about her, doesn't he? In fact, Li Qingru has regretted more than once. If she had known that Jean Yanli was so good to Li Nanyan because he recognized the wrong person, she would have told him the truth long ago, and the two of them would not have been delayed for so long. Fortunately, everything has returned to its original position now, and she will surely be able to slowly make up for the time she missed in the past. As for the carriage in front, Nan Yin was shaken by the carriage, and even her bones were a little sore. No matter how thick the soft pillow was, it was not as stable and comfortable as the modern car. Fortunately, the interesting things to kill time in this car were quite complete, including cakes, tea cakes, dried fruits, and vernacular novels. When you are tired, you can drink some tea, and then lift the curtain to look at the scenery in the distance. This scenery is also interesting. The carriage drove for nearly 2 hours, and finally arrived at the foot of the Gile Temple mountain. There is a market at the foot of the mountain, and the small businesses in the market are also in full swing. After all, the monks in Gile Temple are not all evil people. Naturally, there are some Buddhist disciples who are kept in the dark but are truly kind. These monks also grow vegetables and farm on weekdays. Some of them are good at handicrafts and weave some straw sandals and straw mats to sell. Although their lives are hard, they are very fulfilling. As soon as the carriage entered the market, we could hear the shouts from the stalls outside. We could feel the lively atmosphere outside through the curtains. We went a distance further and finally arrived at the legendary Gile Temple. The architecture of Gile Temple is indeed magnificent. There are naturally many monks in the temple. In the center is the Great Hall, where a golden statue of Sakyamuni is enshrined. The appearance is solemn and magnificent. Sandalwood is burning on the incense table, and the fragrance is distant and simple. Nan Yin also got off the carriage with the help of the maid. The female relatives stood together, with their own maids and old women beside them, and the outermost layer was protected by guards. This posture is obviously a family of officials. Behind the side door of the hall, a square-faced monk stole a few glances at the female relatives, and then retreated silently. Nan Yin also glanced in the direction where the gray-robed monk left. These people probably didn't dare to attack them. After all, the women of officials were the hardest to deal with. Madame Li was at the front discussing accommodation matters with the abbot, and then the abbot asked a little monk to lead the way. The east side of the Gile Temple was a side hall, which was usually a yard for pilgrims to live in. Madame Li was going to chant sutras and worship Buddha, so she naturally had to settle the women who followed behind. The little monk led everyone to their respective backyards, put his hands together, and chanted Amitabha, and then left. The yard where Nan Yin lived was relatively quiet, and there was a Bodhi tree planted in the yard. When the wind blew, the leaves rustled, and there seemed to be a peaceful atmosphere around. It was hard to imagine that this would be a devil's cave. After a while, several concubines gathered in Li Qingru's yard, talking and laughing, saying that they would go to the front hall to ask for divination. Li Qingru naturally agreed. After being bored for a long time, she finally went on a long journey, so she naturally wanted to go out for a walk. Several people immediately took the maids and old women to the front hall, but did not invite Nan Yin to join them, since the marriage was cancelled. These concubines gradually formed a small group headed by Li Qingru, and they looked down on her, the legitimate sister, in both open and covert ways. Nan Yin also said that she didn't care about this. Anyway, she had an appointment in the afternoon. Since the usual errand boy hadn't come to her door yet, she might as well rest in the yard to avoid walking too much at night and easily encountering ghosts. I don't know how long it took. So long that Nan Yin fell asleep. And finally there was some subtle movement in the yard outside, as if someone was hitting her window with a small stone. Nan Yin was awakened by the sound. She opened the window and saw that the guy was still holding a few pebbles in his hand and looking at her with a smile. The moment the window was opened, another stone hit her head. Nan Yin hissed in pain and immediately glared at the man with tears in her eyes. Xiao Feihe, you are so bold that you dare to hit my head? Xiao Feihe was also stunned. And then, he couldn't help laughing. He immediately threw a small stone to apologize. Sorry. My hand slipped. Who would have thought that you would open the window at this time? Let me feel it, and see if it hurts? Nan Yin slapped the palm that was stretched out to her, snorted twice, and grabbed his palm and pressed it on her forehead. How can it not hurt? It hit this place. Look. Is there a blister? Fortunately, the skin is not broken. Otherwise, I will not forgive you even if you cry and beg me. Miss Li glared at him fiercely while speaking. But unfortunately those watery eyes had no killing power at all, and inexplicably had a bit of coquettishness. Xiao Feihe just thought it was funny, but he couldn't laugh the next second. His palm was tightly grasped by the other party, and then pressed against the soft and warm skin of his forehead. The slippery and unfamiliar touch made him subconsciously want to pull his hand away, but Nan Yin held it tightly. This made him cough and feel a little uncomfortable for a while. However, after seeing that his forehead was indeed a little red, his palm subconsciously rubbed it twice, and muttered incoherently, "It's so delicate. Are all women in this world so delicate?" Nan Yin didn't hear the rest of the words clearly, and subconsciously patted his chest. Fiercely, "What are you mumbling? Speak louder. I can't hear you." Xiao Feihe cleared his throat and replied subconsciously, "Nothing. I said I brought enough silver. Miss, do you want to go down the mountain with me? I heard that the Buddhist meeting at the foot of the Jiao Temple is also very lively." After saying that, he felt strange again, as if something was wrong. Then, when he looked down at the man's unceremonious appearance, Xiao Feihe gradually reacted. "Why do you feel so strange? He is obviously a playboy. Why do you feel that he is more and more like the servants in the mansion recently?" However, this matter did not last too long, because the young lady climbed out of the window directly by stepping on the table. Xiao Feihe subconsciously reached out to catch her, but Nan Yin slapped his palm away and jumped out of the window. Finally, she turned around and smiled at him triumphantly, with curved eyebrows and eyes, without the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. Xiao Feihe lowered his head and smiled helplessly. The two of them went to the foot of the mountain of Jiao Temple together. Today was the 15th day of the lunar month. On the 1st and 15th day of every lunar month, the most people came to burn incense and worship Buddha, and it was also the busiest time for the market at the foot of the mountain. There were also monks setting up stalls in the market, some of which were small stalls roughly built with straw mats. In front of the stalls were various small Buddha statues, all carved out of wood, lifelike, and quite interesting. Nan Yin picked two round-faced Buddhas, with round bellies and smiling expressions, like a child who picked up a gold ingot. Neat and cute. Xiao Feihe followed behind, paid honestly, and then took things for her. The two walked along the flow of people and bought a lot of novel gadgets. In the end, there were so many that Xiao Feihe couldn't fit them in his arms, so he had to give them to the servant to take back first. After that, the two of them ate the unique Buddha cakes and Buddha buns at the foot of the Jiao Temple mountain. Finally, they finished visiting the entire market. Seeing that it was getting dark, they could only leave with a sense of unfulfilled desire. On the way back, Nan Yin was worried that she would be discovered by Madame Li if she took the main road. So she begged the person next to her to take the small road to send her back, and Xiao Feihe naturally agreed to her. The small road they took was what the villagers at the foot of the mountain told them about. At first, it was quite smooth. Xiao Feihe protected the person next to him and walked forward all the way. But soon he found something wrong. There seemed to be a strange movement in the woods not far away. Nan Yin's sleeves were pulled twice by the person behind her. She looked back in confusion. "What?" Before she finished speaking, the person behind her covered her mouth with force. Xiao Feihe grabbed her waist, then jumped up with her in his arms, and hid directly on the tree trunk in front of him. At this time, it was dark, and the leaves blocked the view, so the three people carrying sacks out of the jungle did not find them. Xiao Feihe frowned, looked at the two monks with strange expressions, and suddenly lowered his voice and whispered to Nan Yin, "Don't talk. Something seems wrong. If it was a normal situation, it would be fine. But why would this monk hang out with nuns? And the sack that the man just threw over obviously contained a person." Nan Yin understood in her heart, but she still looked ignorant. She blinked her eyes and saw the bald monk below, and she also imitated him and leaned over as if inadvertently. "Huh? How strange. Why is it that square-faced monk again? When my mother and I came to this temple today, it was this monk who had been hiding behind the door and secretly watching us. His eyes were very strange. After I found out, the monk lowered his head and left. So I have a deep impression of him." After saying this, he saw the man frowning even more, and Xiao Feihe subconsciously tightened his grip on her waist. He was still wondering how a monk in a normal temple could spy on pilgrims who came to burn incense and worship Buddha, especially when all the pilgrims were women. Before he could say anything to comfort them, he vaguely saw a man and a woman below undressing. But after a while, the woman's panting and moaning could be heard, intermittently accompanied by some dirty words from the male monk. Xiao Feihe's body froze instantly, and his face became uncontrollably gloomy. If there was a misunderstanding before, then now, he was almost certain that there was definitely something wrong with this Zhao temple. Monks and nuns are so. It's unbearable to look at. Unbearable to hear. Nan Yin obviously heard the movement under the tree, and she was speechless. She had to sigh that the ancients were really bold, especially in the wild without any protection measures. They were too brave. But the opportunity was not to be missed. It would be a pity not to take the opportunity to play a trick on the person in front of her. Nan Yin noticed that the person holding her seemed to be a little stiff. She suddenly reached out and patted his chest, and said anxiously and puzzledly, "Xiao Feihe, did you hear it? I seem to hear the sound of a woman crying. Did the monk just bully her? Hurry up and go down to help. What are we hiding here for? Hurry up and find the abbot." Before she finished speaking, someone covered her mouth tightly. Nan Yin made a few angry sounds in her mouth, and finally couldn't break free, so she could only stare at him with her eyes open and all her strength. "Xiao Feihe, bastard, why don't you let go?" For some reason, Xiao Feihe actually understood what she wanted to express from her eyes at the moment. But being stared at by these beautiful eyes, Xiao Feihe felt a headache for a while, and even a little annoyed. Why did he stay with her in this situation? Especially looking at those clear eyes, which reflected his figure like a mirror, without any thoughts and desires. He didn't know how to explain to her. She didn't understand anything at all. Xiao Feihe's ears were slightly red, and his cheeks were a little hot. He could only hug the person in his arms tighter and cover his mouth tighter, for fear that she would say another messy word. And Nan Yin saw that the other party was still unwilling to let her go, and this time she was really annoyed. The two little hands began to make trouble on him without any courtesy, pinching and pulling. But the person in front of him just refused to let go. Nan Yan's hands were sore at the end of the pulling, and the force became lighter and lighter. In the end, I don't know where she touched. Xiao Feihe felt that his breathing became much faster, especially when he heard the messy noise coming from under the tree. The blush that was originally only on his earlobe instantly spread to his entire neck. Xiao Feihe was so anxious that he subconsciously gasped twice. In the end, there was really no other way. He could only take a deep breath, suddenly stretched out his hand, and pressed her whole head into his arms, and then whispered, "Close your eyes from now on. Don't think about anything. Don't eavesdrop. And don't peek." Chapter 125. Nan Yin was held tightly by this man. Her whole head was pressed into his arms. She could almost hear the drum-like roar of his heartbeat in his chest. His breathing was a little rapid, but the palm pressing on the back of her head was motionless. Nan Yin felt funny. It seems that this man is not as calm as he looks on the surface. At first, she pretended to be flustered and struggled twice. But when she realized that he was just pressing her like this, her body relaxed a little, and then she reached out and pushed his chest, and found that he still refused to let go. The eldest lady was also annoyed, and her breathing became a little rapid in an instant. But that was because of anxiety. No matter how spoiled and willful she was in the past, she had only been so close to her fiancé. Now, she was suddenly hugged by a man without any gaps. and she could still hear his slightly panting breath in her ears. Even if she was ignorant and heartless, she knew that there were differences between men and women. At this moment, the roots of her ears turned red uncontrollably, as if they were stained with a layer of rouge, with a faint pink halo. At first, Xiao Feihe only paid attention to the movement under the tree, and did not pay attention to the situation in his arms. When he felt that the struggle of the person in his arms finally stopped, he subconsciously looked down. This glance happened to fall on her earlobes. The eldest lady's earlobes were round, small and thin. Perhaps because she was afraid of pain, she did not pierce any holes. She was clean, and did not wear any earrings or jewelry. Her originally white skin was now as red as rouge. Xiao Feihe turned his face away uncomfortably, trying to restrain himself from looking away. But his eyes couldn't help but stick to her, and he even had the urge to lower his head and hold her earlobe and nibble it gently. Xiao Feihe was shocked by his sudden thought. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Maybe it was because the noise under the tree was too loud. Or maybe it was because the touch in his arms was too soft, which made his ears turn red uncontrollably. And his whole body was stiff, and he dared not move. What a sin! How could he always run into such a mess? When it was finally quiet under the tree, the monk and nun quickly tidied their clothes. Both of them had rosy cheeks. And I don't know what they said below. In the end, I only heard the nun spit at the monk, and then couldn't help cursing. Bah! You damn thief monk! Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You dare to think about the official lady from Yanyan City. Aren't you afraid of being beheaded? Then, the monk quickly hugged the nun and coaxed her, saying, Don't dare. My dear sister, I won't touch that official lady even if I have 10 heads. It's just that the lady's appearance today has aroused my greed. You didn't see it. That appearance is so tempting. I just saw it from a distance and couldn't help thinking about it. I don't know if I can. Before he finished speaking, the nun held him down and beat him. He kept begging for mercy, and said he would never dare to do it again. Xiao Feihe, who was still immersed in his own thoughts, suddenly turned his eyes when he heard this. His face also changed. Fortunately, he had been covering the ears of the person in his arms, so she didn't hear any dirty words. Just looking at the two people below, Xiao Feihe narrowed his eyes, and there was a hint of hostility in his eyes. He thought of what Nan Yin had just said, and then thought of the monk's shameless behavior. It was not difficult to guess who the monk was thinking about. Endless murderous intent suddenly surged in his heart. This group of thieves and prostitutes. I don't know what they are doing behind the scenes, and the official lady dares to covet it. After a while, the nun left first, and soon after, the monk also straightened his clothes, and then pretended to follow him out. After making sure that all the noises under the tree disappeared, Xiao Feihe jumped down with Nan Yin in his arms. As soon as he let go of the person in his arms, he was greeted by the young lady's ruthless bombardment. The young lady was really furious this time, and her little fists kept hitting him, beating him and cursing at the same time. Xiao Feihe, what are you doing tonight? Why don't you go down to save people? Why do you keep holding me? What are we doing hiding like a man and a woman? What do you think of me? I tell you, even if I break off the engagement, you can't bully me casually. The furious girl looked up and glared at him. Her face seemed to be covered with a veil under the bright white moonlight, and her eyes, that seemed to be burning with flames, could be seen in the hazy shadows, and the corners of her eyes were covered with a layer of red because of anger. Xiao Feihe rubbed his arm, that was still hurt from being beaten, thinking that the young lady was really cruel, and she must be feeling bad. So he looked down at her, and sure enough, he saw that the young lady also had a regretful and annoyed expression on her face. But what she regretted was why she hit him with her hands. She should have used a stick. She was rubbing her palms in pain. She hurt her hands when she hit someone, and Xiao Feihe couldn't help but twitch his eyes. He found that he really understood more and more what she meant when she glared at people. But after hearing what she said, Xiao Feihe suddenly asked, Do you really not know? This question was asked without any reason. Nan Yin looked up at him with a depressed and disgusted expression on her face. What are you talking about? What do you know or not? Can you explain it clearly? What should I know? Xiao Feihe couldn't tell the strange feeling that surged in his heart at this moment. His heart seemed to beat a little faster, which made him lower his eyes unconsciously. What are those two doing? He deliberately lowered his voice. Nan Yin looked at him in confusion. For some reason, she suddenly felt that the man in front of her was a little strange. His voice was also a little strange. She subconsciously took a step forward and got closer to him. What are you talking about? Xiao Fei? Are you stunned by me? Why is your reaction a little strange? As she spoke, she reached out and patted the man's shoulder, but was grabbed by the other party. Xiao Fei looked up at her, and there seemed to be some other emotions in his eyes. Do you want to know? Nan Yin naturally realized that this man was abnormal, but pretended not to know. She just felt confused by his words and said depressedly, What happened to you tonight? Are you sick? Why do you keep talking nonsense? As soon as she finished speaking, her waist suddenly tightened and she was pulled in front of him. Nan Yin was stunned for a moment and looked up at the person blankly. When she recovered, her cheeks were instantly red with anger. She glared at the person angrily, and the anger in her eyes almost overflowed. Asshole Xiao Fei. What are you doing? Before she finished speaking, the man suddenly bent his waist, supported her back with his palm and pressed it slightly into his arms, and kissed her with his slightly cool lips. At the moment of the kiss, Xiao Fei suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion rolling in his heart. He didn't know whether it was nervousness or guilt, but he wanted to do it inexplicably. He didn't know what was wrong with him at all. At that moment, he just felt that his heart suddenly beat very fast, especially staring at the lips that kept opening and closing, and slightly moist. When she was scolding, he could still see the hidden pink inside, which made his brain blank and stagnant for a moment. Then, the whole person suddenly bent his head and kissed her like a ghost. Just as he imagined, the breath was soft and a little sweet. When their lips and teeth touched, Xiao Fei's heart trembled uncontrollably, and his breath became heavier. The tip of his tongue carefully traced her lips, and then he carefully slid into them, trying to explore deeper. He really didn't know what happened to him tonight. I didn't drink a drop of wine, but I felt like I was drunk at the moment, and my eyes became confused and hazy. The person he kissed didn't react at first. When he tried to go deeper, he felt a wet touch, and her eyes suddenly opened wide, moist and a little bit cute. But she reacted quickly, and her fair cheeks quickly became red at a speed visible to the naked eye. And then she slapped her and pushed her away. Xiao Fei was slapped so hard that his head tilted slightly, and his face was quite painful. Nan Yin was still unwilling to give up after pushing him away. She probably felt that the guy who usually served as a servant dared to offend her now, and her eyes turned red instantly. She wiped her mouth hard, and was extremely disgusted, spitting and stamping her feet. You bastard. Shameless. Go to hell. As she cursed, her two hands began to greet him non-stop, crackling as densely and quickly as raindrops. Her eyes became redder and redder, and her chest was heaving up and down in anger, and she repeated a few curses over and over again. It made her choke. In fact, Xiao Fei regretted it after being pushed away, and there was a strange and annoyed feeling in his heart. He didn't regret it when he kissed her, but he felt inexplicably irritated after being pushed away. He felt that something was wrong with him, and he was angry for his inexplicable behavior. What is this? Why did he suddenly kiss her? It was too much to approach her intentionally. And now he is. Isn't this flirting with her? Xiao Fei's mind was a little confused at this time. He didn't know why he became so impulsive. He didn't even think about anything at that moment. He kissed her subconsciously. Xiao Fei couldn't figure it out for a while. The person in front of him kept pestering him and making trouble, which made him feel a little annoyed. He grabbed her wrist and shouted subconsciously, Enough! Stop making trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, the person opposite seemed to be stunned for a moment, and his eyes instantly turned red. Then tears fell pat-pat, like beads that had broken off the string, one by one hitting the back of his hand. Xiao Fei retracted his hand due to the burn, but when he looked down and saw her aggrieved and pitiful look, he suddenly felt overwhelmed. He really didn't mean to yell at her. He just didn't think clearly at the moment. He really didn't mean to. Xiao Fei came back to his senses and almost subconsciously pulled the person in front of him. He was really in a hurry and sweated on his forehead. Hey, don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Miss, please forgive me. I didn't mean to yell at you. I had a brain twitch. I went crazy for a while. I deserve to die. I'm a bastard. You can scold me. Or hit me. I promise I won't be angry or fight back. Don't cry. Okay? Xiao Fei grabbed her palm and slapped her face a few times. Nan Yin raised her eyes. Her cheeks were still stained with tears, because she had just cried before. The rouge applied at the end of her eyes was also smudged, revealing a layer of light powder. I don't know how much she wants to be bullied like this. Seeing this color, Xiao Feihe felt his heartbeat speed up for a moment, and subconsciously tried to look away. But his gaze seemed to be stuck there, and he couldn't move it away. It wasn't that he didn't want to. He just couldn't control it. Nan Yin clenched her fingers, and was about to raise her hand. The other party suddenly stretched out his hand to cover his cheek, only revealing 2 eyes through the gaps between his fingers, and then lowered his head. Hit me. Hit me. This prince is born with thick skin and flesh and is not afraid of pain. You can hit me anywhere. Just don't hit my face. This prince still relies on this face to make a living. After saying that, he really moved towards her palm. Nan Yin got even angrier after hearing this, and was about to slap his beautiful face. Xiao Feihe immediately pretended to wail in pain, then begged for mercy, repeatedly shouting, "Auntie, spare my life." After all, he didn't care about his status as a prince. Nan Yin thought to herself that this guy was really talented. With his acting skills, even professional actors in the troupe would cry. Nan Yin was finally amused by his funny appearance and couldn't help laughing out loud. But after laughing, she felt a little embarrassed. So she turned her face away, snorted from her nose, and cursed. "You deserve it." Hearing the laughter, Xiao Feihe glanced at her from between his fingers. Seeing that this person turned his face away and didn't want to pay attention to him, Xiao Feihe moved closer again. This time he didn't dare to touch her casually, but just asked, "Are you still angry? Do you want to hit her a few more times to vent your anger?" Nan Yin secretly rolled her eyes. Wouldn't her hand hurt if she hit him a few more times? Don't you know that the force is mutual? I don't know how many times he hit her tonight. Her hand is numb. Will he still have it if he hits her again? This man is really thick-skinned. Nan Yin turned to the other side, snorted again, and ignored him. Xiao Feihe was getting a little anxious, so he turned around and said subconsciously, "How about this? I will take responsibility for you. I have been disrespectful to you. I will go to Li's house in a few days to propose marriage. I will take you home and treat you like an ancestor and feed you with good food and drink. Is that okay?" After saying this, Xiao Feihe was also a little stunned, because he found that he hardly thought about it when he said this. As if he said it subconsciously. Xiao Feihe looked at her in surprise. He wanted to marry her, but she didn't want to marry him. Nan Yin couldn't help but speak when she heard this. She turned her head and looked him up and down, then pushed him away with disdain. "Who wants to marry you? Shameless." Hearing her decisive tone, Xiao Feihe suddenly felt as if an arrow had hit his heart. His little heart was hit hard, especially when he saw her disdainful eyes. He gritted his teeth and couldn't help but retort, "What's wrong with me? This prince is also a handsome man with great talent. Although he is not as good as some officials in the court, he is definitely a good man who is knowledgeable, gentle and considerate. He is also the kind of peerless good man that you can't find even with a lantern." Xiao Feihe snorted coldly, emphasizing. Nan Yin couldn't help laughing again. She patted the tree trunk and her cheeks were flushed. "Xiao Feihe, do you still have shame? Why don't you ask about your reputation? Everyone in Yanyan City knows it. It is said that you even have an illegitimate child. You are a good man, but you are almost a shameless scoundrel." Xiao Feihe, what a mess. When did he even have an illegitimate child? Who spread the rumor about him? Xiao Feihe gritted his teeth and wanted to put all those bastards who spread rumors in a sack and beat them up. Why not spread that he has an illegitimate child? Is he that kind of messy person? Xiao Feihe took a deep breath. Finally, seeing that she was laughing so heartlessly, he couldn't help but reach out and knock her head. "What nonsense are you talking about? When did I have an illegitimate child with someone? Who told you these rumors?" Nan Yin looked at him suspiciously, rubbing her head, with a look of disbelief. "It's been rumored in Yanyan City that you secretly married a prostitute 3 years ago? She even gave birth to a child for you. And then you were punished by the emperor to guard the imperial mausoleum? Have you forgotten it so quickly?" Xiao Feihe seemed to remember it when he heard this. It seemed that there was such a thing. But it was not him who was involved with that woman. That was his good second brother. The emperor's own son behaved improperly. What did it have to do with him? Xiao Feihe was really angry with her. This rumor was too ugly. He couldn't help but knock her head. "Why did you forget so quickly? This matter has nothing to do with me. How old was I 3 years ago? How could a beautiful young man in his prime be related to a child? He explained again. That was my cousin. My second cousin fell in love with a brothel girl and was willing to die for that girl. Later, the emperor ordered him to be sent to a fiefdom. From then on, he could not come back without an imperial edict. This is the beginning and end of the matter. At most, I was guilty of knowing but not reporting. This prince is clean. I play everything but not. Woman. The two words were swirled in his mouth and swallowed back. He looked down at Nan Yin in front of him, looking at her black and white eyes, and suddenly hesitant and guilty. So he turned his head to avoid her gaze and coughed lightly. Anyway, this is it. It has nothing to do with me. And the rumors in Yanyan City are all false. Hearing this, Nan Yin nodded thoughtfully, frowning and thinking, and then leaned over to ask him, what happened next? What happened to that brothel girl? As soon as Xiao Feihe saw the person's inquiring look, he knew that she was curious and wanted to find out the privacy and secrets of the royal family. He was helpless. Xiao Feihe was really at a loss for words. He found that this person really didn't bear grudges. She was crying hard just now, but now she started to concentrate on digging out people's privacy. He put his hand on her head and said helplessly. Later, the child was born, but was sent away. Children of that background are neither good nor bad. It's okay when they are young. If their identities are known in the future, they will be looked down upon and despised. So the emperor sent him far away. He sighed lightly and said, as for the woman, the emperor didn't kill her. He gave her a sum of money and let her go. But she was not allowed to appear in Yanyan City again in this life. Nan Yin nodded after listening. Now she understood. So this person is a scapegoat. Right? This is no wonder. After all, he is the emperor's son. The scandal caused by the prince is always more serious than that of the prince. So the look in his eyes became vague, sometimes sympathetic and sometimes disgusted. In short, very subtle, like the look of someone who is being taken advantage of. Xiao Feihe's eyes twitched, and he really wanted to hold her in his arms and beat her up. But he didn't have the courage. After saying that, he took a deep breath, patted her shoulder again, and then said, okay, we've finished talking nonsense, and it's time to go back. I have to go down the mountain tonight to find someone to check things out. There are some problems with this Buddhist temple. Remember, don't run around at night, and don't alert the enemy, and don't tell anyone about what happened tonight for the time being. Remember? Nan Yin finally nodded honestly this time. She knew this better than he did. If they didn't alert the enemy, they could stay overnight. Afterwards, Xiao Feihe took a shortcut to send the people back to the temple. However, as soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw a dark shadow flashing through the window. It was already very dark at this time, and there was no light in the house. Xiao Feihe thought that he was dazzled and didn't pay much attention. When he turned around and was about to leave, suddenly thinking of everything that happened in the forest tonight and what the fake monk said, he subconsciously pulled Nan Yan's sleeve and pulled her behind him. Wait a minute. Nan Yan looked back in surprise and looked at the person in confusion. What's wrong again? Xiao Feihe frowned and explained in a low voice. It seems that someone is hiding in the house? Hearing this, Nan Yan immediately understood. She had known for a long time that there was a secret passage in the guest house in the temple, but she didn't know which room it was. As a result, it was the courtyard where she lived. If a person is unlucky, will drinking cold water make his teeth ache? He is still waiting for her here. Nan Yan's fingers immediately stretched out from her sleeves and subconsciously grabbed the clothes of the person next to her. Her eyes instantly showed a little nervousness. Are you really not mistaken? Is it a maid? How could there be someone in my room? Don't tell lies to scare me. As she spoke, she leaned closer to the person next to her. Xiao Feihe looked down at her. For some reason, he felt a very soft feeling in his heart. He seemed to like this feeling of being relied on and trusted by her. Xiao Feihe wanted to hold her hand, but hesitated for a moment, and still held her sleeve, then lowered his head, slowed down his voice, and said soothingly, Don't worry. I'll go in and take a look first. As he spoke, he lit the candlestick again. Now the room was much brighter. The two entered the room one after the other. There was no one in the room except the cloak hanging on the screen. Xiao Feihe felt a little strange. Could it be that he was really dazzled? He looked around again. There was no one under the table, in the cabinet, and behind the bed curtain. Xiao Feihe frowned. Did he really see it wrong? Nan Yin pulled his sleeve and asked hesitantly. There is nothing. Did you see it wrong? Xiao Feihe shook his head. Not sure. Seeing that there was nothing in the room, Nan Yin seemed to be relieved. She let go of the sleeve that she had been holding and sat directly on the bed beside her. I don't know if it was accidental, but her toes touched the baffle under the bed, and she went out with a muffled sound. This made Xiao Feihe's expression change slightly. He turned his head to look at Nan Yin, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. She stretched out her hand and was struggling to reach the small pouch under the pillow. She looked like she had nothing. Xiao Feihe thought that there were probably a lot of dried fruit snacks hidden in it. He walked over and lifted the quilt and knocked on the bed board. Sure enough, he found something wrong with this knock. It seemed to be hollow inside. After noticing this, Xiao Feihe's expression became even gloomier. How could this be? The secret passage led to the inner room of the female relatives. If everyone slept at night, who would notice that the monk kidnapped people from the secret passage? Xiao Feihe immediately lifted all the bedding and knocked around. The sound was a little wrong again. Nan Yin on the side also knew that he had discovered the secret passage, but still pretended not to know, with an angry look on her face. Xiao Feihe, what are you crazy about again? You threw all my quilts on the ground. How can I rest at night? Xiao Feihe covered her mouth with his hand, then glanced at the bed board twice. Don't talk first. Listen? Nan Yin listened for a long while, then blinked. Confused, Xiao Feihe shook his head helplessly, thinking that it was normal for her not to understand these things. After all, she was a lady from a noble family. It was already too much to trip up her enemy on weekdays. How could she know such secret methods in the underworld? Xiao Feihe jumped directly onto the bed board and fumbled around on both sides. Sure enough, he found that the position of the front and back splints was a bit wrong. One side was solid, and the other side was hollow. It seemed that there was indeed a passage underneath. Nan Yin saw him touching and knocking around on the bed board, and she was a little curious, so she followed his example and stepped on the bed, then touched and pinched everywhere. This time, she didn't know which mechanism she touched, and she only heard a click. The gap between the wooden boards under the bed suddenly loosened, and the two were caught off guard for a moment. After looking at each other, they didn't have time to say anything, and they rolled down together in an instant. This also made the two of them fall hard. The passage was dusty, and fortunately Xiao Feihe remembered to grab Nan Yin beside him before rolling down, and then hugged her into his arms, which saved her from injury. But he was hurt. After stopping, Xiao Feihe looked at the entrance of the passage. It was a staircase-shaped secret passage, but now the stairs were crushed by the two people, and it should be impossible to go up for the time being. Xiao Feihe rubbed his aching shoulder, and when he reacted, he quickly reached out to help him up and brushed off the dust, and then asked, How are you? Are you injured? Nan Yin touched her head and her arm, and then shouted to him happily, It's okay. It's okay. I'm fine. It doesn't seem to hurt at all. When Xiao Feihe heard this, he immediately rubbed his buttocks. He didn't know why, but the originally painful part seemed to be more painful than before. Of course she didn't feel any pain, but he felt the pain. Okay. Xiao Feihe was really impressed. He had been groping for a long time and couldn't find the mechanism. How did this person find it as soon as he came? Should I say it was luck? Nan Yin also thought that her luck was indeed good. When she was about to speak, she suddenly saw a black shadow rushing out from behind the secret passage, and she subconsciously shouted, Xiao Feihe, there is someone. Be careful. Xiao Feihe's reaction was also quick. He picked up the wooden board on the ground and blocked it. The black shadow behind him was indeed a square-faced monk in gray monk's robes. When he saw the two people falling from the sky, he originally wanted to take advantage of the situation and kill the man and take the woman away. But he didn't expect that the other party actually escaped. The square-faced monk only knew some rough fist and kick skills, which was no match for Xiao Feihe. He could not hold back after just a few moves. He was even more anxious. This time, he really messed up. He had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Not only did he not get the fragrance, but he also exposed the secret passage. If he let the two of them leave, the Jiao temple would be completely finished. Thinking of this, the square-faced monk's expression instantly became more ferocious. He pulled out a dagger from his arms and stabbed directly at Nan Yin. Xiao Feihe's face suddenly changed, and he almost subconsciously rushed forward to block it. Yin Yin, Be careful. It was also at this time that a cut was made on his arm, and blood instantly soaked his clothes and dripped onto the ground. Xiao Fei, how are you? Nan Yan was frightened and her face turned pale, and her fingers instantly grabbed his clothes. Xiao Fei glanced at the wound and frowned slightly. I'm fine. Don't be afraid. It's a small wound. Nothing serious. After saying this, Xiao Fei vaguely sensed something was wrong. It was only a finger-long wound. But for some reason, he suddenly felt his hands and feet were a little weak. The most important thing was that the square-faced monk was no longer anxious after seeing him injured. And he didn't attack. He just hid in the dark and stared at the two of them, obviously waiting for something. Xiao Fei hugged the person in his arms tightly, looking at her trembling eyelashes, and his breathing became more and more rapid. He looked around. Although it was dark, he could see that there was more than one passage below, and it was connected in all directions. He didn't know where it led to. Xiao Fei suddenly grabbed Nan Yan's fingers, then leaned close to her ear, put his head against her forehead, and whispered weakly, "Run." After that, he threw the wooden board in his hand to the opposite position, and then held on to the last limit and ran towards one of the secret passages with Nan Yan. After running for an unknown amount of time, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him. After a closer look, he realized that it was a secret room. Xiao Fei approached carefully, and after making sure that there was no one inside, he took Nan Yan and hid directly inside. He didn't know what the other end of the secret room was connected to, but at this moment, as soon as Xiao Fei entered the room, he felt that he could no longer support himself. He was sore and weak all over, and he seemed to have almost no strength to lift his fingers. If Nan Yan hadn't supported him, he might have fallen directly. He now understood why the monk hid in the dark after scratching him. The dagger was probably smeared with anesthetic cartilage powder, or something like that. This time he was really careless. Xiao Fei struggled to fumble in his arms, and finally took out the only dagger for self-defense, and then put it in Nan Yan's hand. Yan, hide first. Take the dagger. If someone approaches you, you must stab him in the chest without mercy. As he said this, his knees softened uncontrollably, and he knelt down directly. Nan Yan beside him was so anxious that she grabbed his hand tightly and shouted with moist eyes, "Xiao Fei, what's wrong with you? Is the wound too painful? Do you want me to bandage you first?" "No. There is cartilage powder on the wound, and I am all over now. Weak? Don't be afraid. If I can't protect you, you have to protect yourself. Remember?" Xiao Fei used all his strength to hold her wrist, and then pushed her away. "Go hide now. Don't come out. Don't stay with me. I will drag you down." The eldest lady's eyes were red in an instant, and she held his palm tightly and refused to let go. Her voice was choked and pitiful. "I won't leave. I can't beat that monk. Can you come with me? Let's hide together." This made Xiao Fei feel helpless. Indeed, it was too difficult for her to escape alone. But if she followed him, she would be in greater danger. Xiao Fei hesitated for a moment and was about to speak. Nan Yan pursed her lips again and helped her stand up with a stubborn look on her face. And then the two walked a distance inside. Only then did they realize that there was an inner room behind the secret room. Nan Yan immediately helped the person hide inside. After entering, they saw that there were many bottles and jars in the inner room, with various common drugs, knockout drugs, and some miscellaneous instruments. It seemed that this was a medicine room. Xiao Fei's eyes fell on the bottles and jars of drugs, and he suddenly became alert. He seemed to have thought of something, and then he raised his hand with some difficulty, pointed in the direction of the stone table, and said weakly, Yan, go and see if there is any antidote such as cartilage powder or tendon softening powder on the stone table. As long as there is an antidote, I will be fine." Nan Yan was slightly startled when she heard it, and then immediately reacted, "Yes, antidote. I will be fine if I find the antidote. Besides, there are so many bottles and jars here. There must be an antidote," she said, and quickly put Xiao Fei beside her down, and then rushed over to search back and forth among the bottles and jars. Her movements became more and more urgent. Seeing the time passing by, Nan Yan searched up and down for a whole circle, and finally found a small jade-colored porcelain bottle marked cartilage-removing powder in a small cabinet, and then happily opened it and poured out a small jade-white pill from the top. She took the pill to her nose and sniffed it. The smell was a little light, with a hint of orchid fragrance. Not unpleasant. And it should not be a poisonous fake medicine. So she immediately turned her head and shouted to him in a low and happy voice. Xiao Feihe, I found it. At this moment, there was a creak sound outside. It seemed that the wooden door of the secret room was pushed open by someone outside. The noise of pushing the door was not small. Xiao Feihe heard it at the first time, and then frowned. But Nan Yen didn't seem to realize it. She raised the bottle in her hand to Xiao Feihe. Just when she was holding the pill and wanted to tell him the good news again, Xiao Feihe almost used up all his strength to rush over, then hugged her into his arms and raised his hand to cover her mouth. He rushed over too quickly, and after rolling on the ground, he hid under the stone table with her, which was just the right position for the two of them to hide. But the fatal thing was that he covered her mouth, and the pill was also stuffed into her mouth. This was the end of it. Nan Yan's expression instantly changed from surprise to horror, and her face turned red with anxiety. But her mouth was covered tightly, and she couldn't speak. She could only keep pointing at her mouth with her finger, trying to make him understand something. The medicine was stuffed into her mouth. Maybe she pointed it out too many times. Xiao Feihe finally understood what she meant, and his expression was stunned. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. So he reached out to take the medicine bottle. Anything else? Are there any other antidotes? Nan Yen hurriedly handed the bottle over, and then shook it. There was no sound at all. There was only the last pill left inside. Xiao Feihe's expression froze. He let go of his hand, hesitated for a moment, and said directly to Nan Yen, "Open your mouth." Nan Yen immediately shook her head in embarrassment, and she was so anxious that she covered her mouth tightly, and her forehead began to sweat. Then she signaled him with her eyes it was useless to open your mouth. The antidote had already dissolved. At this time, the noise outside was getting louder and louder. Xiao Feihe looked down at Nan Yen, whose cheeks were flushed from holding back her anger. He seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then he slowly approached her, breathing slowly and hotly on her face, and asked softly, Yen, this time, can I? Nan Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she didn't speak. The two sides were deadlocked for a long time. Xiao Feihe tightened his grip around her, and seeing her eyelashes trembling, his heart also trembled slightly. After a moment, he said, "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent." Hearing this, Nan Yan's eyes couldn't help but turn red again. This time she was really angry. This bastard. She couldn't say anything at all now. Finally, after Xiao Feihe finished saying that, he couldn't help it anymore, and lowered his head to kiss her devoutly and seriously. This time was different from the previous confused kiss that he didn't even understand. Xiao Feihe's hands tightened and his heart beat faster and faster. This time he was also sober. The soft touch on his lips made him pry open her lips more forcefully. And this time her eyelashes trembled, and there seemed to be a flash of hesitation and entanglement in her eyes. But in the end, she closed her eyes, did not refuse, and acquiesced to his actions. For some reason, Nan Yan's giving up resistance inexplicably made him feel a surge of joy in his chest. He carefully explored every part, vaguely feeling a swell in his chest, and inexplicably a sense of satisfaction, especially her submissive look, until the end, when his strength gradually recovered. He still kissed her lips reluctantly, and even his breathing became rapid, and he could only lower his voice and gasp. Nan Yen leaned on his arms obediently. Her breathing was also a little rapid. Her eyelashes were slightly drooping, and her cheeks were a little flushed because of the emotion. Her body seemed to have no strength, and she had been motionless. At the same time, on the other side, Jean Yanli had a nightmare again. He always had nightmares recently, but the scene he dreamed of tonight made him particularly palpitating. After waking up, he couldn't fall asleep again. He didn't know why he had such a dream. He dreamed that Nan Yen married another man. In the wedding hall, he watched her walk towards the groom step by step. He saw the groom lift her veil, then reach out and gently tidy up her hair. Such a joyful scene. Jean Yanli felt that the string in his mind was broken. Such a result made his heart tremble. He covered his chest tightly. The unspeakable pain quickly spread from his chest, and such pain almost instantly woke him up from the nightmare. After waking up, he was a little confused. He felt that his chest was empty. A kind of confused sadness enveloped him, making him feel suffocated. After waking up, Jean Yanli couldn't fall asleep again. He could only put on his coat and go to the yard. He just wanted to walk around and relax. But he walked to the courtyard where Nan Yin once lived before he knew it. That was when they had not yet broken off their engagement. She often came to Jin's house to find him. Sometimes when she was tired and sleepy. This courtyard was where she took a nap. But now, this courtyard is also empty. Since the two broke off their engagement, she has never come to Jin's house again. He even rarely saw her. Obviously, they have never seen each other since they met that day. But that face is like taking root in his mind and lingering. Jin Yanli was originally immersed in his own thoughts, and suddenly heard a movement in the room. He was moved in his heart, subconsciously pushed open the door, and then called out, "Yen Yen." But the person in the room was not Nan Yen, but a little girl with a round face cleaning the house. In fact, after calling out Yen Yen, he had already thought about it. How could Yen Yen appear here? She was no longer his fiancée. They had broken off the engagement, and she would never appear in his backyard in this life. Thinking of this, Jin Yanli felt a little choked in the chest, followed by a sour pain. The little girl opposite was startled when she saw him, and her face turned pale in an instant. "My lord, I am not lazy on purpose. I was too busy during the day and forgot to clean, so I thought of cleaning at night." Jin Yanli didn't care much about whether she was lazy or not, but rubbed her aching eyebrows, and then waved her hands impatiently. "Nothing. I don't blame you." Perhaps because this time, Master Jin rarely had a cold face and a temper. The little maid was a little bolder. "My lord, it's so late. What are you doing in the young lady's yard?" After hearing this, Jin Yanli glanced at her, and his expression instantly turned cold again. In the end, he just said coldly, "Nosy." The little maid was so scared that her legs went weak, and she was trembling all over. She didn't know what she said was wrong, and why she suddenly made this master unhappy. She subconsciously took out a small bundle from the bed, and her expression was about to cry. "Master, do you still remember this? Miss Li said she would make it for you. Do you want to see it?" Jin Yanli seemed to be slightly stunned when he heard this. He turned his head to look at the bundle in the maid's hand, and then asked, "What is this?" The little maid clumsily opened the bundle and took out an unfinished sleeve from it. "My lord, don't you remember? In the tent before, Miss Li said she would make a sleeve for you. But unfortunately, she stopped halfway through. She originally said she wanted to give you a surprise. I have kept it all the time. Miss Li said she couldn't let you know in advance, so I never told you. But now that Miss has left, Hearing these words, Jin Yanli was suddenly a little stunned. His eyes fell on the poorly made sleeve, and he took it subconsciously. He looked at the crooked stitches on the cuffs. Even worse than his. But the person was so serious, sewing round and round, and there were even some black bloodstains on the edges of the needle and thread. He could almost imagine the young lady frowning when she accidentally poked him. But an unspeakable sour emotion surged in his chest. Looking at this unfinished sleeve, Jin Yanli felt his eyes swollen for a moment. He suddenly remembered that during the time in the tent, because he finally found Li Qingru, his savior, he had been taking care of her secretly during that time. He had made an appointment with Nan Yin to take her out to catch foxes, but he broke the appointment. During that time, he had been ignoring her. So, he didn't even know that she made a sleeve for him in private until the maid told him today. Jin Yanli held the sleeve tightly and pressed it against his chest, as if he could hold her tightly in this way. He didn't know what he should do. He didn't even understand what was wrong with him. Hadn't he got what he wanted? Hadn't he broken off the engagement? Hadn't he found the person who made his heart beat at the beginning? Why? Why did he feel as if a piece of his chest had been dug out? Empty. Even a little painful. So uncomfortable that he couldn't even hear his heartbeat. What kind of feelings did he have for her? Did he really do something wrong? Chapter 126. The little girl with a round face looked at her master holding the unfinished sleeve, with a regretful and sad expression on his face. She was confused. She thought that the master did not seem to have no feelings for Miss Li. Otherwise, why would he be so sad after knowing this? Especially the sadness in the master's eyes. No matter how stupid or blind the little girl was, she could see what it meant. The little girl felt that she had discovered some incredible secret. The expression on her face changed from suspicion to horror. She thought, if the master really liked Miss Li, why did he break off the engagement with her? Isn't this deliberately asking for trouble? After realizing this problem, the little girl's subtle feeling appeared again. She immediately began to worry about her life. The little girl hesitated, and finally stepped forward tremblingly and said, "Master, how about I withdraw tonight? I will clean this room carefully tomorrow morning." The little girl said this without daring to move, lowering her head and respectfully waiting for the reply from the master in front of her. When Jean Yanli heard the voice, he seemed to come back to his senses. His eyes fell on the stitches of the sleeves again, and then he asked in a hoarse voice, "Did she say anything at that time?" Jean Yanli found that he was eager to see her now. He hadn't seen her for too long. Since she left, the mansion became deserted. All the servants were trembling with fear and didn't even dare to mention her name. He heard too little news about her in this mansion, so when someone mentioned her name, he couldn't help but want to hear it a few more times. The little girl looked at the adults in confusion, not quite understanding what her adults meant. She just recalled the scene of living in the tent at that time, hesitated for a moment, and then asked softly, "Are you asking about the situation of the eldest lady of the Li family in the tent?" After she asked, she saw that her adult's face did not change, and tried to recall the impatient expression of the eldest lady of the Li family when she was making sleeves, and then continued, "The eldest lady had a headache at that time. There were several needle holes on each of her 10 fingers. She stamped her feet in pain and refused to let the servants help." The little girl racked her brains and thought about it again. At that time, there was also a maid who asked her, since the eldest lady's needlework was not good, why didn't she let the maid help? As a result, the eldest lady said that this was to embroider her, something for her future husband, representing her feelings. How could she let others do her feelings? The little girl didn't know if she said the wrong thing. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and dared not look up at anyone again. On the other side, Jean Yanli's eyes slowly softened when he heard her say stomping her feet in anger. He seemed to be able to imagine her suffocated and stubborn expression when he heard her say something for her future husband. He suddenly felt an unspeakable bitterness in his nose. The bitter and painful taste made him want to cry. He just felt that his chest was very uncomfortable at the moment. He had no other thoughts. He raised his head and drove the servants out of the room. When the room was finally empty, Jean Yanli felt as if she couldn't bear it anymore. She was unstable and staggered forward a few steps, and sat directly on the bed where she had slept. Jean Yanli reached out and touched the coal quilt. Although he hadn't been here for a long time, there was still a trace of her fragrance on the quilt. Jean Yanli suddenly buried his whole face in the quilt. What should he do? What should he do? How can he stop thinking about her? Doesn't he like Li Qingru? Why is his mind full of Yin Yin? And he can't even distinguish a trace of his mind. What should he do to control himself? Jean Yanli thought about it in a daze all night, and finally fell asleep in this room near dawn. It was also the first time that he didn't have a nightmare after falling asleep. It wasn't until dawn the next day that the housekeeper found him in this small courtyard. The old man looked at his master's pale face and bruised eyes, and knew that his master didn't sleep well last night. The old man shook his head helplessly and sighed again. In fact, he had already expected this day to come sooner or later when his master broke off the engagement with Miss Li. It was just that his master had always been so stubborn. He was the kind of person who would not turn back until he hit the wall. He had to hit his head and bleed to understand what he really wanted. The old man sighed lightly, then suppressed all those emotions that should not have been there, took out an anonymous letter from his arms, and handed it over. "Master, look, this is a letter sent by a little beggar outside the door, saying that there is something very important in the letter that needs your attention. So you should take a look at it quickly." Jean Yanli didn't sleep well last night, and he was still a little tired at the moment. When the housekeeper came to report the news, he was leaning on the backrest with his eyes closed to rest. His eyebrows were slightly frowned, and the slender white finger was gently pressing his eyebrows. Hearing this, Jean Yanli opened his eyes again, and then took the unmarked envelope from the butler, and asked casually, "Who sent it?" The butler replied, "It was a little beggar in his teens, who had been staring at the door for a long time and refused to leave. It was not until the old servant went out that the little beggar took out the letter in his arms, and said it was something very important and wanted to give it to you, sir." Hearing this, Jean Yanli rubbed his swollen forehead again, as if this would make him sober up a lot. He unfolded the letter, which contained only a piece of white paper. The content was also very simple. With less than 20 words, "There are bandits ambushing in Zhao Temple. Your fiancée is in danger. Come and save her." When he saw this, Jean Yanli's face changed instantly. The whole person seemed to be poured with a basin of ice water and woke up. His heart beat suddenly at that moment. Yin Yin was in danger. He subconsciously straightened his body and turned to ask the housekeeper, "Where's the little beggar who delivered the letter? Bring him here immediately. I have something to ask him." At this time, Jean Yanli was getting more and more anxious. He clenched his fingers tightly, but the more anxious he was, the calmer he was. How could there be bandits ambushing in Jiao Temple? Of course, the ambush was fake. Who would be so ignorant as to ambush a group of officials and their wives who came to burn incense and worship Buddha? It's not that there is any deep hatred, but the bandits are true. In fact, long before the day of departure, Nan Yen asked the system to write an anonymous report letter and handed it to the little beggar on the roadside, and then told the little beggar to make sure to give the letter to the gray-haired old housekeeper in the mansion. The subsequent development is now like this. Nan Yen originally wanted to drag this high-ranking official into the water. After all, Xiao Fei's status as a prince was not enough. Jean Yanli was the one who could really solve the problem. For this reason, Nan Yen also wrote his fiancée. She was thinking in the mansion at that time. This dog male protagonist was calm, rational, suspicious, and an old fox. It was okay for her to report anonymously. If this male protagonist suspected that there was a fraud and refused to come, wouldn't it be the end? So she deliberately brought the female protagonist and wrote his fiancée. Even if this person was cold and calm, he would not be so unwilling to talk about the slightest affection. Right? But what Nan Yen didn't know was, when Jean Yanli saw the 3 words fiancé, his mind was full of thoughts about the situation she would encounter. At this moment, Jean Yanli seemed not to realize that from beginning to end, he really regarded the other party as his fiancé. Thinking of this, Jean Yanli frowned again. He had also heard of the Jiao Temple, which had always been a place where many pilgrims and their wives went to pray to the gods. But how could there be bandits ambushing there? The housekeeper had obviously thought of this, and after hearing his master's question, he shook his head and said, "The little beggar ran very fast, and ran away after saying those words. But he said that it was a woman who gave him the letter, and he didn't know anything else." The housekeeper saw that his face was not right, and asked again, "Sir, what happened? Are the consequences serious? Yin Yin is in danger." When Jean Yanli finished speaking, his face darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. He slammed the letter on the table with force, and the whole person swooshed. He stood up immediately. "Hurry up and ask someone to go to the Li mansion to find out if Yin Yin and the others went to Jiao Temple?" The housekeeper glanced at the handwriting on the letter paper. After seeing the content, he was a little suspicious. He immediately asked his subordinates to check, and then got the news. It is said that a day ago, Madame Li took the eldest daughter of the Li family and several concubines to the Buddhist temple to burn incense and pray for blessings. Now it is only the 2nd day, and it is reasonable that they should be back this afternoon. The housekeeper hurriedly reported the news. "Sir, I just received news from the Li mansion. Madame Li did take the women in the mansion to Jiao Temple to burn incense. But Jiao Temple is a big temple. How could there be an ambush of bandits? Sir, is there any fraud in this? Is there something you can't stand? Whether it is a fraud or not, this official can't just leave Yin Yin alone." Jean Yanli subconsciously refuted. And at this moment, he was even a little nervous. He pulled the official seal from his waist and handed it to the housekeeper, and said simply, "You, hurry up and take my official seal to invite Lord Zhou from the Dali Temple to come over, and tell him that I have received a secret report that there are bandits ambushing in the Jiao Temple, and ask him to bring hundreds of guards to go with me quickly. And hurry up, and don't waste time." He shouted outside again, and quickly took the clothes on the screen and changed them. "Jin Wu, quickly prepare the horse for me, and bring dozens of guards. I have to go first." On the other side, after Xiao Fei recovered his strength, he did not let go immediately. Xiao Fei's heartbeat had not yet calmed down, and he just held her like this. And Nan Yen just hung her head in his arms without moving. I don't know if it was because the atmosphere was too subtle, but there was some discomfort between the two. Xiao Fei had never had such a strange feeling before. His chest was swollen, as if it was filled with a pool of warm spring water, which made him feel indescribable satisfaction and joy. But when he saw Nan Yan's eyes were slightly red, and she lowered her head with a wilted look, he seemed to be splashed with a basin of cold water, and calmed down instantly. He felt like he was in a mess. Could it be? Is she angry again? Xiao Fei pursed his lips and subconsciously clenched his fingers. He knew that he was flirting with her. But didn't she already acquiesce? Xiao Fei suddenly felt an indescribable depression in his chest. He recalled everything that happened just now, and his heart became more and more bitter. She obviously closed her eyes. Why was she still unwilling? Could it be that she hates him so much? Xiao Fei opened his mouth for a long time without saying a word. He found that he had become a little tongue-tied. He usually makes people go around in circles with his witty words. But at the critical moment, he couldn't say a word. It seemed that all the words were blocked in his throat. And he couldn't even say an apology to comfort him. Xiao Fei grabbed his hair impatiently. He looked down at the man again. And finally, he had no choice but to rush out to find the monk who kept making trouble outside to settle accounts and vent his anger. It's all these damn monks. What a messy place. Building a secret passage in the pilgrim's yard. If it weren't for the stupid things they did, he and Yan wouldn't have accidentally fallen down. If you don't fall down, you won't get hurt. And if you don't get hurt, you won't be frivolous. But for some reason, when he thought of that kiss, he was vaguely attached to it. Xiao Fei cursed himself secretly, shook his head, and then suppressed all the messy thoughts in his head to the bottom of his heart. Finally, he beat the bastard monk until his face was swollen, and he lost consciousness completely, and then tied him up with a hemp rope. Nan Yan, who was hiding under the stone table, moved her numb hands and feet slightly, and then listened to the movement outside leisurely. She raised her eyebrows slightly, looked out, and the emotions in her eyes disappeared completely. She guessed in her heart that this man might have been moved. Otherwise he would not dare to even look at her, let alone comfort her. It's good that he is moved. Nan Yan lowered her head and chuckled. He did something excessive to the girl he was attracted to. In addition to feeling guilty, he should also be annoyed. The most important thing is that he subconsciously doesn't want to face it. But he can't let him go so easily. Nan Yan looked up at the man, thinking in her heart, how should she bully him? When the noise outside gradually died down, Nan Yan quickly adjusted her expression, then lowered her head, still in a dazed look, as if she had not recovered yet. At first, Xiao Fei stood in front of her. His tall and slender figure blocked all the light in front of him. He felt that this might seem too oppressive, so he squatted in front of her again. In fact, he was a little nervous in his heart. And at this time, Xiao Fei had long forgotten that he had deliberately approached Li Qingru for her. Now there was only this person in front of him in his eyes. He was thinking about how to make the other party happy. Forgiveness or not is a matter for the future. Just don't ignore him. Thinking of this, Xiao Fei simply sat down on the ground, facing her, and then his face showed an expression that was even more depressed and sad than hers. And he began to lower his head to repent. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I am guilty. I am a sinner. I flirted with you twice in one night. And I kissed you when you didn't want to. I'm so bad. I'm a bad person. He looked up at Nan Yan. His face was miserable, and his voice was hoarse. Tell me, how do you want me to die? Hanged? Beaten to death? Or choked to death? Otherwise, beat me to death. I'm sorry, Yan. I was really wrong this time. After hearing this, Nan Yan couldn't help but admire him in her heart. This dogman was really cruel to her. He even thought of choking to death? Well, it would be unreasonable not to give him some face. Nan Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly. She slowly raised her head and looked over with depressed eyes, her voice hoarse. What nonsense are you talking about? What kind of messed up way to die is it? How can someone be so cruel to himself? Xiao Fei held his breath slightly, seeing that there were still tears in her eyes. The black and white pupils were black, as if they were washed by water, as bright and clean as usual. He subconsciously reached out and touched her cheek. Nan Yan's body paused, and after reacting, her head immediately shrank back. Seeing her evasive action, Xiao Fei's fingers also stiffened, and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable and sour in his chest. He turned up his sleeves directly, wiped the remaining tears on her cheeks with the soft underwear inside, and then pretended to be relaxed. Why are you hiding? You never hide from me before. I didn't bring a handkerchief this time, so just wipe this sleeve first. The fine clothes made by the emperor in the palace, which ordinary people can't even touch, are all used to wipe your tears and snot. Nan Yan, when did she have a runny nose? She was crying so hard that she looked so pitiful. Seeing that this person paused for a while because of these words, Xiao Feihe took another deep breath, then sighed softly and said, Yan Yan, don't hide from me. Okay? I sincerely apologize to you. I'm sorry. I won't do anything you don't like in the future. Okay? I won't bully you. And I won't kiss you again. In short, I won't force you to do something you don't want to do. Don't be afraid of me. And don't ignore me. Okay? After saying these words against his will, Xiao Feihe, he felt a tightness in his chest. He clearly didn't think that way. He wanted to be close to her, to see her smile, to see her heartless and not holding grudges, and to be like him. After hearing this, Nan Yan pursed her lips. Her eyes slowly fell on his face, and after hesitating for a while, she said sullenly, Then you have to promise that you won't bully me again in the future, whether it's intentional or unintentional. And you can't force me to do something I don't want to do. Can you do it? Hearing this, Xiao Feihe's eyes suddenly lit up, and he patted his chest and immediately promised, I can do it. Nan Yan thought, it would be a shame if she didn't ask for more with such a good opportunity. She had to cheat him anyway, since he was a fool with a lot of money. So she counted on her fingers and continued, You will have to run errands for me in the future. The rouge and powder sold in the new shop in the city are very useful. As compensation, you have to buy me 1 month's supply. No, 2 months. You also have to buy those beautiful jewelry. And don't forget those delicious snacks. Most importantly, don't lie to me in the future. Can you do all these? Xiao Feihe was so moved that he almost immediately grabbed her little hand and put it on his chest, nodding his head like a chicken. I can. I promise to do it. As long as you don't ignore me. I can do anything you ask me to do from now on. Isn't it just rouge and powder and beautiful jewelry? I will buy them all for you. Dear Yan Yan, I was really wrong. You are really not angry now. Right? The eldest lady finally agreed to pay attention to him. Xiao Feihe felt relieved for a moment. What's the big deal about such a small request? I will buy her everything in the future. A room full of beautiful clothes and jewelry. As long as she is happy. Nan Yan snorted after hearing this, and then raised her eyes and glared at the man. Who is your aunt? You are just making up a relative. Why are you still holding me? Let go quickly. Sure enough, the lively young lady made him miss her more. Xiao Feihe let go of her hand reluctantly. The little hand was soft, as if it had no bones. He hadn't touched it enough? He didn't know when he could touch it again? At the same time, on the other side, the Jiao temple above the secret passage was also in chaos because of a big incident. The reason was that the maid saw the light in the young lady's room was on, and thought that the young lady had something to tell her. So she went over. As a result, no one responded after calling a few times at the door. The maid felt something was wrong, and opened the door to find that the room was empty, and there was no one at all. Originally, the maid thought that the young lady had gotten up to go to the bathroom, but when she went to the inner room, she saw that the bed was in a mess, with the bedding and pillows all thrown on the floor, and there were man's footprints on the bed board. The worst thing was that there was a crack in the bed board, and there was a bottomless passage under the crack. The maid was so scared that her face turned pale. After shouting, she rushed out and told the mistress about it. However, the maid was frightened and her words were not clear. She could not make them clear no matter how many times she tried. In the end, she only said, Something happened to the eldest lady. When Mrs. Li heard the maid say that her daughter was in trouble, her eyes went dark and her face turned pale. She hurriedly took the maid and the old woman to her daughter's room, and she really saw that something was wrong in the room. Mrs. Li had some vision, especially since she had been in charge of the household for many years. What kind of secret tricks in the inner house had she not seen? She knew it was not good when she saw the passage under the bed. There must be a thief crawling out of the passage and taking her daughter away while she was asleep and defenseless. Mrs. Li thought of this result, and her eyes went dark. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to stay awake. It's really absurd. How could the Jiao temple be so defenseless? They didn't even know that someone had dug a secret passage under the temple, especially that this secret passage led directly to the women's bedroom. Most importantly, what kind of thief dared to be so bold and kidnap the daughter of an official family? Mrs. Li immediately brought a dozen guards to find the abbot. For the sake of her daughter's reputation, she did not say that her daughter was missing, but only said that a personal maid was missing. The most important thing is that when they were looking for the maid, They found a dark secret passage in the women's room. In response, Mrs. Lee accused him harshly. How can you, the abbot, preside over the Buddhist temple? You didn't even know that the bottom was dug out. Now it's just a maid who is missing. But what if the lady disappears one day? Then he ordered the guards standing by. Go and find her quickly. No matter what. Even if you turn this Buddhist temple upside down. You must find her for me. The old monk in the side hall, wearing a red cassock, was originally listening to Madame Lee very patiently. As he listened, his face gradually changed. His fingers twisting the Buddhist beads paused for a moment, and the candlelight flickered on his wrinkled old face. The abbot closed his eyes. Below him was a group of gray-robed monks. Finally, the abbot calmly chanted, Amitabha. Mr. Lee, please calm down first. I don't know about the secret passage, so please don't tell anyone. I have already ordered that my disciples will help you find the missing maid. I will never let you down. After the abbot finished speaking, he chanted the Buddha's name again, glanced at the side, and immediately a gray-robed monk stepped forward and said respectfully, Please be patient. Mr. Lee, come with me to the guest house to rest for a while. I will send my disciples to help the donor find someone later. They are all foreign monks who often go down the mountain to buy things and are familiar with the road conditions. Originally, Mrs. Lee was still hesitant, worried about her daughter. But after hearing the monk say that the disciples were more familiar with the road conditions, she gave up and returned to the side yard with a group of maids and women. However, this time, the other concubines were also alarmed. When they heard that a maid was missing and something strange happened in the temple, they all gathered in the mistress's yard. After Mrs. Lee returned to the yard, she vaguely found something wrong. A group of unfamiliar monks appeared outside at some point. They surrounded their yard on the pretext that they had discovered thieves. They said they were protecting them, but in fact they were imprisoning them. Madame Lee also realized that something was wrong. How could there be such a Buddhist temple? Especially the group of martial monks guarding the gate. They had murderous auras on their bodies, and did not look like real monks. Some of them even stole glances at the concubines and maids in her courtyard. They did not look like monks at all. Fortunately, there were some guards in the courtyard, and the monks did not act rashly. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was something wrong with this Buddhist temple. As the heroine, Li Qingru was naturally not stupid, especially when she saw one of the monks scanning her body with that obscure and obscene look. Her face suddenly turned pale, bit her lip and took a few steps back, hiding behind the maid. She also saw that there was indeed something wrong with this Buddhist temple. And seeing the worry in her mother's face, she guessed that it might not be just the maid who was missing. Just knowing is one thing, but there is no solution. After all, they can't protect themselves now. If the monks rush in without scruples, I'm afraid everyone will die here. Madame Lee has seen some of the world, and the more chaotic the situation is, the more she can't lose her composure. First, she ordered the dozen guards to guard the gate of the courtyard, and anyone who dared to rush in should not be let go. She also ordered the maids and women to guard their respective masters, and the rest of the things could only wait for people to come. Madame Lee thought secretly in her heart that she should have returned to the Lee mansion this afternoon. As long as the people in the mansion noticed something was wrong, the master would definitely bring people here. It just takes 2 or 3 hours to get here from the city, and it will take another day. Can they hold on for such a long time? Thinking of this, Madame Lee's face became more and more worried, and her eyebrows were frowned more tightly, especially since her daughter was still missing. She now even suspected that it was the Jile temple that robbed her daughter and kidnapped her daughter? But can a small Buddhist temple dare to go against the court? As the few people were thinking wildly, the noise outside was getting louder and louder. Several concubines were pale and shivering and huddled together. Li Qingru walked to Madame Lee's side at this time. She handed over a cup of freshly brewed tea and said in a soothing voice, "Mother, drink some water and sit down to rest for a while. This is not a solution. My daughter thinks those monks are not ordinary monks. I wonder if Mother has a way to pass the message first." Madame Lee held a string of Buddhist beads, glanced at the concubine, and sighed again. "What can I do? Didn't you see that the monks guarded the yard so tightly that not even a fly could fly out?" Li Qingru was also a little disappointed after hearing this. She didn't expect that there was no one who went out to pass on the news. She suddenly felt a little strange at this moment. Why did these monks suddenly show their true colors? Obviously, they had been peaceful when they came to burn incense yesterday. She sorted out the reasons before and after, and then found that it seemed that it was because her mother was furious about a missing maid that angered the monks in the temple, which led to them falling into such a predicament. She felt a little resentful in her heart. If she had known this, she should have kept things quiet and made plans after leaving. Now that it has come to this, she doesn't know when she can leave safely? About 2 hours later, the sky has gradually become clear. No one rested much last night. Several concubines couldn't stand it and slept on the maids. Seeing that the day had dawned, the monks outside were still unwilling to leave, and the noise outside the door seemed to be getting more and more obvious. Just when everyone was most tired and sleepy, the courtyard door made a loud bang sound, as if someone kicked it hard, but it didn't open. Fortunately, the guards moved the stone table and stone bench to block the door in advance last night. It was this loud noise that completely alarmed everyone in the courtyard. Some timid people even cried softly, but they were scolded by Madame Lee and forced to hold back. Just when everyone was uneasy and thinking wildly, the original noise outside became louder, but it sounded like the sound of fighting. The noise of fighting did not last too long. At the beginning, there were still people struggling, but in the end, there were only begging and wailing. The people in the house couldn't tell what was going on, and they didn't dare to open the door for a while. They could only have several male guards carefully climb up the wall one by one to see what was happening outside. The guards saw a familiar figure standing in front of a group of officers and soldiers with strict military discipline. When Master Jean was engaged to his eldest daughter, he often came to visit the Lee mansion, so the guards and servants recognized his appearance. The guards immediately showed a look of surprise on their faces, and hurriedly turned back to report. "Master, Madam, it's Master who is here." Master Jean brought the soldiers of the government to rescue people. Upon hearing this, the maids and young ladies who were originally gathered together, and pale with fear, finally showed a happy smile. And even Madame Lee finally breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly ordered the guards to move the stone bench and stone table behind the courtyard gate. When the wooden door was opened, the movement outside gradually calmed down. When Jean Yanli arrived, he noticed that the movement in the Jiao temple was a bit strange. He did not come up immediately, but sent someone to inquire about the movement first. He waited for Lord Zhou from the Dali temple to arrive at the foot of the mountain before he led people to surround the Buddhist temple. Then he noticed that something seemed wrong in the side hall. When he came over, he finally saw that the women of the Li family were trapped in a small courtyard. Jean Yanli was relieved immediately, especially after dealing with a group of monks. The big stone that had been weighing on his heart finally fell to the ground. Fortunately, he did not hesitate, and brought people here directly. Otherwise, if he came a step late, Yin Yin and these people would be in danger. He pushed open the gate and walked in directly, slowly searching among a group of faces. At this time, a figure suddenly rushed over from the group of maids in the center of the courtyard. Jean Yanli thought it was Nan Yin at first, and she was the only one who liked to throw herself into someone's arms like this. But when he saw the other person's face clearly, his body stiffened for a moment. It was Li Qingru. Li Qingru had been frightened all night, and now she saw Jean Yanli leading his troops to rescue people, and she was suddenly surprised and excited. For a moment, she couldn't control her inner emotions, and subconsciously rushed over and threw herself into the other person's arms, and then shouted in a hoarse voice, "Jean Yanli, you are finally here. I am so scared. I was worried to death all night, afraid that I would never see you again in the future." Li Qingru was indeed scared last night, and she didn't rest all night, so she looked pale at the moment, and even her hair was messy, looking very miserable. Jean Yanli raised his hand, hesitating for a moment, not knowing whether to push her away or what to do. It was during the moment he paused that the person in his arms hugged him tighter. Even tears fell, and her cheek pressed tightly against his chest. Jean Yanli's palm hanging on his sleeves curled up, raised it and put it down, and finally took a deep breath, and reached out to pat her back gently, and said in a hoarse voice with a little soothing, "It's okay now. Don't worry. I have sent people to surround the entire Jiao temple, and the follow-up matters will be handled. You don't have to worry." On the other side, after shuttling back and forth in the secret passage for several times, the two people who finally came out found that it was dawn outside. But the atmosphere in the temple seemed a little anxious and depressed, and they could vaguely hear the sound of begging for mercy not far away. Both of them felt something was wrong. After looking at each other, They were about to go back to the side yard to inform everyone to leave first. However, before they returned to the yard, they crossed the bluestone path and were far away from each other. Nan Yin saw the scene of the two people hugging each other intimately. In the picture, Li Qingru was crying, and she threw herself into Jin Yanli's arms. Aggrieved and pitiful, the other stood there, looking at her quietly, and then reached out to pat her back to comfort her. The scene was so perfect. Xiao Feihe, who was standing side by side with her, naturally saw the scene of the beauty in his arms. Especially the moment he saw Li Qingru crying, and she burst into tears. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound in his head, as if he was hit hard by a club. Xiao Feihe suddenly woke up. It was not because of anything else, but because he suddenly remembered that he deliberately approached the woman next to him because of Li Qingru. All the things he did were for Li Qingru, because he liked Li Qingru. So for her, he even used himself to deceive the feelings of an innocent girl who had been broken off. This made him suddenly feel guilty and panic in his heart, which made him subconsciously look up at Nan Yan's face. Nan Yan was also very sensible. Her eyes immediately moistened as she looked at the two figures hugging each other not far away. Tears fell one by one. She subconsciously wanted to walk over, but was subconsciously grabbed by Xiao Feihe beside her. Xiao Feihe grabbed her wrist. He didn't know what was wrong with him. His emotions were very confused at the moment, and his mind was in a mess. He didn't know whether he was sad because he saw Li Qingru with that person, or because of something else. But no matter who he was doing it for, the only thing that was certain now was that he really didn't want her to bother them anymore, didn't want her to pester them endlessly, and didn't want to see her and Jin Yanli have any involvement at all. Xiao Feihe tightly grasped her wrist and said subconsciously, "Don't go." Nan Yan looked back at him. She couldn't say anything at first. She just struggled hard to get rid of his hand, but she couldn't get away. Finally, she ran out of strength and her tears flowed more violently. She could only cry helplessly, "Let go. I want to find him." Hearing this, Xiao Feihe tried to suppress the discomfort in his heart to the bottom of his heart, and then hugged Nan Yan, who was crying pitifully and miserably in front of him, into his arms, and patted her back gently with his palm as if to comfort her. "Don't go. Okay?" He showed a distressed look in his eyes. "What's the use of you going? Yan, don't you see? The person he likes now is Li Qingru, and he has broken off the engagement with you. Don't make yourself so humble and pitiful. Okay?" Nan Yan pushed his shoulders hard, but he held her too tightly. She choked with sobs. "I don't care. I'm going to go. He was the one who provoked me first." Xiao Feihe felt a little bitter when he heard this. He pressed her tighter and spoke a little more harshly, trying to wake her up. Yan, don't you know they are engaged? They will get married in another month. What can you do now? Besides, what qualifications do you have to go up? Yan, don't be like this. Okay?" At this point, Xiao Feihe's tone softened a lot. He patted her back and tried to comfort her. "There are still many people in this world who care about you. If he doesn't like you, just change someone who likes you. Okay? Why do you have to hang yourself on this crooked tree?" He thought what he said was obvious. The person in his arms was still struggling at first, but later, he didn't know whether she had no strength or really listened to his words. The strength of the struggle became weaker and weaker. In the end, she wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her head in his neck. She cried so hard that her shoulders twitched, but she said with sobs, "You are the crooked tree." Xiao Feihe patted her palm and paused slightly. Then his eyes became gentler. He lowered his head and said him, then whispered, "Okay, I am the crooked tree. Then do you want to try to hang it?" Nan Yan rolled her eyes at him in her heart, thinking it was a beautiful thought. Chapter 127. After hearing what Xiao Feihe said, Nan Yan was obviously stunned. When she realized what that meant, her eyes instantly became redder. She did not hesitate, grabbed the man's clothes, lowered her head, and opened her mouth to bite his shoulder. She bit it hard for a long time before letting go, and then sobbed and said, "You bullied me again." Xiao Feihe was bitten and it hurt. After a hiss, he did not struggle, and just let her bite him. She let go when she was satisfied. After she let go, he heard what she said. Xiao Feihe moved his shoulders, touched the back of her head, and said soothingly and helplessly, "When did I bully you again? It was obviously you who bit me. You deserve it." Nan Yan's voice was hoarse. She pushed the man's arms away with force. The corners of her eyes were slightly red from crying, and her breath was slightly panting. She looked so pitiful when she was crying. Her tearful eyes were still staring at him. Why did you say that again? Have you forgotten what you promised in the secret passage? You won't bully me again in the future. And you won't force me before I agree. What are you doing now? Xiao Fei had touched his nose with guilt, and his eyes wandered inexplicably. He thought, what kind of bullying is this? She probably hasn't seen what it's like to be bullied badly. At most, he is stopping her from meeting Jean Yanli. But Xiao Fei didn't dare to say this. He looked up at her. She was already crying so pitifully. If he talked back to her, the young lady would probably hate him to death. Xiao Fei felt helpless for some reason. Seeing her crying and her nose slightly red, he felt distressed. He subconsciously reached out to wipe the tears from her cheeks and coaxed her softly. I didn't let you meet him. But this is not bullying. I didn't say those words to you to make you happy or divert your attention. I meant it sincerely. After he said this, he took a deep breath, as if he had finally decided something. He reached out and gently held her cheek, then raised it, looking at her face inch by inch with a very gentle and serious look. Yan Yan, I want to be with you. I like you. Are you willing to let go of the person in your heart and give me a chance? Nan Yan sighed in her heart. This man is quite good at striking while the iron is hot. Look at the timing. Not too fast or too slow. The rhythm is just right. But no. She can't just agree so easily. She has to grind him again. When Nan Yan heard this, she was obviously stunned for a long time. It seemed that she didn't expect him to say such words directly. When she recovered, her cheeks turned red uncontrollably. She pushed his hands away and took a step back quickly. She almost fell because she stepped on a small stone accidentally because of her speed. Fortunately, Xiao Fei had been paying attention to her and subconsciously reached out to hold her wrist, which prevented her from falling. As a result, the other party stood firm and slapped him away with a backhand. Let go. Nan Yan's voice was muffled. Her cheeks were a little red, and her lips were also bitten a little red. It was obvious that she had never encountered such an act of being confessed on the spot. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. I don't know what you were talking about. Her eyes were slightly evasive. Her eyebrows were drooping. Her eyelashes were trembling from time to time. She didn't dare to look up at him. And her two fingers grabbed the cuffs at some point, twisting them tighter and tighter. This situation seems a little wrong? When Xiao Fei was pushed away by her without hesitation, he still felt a little bitter in his chest, and his heart was full of depression. But when he saw her blushing and evading, and even daring not to look at him, he vaguely sensed a little strangeness. Xiao Fei was not stupid. He vaguely felt that Nan Yan in front of him didn't seem to be so repulsive to him. She didn't seem to have no love for him. This cognition made Xiao Fei's heart beat faster. He subconsciously took a step forward and stretched out his hand to touch her face. But seeing her nervous mood at the moment, he hesitated and immediately retracted it. He knew that too many things happened today, and she suffered too much shock. It was normal that she couldn't accept it for a while. He didn't mind. He could wait. He could wait slowly. At this time, Xiao Fei did not dare to push her too hard, lest it backfire. But as long as he thought that the person in front of him did not like him at all, Xiao Fei felt an unstoppable joy in his heart. He squeezed his fingers tightly, felt the wet sweat oozing from his palms, and subconsciously wiped them on his robe. Then took a deep breath and slowly walked to her. Yan Yan, I'm not in a hurry, and you don't have to be in a hurry. Okay? I won't force you. As long as you are willing to give me a chance and try to get out, I will be very satisfied. Xiao Fei's voice gradually became calmer, and his tone became more and more gentle, with a hint of comfort, and he looked at her eyebrows and eyes gently. I know you like Jean Yanli. He met you earlier than me. If possible, I hope that the person you met first was me. Yan Yan, don't be afraid of me. Okay? Nan Yan continued to remain silent. Xiao Fei slowly stretched out his hand to her. The person opposite was a little hesitant at first, and hesitated to leave. But when his eyes fell on his face, and met those serious and gentle eyes, he seemed to pause for a moment, and then did not avoid it. Xiao Fei was slightly refreshed, and he looked carefully at Yan Yan's eyes. There seemed to be some uneasiness in her eyes, and a trace of entanglement. She bit her lip and hesitated to look at the couple hugging not far away, and then cast her eyes on the person in front of her. Her eyes seemed to be a little wet, She seemed to recall a lot in her mind. Since the marriage was broken off, he had been playing with her, making trouble with her, and making her happy every day. When she was angry, he would make an ugly face to make her laugh. When she was unhappy, he would buy her all kinds of delicious food everywhere. Looking at such a person in front of her, Nan Yen lowered her head, clearly showing that she did have no feelings for him at all. Just when she was hesitant, the man's hands had slowly grasped her hands. Nan Yen symbolically dodged, but did not use force, and finally let him hold her. Xiao Fei looked at it. His eyebrows suddenly relaxed, and he suddenly felt a joy in his heart. This joy spread from his chest to his whole body. He tried to restrain the throbbing in his heart, and then tentatively hugged the man into his arms. Don't be afraid of me, Yan Yen. I know that letting go is not an easy thing, but when you really decide to start over, in fact, forgetting him is not that difficult. As long as you don't mind my bad reputation, I will send someone to the Li mansion to propose marriage in a few days. Okay? Can I marry you and take you home? You can do whatever you want in the future. I won't stop you. If you like to play, I will accompany you to eat, drink, and have fun in the city for the rest of your life. If you don't want to stay in the city, I will take you out to travel around the world. In short, no matter where we go, I will accompany you. Okay? He noticed that the stiff body of the person in his arms seemed relaxed, gently resting his forehead on the other's forehead. You know, those rumors outside are all false. Although this prince is a bit of a mess, he can at least be regarded as a good man who is both civil and martial, and is considerate. Although I am still a little short of your status, I will work harder in the future and strive to match you, the beautiful, gentle and virtuous Miss Li, as soon as possible. Okay? Nan Yen thought. I don't know when this man went blind. He can say such shameless words against his conscience. How can Miss Li be gentle and virtuous? But she just likes to hear such shameless words. Well, young people are good at talking and have a future. After hearing this, Nan Yen seemed to be comforted, and her expression became relaxed from the initial hesitation and rejection. Finally, she raised her eyes slightly moist, and grabbed his clothes with both hands, and asked softly, Is everything you said true? Will you always be with me? Never bully me, and never lie to me. Her voice was muffled and slightly nasal. When Xiao Fei heard this, his breathing paused for a moment. Looking at the pair of black and white eyes, he felt a sense of uneasiness inexplicably, which made him subconsciously hold her hand tighter. Well, I will never lie to you again. Nan Yen pursed her lips and looked up at him. There was a tear on her eyelashes. Then she leaned over and kissed him gently on the corner of his mouth. You said that you would listen to me in everything in the future, and you are not allowed to regret it. Also, I will only give you one chance. You can't lie to me. Xiao Fei held her hand tightly. Because of the disbelief and strange joy, his heart also trembled slightly. He didn't expect that she would really be willing to give him this opportunity. At this moment, Xiao Fei had already forgotten his original intention. At this moment, there was only the person in front of him, and he subconsciously hugged her into his arms. On the other side, the two people were not so relaxed and happy. Li Qingru vaguely noticed that the person she was holding was a little absent-minded. She raised her head slightly, and when she glanced at the maids and servants behind her who were pointing and whispering, she seemed to realize something. She was so close to him in public, which made Li Qingru's face swish and instantly red. She quickly let go of the person, and then looked at Jin Yanli uncomfortably, and found that there seemed to be no extra expression on his face. For a moment, she felt even more uncomfortable. She subconsciously changed the subject and said, By the way, Yanli, how did you suddenly appear here? As soon as the voice fell, Jin Yanli on the opposite side had not answered yet, but a few concubines behind her crowded over, with a joking smile on their faces, laughing and saying, Do I need to ask this? Lord Jin is naturally worried about my second sister, so he showed up here. What do you call this? It should be that you two have a telepathic connection, and your marriage is destined by heaven. Yes, second sister. You just threw yourself into Lord Jin's arms, and he didn't push you away, which shows that he really likes you. When he heard this, Jin Yanli frowned unconsciously. In fact, there were some things they didn't say. When Lord Jin came to visit the mansion, my eldest sister also liked to throw herself at him from behind when he wasn't paying attention. But every time she was pulled away by Lord Jin in anger. and then pulled to a corner and scolded in a low voice. Her face was gloomy, more fierce than what my father saw in the court, saying that she didn't sit or stand properly, and didn't have the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. Although I don't know what happened later. Every time after scolding, Lord Jean looked angry and red-faced. And sometimes even his ears were red, which shows that Lord Jean really disliked my eldest sister. Comparing the two photos, the difference is too obvious. No wonder the sisters gathered together and started to tease Li Qingru. Li Qingru thought they were nosy at first, but she couldn't help blushing when she heard the teasing. She was annoyed that she was too impulsive just now, so she turned around and scolded. Okay, what nonsense are you talking about? What's telepathy? It's not something written in a storybook. Yanli brought the officers and soldiers here, so he must have something important to do. Right? The latter sentence was obviously said to Jean Yanli. Jean Yanli was still a little absent-minded. He didn't pay attention to what the group said. He just looked at the yard and scanned it again and again without making a sound. When he confirmed again that there was no one he was looking for, his eyebrows instantly frowned tighter. Where's Yin Yin? Why isn't she in the yard? Did she not get enough rest last night and still sleep in the house? Jean Yanli was just thinking about something when he heard Li Qingru's question. He paused for a moment, but quickly responded. I came here with Lord Zhou from the Dali Temple. Someone notified Zhao Temple of an ambush in advance. I heard Madame Li and her family praying and burning incense in the Buddhist temple, so I rushed over. As he spoke, his eyes fell to the yard again, when he saw Madame Li with a little worry between her brows. He walked up to her and greeted her. Madam, you look a little uneasy. Did the bandits disturb you last night? Did you not get enough rest? Or do you have any other troubles? Why don't you tell me and see if I can help you? When Li Qingru saw him walk towards the mistress after he finished speaking, she felt a little disappointed. He didn't even ask her how she was last night, so how could he care about her first? Madame Li nodded to him when she saw him coming. To be honest, if it weren't for the timely appearance of Lord Jean, I'm afraid all the women in this room would be in danger. Besides, as a woman, she was valued by the court official, which was considered to be a courtesy from the other party. However, he had broken off the marriage of his daughter after all. To be honest, Madame Li was really not in a good mood towards him, especially now that her daughter's whereabouts were still unknown. Madame Li sighed lightly. She didn't want to trouble him at first, but now her daughter was more important. So she nodded to Jean Yanli and asked, Sir Jean, can you please have a word with me? Jean Yanli felt a little uneasy. He looked outside. The guards behind him immediately evacuated all the women around him and sent them back to their respective courtyards. After everyone left, Madame Li led people into the inner room, and then lifted all the bedding and pillows on the bed, revealing the dark passage underneath. Yin Yin is missing. Hearing this, Jean Yanli's pupils shrank, and the whole person froze, as if someone poured a bucket of cold water over his head. He subconsciously took a step forward and indeed saw the dark passage. But there was nothing inside. Mrs. Li beside him was still crying. Sir Jean, I know Yin Yin is spoiled and willful, and she did some wrong things, which caused a misunderstanding between you and Qingru. But now she has been punished. Can you send someone to find her quickly for the sake of the friendship between the two of you who once knew each other? She has been missing for the whole night. Mrs. Li was really anxious. It had been a whole night, and she didn't know if her daughter was injured or bullied. She asked the guards to go down to check, but the guards said that the stairs below were trampled and they couldn't go down without a rope. She really had no choice but to ask for help from the man in front of her, and hoped that he would help her for the sake of their past friendship. Jean Yanli clenched his fingers tightly. His eyes instantly turned red, and he turned his head and shouted at her subconsciously. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Come on. Find a rope quickly. I want to go down and find it myself, he said, and decisively lifted all the bedding on the bed, especially the look in his eyes. There was a little anxiety in his resentment, and even a bit of viciousness. Mrs. Li was a little confused about the situation for a while. What's going on? Why is this Lord Jean more anxious than her mother? Hasn't this man always hated Yin Yin? Otherwise, he wouldn't have cancelled the engagement and changed the marriage. Completely refuted Yin Yin's face, and made her a laughing stock. But when did Lord Jean become so concerned about her? Madame Li was hesitating and wondering when the guards outside had already brought the hemp rope. Jean Yanli grabbed the rope and tied it around her waist. At this moment, she suddenly heard a familiar shout from outside. "Mother! What happened in the temple? Why are there so many soldiers surrounding us?" Jean Yanli's movement stopped instantly. The person who was talking was getting closer and closer, and then pushed away a group of guards and maids blocking the door. With a surprised tone, "What are you all doing blocking the door? Have you also discovered the hidden passage in this Buddhist temple? Where is my mother? Is my mother okay? Is she scared? Please get out of the way. Don't block her. Let me go in and see what's going on." Madame Li was both happy and angry when she heard this voice. She was happy because she knew her daughter was fine when she heard her daughter's full voice. She just didn't know where she had been hiding all night, which made her nervous all night, fearing that she would encounter any danger. Sure enough, when Nan Yin squeezed in, she saw a circle of people in the inner room. Before she could see the man standing by the bed, her mother's ruthless iron hand reached out, twisted her ear, and started to scold. "It's really good, Li Nan Yin. You are so strong now. Right? Where did you hide all night? Don't you know that your mother is worried to death here? If it weren't for looking for you, your mother wouldn't have fallen out with this group of stinky monks and almost caused a death. When you go back, kneel down in the ancestral hall honestly. Don't think of getting up until you kneel for 2 hours." Li Nan Yin soon realized that the mistress was angry. The maids beside her were shaking like sieves. Her mother was her mother. No wonder her father was so obedient. In front of so many maids, old women and outsiders, she was really not given any face. Her ears were pulled unconscious. Nan Yin quickly begged for mercy and hugged her mother for a while. "I was wrong. I was really wrong." Xiao Feihe behind her saw her ears being pulled red, and suddenly felt extremely distressed. He subconsciously took a few steps forward. He didn't know where he came from, and then bowed to Madame Li and said softly, "Feihe asked Madam, how are you? In fact, this matter has nothing to do with Miss Yin and Miss Li. It's all my fault. Yesterday, I went to the Buddhist temple with the servants in the mansion to burn incense for an old friend. In the middle of the night, I heard some noise outside, so I sent someone to check it out. As a result, I saw a black shadow flash into Miss Li's yard. For safety reasons, I told Miss Li about it. Later, I sent someone to check the yard again. Only then did I find this passage in Miss Li's house. It was just that the situation was urgent at the time, so I didn't have time to tell Madam. I hope Madam won't blame me." His eyes wandered and always looked at the eldest lady. Distressed, he stared at her red ears, but was stopped in her tracks by the eldest lady's glare. If her mother knew what he had done, it would be not only her ears that would be bruised, but would be bruised too. Xiao Feihe immediately lowered his head guiltily. He had to act honest and harmless. His reputation was already bad, and if he made a bad first impression, he would be kicked out in the future. Madame Li looked at the atmosphere between the two and felt it was very strange. She had been immersed in the harem for so many years. How could she not see the little tricks between the two people's eyebrows? Especially the look in the eyes of the young master Xiao when he spoke. She was so distressed that someone who didn't know would think that the one in her hand was his pet. She looked at her daughter's domineering look, especially the way she rolled her eyes and glared at people behind her back. Ha! She has become more capable. Don't think she didn't see it. Why is she glaring? He is a prince after all. What kind of person is a prince? He is the nephew of the current emperor. Although his reputation is a little bad, he is also a real royal relative and is favored by the emperor. No matter how honest he is not something that a foolish and brainless young lady like you can bully. Madame Li really wanted to reach out and hit her on the head. Look at her big-hearted and brainless look. She doesn't know what Prince Xiao intends for her. She got involved with him. Madame Li was really angry. But when she looked down at her daughter's pale face and the dust on her body, she knew that Prince Xiao's words could not be fully believed. The two of them were probably in danger last night. Fortunately, Prince Xiao was reliable and saved this person's life. So Madame Li also let go, nodded to Xiao Feihe, said a few polite words, patted the back of Nan Yan's hand, led her over, glanced at Jean Yanli behind her and said, "Come here." "Thank you to Lord Jean. If he hadn't arrived in time this morning, I'm afraid your mother and your sisters would be in danger. Fortunately, Lord Jean showed up in time to save us. In addition, when Lord Jean heard that you were in danger, he planned to save you in person without any grudges. In short, no matter what, this kindness should be remembered. Also, The past is the past. And today's things, no matter what. You should say thank you to Lord Jean. Mrs. Lee naturally knew her daughter's not. She said this for no other reason. Just to make Lord Jean stop hating her daughter. Although Lord Jean's attitude today was a bit puzzling. She would be thankful as long as he didn't embarrass or provoke her daughter again. Nan Yin was pushed in front of Jean Yanli by Li. And Xiao Feihe on the side subconsciously clenched his fingers. He stared at her face without blinking, afraid to miss any of her expressions. Nan Yin glanced at Jean Yanli, and his emotions had calmed down at the moment. However, seeing her hanging her head with an unwilling look, he was about to say no thanks, when he heard the man in front of him say in a muffled voice, "This time, thank you, Jean Yin, Master Jean." Jean Yanli listened to this, and for some reason, he suddenly felt a little stuffy in his chest. She used to call him by his full name, and would deliberately call him Master Jean when she made a mistake and beg for mercy. But she had never called him Master Jean in such an unfamiliar tone, which made him a little stunned for a moment. After a while, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. His eyes fell on her slightly red eyes and some messy black hair, and asked in a low voice, "Well, are you hurt?" Nan Yin shook her head, seeing that she kept her head down and refused to look up at her. Jean Yanli subconsciously took a step forward. He wanted to ask her about last night. He wanted to ask her if she was bullied, if she was scared, where she was hiding last night, and what happened between her and Xiao Feihe. There were many things he wanted to ask her. As a result, as soon as he took a step forward, she subconsciously took a step back. That kind of rejection and alienation made him breathless, and he felt as if his heart was stabbed by something. Jean Yanli's chest suddenly tightened, as if it was clenched by a huge palm, making it difficult for him to breathe. He wanted to say something else, but at this time, the guards waiting outside suddenly made a noise. Lord Zhou has already captured all the remaining bandits. It was at this moment that Nan Yin took the opportunity to hide behind Madame Li. When Jean Yanli turned around, she had already turned her back, and her fingers hanging in her sleeves unconsciously clenched. Jean Yanli took a deep breath, turned around and told the guard who came to report, "Okay, I know. You go tell Lord Zhou that I will be here later." After he finished his order, he glanced back as if he didn't care. This glance alone made his heart tremble slightly. He saw her staring at Xiao Feihe, and then couldn't help laughing. Her eyes were full of the figure of that person, and she didn't look at him again. Jean Yanli suddenly couldn't suppress the pain and impulse in his heart. He wanted to go up and hold her hand, wanted her to smile at him, and wanted her to see only him in her eyes. Yin. Jean Yanli clenched his fingers tightly, and then turned around and walked out without saying anything. After that, they dealt with the remaining matters of Jiao Temple. After searching, they found several secret passages leading down the mountain under Jiao Temple. There was also a secret room in the secret passages. 7 women who were knocked unconscious and tied up were found inside. According to the monks, these women were kidnapped from different villages and were prepared to be sold to other places. They had been doing this secretly for 3 years. During these 3 years, they kidnapped many women and children. They knew that this day would come. Now they are in such a state. They deserve it, because there are too many prisoners involved in the case. It is impossible to take them all back at once. Not to mention that there are innocent people who are really unaware of it. Jean Yanli and Lord Zhou of Dali Temple interrogated them temporarily, and finally identified more than 400 major criminals, including the abbot and 2 elders of Jiao Temple. They were shackled and escorted back to Dali Temple. After that, those who were too guilty were either exiled or executed. The abbot of the Jiao Temple was temporarily handed over to an ascetic monk. In addition, the secret passages under the Buddhist temple were also destroyed. Later, when everyone was trying to capture other monks hiding in the passages, they found that a square-faced monk took the opportunity to escape. The guard searched the entire foot of the mountain, but failed to catch him. After that, a notice of arrest was issued at the foot of the mountain, and the matter came to an end. Mrs. Li and her group originally wanted to go back earlier, but after Jean Yanli rescued them, he had sent someone to report safety to the Li mansion in advance. Now Mrs. Li and her group were not in a hurry to rush back. Everyone almost didn't sleep all night last night, and they were worried about whether the group of monks would rush in. So they were always worried. Now that the matter has been resolved, people can't help but feel sleepy and tired when they relax. In addition, the coachman, the servants, And the maids and old women who brought them all stayed up all night last night. And now they can't hold on any longer. If they force the carriage back, they may be in danger on the road again. They can only take a short rest and wait for their spirits to recover before preparing to leave. However, they dare not stay in this Buddhist temple anymore, for fear that some fish that slipped through the net will offend them again when they are not prepared, which will be troublesome. Just when everyone was hesitant, Jean Yanli, who had dealt with the follow-up, suggested that they go to the market at the foot of the mountain to find a separate courtyard to rest for a while. At that time, he can set off with them. This time, with him watching, there should be no danger. After hearing this, the group finally felt relieved. Mrs. Li took a group of maids and old women to the foot of the mountain, and found a quiet courtyard nearby to rest for a while. And Nan Yin naturally went with them. She had been tossing and turning all night last night, and now she was very sleepy. Even her head was dizzy. So she simply didn't even eat breakfast, and went back to her room to rest after saying goodbye to Madame Li. I don't know how long she slept this time. When Nan Yin was dazed, she seemed to smell the aroma of some food. After a while, the man lying on the window saw that there was still no movement in the room. He walked around the window a few times, then secretly opened a crack, put the roast chicken in his arms, which was still steaming, and put it on the table, and then took out the cloud cake, goose oil pastry, soft fragrant cake, and freshly made sour plum soup from the food box at the back to relieve the greasiness, one by one, and put them all on the table. But the person in the room was probably sleeping too deeply, and he didn't wake up even after all this. Xiao Feihe bit his finger, hesitated and looked inside, and finally couldn't help it. So he jumped over the window. He thought, although he was not a gentleman, this was the first time he jumped over a girl's window. For a moment, he felt a little uneasy, fearing that this man would beat him after waking up. He walked over carefully, and saw the guy sleeping soundly in the tent. He seemed to hear some noises, probably smelling some food, and couldn't help mumbling a few words. Xiao Feihe found it interesting, so he knelt on one knee on the edge of the bed, then gently brushed away the hair covering her cheeks, and then took out a small piece of red bean glutinous rice cake from his arms, and shook it gently at her mouth. This sleeping young lady still didn't open her eyes, but her mouth moved subconsciously. Xiao Feihe couldn't help wanting to laugh, and reached out to pinch her nose again. This time Miss Jiao finally reacted a little, slapped his hand away, then turned over and muttered unhappily, "Stop it. I'm not awake yet." Xiao Feihe supported his head with one hand, knowing that the person was probably not fully awake yet. So he moved closer and said with a smile, "Li Yanyan, you haven't slept enough?" Nan Yin, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, moved her eyelids. When she realized the sound she heard, she suddenly woke up, opened her eyes, turned around, and saw the enlarged handsome face in front of her. She was stunned for a moment. "Xiao Feihe, why are you in my room?" Seeing that the person was finally awake, Xiao Feihe couldn't help but smile at her, and handed the glutinous rice cake in his hand directly to her. "You have slept for 3 hours, and it's almost dark. If I don't come over, I'm afraid you will faint from sleep." Nan Yan's eyes widened slightly, and she looked up and looked out the window again, and found it was indeed getting dark. And then she asked him blankly, "Why didn't anyone call me? Where's my mother?" "Don't worry. Madame Li had already taken your concubines back in advance. Before leaving, the maid said that you were sleeping and couldn't be woken up. Your future brother-in-law, Lord Jean, said that he could stay here temporarily and go back together after you woke up." Your mother nodded in agreement after hearing this, and then took a few sisters and followed Lord Zhou's team back. "As for this prince, of course I stayed with you without hesitation. How about it? Are you very touched? Do you want to kiss me?" he said, leaning his face forward again, and said very shamelessly, "It doesn't matter. You can kiss anywhere. This prince doesn't mind at all." After Nan Yin sorted out the clues, she rolled her eyes at him directly, and then slapped the big face in front of her, feeling quite depressed. So did her mother just let her hand her over to these two people? Well, her mother's heart is really big. A mother with a big heart gave birth to a daughter with an even bigger heart. This is definitely her biological daughter. Nan Yin smelled the fragrance in the room and remembered the smell she smelled in her dream just now. Sure enough, it was this guy who was doing something in secret. But when did this guy become so bold that he dared to sneak into her boudoir in broad daylight? Nan Yen looked at the handsome face of this person and blinked. Suddenly, she showed a charming smile to him and waved at him. Come closer. It's too far to kiss. This smile made her lips as bright as summer flowers, her eyes watery and a bit charming and innocent, which immediately fascinated Xiao Feihe. Even if he saw the little calculation flashing in her eyes, he couldn't help but obediently move his head closer. Here it comes. As soon as he approached, the young lady covered him with a blanket, and then pressed her whole body on him. The young lady's true colors were revealed in an instant, and she beat the people below her. Xiao Feihe, you are so shameless and want to kiss someone. You have a beautiful idea. Why don't you just die? Are you too strong-willed or too bold? You dare to sneak into my boudoir. Are you looking for a fight? I won't teach you a lesson today. I'm not even surnamely. Sure enough, the first thing the young lady did when she reacted was to teach him a lesson. Xiao Feihe thought secretly. Forget it. Just beat him up. A beating in exchange for a chance to sneak into the room is not a loss. Not to mention the young lady's sleeping posture is really cute. Xiao Feihe was also very smart. He immediately put on a pitiful look and begged for mercy, shouting from time to time, Miss, please spare my life. I was wrong. You may dare to do it again in the future. Which made the other party laugh out loud. Then he straddled the quilt and bullied her in a domineering manner. Xiao Feihe let her ride him at first, but something was wrong after a while. Her body was so soft, and she was not wearing outer clothes, but a thin undershirt. The collar of her undershirt was still in the chaos just now, and it was not known when it loosened, revealing the white and soft skin inside. Just one glance made his eyes move away as if they were burned. At such a close distance, even through a layer of quilt, he could feel the soft and warm touch. In addition, the quilt was full of her fragrance. After being stuffy in it for a long time, her face became uncontrollably red, and her body inevitably had some strange reactions. Xiao Feihe's breathing was a little rapid. Seeing that she was still making a fuss without knowing anything, Xiao Feihe took a deep breath, turned over, and directly pressed her under him. Okay. Stop making trouble. The pair of black eyes looked at her deeply and lightly, and there seemed to be desire in them. As soon as he said it, he was surprised to find how hoarse his voice was. It would be strange if Nan Yen listened to him. This was the result she wanted. She looked at him with her round, black eyes, and then took the opportunity to grab his hair, smiling as if she didn't notice anything strange about the man on her body. I won't. Who told you to break into my room first? I'm already kind enough not to teach you a lesson. How dare you talk back to me? She snorted twice more, and then struggled on him. Although she couldn't break free after a long time, her hands kept grabbing his hair tightly, and she was still scolding him without any politeness. Will you dare to be so disrespectful in the future? Do you know who is the master? Xiao. Let's see if you dare to bully me again in the future? Xiao Feihe was really angry and amused. How could there be such a heartless person? He had a terrible headache. His scalp was really hurting. He wanted to stand up for a while, but he couldn't get up because his hair was grabbed. What else could he do? It was indeed he who provoked her first. But this guy was too defenseless. I didn't know how much he could endure. He was a normal man. If he wasn't afraid of scaring this person, he really would. In the end, there was really no other way. Xiao Feihe stretched out his hand to tickle her. This really stirred up a hornet's nest. The people below struggled instantly. It got worse. He twisted his body and hid backwards. In the end, he laughed so hard that tears came out. He could only beg for mercy in a hoarse voice. Okay. I was wrong. I don't dare to do it anymore. I won't make trouble anymore. Xiao, help me. I was wrong. I don't dare to do it anymore. I really don't dare to do it anymore. Can you let me go? Please. At this time, Jean Yanli, who was on the other side, calculated the time. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, he estimated that Nan Yen should wake up by now. If she didn't wake up, she would be hungry. So he sent someone to prepare some food and send it over. After thinking about it, he decided to go there himself. As a result, he heard strange noises in the room as soon as he walked to the door. When he got closer, he clearly heard Nan Yen begging for mercy. At that moment, he didn't think much and subconsciously pushed the door open and rushed in. Yen. But when he pushed open the door, he saw the two of them hugging and kissing. Yen's cheeks were red from being kissed, and her hands were weakly placed on his shoulders. looking at the person on her with confused and hazy eyes. The moment he saw that scene, Jean Yanli's head suddenly buzzed and felt a sharp pain, as if he was hit hard by a stick. He almost couldn't stand and staggered back a few steps. He could see that she was not forced. She was clearly willing. She looked at Xiao Feihe with admiration. She actually liked him. At that moment, this cognition and the intimate picture of the two of them made him feel that all the blood in his body rushed to his head in an instant. The countless blood vessels in his head were clamoring, crazy and chaotic. The extreme pain and heart trembling made him unable to control his emotions at the moment. He could even feel the fishy sweetness rising from his chest to his throat, which made him pale instantly, and then stared at the two people hugging each other. Yan. When Xiao Feihe heard the door open, he reacted instantly. He almost subconsciously pulled up the quilt beside him and wrapped it tightly around the disheveled person in his arms, then stood in front of him and blocked her tightly behind him. After seeing who rushed in, Xiao Feihe paused for a moment, then glanced at Nan Yan, who was curled up in the quilt and motionless, and said directly, "Don't be afraid. I'll take care of everything. I'll ask someone to go out first. You put on your clothes and remember to eat. I'll take care of everything else. Don't worry." After he finished speaking, the quilt behind him seemed to move. Seeing the person behind him, who was completely wrapped in the quilt, he even nodded honestly after hearing Xiao Feihe's words. Jean Yanli couldn't bear it anymore. The veins on the back of his hand suddenly rose, and his eyes turned to Xiao Feihe in front of him, staring at him with extremely resentful and extremely mocking voice. "You are responsible. What are you responsible for? Your reputation for being a messy and dissolute person? Or your status as a mediocre prince? What right do you have to do this? What do you think of her? How can she go out and meet people in the future if you ruin a girl's reputation like this?" Jean Yanli clenched his palms tightly, and every word he said was extremely sarcastic. His tone was sharp and weird. Anyone with eyes that were not blind could see why he was angry. It was jealousy. Jealous to the point of going crazy, unable to control his emotions at all, and wished to kill the man in front of him directly. Xiao Feihe raised his head and looked him in the eye, without retreating, but walked forward a few steps with a calm expression. "Master Jean, there is no need to be so angry. Not to mention that Master Jean is the first one to ruin people's reputation. In addition, can we go out first? If we stay here, she can't tidy up her clothes." Chapter 128. After Xiao Feihe finished speaking, Jean Yanli looked behind him again and saw Nan Yan's head sticking out from under the quilt with a blushing face. After accidentally meeting his eyes, she subconsciously shrank back, and then gently patted the person in front of her, signaling him to hurry up. At that moment, Jean Yanli could almost feel the blood rushing from his chest to his mouth, but he held it back. He clenched his fists hard to prevent himself from rushing over and taking the person away directly, and then turned around. The two walked out one after the other, all the way to a remote and quiet open space outside. After making sure that there was no one around, Jean Yanli finally stopped. He turned around and stared at Xiao Feihe behind him with resentment. His eyes were vicious, angry, jealous, and full of hatred. His eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake. He wanted to cut the man in front of him into pieces. "Do you think you can do whatever you want with your status as a prince? Or do you think love means doing this to her in advance? Breaking into a woman's boudoir without a matchmaker or a betrothal? Is this your upbringing? Who do you think she is? Do you think she is one of those girls you played with before? That's why you are so unscrupulous to her. Is this what you call love?" Xiao Feihe frowned subconsciously. What Jean Yanli said was too harsh. His reputation was a bit bad, but he had never played with those women. He didn't play with Yan Yan, but was in love with her. It was hard to restrain for a while. Besides, it was a matter between the two of them, and had nothing to do with others. Xiao Feihe thought about the man who had kissed him just now, and his heart seemed to soften like a pool of warm water. How could there be such a person who likes to play tricks? If he couldn't break free, he would use all kinds of means to bully others, and finally apologize in a soft voice. In that case, how could he still hold back? But he couldn't say this, and he wouldn't say it. It was a secret between him and Yan Yan, so he wouldn't tell the person in front of him. Xiao Feihe took a deep breath, raised his head and met the man's gaze, then said in a calm and sober voice, "Master Jean, you don't have to worry about this matter. This prince has already made up his mind. When I return to the city, I will ask a matchmaker to go to the Lee mansion to propose marriage. The time has been set. In addition, please be careful with your words. Master Jean. This prince is not the kind of guy who only knows how to spend money and play with women as you say. Master Jean should also know that rumors in the capital cannot be trusted. The dark eyes looked deeply at Jean Yanli opposite him, and repeated and affirmed again. Everything I said is true. I will be responsible for Yin Yin. I like Yin Yin, and I am emotional about her. It is not an intentional violation. Also, as long as Master Jean doesn't say anything about what happened today, no one else will know. And Yin Yin's reputation will not be ruined? When Jean Yanli heard these words, especially when he heard him talking about his decision to go to the Lee mansion to propose marriage to Nan Yin, at that moment, the whole person was like being struck by thunder, and his chest was hit hard. Propose marriage. How dare he? Jean Yanli suddenly tightened his grip. His whole body suddenly froze. And he couldn't stop shaking. He gritted his teeth and held on, staring at the man in front of him, wishing he could kill him immediately. But he couldn't. In the end, as if he couldn't hold it in any longer, his thin red lips opened and closed slightly. He stared at the person in front of him gloomily, and the words he uttered were cold and full of jealousy. Marry her? What qualifications do you have to marry her? From beginning to end, what do you have that can match her? Why should a piece of trash like you marry her? You are not worthy of her. Xiao Feihe was belittled from beginning to end, as if he was trampled into the mud. But he was not angry. He knew that the angrier Jean Yanli was, the more it showed that he was jealous and angry. And there was no way to stop it. He sneered, then looked at the man and retorted without scruples. It's not up to you to decide whether she is worthy or not. As long as Yan Yan likes it, and is willing to marry me, no one can stop me from marrying her back to the mansion. After he finished speaking, he raised his eyes, and glanced at Jean Yanli in front of him. His eyes searched around him, and suddenly asked in a mocking tone, Why are you so angry and care about it? Master Jean? Have you forgotten that you pushed her away with your own hands? Have you forgotten what you did during that time? Have you forgotten that she was so sad that she locked herself in the mansion for half a month and refused to step out of the door? It was you who made her a laughing stock for everyone. So what qualifications do you have to say such things? Xiao Feihe's eyes were dim, and every word and sentence stabbed Jean Yanli's heart, making his heart bleed and hurt like a knife. In the end, even his breathing stopped, but he couldn't say a word of rebuttal. But Xiao Feihe still refused to let him go. He said that he would strike him down, so that he would never dare to get close to Yin Yan again, and never dare to have any wishful thinking. Only in this way could he feel at ease. The most important thing is, isn't Lord Jean already engaged to the second young lady of the Li family? I think Lord Jean is not only concerned about Yin Yan's reputation, but also about someone else. So, does Lord Jean regret it? Xiao Feihe's face suddenly changed, and he suddenly said sarcastically. He sneered at last, glanced at the other party with cold and contemptuous eyes, and said word by word, But, not everyone will stand there and wait for you. Yin Yan finally came out. Are you going to hurt her again? After saying this, Xiao Feihe looked at him coldly, and after making sure that the other party had no power to fight back, he turned and left. And Jean Yanli, who was left standing there, had a pale face, as if there was a big hole in his heart. Every time he breathed, he could feel the piercing pain in his chest. Endless coldness, regret, and panic almost overwhelmed him. But what to do? What should he do? He wanted to refute, but he couldn't say a word from beginning to end, because every word Xiao Feihe said was true. It was him. He pushed her away with his own hands. He broke off the engagement so decisively, making her a laughing stock for everyone. He had been with Li Qingru when she was most desperate, most painful, and sad, and he didn't even say a word of comfort to her, especially during the time in the tent. He had been ignoring her. He didn't care about her depression at all. He also gave her a fatal blow when she was full of joy, and asked her harshly when she was crying and begging, saying that he was the most asshole. What did he do? What did he do? It was him. He pushed her to someone else with his own hands. He deserved it for everything. Jean Yanli felt that his chest was hurting so much that he was about to suffocate. His whole body was bleeding because of those words, and his eyes were even stained with scarlet. He staggered a few steps, recalling that he saw her leaning on another man's arms in the room just now, with a flushed and hazy face. Suddenly, he felt a dull pain in his chest, and a fishy and sweet taste instantly surged from his throat. He took a few steps forward, and his knees suddenly went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Jean Yanli's fingers were trembling slightly in pain. He clutched his chest tightly, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably because of the pain. Why was it so painful? He was almost suffocated in despair, more panic and desperate than when he was injured and dying. He had never been so desperate and painful. He regretted it. He regretted it so much. Unprecedented regret and pain. This pain and despair also made him realize clearly at this moment that he liked her. Liked her very much. Liked her very much. No. It should be more than just liking her. Jean Yanli clutched his chest tightly. His lips were as pale as paper, but his eyes were full of despair. He had clearly fallen in love with her a long time ago. Loved her to the point that he didn't even know it. Loved her to the point that he even thought it was just a habit. Jean Yanli supported his body with all his strength and stumbled back to his yard. As soon as he entered the house, he felt that he could no longer support himself. He stumbled a few steps and bumped into the corner of the table next to him. The blood in his chest surged, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. It's all his fault. He was so stupid. Why is there such a stupid person like him, who is so self-righteous that he doesn't even know who he really likes from beginning to end? Why do you have to wait until you lose someone before you start to regret? Jean Yanli raised his hand to cover his cheek, and moisture slipped between his fingers. He was wrong. It was his fault from beginning to end. Maybe at the beginning, when Li Qingru saved him, he was very touched by her. But later, the person he really liked was only Yin Yin. They had been together for so long, and it was impossible for him to indulge her so much if he didn't like her. He clearly liked her coquettish and true nature. Liked the way she acted coquettishly to him. Liked the way she was unreasonable. And even when she was arrogant and willful and bullied others, he felt very fond of her. So it was natural for him to support her and stand on the same side with her. He obviously likes her, and it's her personality that attracted him from the beginning. But why? Why is he so upset about a life-saving favor? Why can't he let it go? It's obvious that he and Li Qingru didn't spend much time together from beginning to end. Why is he so stubborn? Everyone knows it. Everyone in the mansion can see it. And they know that he has liked her in his heart for a long time. But he still stubbornly cancels the engagement. Stubbornly thinking that he only likes Li Qingru. What stupid things did he do? Why do you have to wait until you lose her completely to realize what you really want? What? What should he do? Jean Yanli was in great pain at the moment. He really didn't know what to do. He didn't want to let go. He finally met a girl he really liked in his life. He really didn't want to lose her. How could he not be so painful? How could he go back to the way he was before? Yin Yin, I really knew I was wrong. In the other room, after the two of them went out, Xiao Feihe was very considerate to help her close the door. After making sure that the two people outside the door were completely far away, Nan Yin opened the quilt and jumped off the bed. Very good. This is the result she wanted. Nan Yin raised her eyebrows and saw the two people outside gradually walking away through the gap in the window. She couldn't help but smile. Fight. Fight. Just kill one. And then she will continue to abuse the remaining one. And then it will be over. Although they were far apart, she did not miss the expression of extreme jealousy and anger on Jean Yanli's face. He, she thought to herself. Can't he just bear it like this? There will be even more things that will make him feel even more uncomfortable in the future. Thinking of this, Nan Yin took a lavender cape from the screen and put it on casually, wiped her face a little, and then sat down in front of the food Xiao Fei had prepared for her to eat. She had slept for a whole day and was really hungry now. Nan Yin looked at the steaming food on the table, and there was an exquisite food box next to it. When she opened it, she saw that the food inside was still warm. Nan Yin nodded, and her mood was finally relieved. Well, not bad. Not bad. All her favorite food in the past. This guy is quite considerate. After a while, Nan Yin was half full and drank a few sips of cold sour plum soup to relieve the greasiness. When she was almost done, the door was pushed open again, and Xiao Fei came back. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the person sitting on the chair with her hair uncombed and clothes untied. And she just put on a thin cloak and got up. He was immediately furious. She was so rude. It was already October, and she just put on a cloak and got up. She wasn't afraid of catching a cold and getting sick. Xiao Feihe walked over and pulled up the skirt hanging on the screen. Then walked to the table and picked up the person who was drinking soup on the chair, muttering in a low voice. Can't you put on your clothes before eating? It's already October. If you don't pay attention to this weather, you will easily catch a cold and get sick. You are so careless. What will you do if you get sick? Who else can torment you except this prince? When Xiao Feihe said this, he still had some resentment in his heart. He didn't blame her for not wearing more clothes. But Jin Yanli outside, compared with him, he really felt inferior. Although he spoke very strongly, he was actually a little worried in his heart. No, more than a little. He knew that the person Nan Yin liked from the beginning was Jin Yanli, and he just took advantage of the opportunity to snatch her away. If it weren't for the relationship between Jin Yanli and Li Qingru, he might not be able to pry this girl away even if he tried his best for the rest of his life. So he was very worried. If Jin Yanli regretted it and came back to her again to ask for her forgiveness, would she regret it and not want him again? After all, who can predict the relationship? And the person in front of him was snatched away by him when she was at her lowest point. Moreover, he had such a bad reputation and was not as capable as Jin Yanli, who was the famous Lord Jin in the court. Even his uncle, the emperor, praised him highly. But for him, even his uncle often advised him to make progress. He was already an adult and could not wander around all day if he did not have the identity of the emperor's nephew. I am afraid that no girl in Yinyun City would look down on him. Only she is such a heartless young lady. She hangs out with him all day long and doesn't have any shrewdness. Now she is being targeted by a playboy like him. How can she escape in the future? Xiao Feihe straightened her arms, picked up the skirt and put it on her. Nan Yin was speechless. Why did the scene feel so familiar? Look at the movements of this set of clothes. It is exactly the same as the movements of her mother putting clothes on her when she was a child. Nan Yin instantly felt like she had become his child. What's wrong with this prince? Could it be that he was hit too hard by Jin Yanli? That's very possible, Nan Yin thought to herself. After all, Jin Yanli was also a ruthless and scheming official. It was normal for him to be hit hard by him. But she didn't expect him to be hit so hard, because as far as she knew, this prince was not bad-headed. And he was so sharp-tongued that sometimes even she couldn't beat him. So she could only suppress him with force. Why does this person seem a little bit strange? After putting on her clothes, Xiao Feihe took out a shoe from somewhere and put it on her. After making sure that she was fine, he carried her to a chair and sat her down. Then, his dark eyes looked at her steadily and suddenly asked, "Will you leave me?" "What?" Nan Yin was puzzled and leaned back subconsciously. Why did this person always like to say such nonsense? She reached out and poked his chest, then asked tentatively, "What's wrong with you? Did anyone bully you? Who else could it be?" Xiao Feihe glared at her, then stretched out his long legs, hooked the stool behind him, and sat down in front of her. It was obvious that he was going to have a long talk. Nan Yin blinked at him, and Xiao Feihe snorted heavily. "Except for your shameless, bullying and cunning future brother-in-law. Who else can bully me?" Nan Yan's eyes twitched, and she wanted to roll her eyes at this man. Did she think she was stupid? She believed that bullying was true. But how could he tell that he was cunning? He attacked people personally when he couldn't beat them. Humph. This guy is so shameless. Xiao Feihe obviously saw the meaning in her eyes, and his chest was inexplicably blocked. Is it okay for him to be so petty? It's fine if I can't beat him. But can't I let him have his way? Xiao Feihe snorted twice again, then grabbed the little hand that was pointing at his chest and asked directly, "What's that look in your eyes? Why? Don't you believe that he bullied me? Okay. Then I'll change the topic and ask you." Okay. When he said this, his eyes deepened a little, and the strength of holding her palm slowly tightened a lot. Then he looked at her and asked seriously, "If he regrets it and comes back again, if I come to you, apologize to you, and ask for your forgiveness, will you give him another chance? Will you leave me?" Nan Yin blinked, and seemed to be a little slow to react when she heard this. After she figured out what he meant, her eyelashes moved slightly, and then she subconsciously pushed his chest, lowered her head, and turned her face away, pursed her lips, and said in a muffled voice, "What are you talking about? What, regrets or not? Didn't you say it that day? Between him and me, it's impossible. Why do you bring up this unhappy topic again?" Xiao Feihe was a little flustered when he saw her reaction. He tried to suppress the tension and anxiety in his heart, but he wanted to get a definite result from her. So he pretended to be calm and said, "I'm talking about if Yan. If he regrets it, will you give him another chance? Will you give up on me without hesitation?" He didn't even dare to ask the latter sentence. He had no confidence in himself. He even regretted at this moment. Why didn't he get to know her first? Why was he always one step behind others in everything he did? Hearing the same question again, Nan Yin suddenly stopped talking. She kept her head down and remained silent. And this attitude made Xiao Fei's face change instantly. He subconsciously grasped her hand, and a sour and bitter feeling instantly surged in his chest, as if he vaguely understood her choice. Xiao Fei's worries in his heart seemed to come true, which made him immediately choose to give in and eagerly hugged her to comfort her. "I'm sorry, Yan Yin. I was wrong. I won't ask it anymore. I shouldn't ask you this question. Don't blame me. Don't be angry. Okay? I was just a little worried that you would leave me. So I was a little impulsive for a while. I shouldn't force you. I said before that I won't force you to do things you don't like to do. I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong. I won't ask you this question again in the future. Don't be angry. Okay?" Xiao Fei's heart trembled, and he hugged the person in his arms tightly. He finally made her a little moved by him. And he must not fail because of Jean Yanli. Since she didn't like him deeply enough, he would treat her twice as well in the future, as long as he kept persisting. One day he would definitely make her forget the person in her heart. Nan Yin looked at the man in front of her, who was in a hurry and flustered, and finally couldn't help laughing. She stretched out her hand and pushed the man's chest, signaling him to let go, and then withdrew from his arms. Xiao Fei let go of his hand, looked down, and saw the pair of watery and bright eyes looking at him with a smile. This reversal made him a little confused for a while, and his expression became nervous and uncomfortable. Seeing the man's stunned look, Nan Yin blinked and then hooked her finger at him. She hooked him over, then stretched out her ruthless iron hands and rubbed his handsome face vigorously, rubbing his fair and smooth face until it turned red. Only then did she stop with satisfaction. Then she leaned over and put a poke on his lips, snorted and said, "This is your punishment. Who told you to have wild thoughts all day long? In your eyes, am I such a fickle person who will abandon me after having an affair? How could I foolishly run back and follow him around just because someone said a few nice words to apologize? Am I so easy to fool?" She rolled her eyes at him, then couldn't help but grab his cheek and repeated, "Besides, Jean Yanli is already engaged to Li Qingru. Anyway, they are going to be husband and wife. What does it have to do with me? If you dare to ask these messy questions again, I will bite you to death," she said. "Awuh," and bit his shoulder directly. But his shoulder was too hard to bite, so she climbed up and bit his neck, which made Xiao Fei subconsciously hiss. He finally reacted at this moment, and then his heart was filled with great joy and excitement, which made him almost unable to control the expression on his face. Xiao Fei was a little bit unbelievable. He didn't expect that her final choice would be him. At that moment, his whole chest seemed to be filled with something, and an indescribable sense of satisfaction made his heart tremble more violently. He hugged her into his arms, hugged her tightly, fearing that she would fall. One hand gently patted her back, and said cheerfully, "Hit the point. Hey, bite the point again. This prince is very thick-skinned. It won't hurt at all." Xiao Fei was worried while holding her. He sighed in his heart. Isn't this Miss Jiao very easy to deceive? She is heartless and doesn't bear grudges. He hopes she can bear more grudges and hate Jean Yanli for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, her head is not very smart. He is afraid that she will be deceived by someone if he is not careful. For some reason, Xiao Fei suddenly felt empathy for Madame Li's difficulties. She has such a precious child by her side. She is kept in the mansion and fed with good food and drink every day. He is really worried that she will be abducted. But it's okay now. He will watch over her in the future. Xiao Fei weighed the gold nugget in his arms like a treasure. It was quite heavy. Then he asked her, "Are you full? Do you want to eat more? This prince will take you to the night market." "Okay." Nan Yin raised her head from his neck and shook it, then signaled him to put her down. "No. I'm exhausted from sleeping. I want to rest." Xiao Fei saw that she was about to lie down on the bed again, so he subconsciously pulled her back and let her lean on his chest limply. He couldn't help laughing and said, "You have slept for too long, so you are naturally weak. Just get up and walk around in the yard. It's not good for your health to sit still all the time. How about this? Let's talk while walking. Nan Yin poked her head and asked him. What gossip are you talking about? Royal secrets? Xiao Fei held her head and suppressed this idea. Discussing royal secrets in private would cost you your head. But in this case, it seems that there is really nothing to say. Xiao Fei pondered. And suddenly his eyes lit up. He lowered his head and leaned over to say, I recently got a sequel to Yulo Chunyin. I heard that you like to read this the most. How about I read it to you? Nan Yan's eyes immediately became very strange. She looked over and looked at the man from head to toe. Then she tilted her head and accused him righteously. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I like to read such indecent things? Am I that kind of person? Don't you feel guilty for using such indecent things to pollute my pure heart? Xiao Fei, where is the purity you promised? In order to snatch the sequel from him, she tore out a lot of his hair. She was so cruel that he was afraid that he would become bald at a young age. But he didn't dare to say this. The young lady was very proud. And he, as an errand boy, couldn't offend her. So he immediately bowed his head and admitted his mistake, with a look of repentance on his face. It hurts. It hurts so much. I am guilty. I am not serious. I deserve to die. I will burn all these dirty words tomorrow. And all the many-storied books you hid from me before. Ahem. Ahem. Before he finished speaking, the young lady on the opposite side immediately rushed over and covered her mouth. Then threw herself into his arms, slapping his face with both hands. How can you say such things? She spent a lot of money anyway. It would be a pity to just throw it away like this. Since her mother found these messy little things, she would take her to the boudoir every few days to teach her about life, saying that she was a good lady. How could she look at such messy things all day long? Scolded her back and forth, and then confiscated most of her precious property. After that, she had to change her position quickly. So she set her eyes on the guy in front of her. They were both like-minded people who enjoyed eating, drinking and having fun, and they could occasionally exchange experiences together. Isn't this a good way to promote their relationship? The eldest lady glared at him immediately after hearing this. Her black and round eyes turned slightly. And then she said fiercely, You dare? Those are all the tokens of love that I gave you. If you dare to throw one away, I will make you pay. Xiao Fei hurriedly said no. No. And then looked at the person in his arms in surprise, and couldn't help but sigh. So those are all the tokens of love that the eldest lady gave to this prince. This really touched my heart. When will the eldest lady share her experience with me again? Nan Yin couldn't help laughing after hearing this. She grabbed his face and bullied him like kneading dough. The prince's face was hurt by the bullying, but he didn't get angry. He said a few nice words and coaxed him around in an instant, then hugged him and kissed him. Just this one kiss made Xiao Fei laugh so hard that his teeth were exposed, as if he was happier than picking up 100 taels of silver. Nan Yin leaned her head on his shoulder, raised her lips slightly, and thought to herself, you are so small. Can't I control you? Seeing that it was getting late, it was unsafe to travel at night. So the group stayed in the courtyard for another night. Some people had insomnia that night, and naturally some people were happy. Nan Yin woke up at dawn the next day, mainly because she slept too long yesterday. There was no movement outside at this time. Nan Yin washed up a little, just opened the window, and saw the figure standing not far from his window. He was standing under the tree, wearing a dark purple robe, and his face was pale. When he saw her, his expression was even a little dazed, and his eyes stared at her without blinking, as if he was afraid that if he blinked, the person in front of him would disappear. Nan Yin looked at him, then quietly looked away, then closed the window, intending to go out and abuse him again. At the moment she closed the window, Jean Yanli almost subconsciously took a step forward, and he murmured her name. Yen Yen. Nan Yin turned around and opened the door, and then under his gaze, she walked in front of him with some hesitation, then looked up at him quietly. Master Jean. When Jean Yanli watched her walk towards him step by step, he even had a hint of expectation in his heart. He thought she came to him maybe because she couldn't let go of the past. Maybe they could start over? He had regretted it. He really knew he was wrong. As long as she was willing to forgive him, he would definitely treat her well this time, and would never bully her again, and make her so sad. But after hearing the calm Master Jean, she shouted. Jean Yanli seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water, and his heart ached. For a moment, he even wanted to hug her in his arms regardless of everything, and then hold her well. But he couldn't. He didn't dare. He didn't dare to do anything that made her unhappy and unwilling. He was afraid to make her sad again. Jean Yanli stared at her without blinking. He really missed her too much, thinking that every time he closed his eyes, her whole mind was full of her appearance. Her smile. Every move seemed to have taken root in his mind, lingering. But now she called him Master Jean. When he heard the distant and unfamiliar Master Jean, Jean Yanli instantly felt his heart trembling slightly. He stretched out his hand carefully, but she subconsciously took a half step back. After realizing that her actions were a bit abrupt, she hesitated for a moment, and then showed him an uncomfortable smile again. Jean Yanli stared at her smile in a daze, and felt his eyes soar for a moment. It had been a long time since he saw her smile at him. After the breakup, he had never seen her smile again. Nan Yin looked at his dazed look, suddenly exhaled a breath, then took out a small purse from her arms, and took out a jade pendant from it. Her voice was soft, with some apology and guilt, and she didn't dare to look up at him. Actually, I came to you to say sorry to you. She hesitated to explain everything in the past. This jade pendant was not what you left for me at the beginning. I picked it up in the woodshed by myself, and then I kept it for myself. I'm sorry, Master Jean. You mistook me for yours at the beginning. When you were my savior, you treated me very well, took care of me everywhere, indulged me, helped me out, and even bought me so many delicious and fun things in private to cheer me up. As a result, I had delusions. You obviously just wanted to repay me. But I fantasized that the person you liked was me, and the person who was with you was also me. So I got carried away for a while, and thought about deceiving you for the rest of my life. Later, I found out that the person you had always liked was Qingru. I'm so sorry, Jean Yanli. It's because of me that you two missed each other for so long. You were so good to me, but I always repaid you with hatred. After she finished speaking, she let out a long breath, and her face showed an apologetic expression. And she also blamed herself. I know I am too selfish, and you are right to resent me. It's just, I really liked you before. I always thought that I made only a small mistake, and even if you knew about it, you wouldn't do anything to me. But the facts prove that all this is my own wishful thinking, and I am too whimsical. Now, you have found someone you really like, and this jade pendant should be returned to its original owner. As she spoke, she handed over the jade pendant. Her black and white eyes looked at him gently and calmly. Jean Yanli's body became more and more stiff. He stared at Nan Yin in front of him, trying to distinguish carefully, trying to find a trace of reluctance in her eyes. But he was disappointed. He could no longer find any emotion of nostalgia for him. At this moment, even if he didn't believe it, and even if he deceived himself, he realized that the person in front of him really wanted to let him go. Especially when he saw the jade pendant she handed over. At that moment, he just felt like someone was squeezing his heart heavily. The pain of being unable to breathe was like being pierced by countless silver needles at the same time, which made Jean Yanli extremely painful. In the end, he didn't even know where the pain came from, whether it came from the body, or spread from his chest to his limbs. At that moment, he suddenly felt cold all over his body, and there was an endless chill that made him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. Even his fingers couldn't help but tremble. It was really painful. An unprecedented pain that made him almost collapse. But what should he do? What should he do? He had just realized his mistake and regretted it. Why? Why couldn't he be given another chance? He really knew he was wrong. Yin. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. To apologize to her. To say sorry to her. To say he was wrong. But when the words came to his lips, he found that he couldn't say a word. All the words seemed to be blocked in his throat. Sour and painful. Jean Yanli still refused to give up. He stared at her stubbornly, staring at her without blinking, and his eyes began to turn red. He just stared at her like this. But when he saw that her eyes had gradually calmed down, without even a trace of the warmth of the past, Jean Yanli felt a little embarrassed at the moment. He didn't even dare to look into her eyes again. He was afraid of seeing such a calm look, afraid that she would not have any attachment to him. She didn't love him anymore. She had completely let him go. She even apologized to him. She never said such words to him before. Even when they quarreled in the tent, she was angry and cried and questioned him. But now, she actually said sorry to him and said that she would return the jade pendant to him. And from now on it would be returned to its original owner. What should he do? She doesn't want him anymore. Thinking of this, Jean Yanli's fingers trembled slightly, and he seemed to be unable to bear it. He subconsciously took a step back. At this moment, he felt that his chest was blocked as if he was about to suffocate, and his mind was in a mess. In the end, he grabbed her wrist, and then stuffed the jade pendant back into her palm, and said in a dry and hoarse voice, "From the moment you picked it up, it has been yours. You don't have to give it back to me." After saying this, Jean Yanli couldn't help it anymore. He turned around and wanted to leave here, far away. As long as he couldn't see her, as long as he didn't think about what happened today, they would still be the same as before. Jean Yanli fled in a mess. His mind was a mess at the moment. In the end, he even forgot how he got back to the yard. And Nan Yin behind him looked at his embarrassed figure until the other party's figure completely disappeared. And then she smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, she felt very happy when she saw him unhappy. Well, there is another one, and it will probably be here soon. Chapter 129. After this, Nan Yin had not seen Jean Yanli again until almost noon. She had not even seen him come out during meals. The servants brought the food into his room and took it out intact. Even Jean Wu shook his head and sighed in his heart, wondering what had happened to his master. Why did he suddenly become so shocked? Especially the painful and regretful look. It was the first time that Jean Wu saw his high-spirited master showing such a painful and desperate look. He even thought that even during the time when his master was blind and seriously injured, he had never seen him collapse like this. At this moment, his face was really as pale as paper, which made people feel distressed for no reason. The courtyard seemed to be much quieter, except for the noises Xiao Feihe made from time to time in Nan Yan's courtyard, which made Nan Yan couldn't help laughing. Jean Yanli's courtyard seemed to be completely quiet. After breakfast, the sky outside became brighter. Not long after this time, the group finally left the small courtyard at the foot of the mountain in a carriage, and the carriage swayed towards Yinyan City. During the period after returning to the city, Xiao Feihe obviously began to consciously change himself little by little. It was strange to say that when he liked Li Qing grew, he was afraid of his bad reputation and did not dare to contact her, for fear of tarnishing her reputation. But he never thought about changing himself. Obviously, he could also try to be better and try to compete with Jean Yanli. Right? But for some reason, he just didn't think about changing himself. And when he was with Yan Yan, it was a completely different feeling. He thought about making himself better every day, and becoming more mature and stable, so that he could be able to take care of her for the rest of his life, so that she would no longer be bullied, or help her bully back after being bullied. It seems that after being with her, he has become a little different from himself. When Xiao Feihe thought of this, he smiled unconsciously, because the eradication of bandits in the Jiao Temple this time was a good achievement. His uncle the Emperor felt that this bastard nephew who did nothing all day seemed to have finally grown up. So he specially gave him an idle position in the Ministry of Justice. The position was neither high nor low, but he could do practical things, and it would also give him a lot of experience. At first, the Emperor was worried that he was not honest, and felt that this bastard nephew was more difficult to teach than his own bastard son. He couldn't beat him, and he didn't listen to scolding him. His face was as thick as a city wall, and he was lazy all day long. There was really no way to deal with him. He also knew that the child had always resented him because of what his mother did. The only elder sister died because of him, leaving behind this only child and then passing away. Even his own mother, the Queen Mother, resented him a little, and this incident did make him feel guilty. So later, when this kid led the second child to do something stupid and fell in love with a brothel girl, he did not pursue and punish him too much. The Emperor felt guilty in his heart, so he loved and indulged this child. But indulgence could not change his own stupidity. He ruined his reputation and made people hate him. Which good girl in this city would like him? This was the first time the Emperor had seen someone who wasted himself like this. So this time, taking advantage of the matter of suppressing bandits in the Jiao Temple, he gave this disobedient bastard a sinecure, hoping that he could make up his mind to change himself. Originally the Emperor thought that this man would definitely refuse, and he had prepared a second argument in his mind, using his deceased mother as an example. This boy would not listen to anyone, but he would definitely obey his mother's last wishes. But I don't know what happened this time. He had just finished talking about the reward. and was waiting for the boy to start to argue with him again. But the guy immediately knelt down and kowtowed to thank him, with a happy and proud look on his face, which made the emperor feel that something was wrong. What was wrong with this boy? The emperor was the emperor after all, and he couldn't show his doubts. He coughed and warned him severely. The position of the Ministry of Justice is not for you to play around with. Since you have taken this position, you must work hard. Otherwise, if there is a problem, even if you are my nephew, I will punish you mercilessly. Do you hear me clearly? Xiao Fei's face became serious in an instant, and he quickly lifted his robe and knelt down respectfully to thank him. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. I will not let you down this time. I will do my best to help you. I will do my best to fulfill my duties in the Ministry of Justice. Emperor, isn't this really strange? The emperor looked at the eunuch chief steward beside him, and the eunuch also shook his head. The emperor coughed again, and then waved his hand in annoyance. Okay. If that's the case, you can leave. I have other things to deal with. Remember, don't do anything reckless because of your status. After speaking, he glanced at the tall and graceful nephew below, frowned, thought about it, and couldn't help but mention it again. Also, you are not young anymore. When I was your age, the eldest was already 2 years old. You should also restrain your temper. Stop spending all day drinking and being irresponsible. Tell me which girl you like, and I will help you keep an eye out for her when the time comes. After saying this, the emperor did not expect the other party to reply. As a result, the boy nodded and agreed obediently, respectfully, with a little embarrassment on his face. Your humble servant. Let's talk about this later. When Fei's reputation gets a little better, I will ask my uncle for help. After saying this, the boy actually left with a red face. The emperor looked at the eunuch next to him again, and now he completely understood that this boy really had someone he liked. Now it's good. It's good that he can change. It's good that he can change, so that he can be worthy of his elder sister's spirit in heaven. On the other side, in the Li mansion, after returning from the Jiao temple, Nan Yen has been ordered to stay in the mansion and not to go out and wander around. Recently, she is handling a case outside, which is really unsafe. During the time when everyone came back, it was heard that Lord Jean was ill and had been ill for quite a while. He even didn't go to the court. The emperor even sent a doctor to treat him, but the doctor only said that Lord Jean was busy with official business. Exhausted and injured, he needed to rest for a while before he could recover. After hearing this answer, the current emperor also waved his hand and directly exempted him from the morning court. My dear, you should stay at home and take good care of yourself. It won't be too late to come to the court after you recover. After hearing this news, Madame Li was obviously a little surprised. He looked quite energetic at the Buddhist temple that day. How could he be ill as soon as he came back? After hearing this, Madame Li inevitably asked the servants to inquire a few more questions. After all, that day in the temple, Lord Jean appeared in time to save her family. This real favor could not be denied anyway. Especially later, Lord Jean still took good care of her daughter. Since they didn't hold grudges, they naturally couldn't be ungrateful. Therefore, Mrs. Li was worried for a while. With this worry in her heart, she thought of sending someone to visit and prepare some small gifts to thank Lord Jean for saving her life. She had already chosen the people to visit. Lord Jean liked Qingru. This time, he came to Jiao Temple to save them because of Qingru. Besides, the two of them were already engaged. Then let Qingru bring some things to the Jean mansion to see each other, so that the couple could meet more and cultivate their feelings before getting married. The other one was her troublesome daughter. Mrs. Li asked Nan Yen to go because she had some selfish motives. This time, she had finally exchanged her life for a good opportunity, so she had to take advantage of it. There is an old saying that goes, "It is better to resolve a feud than to create one." This time, Lord Jean finally didn't care about his daughter's deception and fraud. And there happened to be such an opportunity. Why not let Yan Yan come to apologize in person to completely resolve the resentment between the two? After all, she is the elder sister. And after Lord Jean marries Qingru, they will all be a family. A family must have interpersonal relationships. If things get so bad, it will be a disturbance in the family, and outsiders will laugh at them, and it will not look good. What's more, her incompetent husband has been in the Hanlin Academy for so many years, and he still has no great prospects. Now he has to rely on the identity of the future son-in-law to avoid being bullied by his colleagues. Madame Li sighed. Even for the sake of the future fortune of the Li family. She, as the mistress, should give more advice to this stupid girl so that she can face the reality. So that no one will help her when she is bullied in the future. In fact, even without Madame Li's lecture, Nan Yin would have found a chance to go to the Jin mansion again. However, since her mother was so sensible, she naturally couldn't refuse her face. So Nan Yin agreed honestly, seeing that her daughter had been much more honest since she came back from the Jiao temple. Madame Li finally felt relieved, and then asked the servants to prepare a generous return gift. Before getting on the carriage, Madame Li couldn't help but knock on her daughter's head and admonished. Don't be willful this time. Be honest when you go to the Jin mansion. Admit your mistakes to Lord Jin. If they don't blame you, it's because they are broad-minded. Don't take their generosity as easy to bully. Don't be willful again. Remember? Nan Yin touched her head that was hit and hurt, and agreed several times in a row. I know. I know. Mother, who do you think I am? Am I that stupid? After that, she turned around and climbed into the carriage, without any ladylike temperament. Yes, Mrs. Li was so angry that she covered her chest and expressed disgust again, thinking that this daughter was not like her. After all, she was also a famous lady in Yinyan City. Nan Yin also looked at her mother's disgusted expression through the curtain, and her eyes twitched. Could it be that in her mother's eyes, she looked so ignorant? Nan Yin put down the curtain casually, and the carriage drove forward steadily. In fact, she did not expect Jin Yanli to be sick. She thought that the man would be hit at most, but she did not expect that this blow would have such a big impact on him. After all, she knew that Jin Yanli was the most stubborn person. He was the type who didn't feel pain unless he was hit hard and bloody. Once he made up his mind, it would be difficult for others to change his decision unless he could think it through and give up. Just like he was determined to break off the engagement at the beginning. No matter how hesitant he was in his heart, he finally broke off the engagement. Now that he knows what he really wants, given his temper, he will not let go easily, and will definitely make a fuss again. Nan Yin was thinking about this, and suddenly saw Li Qingrou's eyes on the jade pendant hanging on her waist. She smiled secretly in her heart. It seems that she also noticed it. There was a small gene engraved on the bottom of the jade pendant. This was naturally exposed by Nan Yin on purpose. She knew that her mother would arrange for the two sisters to sit in the same carriage, so she prepared to expose this jade pendant in advance. Li Qingru did not say anything, but her eyes were always fixed on the position of her waist. She obviously recognized it. This should be the jade pendant that she picked up and took for herself. It was also the reason why Yanli had always recognized the wrong person. There was some resentment in her eyes, but she didn't expect that she still carried this thing with her, especially when she went to the Jin mansion. She had to wear it so openly. Did she do it on purpose? Was she hoping to bring back the memories of disgust and then keep pestering her? Li Qingru thought silently, and the more she thought about it, the less she liked this legitimate sister. She actually had a natural dislike for her. This dislike came from the words that her aunt had told her when she was still young. Now that she thought about it, it was all just because of the difference in status. In the mansion, Li Nanyin was the good daughter of her father and mother. She was raised in the palm of her hand and loved since she was a child. Outside, she was the only legitimate daughter of the Li family, and her status was naturally nobler than that of the concubines. No matter how well she did and how knowledgeable she was, in the eyes of outsiders, she was still not as good as this brainless legitimate sister, and could never be as likable as her. So she had a faint hatred in her heart since she was a child. Now, even the person she likes is like this. She has everything, but she still wants to snatch something that originally belongs to her. Yanli has liked her since the beginning. If Li Nanyan hadn't interfered and intervened, they wouldn't have missed each other for so long. Thinking of her sadness and loneliness during that period, Li Qingru no longer had any good feelings for the eldest sister in front of her. Just as she was immersed in her own thoughts, thinking about how to get the jade pendant back, Li Nanyan on the opposite side suddenly spoke. Li Qingru, do you think I am sorry for you? Snatching something that originally belonged to you? Li Qingru was slightly stunned for a moment, then pursed her lips, raised her eyes, and looked at her deeply. Isn't it? Of course not. Nanyan's tone was matter-of-fact. She propped her chin up, looked up at her again, and rubbed the jade pendant back and forth in her palm. I picked up this jade pendant in the woodshed of the villa. The maid reported that you were secretly meeting a man in the woodshed. When I went to check, I accidentally stepped on this jade pendant. If you dared to admit that you did keep a man in the woodshed, and let your parents decide for you, saying that this jade pendant is your token of love, I would naturally return the jade pendant to you. But you said nothing. You are afraid of damaging your reputation, and you want to pretend to be kind to gain benefits. Then why should I return this jade pendant I found to you? Besides, that farm is the dowry that my mother will leave to me in the future. It belongs to my private property, and the things in it are naturally mine. Nan Yen looked up at her, using the reputation of her sisters to fulfill her generosity and kindness. But she didn't dare to take the risk. What if she had saved a messy man instead of Jean Yanli? Wouldn't the original owner have to bear the risk with her and suffer slander? Didn't she think of the original owner at this time? Since both parties were wrong, why should she always act as if she was sorry for her whole life? Don't think she doesn't know what this concubine sister did in private? At least, she did a lot of things to slander the original owner's reputation in the past. She stepped on her own sisters to promote her reputation of being gentle, virtuous, and well-educated. And she also blamed the original owner for being close to outsiders instead of her own sisters. The original owner was just a little unscheming, not really stupid. How could she not see any tricks? It's okay to be cheated once or twice, but if it happens too many times, can't you avoid it if you can't afford to offend? She just wanted to say that as a concubine sister. Li Qingru had some of her own little thoughts and selfishness, but it was not a big problem. Which legitimate daughter and concubine daughter didn't have some messy conflicts? The royal princesses still had comparisons and conflicts. So what about them? But in the original plot, Li Qingru secretly encouraged Xiao Feihe to deceive the original owner's feelings. This was too much. Not to mention that she was completely unaware of this matter. How could this be possible? She is not a fool. Moreover, even if she was unaware at the beginning, when she saw Xiao Feihe approaching Li Nanyan later, wouldn't she be suspicious? She knew that Xiao Feihe had deep feelings for her. So why did she say that in front of him? It was clearly to let him think of a way to get rid of her. This kind of borrowing a knife to kill someone is not vicious. Why is it so? Do you just dislike Li Nanyan, the eldest sister? So you have to completely destroy her before you can rest assured. Thinking of this, Nanyan raised her hand and threw the jade pendant to her. Although I don't like you, I am indeed responsible for the jade pendant. Now that it has been returned to the original owner, we will owe each other nothing from now on. So, what she did next was also a lesson for the original owner. It was fair to break off the engagement once for each person. About a quarter of an hour later, the carriage finally arrived at the Jean mansion. The housekeeper hurriedly came up from the door and personally welcomed the two into the mansion. To be honest, this was the first time the servants had seen such a scene. Even the maids, who came to make tea and serve, were a little trembling. The ex-fiancé and the current fiancé of Mr. Jean actually came together. Are they going to cause a big fuss in the Jean mansion? As the current fiancé of Jean Yanli, Li Qingru naturally stated her purpose first. Asked the servants to take all the medicinal supplements in the cart away, and carefully asked the housekeeper about Jean Yanli's recent situation and whether his health was better. Upon hearing this, the housekeeper bowed his head and replied respectfully, and then said that the master's condition had improved in the past 2 days. He was just dealing with some chores in the study. He should be walking in the back garden now. Right? As the housekeeper said this, Li Qingru smiled at him, then nodded slightly, and went directly to the back garden. She was in a good mood today, no matter what Li Nanyan thought in her heart. As long as she was willing to return the jade pendant to her, then she could stop caring about the wrong things she had done in the past. As for the things she said about what happened in the manor, Li Qingru felt extremely inexplicable. It's really easy to find excuses to accuse someone. She was clearly saving people. So how could she say that she was meeting a man secretly? And saving people is just a matter of reputation. How can it be related? She concealed it from everyone. But that was just to avoid trouble. How could she tell her parents about such a thing? Although she had not considered Li Nanyan's situation. Wasn't she there herself? And the situation was so urgent at the time. How could she have thought so much? Most importantly, the facts proved that she had saved the right people. Hadn't she? Thinking of this, Li Qingru felt that she was right. If saving people was also wrong, then wouldn't there be no good people in the world? Besides, it was not just Li Nanyan who took the risk. If there was any problem, wouldn't she have to take it too? Thinking of this, The two of them came to the back garden of the Jean mansion one after the other. There were still many flowers planted by Nan Yen in the garden. The begonias bloomed and fell, and new ones bloomed after falling. It was not much different from before. There were also a few of them that she raised. The orchids, placed among the green bamboos. The buds in the middle of the orchid leaves were slightly bulging, and a little light white was revealed in the green. It seemed that it was about to bloom, and it looked very lively. Nan Yen also vaguely noticed this, and raised her eyebrows calmly. It seems that these flowers and plants are often taken care of by someone. Otherwise, they would not be so beautiful. After thinking this, a figure appeared in front of her. Nan Yen quickly adjusted her expression and looked up at this person. This person looked really bad. Probably because he had been sick for several days in a row. His face was pale and almost transparent. When the light fell on his eyelashes, it cast a small shadow on his eyelids. His eyes were very dark. When he was high above, he would have a sense of alienation when he stared at people coldly. But now, he was so sick that he even lost the momentum of being in a high position. Looking at him, there was a sense of self-abandonment and decadence. I thought he didn't care about anyone. But when he saw Nan Yen, his eyes unconsciously gathered a light that was not concealed. Ahem, you're here. He covered his lips and coughed. Almost subconsciously took 2 steps forward. And his steps were even a little anxious. Li Qingru thought that this sentence was said to her. So she hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. The expression on her face was even a little nervous and worried. Yanli, why are you so sick? You were fine a few days ago. Why are you so pale now? Has the doctor come to see you? Have you taken medicine? Jean Yanli heard the voice and realized that there was someone standing next to him. He looked over and saw Li Qingru standing next to him, and frowned slightly. Jean Yanli saw the worried look on her face and hesitated for a moment. Just when he wanted to take this opportunity to make his words clear, his peripheral vision accidentally caught a glimpse of the jade pendant hanging around her waist. The expression on his face froze instantly. He stepped forward subconsciously, not even caring about the difference between men and women, and directly reached out and pulled the jade pendant off her waist. Then raised his eyes, staring at Li Qingru in front of him without any emotion, and asked in a cold voice, "Why is this jade pendant on you?" "What?" This question made Li Qingru stunned. She didn't even react. But when she saw the jade pendant he pulled off, her face suddenly turned pale. She didn't expect that he cared about this. So she subconsciously replied, "Shouldn't this jade pendant be mine?" Jean Yanli spoke without hesitation, almost without caring about her face. "You should know whether it is yours or not. What I'm asking is why it is on you." He was obviously saying this to Li Qingru, but his eyes were fixed on Nan Yen, who was not far behind her. Jean Yanli looked at her figure, and the memory in his mind seemed to return to the scene in the other courtyard that day. Such a trembling scene. She called him Master Jean, and smiled and said that she would return the jade pendant to him, and didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. So she didn't want anything. Thinking of this, Jean Yanli felt that the dense and piercing pain in his chest seemed to surge out again. It was like millions of ants were constantly gnawing at his heart, making him subconsciously clench the jade pendant in his hand. And his eyes were even more painful. Looking at Jean Yanli like this, Li Qingru seemed to understand something vaguely. She bit her lip, and her eyes seemed a little embarrassed. After a while, she looked up at him. "The jade pendant was given to me by Nan Yen. Don't you want me to keep it?" As soon as she finished speaking, Jean Yanli's face really changed. The despair and pain in his eyes almost overflowed. Sure enough, she gave it to her. She refused to keep even this. At that moment, Jean Yanli felt that even the fingers holding the jade pendant were trembling uncontrollably, and there seemed to be an endless chill rising from his heart, which continued to spread to his whole body. He was so cold that his teeth were trembling. He suddenly looked up at Nan Yen, who was standing not far behind her, then rushed over and grabbed her wrist and took her to the study. Before leaving, he only said coldly to Li Qingru, "I have something to tell her clearly." When he said this, he didn't even look up at her, and then he never cared about her again. Li Qingru, who was left alone, stared at the backs of the two people leaving. She felt empty in her chest, as if she could no longer hold on to something, and felt very uncomfortable. On the other side, Jean Yanli grabbed Nan Yan's wrist and led her all the way to the study. The servants guarding the door were already frightened by their master's momentum from a distance and dared not look up. After closing the door, they quickly retreated honestly, Jean Yanli pushed her against the table. His eyes were slightly red, and a trace of pain and hurt flashed in his eyes. He asked her in a hoarse voice, "Why? Why did you give the jade pendant to others? I clearly said that what you picked up is yours. Why are you so disobedient and want to give it to others? That is of course her use." Nan Yin pursed her lips and refused to speak at first, but her wrist was painfully held by this man. She struggled for a long time, but he didn't let go. Finally, she had no choice but to look up at him, hesitated for a moment and replied, "It should have belonged to Qingru. I have been taking her things. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, of course I have to give it back to her." The pair of watery and clear eyes looked straight into his eyes, without a trace of nostalgia. Jean Yanli felt cold all over when she looked at those eyes. She pursed her lips and seemed to be a little hesitant, but after taking a deep breath, she continued, "Besides, you and Qingru are already engaged, and you will get married in less than a month. After you get married, you will be my brother-in-law. With such a relationship, how can I, as a sister, take the personal belongings of my brother-in-law? This is too rude. Mother said that I can't be as willful as before. Besides, I will have someone I like in the future. If he knows about this, he will definitely be unhappy." At the end of the words, her voice became softer and softer. I don't know who she was thinking of, but her cheeks were uncontrollably flushed. But at this moment, Jean Yanli had no intention of thinking about who made her show such an expression. He could hardly hear what she said afterwards. His mind was full of words, like brother-in-law she just said. Brother-in-law? Brother-in-law? Damn brother-in-law. Who wants to be her brother-in-law? Jean Yanli really felt that he was going crazy, and was going to be driven crazy by her. He had never been so out of control before. This title was like a sharp arrow with barbs, which suddenly pierced into his heart and twisted fiercely inside, making him almost suffocate. He couldn't stand it. Really couldn't accept it. How could she? How could she say such things to him mercilessly? Why can someone who obviously liked him so much in the past now be so careless? Why should I say such hurtful words? Jean Yanli felt that countless blood vessels in his brain were throbbing and screaming. Crazy and confused, making his eyes redder, he stretched out his hand and put her in his arms, holding her waist tightly with one hand and pressing her head with the other hand. Then stared at her and said, "Brother-in-law? What kind of brother-in-law? What kind of brother-in-law do you want me to be? A brother-in-law who has hugged you, kissed you, and reacted to you? Li Nanyan, don't call me brother-in-law again. If you dare to say brother-in-law again, I promise to make you regret it for the rest of your life." Nan Yin was held tightly by this man, and her face suddenly turned pale. She didn't know why this man suddenly became so out of control, and she struggled hard immediately. "Jean Yanli, what are you doing? Have you forgotten your identity?" Her expression became a little flustered and a little angry. Her voice trembled, but she was holding on to her momentum. Obviously, she did not expect such a situation to happen. She said angrily, "I am Li Qingrou's elder sister. After you marry her, you will naturally be my brother-in-law. Did I say anything wrong? You said it yourself that the person you love most in your life is Li Qingru. What do you mean by doing this now? Are you doing this to Qingru? Let me go quickly, or I will really." As a result, before she finished the rest of the words, Jean Yanli on her body had already kissed her regardless. At that moment, Nan Yin seemed to be frightened. She didn't react at first, until the slender fingers tore open her collar at some point, and Nan Yin subconsciously struggled. But the man on her body was so tight that he didn't let her have the slightest chance to escape. She felt that all the air in her lungs had been taken away, and the feeling of suffocation gradually spread to her brain. And Nan Yin burst into tears instantly. She bit him hard, grabbed him, and slapped him. But the man on her body was like a madman. Even when his lips were bleeding after being bitten, he still refused to let her go, until Nan Yin cried so hard that she almost got a stitch in the side. The man finally had a moment of relenting. At the moment he hesitated, Nan Yin seized the opportunity and slapped him hard, causing him to turn his head away, with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, and then turned around, and his eyes full of despair and pain just looked at her. He reached out his hand to her. "Yen Yen." When Nan Yin heard the voice, her tears almost fell instantly. Her face turned pale, and she stepped back subconsciously. Then she covered her chest tightly with clothes. After making sure that there was no problem, she looked up at him in fear and nervousness. Don't come over. In fact, when this man pulled for a long time, and was reluctant to tear off the outermost layer of clothes, Nan Yen knew that he had no intention of bullying others. Maybe he wanted to scare her. Or maybe he was really provoked by her and lost control. But this did not prevent her from abusing him next time. Jean Yanli saw that she was really scared at the moment. And his heart was instantly filled with regret and heartache. He wanted to go up and hug her and apologize to her. But when he saw the defensive and fearful look in her eyes, he found that his heart was as painful as a knife. And he wished he could just die. He was really afraid of seeing the hateful look in her eyes, which would make him feel more painful than suffocation. But watching her cry, he felt so powerless. More desperate and powerless than ever before. Jean Yen felt heartbroken, and hurriedly took out a handkerchief from his arms, and then handed it over carefully. I'm sorry. Don't be afraid of me. I never thought of hurting you. I'm going crazy. He felt that his heart was already full of holes. After realizing who he really liked, he was completely finished. Nan Yen didn't even reach out to take his handkerchief. She looked at him with red eyes, tears falling one by one. Do you know what you are doing? You and I have already broken off the engagement. How can you do this to me? It was you who insisted on breaking off the engagement. What are you doing now? What's more, you are already engaged to Qingru. What do you think of me by doing this? Nan Yen accused him word by word. Seeing that she refused to extend her hand, Jean Yanli slowly extended his hand to her face, moving cautiously, fearing that he would scare her again if he was not careful. He really didn't think about doing anything to her. But he was stimulated today. The continuous blows, stimulation and regrets almost made him completely emotional. Jean Yanli didn't even dare to touch her now, and only dared to gently wipe her tears through his sleeve. He apologized again. I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong. I have never regretted it so much. When he said this, the moisture in his eyes became heavier, and he said in a hoarse voice, I was so wrong. So wrong that I couldn't even tell who I really liked. It was only after the divorce that I realized who I really loved. Yen. I regret it so much. I have never regretted it so much. Can you forgive me? Can you give me another chance? Let's start over. Okay? When Nan Yen heard this, her eyes widened instantly, and she seemed a little unbelievable. But when she saw his sincere expression, she was shocked. The look in her eyes was so amazing that tears immediately fell from her eyes, like beads from a broken string. She cried even more violently, and raised her hand to slap his fingers away. How can you say such a thing? Where do you put me in Qingru? What do you think of the girls in our Li mansion? Are they items that you can take whenever you want and replace whenever you don't want them? I've already started to forget you. Why are you messing with me again? Jean Yanli, can't you see me living a good life? Why are you so selfish? Or do you just want us two sisters in the Li mansion to be jealous of each other for you? And from now on there will be no sisterhood. Where do you put us like this? She cried and complained. And when she was angry, she picked up the ink stone on the table and smashed it at him. The ink was all over her body, and her clothes were all dirty. A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. You are a bastard. Jean Yanli, I hate you. The things you did, and the words you said all make me sick. Don't come to me again in the future. Otherwise, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Nan Yen said it mercilessly. These words were like a sharp dagger, stabbing into his heart fiercely, stabbing him with blood, and then pulling it out mercilessly, causing Jean Yanli's lips to tremble in pain. He looked at the person in front of him with despair, and at this moment, he seemed to finally understand what it felt like to be in so much pain. It was really painful. After saying this, Nan Yen pushed the man hard again, pushing him so hard that he accidentally hit the screen frame behind him. His face turned pale instantly, but the pain was not half as unbearable as the pain in his heart. Looking at Nan Yan's back as she left without hesitation, Jean Yanli's tears fell instantly. He staggered a few steps and fell to the ground, and finally sat down weakly on the screen behind him. He stretched out his hands towards her back, but he couldn't catch anything. Jean Yanli coughed hard. His face became paler and paler, and finally the whole person seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. Yes, he turned his head and spit a mouthful of blood on the ground, and the whole person fell down slowly. Jean Yanli laughed weakly. She was right. He was really too selfish. It was obvious that from the beginning to the end, all this was caused by him. Why could he change it whenever he wanted? He was really too bastard. The more Jean Yanli laughed, the more tears he had. He clenched his fingers tightly, but he really knew he was wrong. Are you not willing to give him another chance? Yen Yen. Chapter 130. Jean Yanli leaned against the screen behind him weakly, tears silently sliding down his face. He really understood at this moment that some things are really missed if they are missed. And no one will stand there waiting for him forever. There is no going back. He and Yen Yen can never go back to the intimacy they had before. And she will never love him again. Yes. What does he regard feelings as? Why does he say no and then no? Why does he say regret and then regret? He deserves to fall to this point. He deserves it. Jean Yanli closed his eyes weakly, and repeatedly recalled the disgusted look in her eyes when she said he was disgusting. At this moment, he felt that his whole heart had been crushed into a pile of blood foam over and over again. And he was so painful that he didn't want to move a finger anymore. After the severe pain, the whole person was confused and confused. His brain was in chaos. And the whole person was like a walking corpse, completely losing the motivation to support himself. Yanli. Until he heard a cry from the door. Jean Yanli opened his eyes, and saw Li Qingru standing at the door. Her eyes were red. Her fingers were tightly grasping the door frame, and her eyes were still looking at him without blinking. Jean Yanli laughed at himself, laughing at himself for being ridiculous, but soon restrained the bleak smile on his face, and his expression became calm and indifferent. You can see that I am such a shameless, mean and capricious villain. I am really not worthy of you. I will cancel the engagement. At that time, I will announce to the public that there is something wrong with my body, and I will not have children in this life. I will take all the responsibilities. I am sorry that I have delayed you for so long when I have been sorting out my feelings. As he apologized, his eyes became more sober and rational. As compensation, I will make a list for you, and pick out some men from famous families with good family backgrounds for you to choose as your marriage partners. When you get married, I will also prepare a decent dowry for you, which can be regarded as repaying your life-saving grace to me. As for what happened during this period, I'm sorry. I delayed you. After saying this, Jean Yanli leaned against the screen weakly and did not move, as if he had lost all his vitality. Li Qingru was stunned when she heard this. She subconsciously rushed to him, then grabbed his palm and asked him, crying, Why? Why do you want to cancel the engagement? You obviously liked me at the beginning. I can feel that I really like you. And we obviously have been moved by each other before. Why do you suddenly don't want me? What did I do wrong? Jean Yanli looked at her tightly clenched palm, his face pale, and then pulled it out without hesitation. He looked up. His face still had tears and blood on it, but his eyes revealed an unprecedented calmness. I'm sorry. You didn't do anything wrong. I was the one who was wrong. From the moment I recognized the wrong person, it was the biggest mistake of my life. Li Qingru cried and shook her head, tears falling from her eyes one by one, suppressing the pain and despair in her heart. Yanli, please don't do this. Okay? Please don't do this to me. Okay? I don't want to break off the engagement. I don't want to become a laughing stock of everyone. Have you ever thought about me? I will go crazy if I am broken off after the marriage exchange. I can't. Please. Yanli, please don't do this to me. Okay? I can wait for you. Wait for the day when you fall in love with me again. As long as you are willing to marry me. I really like you. I know that all this is because of Li Nanyan. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have missed each other for so long. And you wouldn't have fallen in love with someone else. Jean Yanli frowned, and finally calmed down. I am sorry for you. This is all my fault. It has nothing to do with others. If you want to resent, just resent me. His expression became more and more indifferent, and his eyes looked at the crying person in front of him seriously. You should understand that since we missed each other, it means that the fate between us has never been enough. I have been moved by you. When I was in the darkest and dying, I was very scared and longed for someone to save me when I was most desperate. It was you who appeared and saved me. So I was moved by you. But if it was someone else, I would also be moved in that situation. Just because I was longing for that comfort when I was most desperate. He sighed lightly, shook his head and said, But Yen Yen is different. She doesn't need to save me. She doesn't need to do anything. Even if she is not my savior, I will still love her. When he finished this sentence, Li Qingru's tears flowed more and more. She shook her head vigorously and tried to grab his palm, but he gently pushed it away. Jean Yanli's eyes fell on the man next to him again. His face was expressionless, and he calmly recounted everything that had happened. Also, you should know that I became blind after being poisoned. Although I can't see your face, you should know me. If you really care about me and like me, why didn't you come to me once when you had so many opportunities to clarify the truth? When Li Qingru heard this, her body froze, as if she didn't expect him to say such a thing. How could she say such a thing herself? She didn't go to him to tell him the truth, just because she didn't want to leave a bad impression on him. How could she take the initiative to say that she was his savior? In that case, wouldn't she become someone who was asking for a favor? Jean Yanli looked at Li Qingru, who was stiff all over, and continued, "Sorry. I'm not saying this to blame you. You saved me, and I'm very grateful to you. I just want to say that maybe in your mind, you don't like me as much as you think, and reputation seems to be more important to you." After saying this, Jean Yanli's face turned cold. He closed his eyes again and said weakly, "So from now on, no matter whether she will forgive me or not, I can't be with you." After saying all this, Jean Yanli stopped looking at her crying expression and went outside. He said, "Show off." The housekeeper sighed in his heart, and went forward to ask the distraught second lady of the Li family to leave again. Looking at the messy scene in the house, the housekeeper shook his head and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Why did he do it in the first place? The result is hurting others and himself. Look, 2 good girls were hurt. Their master is too stubborn and refuses to listen to anyone's dissuasion. If it is other things, it's okay. But if it is a matter of feelings, can it be forced? The housekeeper sighed again, thinking in his heart that he was afraid that his master would never meet such 2 good girls again in this life. "Second miss, please go back." When the room was quiet again, Jean Yanli opened his eyes again, looking at the empty table in the room. But his thoughts kept drifting away. Once upon a time, when he was sitting at the desk to handle official business, she would sit at the desk, propping her chin with both hands, and then staring at him with her head tilted for the whole afternoon. When she was hungry, she would eat the snacks on the table, and when she was thirsty, she would secretly drink his tea. She also complained that it was too bitter and astringent, and secretly added sugar to his tea. I don't know what she was thinking. Isn't it boring to watch like this? Sometimes, she would fall asleep on the desk while watching, with her cheek pressed against the back of her hand, and she was drowsy even when he walked over to kiss her secretly. She didn't notice. She thought she was the only one watching him. But in fact, he was also secretly paying attention to her at that time. Sometimes he thought she was being unreasonable and said troublesome. But inexplicably, he had a desire in his heart, hoping that he could be pestered by her for a lifetime. Later, when he picked her up, she would obediently lie on his chest, rubbing her head against his chin, and then naturally hugging his neck, and would whisper his name in his ear. But now, there is nothing. Jean Yanli tilted his head slightly, and couldn't help laughing as he thought about it. Tears silently slid down and sank into his hair. It's not that he didn't have a crush on her. Before the autumn hunt, he also thought about getting along with her for the rest of his life, not looking for that lifesaver, and just living an honest life. But after the autumn hunt, he found the person who saved him, and knew what she did behind his back. During that period, he was too confused. In an impulse, he didn't even fully recognize his feelings, and just broke off the engagement in a muddle, and then there was endless regret. In fact, now think about it. What did he like about Li Qingru at the beginning? She saved his life, but he had never been with her, had never seen her appearance, didn't know her true character, and hadn't even spoken a few words to her. What did he like? He thought that what he liked was probably the phantom that could pull him up in the darkness and despair. It could be Li Qingru or anyone else. But it was different only when he was with Yan Yan. He was clearly attracted to everything about her. He liked that kind of personality, liked her heartless appearance, liked the way she looked for him for support after being bullied, and liked the way she was unreasonable and unreasonable. It felt like, if it wasn't her that he met in this life, then it wouldn't be anyone else. Jean Yanli closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. If he could sit down and think calmly like he did now, not so impulsive, not so stubborn, and then sort out his feelings completely, things might not have turned out like this, and he wouldn't have hurt others again and again, making him regret it. After thinking this way, Jean Yanli sat back in his chair. He suddenly felt a little dazed, holding the jade pendant that he had pulled off Li Qingrou's waist in his hand, staring at it in a trance. A person like him doesn't deserve her forgiveness at all. Jin Yanli sneered in his heart, and the sourness in his eyes became more and more obvious. He took a deep breath, wanting to let go but reluctantly. He had never liked someone so much in his life, and he really couldn't bear to let go. But she already hated him now. If he kept pestering her, she would really hate him for the rest of her life. Such a look of disgust and hatred was really unbearable. Jin Yanli's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he didn't know what to do in the future. In a trance, he thought of the things between her and Xiao Feihe again. Jin Yanli seemed to be much more sober. As long as he didn't dwell on those desperate scenes, his brain seemed to be much clearer in an instant. Jin Yanli suddenly clenched the jade pendant in his hand. He had never liked Xiao Feihe. What he thought in his heart was that Yin Yin could not forgive him or dislike him. But she definitely could not be someone with Xiao Feihe's temperament. Such a person is notorious. Spends his days drinking and partying. Does not care about reputation. Does not care about other people's eyes, no matter whether the rumors are true or false. Yin Yin will suffer sooner or later if she is with him. He can't watch her get involved with such a person. From what he did in the other courtyard, he knew that this person was unrestrained and did not follow etiquette. He was wantonly frivolous with her before they had a marriage contract. How could such a man protect her for a lifetime? Moreover, this person seemed to appear out of nowhere. He had never heard of his acquaintance with Yan Yin before, especially after he and Yan Yin broke off their engagement. Xiao Feihe seemed to appear suddenly and inexplicably attached himself to Yan Yin. Thinking of this, Jin Yanli's brain seemed to calm down a lot. He immediately asked someone to check everything Xiao Feihe did before and after approaching Yan Yin, as well as his past experiences of drinking and partying. He wanted to know why someone like Xiao Feihe would suddenly approach and fall in love with Yan Yin. Jin Yanli acted quickly. After this investigation, when the servants came to reply, he really found out some things. Before Xiao Feihe approached Nan Yin, he had a good relationship with Li Qingru, who once saved his life in the suburbs. It was also because of this life-saving favor that he became particularly close to Li Qingru. But in order to consider her reputation, he only contacted her in private. He was once attracted to Li Qingru, even to the extent of liking her very much. So he carefully protected Li Qingru's reputation and did not dare to have too much contact with her. Although there was not much contact on the surface, some unconscious signs showed that Xiao Feihe used to take good care of Li Qingru, just like he used to take care of Yan Yin. And why did such a person who secretly liked Li Qingru suddenly become a different person and approach Nan Yin after he and Li Qingru made an engagement? Obviously, because of Li Qingru. His attitude towards Nan Yin was also extremely cold, even a little repulsive. So what was his purpose in approaching Yan Yin? On the other hand, Nan Yin severely taught someone a lesson because of what happened in Jin's house before, and then turned around and went back to the house alone in advance. After returning to the house, she kept herself in the room and did not come out, trying to create a frightened look, and refused to tell anyone what happened that day. When asked, she cried with red eyes. Even her mother felt strange after hearing the news. What happened? Did she quarrel with Lord Jin again? Didn't she tell her to be honest? Why did she mess with him again? Madame Li's situation has not been clarified yet. But Li Qingru returned to the mansion with the same state. Her eyes were red from crying, and her face was still pale. After returning to the house, she locked herself in the room and refused to go out again. This made the servants in the mansion even more confused. This is really strange. What happened? How come these two sisters came back like this after going out? Madame Li quickly called the maid to ask some questions. But the maid said with a bitter face that she was too far away at the time and didn't see the specific situation. She only saw that Lord Jin looked very unhappy at the time. I don't know what he said. Anyway, he dragged the eldest lady and got very angry. This was a confusing statement, and Madame Li was completely confused. She had no choice but to send someone to the Jin mansion to inquire again. After a while, they brought back even more shocking news. It was said that Master Jin had some hidden illness and would never have children in his life. It was also said that Master Jin used to be chaste and not close to women because of this reason. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he simply couldn't. When Madame Li heard this news, she thought it was a rumor at first, and asked someone to beat the servant who spread the news with a stick. Why not just make a joke? How dare he spread such messy gossip? Aren't you afraid of losing your head? Besides, how could Lord Jin suddenly become ill? Wasn't he just ill these few days? He looked quite energetic a few days ago. How could he have such a disease? But what happened afterwards really caught Mrs. Lee off guard. The old housekeeper of the Jean mansion actually brought servants to the Lee mansion in person. Not only did he send the gong tai, but also the stickers used to exchange the names and birth dates of both parties, as well as the previous engagement letter and gift book, all of which were sent together. Then, with a guilty look on his face, he directly stated his master's intention that the marriage might not be successful. This also means that the news outside is not a rumor, and Lord Jean really has a health problem. This time, no matter how much the people in the Lee mansion don't believe it, they can't gamble on their daughter's fortune in the second half of her life. Mrs. Lee rubbed her swollen and painful head, and finally waved her hands weakly, and quickly asked someone to cancel the marriage again. Now, the rumors outside have spread again. Is the Lee family in trouble this year? Why are there so many twists and turns? There are problems everywhere. Even when I went up the mountain to burn incense and worship Buddha, I could meet a gang of bandits. And the marriages of the children were also broken one after another. This is really bad luck. Fortunately, this time it has nothing to do with the woman. The man knew that she was ill and took the initiative to cancel the engagement. Even so, the rumors in Yin City spread again. But this time most of them sympathized with the two sisters of the Lee family. Some said that the eldest daughter of the Lee family was really a fool with good luck. Such an outrageous thing could also let her encounter it. There were also mocking people, saying that Lee Qingru was also a good man. After fighting for so long, it turned out to be such a result. I don't know if she regretted it when she knew the news. Almost even the happiness of the second half of her life was almost ruined. Fortunately, Lord Jean still had some benevolence and morality. After knowing that he was ill, he took the initiative to cancel the engagement, so as not to delay the girl's life for no reason. This time, Jean Yanli was criticized a lot, whether in the court or in private. Those who disliked this person would inevitably use this matter to attack him, with contempt and ridicule in their eyes. And some would even deliberately come to his house, pretend to comfort him, and finally deliberately send him a few beautiful maids to ridicule him. Jean Yanli didn't care about this, and even his expression didn't change when he heard these ridicules. He just stared at people with his calm black eyes until the end, making those people feel bored, and then turned around and left after cursing inwardly. Nan Yen was not surprised when she heard the news, and she almost expected it. Jean Yanli, who knew his own feelings, was at least 100 times more stubborn than before. How stubborn he was at the beginning. How painful it was now. Who should he blame? It was because he was blind at the beginning, and couldn't see his heart clearly from beginning to end. Hee. Now I'm just waiting for Xiao Feihe. I don't know when he will come. Nan Yen raised her lips slightly, thinking about what to do next. Or stimulate him first? At the same time, Xiao Feihe on the other side has been busy with his job recently. As a new official, he always has to get familiar with the surrounding environment and colleagues. Fortunately, he is the emperor's nephew, and he is born with a personality that speaks to people in a human way and speaks to ghosts in a ghost way. For such a person, it is not very difficult to mix in the officialdom. It's just that he has been busy sorting out some messy files and cases these days, so he has no time to see Yin Yin. To be honest, it's okay when he is busy, so he has no energy to think about other things. But now that he is finally free, he misses her so much that he wants to see her. Xiao Feihe has his own plan. He wants to go to the Ministry of Justice first, and do some things honestly during this period of time, so that people's impression of him can be slightly changed. He doesn't ask for a good change. The most important thing is that the Lord Lee of the Hanlin Academy can like him. In the past, he used the name of appreciating paintings and teasing birds to trick Lord Lee many times, and every time he left him halfway and sneaked away. Xiao Feihe is now particularly worried that when he goes to propose marriage in the future, will the future father-in-law let the servants beat him out? So he wants to change everyone's impression in advance, so that people can see his determination. And when he goes to visit again, maybe the obstacles and dislike he encounters will be less. Xiao Feihe thought so. It seemed that after returning from Jiao Temple, he had only seen Yin Yin once, and that was when he sent her back home that day. It had been such a long time, and he didn't know if Yin Yin missed him. Had she eaten well during this period? If she refused to eat honestly, it was probably because she was greedy again. She must want to eat Zhang's glutinous rice balls again. She just loved to eat these messy little things. Thinking of this, Xiao Feihe couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. He felt that the emotion of attachment in his chest suddenly surged like a tide, making him want to see her impatiently. So after the afternoon shift, Xiao Feihe couldn't help but sneak into the Li mansion, with a large bag of freshly baked glutinous rice cakes in his arms, still hot and steaming. Xiao Feihe is now very familiar with the Li mansion. He just jumped from under the tree into Nan Yan's yard. Before he could make some noise to attract the man, he heard the man in the room say in a sullen voice, "I don't want to eat. You take it down and share it." The maid persuaded her a few times, but Nan Yan still refused to eat. In the end, she had no choice but to carry the food box out again. She sighed when she left. The lady has been in a bad mood these days. I don't know what happened. She has never come out since she came back from the Jin mansion that day. I heard that the second lady is also the same. It's really a headache and helpless. Hearing this conversation, Xiao Feihe couldn't help frowning again. He thought to himself that he was right. As long as no one is watching, this person will not eat honestly. As soon as the maid left, Xiao Feihe pushed open the door and walked in. The sound of the door opening spread into the room, making Nan Yan think that the maid had come back with something. So she didn't even raise her head and replied subconsciously, "Didn't I say I don't want to eat anymore? Why are you back again?" Then she heard a deliberately low male voice from outside. The voice sounded familiar. He asked, "Why don't you eat again?" As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Feihe saw the back of the person lying on the bed turn around immediately. The moment she saw him, she didn't know what happened. Her eyes turned red uncontrollably, and her black eyelashes were misty and a little wet. She looked at him, not knowing whether she was angry or aggrieved. She picked up the pillow in her arms and threw it over, then cursed, "You are so bold now. You dare to break into my boudoir casually. Have you never taken me seriously? So you are so casual with me, thinking that I am someone you can flirt with at will?" Xiao Feihe was originally stern-faced, but when he looked up and saw her crying, he was a little confused. He didn't know what happened. Why did she cry for no reason? When did he not take her seriously? Where did this come from? He never thought that she was someone he could flirt with at will. Xiao Feihe almost subconsciously took a few steps forward. Then he fumbled for a long time before taking out a pink handkerchief from his arms. Since he searched all over her body and couldn't find a handkerchief to wipe her tears when she cried last time, Xiao Feihe secretly made a decision that he must carry a handkerchief with him in the future. Otherwise he couldn't comfort her when she cried. Seeing that the corners of the man's eyes were red, Xiao Feihe immediately became more cautious. "I'm sorry. Did I suddenly come in and scare you? I apologize to you. Or you can hit me a few times to vent your anger?" Nan Yan slapped his hand away with a slap, and said in a disgusted voice, "Who wants to hit you to vent their anger? You are thick-skinned and my hand hurts." "Okay." Xiao Feihe understood a little after hearing this. It shouldn't be that he offended her. It's probably because she was bullied by someone recently and didn't get back at her. So she was unhappy in her heart. Xiao Feihe stretched out his fingers again to wipe the tears for her. In fact, after getting close to the young lady, he found that the young lady was a person who was easily fooled by others, and her brain was not smart enough. It was estimated that she had been bullied many times in the past. Fortunately, she has a good temper and never bears grudges. She will forget about it after crying. He thought about it and looked down at her face again. She still lowered her head and looked a little pale. Xiao Feihe felt even more distressed and spoke more slowly. "Did someone bully you? Tell me. I will help you vent your anger. Okay? Don't cry. Yan Yan. The reason why I didn't come to see you during this period is because I wanted to make myself more mature and stable first. When my reputation becomes a little more normal, when I come to the Li mansion to propose marriage, your parents will not look down on me too much. You know, my reputation was too bad before. This time, the emperor gave me a sinecure in the Ministry of Justice. I thought I could fight for my reputation. I was busy for a while, so I didn't have time to come to you." He pressed the black hair on her head again and touched it gently. "I have always kept you in my heart, and never regarded you as an object that can be frivolous. Yan Yan, tell me, what happened? Why are you so sad and wronged? Who bullied you?" "Huh?" Nan Yan thought. Who can bully her? Those who bullied her have been bullied by her a long time ago, and they are probably heartbroken in the mansion now. She thought that if this man waited until his reputation changed before coming to the Li mansion to propose marriage, it would take who knows when. She didn't have so much time to accompany him. so she had to let him come earlier. So Nan Yin adjusted her mood and looked up at the man in front of her. Perhaps it was because his tone was gentler when he spoke that she instantly thought of the day when she was pressed on the table and bullied. So her eyes became redder, and she directly reached out and hugged his neck. "No one bullies me." When she said this, she accidentally revealed the marks on her neck that she accidentally rubbed when she argued with Jean Yanli that day. It was slightly red and had not completely faded. It looked like someone had kissed it hard. This made Xiao Fei pause. It was not that he had never seen such marks before. And in that position, he subconsciously reached out to touch her fingers, and then saw some bruises and red marks on her wrist left by her fingers clenched tightly. Such a strong force made Xiao Fei's eyes suddenly sink, and he instantly understood why she suddenly became abnormal. Did he bully you? Except for Jean Yanli. No one dared to do such a thing to her. Xiao Fei had clenched his fingers tightly for a while. Blame him. It's all his fault. He blamed himself for not thinking it through. He kept thinking that Jean Yanli might come to her to apologize and ask for her forgiveness after regretting it. But he forgot that all men have bad nature and possessiveness. Especially Yan Yan was once his fiancée. It was normal for him to want to do something to her. Thinking of this, Xiao Fei suddenly felt a surge of regret and fear in his heart. Why didn't he think of this earlier? What a bastard. Busy all day long. And he ignored the most important person. Sure enough, Nan Yin burst into tears as soon as she finished speaking. Her fingers stretched out from her sleeves and grabbed his clothes on his chest. Her tears silently sank into his collar. And then she pursed her lips and trembled in her voice. He is not the same as usual. That day, my mother asked me to apologize to him. So I went to apologize. Who knew that he would suddenly kiss me like crazy and say a lot of nonsense to me? I was very scared. Why weren't you by my side? You said you wanted to protect me. But you are useless. Hearing this, Xiao Fei almost subconsciously hugged the person in his arms tighter and whispered to her with his palm against the back of her head. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't think of this. I promise you. From now on, as long as I'm here, I won't let anyone bully you again. After he finished speaking, he immediately straightened her shoulders. He knew that these things were difficult for women to talk about, regardless of whether the other party succeeded. It would be a huge shadow for her. So Xiao Fei didn't dare to ask too much, and only dared to ask her other things. Tell me, are there any other places injured? And did anyone else see this? In any case, he couldn't let this matter spread. Otherwise, once the rumor spread, even if nothing happened, she would be the only one who would suffer criticism and harm in the future. Nan Yin withdrew from his arms in a depressed mood, with tears still hanging on her eyelashes. She shook her head gently. I hit him with the inkstone, and then ran away. I don't remember if anyone else saw it. This also surprised Xiao Fei for a moment, but he soon relaxed. He stretched out his hand to hold her tightly in his arms, and then whispered to comfort her. Okay, don't worry. I will definitely help you get justice in the future. Now just treat it as a dog bite. Have a good sleep. And then forget all those annoying things. Wait for me to come to the mansion tomorrow to propose marriage. Xiao Fei regretted it. He had always thought about waiting until his reputation was better before coming to the Li mansion to propose marriage. But he could wait. But some people couldn't wait. Now Jean Yanli had obviously realized who he really liked. His possessiveness of Yan Yan was no less than his. If he really wanted to force something, Yan Yan would not be able to resist him at all. No, he can't delay any longer. He must come to propose marriage as soon as possible. Only by marrying the person back to the mansion intact and keeping a good eye on him can he really feel at ease. Hearing this, Nan Yin finally felt relieved. But her face was still confused. She opened her eyes wide in surprise, then looked up at the person in front of her, and said in a muffled voice, Come to propose marriage tomorrow? But didn't you say it would take some time? Isn't this too hasty? Xiao Fei pressed her head and sighed helplessly. You may not know that if I wasn't afraid that my future father-in-law would beat me out of the mansion with a stick tomorrow, I would want to marry you back now. Yan Yan, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you in time when you were bullied. It was my fault. After I marry you back, such things will not happen. No matter where you go, I will protect you in the future. Very good. This is the result she wants. I don't know how Jean Yanli will react when she hears this news, but she shouldn't be disappointed. Nan Yan's lips curved, and there was finally a hint of smile in her eyes. And then she leaned her head on this man's chest. You want to eat swan meat? You are so shameless. Who wants to marry you? Xiaofei couldn't help laughing, and deliberately teased her. Can a swan who doesn't want to eat swan meat be a good swan? Besides, you, a swan, have a strong taste and love to eat all kinds of messy things. What's the big deal about one more swan? Nan Yin was so angry that she really bit him hard. And she felt better now.